don't come to the room. Duh. Like, you think this room has bad modding, you don't want bad modding, and you keep coming back here. Your worldview is incoherent garbage. I know there's some rooms, some servers with bad modding. I don't go to those rooms. Duh. Like, this is a no-brainer. This is a slow pitch right over center plate. It should be a home run. You should knock this one out of the park. If you don't want bad modding, would you go to a space with bad modding if you don't want that? And they're like, yes and no. This is how you ended up on a Baltard. Deep-seated, illogical contradictions. Now you know why. You're freaking out. Over and over and over again, your expectation doesn't match behavior, doesn't match reality. You're like swatting a fly in the middle of the room, and it's just buzzing around your head, and you're wondering what's going on. Just wave your magic wand. Like, bad modding looks like this, subjective interpretation. Wave the magic wand this way, counterclockwise, or whatever, and then say abracadabra instead of hocus pocus, and just change your definition of what bad modding is. I mean, it should be
these same guys would complain if we undermodded. So you can never keep these people happy, and I think overmodding is a good problem. Undermodding is the real problem. So I just, I didn't pay attention to those comments. Like, at least we mod, and I'd say we're the best modded room on the politics server. So, what can they say to that, really?
Yeah.
Most of the politics really spaces are chaos.
What they're really saying is they want to shut the channel down, and if they can't do it by hook, they'll do it by crook. That's their goal. Their goal isn't like, oh, we want to get this I'm being overly moderated. Yeah, because you're just filling the airways with complete inane garbage that has nothing to do with the topic. You're trying to derail. You're trying to make, trying to turn it into a shit show. No, thank you. And if someone tells you no, thank you, you should understand it. It's kind of your answer too. You said no, thank you. Okay, no thank you, goodbye, have a good life.
That was a very well thought out response. I would accept that if someone said that to me.
Hard to argue. We got quite a few new people in here. Does anyone want to say hello?
Oh.
Anyone who hasn't spoke up yet this morning? I guess everyone's just waiting for Nathan then, I suppose.
I think he's here because that was that Rags to Riches? I think so, right? I'm tabbed out, so that was one of when.
Yeah, Nathan's here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's why the Globers are so quiet. That makes sense.
Well, he's away from his computer right now, so if you're a Glober, right now is your opportunity to really get in there and say some nonsense.
Oh, that would be our back what's his name?
You could do it like, do something really silly. Be like, hey, Nathan, if you accept the globe, don't respond. Just, I'll take your silence as consent.
Or you can say, where's the guns?
You just have to finish every thought with therefore globe.
Hey, Nathan, if you're away from your keyboard, therefore globe.
Celestial sphere, therefore globe.
Yeah, got him.
My back
Yeah.
hurts, therefore globe.
Yes, you're going to be good. So proud.
If globe, then globe is globe is globe. If globe. 53 people in this call, therefore globe.
If Earth is Earth, then globe.
No, I got the best one. If Jaron Scampanella says globe, then it's a globe.
Ah, there it goes.
I don't see any problem with that logic. That is perfectly sound. Tell me where he went wrong.
It's Jaren, you know. Jaren says it's a globe, then it must be, right?
Until you can explain the movement of the sun, and it's a globe.
Someone literally said that in our chat yesterday.
Which one?
Explain.
What Neil said.
In our text, in the side chat. Said that.
So we have to explain something they have no explanation for them to accept what is.
I don't know. It does not work on my AE map. My model, my map, my model map, my map model, therefore globe.
Oh, that's insane.
Got one of those model maps handy. Model map. Map model.
It's a model map diagram, actually.
Model map diagram graph cartoon.
Well, you don't
That's not
understand.
called a graph.
The map
it
that
does
was
use
handed
graph.
to us. Okay?
Well, I played hooky that day.
But it does have a grid square to it when you apply it to a certain map. So you could say a grid, yeah. So a model map grid.
Model map grid chart diagram cartoon. Just throw them all in there right now. And a whole
Yeah,
story.
where's the Earth? Hey, where's the Earth curve in the celestial sphere at, man?
It's there somewhere if you look really hard.
I think a lot of people are getting the celestial sphere confused. So they think because we say it, therefore globe.
Don't understand how people can get confused about it. It's a protractor.
We point out. Sorry.
No, you're fine, buddy. Do apologise. You carry on.
Jedi. What's up, brother?
I'm just. So people think that because you point out a diagram of the stars that uses a flat plane, it's a globe.
Absolutely. My son said that to me the first time I mentioned it to him. And that's exactly what I said. You're missing the flat plane. And he said, no, the sphere goes totally around. And I said, so you're telling me that there's stars under your feet?
The whole idea of celestial sphere has nothing to do with the stars. Whole idea of the celestial sphere is just your curved visual space and the limitation of that. And nothing to do with the stars. You just see the stars in that perspective.
We can measure the stars in that perspective.
Right. But when you mention it to a globe, they automatically assert that it has to be a globe.
The celestial sphere is just based upon how you, me, and everybody else observe the world around us from one position. Being as we're wanting to navigate across the Earth that we can see from one position, we're measuring angles to things above the horizontal plane that we're standing on, as predicted within the celestial sphere. It's a hemisphere, but I digress. But it's based upon how you, the observer, views the world. We can see how things measured in angles, like a protractor, appear above the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. And with a little bit of mathematical trickery, we can figure out how far the ground position of that celestial object is between us and that ground position. Maximum distance that this can measure along the horizontal plane from one observation is approximately 6,000 miles. Just over 5,400 nautical miles. Straight line distance between you and the minimum elevation angle that you can read above the horizon. It's a straight line distance. Stars aren't actually going through the floor and then going underneath your feet and then coming crashing back through the floor to arise above the horizon again. That's not what's going on. It's how you observe the world around you. It looks like with distance the things are going down into the floor, but we understand as flat earthers that that's just perspective, and that's what the celestial sphere is, basically the perspective of the observer and what they can observe and measure.
It is worrying, though, that really intelligent flat earthers still don't get that, and feel like there is something to fear by using these terms and understanding these things. I find it strange. Has nothing to do with the stars. Has nothing to do with the shape of the ground. Sorry, the shape of the surface. Yeah.
Well, no, it's got everything to do with the horizontal nature of the surface. If it wasn't for that horizontal nature of the surface, then we wouldn't be able to measure an elevation angle above that horizontal, because that horizontal would be curved, and we wouldn't be able to measure an angle up from it.
Great point. Yeah. I was talking more from the globalist perspective, but yeah, great point. It's a flat Earth observation. This is what we would expect on a flat surface when you take perspective into account. Yeah.
This is why we're asking on 24/7 at the moment the very simple. Well, it's two questions that lead into a third. One, what's the definition of a triangle? Then two, Radwin jumps up with his IQ test from NASA that shows 4 apparent figures of a triangle. They're not all triangles, but the question is, which out of these 4 is not or are not triangles? Figure A is a triangle. Figure B's got a curved line in it. Figure C is a 90-degree right-angle triangle with the little box at the 90-degree intersection. And figure C is a triangle, but 2 of the lines don't connect. Now, we understand that B isn't a triangle because the line's curved. We understand that D isn't a triangle because the lines don't connect. Cool, those are the first 2 questions done. Third question. Can you get an elevation angle from a curved baseline? Now, if they've answered the IQ test correctly, they understand that a curved line within an angle isn't an angle, can be a triangle. So the answer to this question is, well, no. When we measure elevation angles above the surface of the Earth for celestial navigation, for example, we require a horizontal baseline. If the surface of the Earth was curved, we wouldn't be measuring elevation angles up from that curved baseline. It's not an angle. When they agree to this, welcome to Flat Earth.
That was beautiful. It's a shame we won't get a Globey response.
We've been doing this for like 48 hours, maybe 3 days, definitely 2. I think we're up to about 10 people now who've gone through the gauntlet of what a triangle is. I think the majority of them, 7 or 8 out of that number, have failed. They want to give us new understandings about triangles and curved lines and curved triangles and spherical geometry and non-Euclidean space. Okay, it's lovely. Sometimes they get it right.
Yeah, it's just a triangle. Answer the question, and they cannot answer it. There's some that refuse to acknowledge that there's even an image on the screen, even though they say, the ice cube in here. I don't know, is what he said. I don't know the answer to that question. So that's what we have. I don't knows.
Out of all the ones I've heard go through, only one has passed. The rest have failed.
Well, I quite literally picked out the correct ones that weren't triangles. So, I mean.
That's incorrect. We went back
No,
and
it
checked
is
the
not. We can
audio.
go back and listen to it. It's literally, I literally said it's B and D. If those are the right ones. Hold on. Can't remember what
Bro, I think you said what? Triangles? And then they muted you, and maybe you said your answer after, but you
He
didn't.
said define triangles, and then we all laughed, as we would. There was no B and D in it.
Fuckers.
You know.
Please don't swear.
Oh.
Well, how about we define an angle before we define three of them? What is an angle?
Straight lines meeting at a vertex.
A vertex is a meeting of two lines. A vertex that has a curved line meeting a straight line is not an angle.
So yeah, that's the fun and games that we've been having for the last few days. Getting people to answer the very simple question, what a triangle is. But
They
yeah,
fundamentally forget what geometry is to keep their globe tight.
yeah. And you were right as well. Maybe three angles and a triangle is too hard for them to understand. So yeah, we have had to go back even further and define what an angle even is. Yeah, just understanding what geometry is. If we can understand that, then we can move on with how we're going to now measure the world around us.
Basically, you have to give them a high school education before you can explain to them how their religion's wrong.
So the guy that couldn't answer the triangle question now says, how many curved sides does an astronomical triangle have? My answer is triangles don't have curves. So he still doesn't get it. And this is the one who couldn't answer the question at all.
He's talking about the PZX triangle that's taking place from the center of the sphere and projected out. Right?
Yes.
That's not a triangle.
Exactly. Once you don't have three straight lines, it's not a triangle. End of story.
The only straight lines you have are the lines extending out as radii. And then you're talking about intrinsic versus extrinsic explanations. But you don't use intrinsic geometry on Earth.
Who's this ice dweller?
Sorry, wait, what? So has anybody else got any more to add about what an angle or a triangle is, or how this is even relevant to the surface of the Earth? Just want to welcome Nathan Oakley and the FED panel to the show. Obviously, I think Nathan's going to be going live soon. So Nathan will remind you, and I'll remind you as well. Please try not to swear, as he is live streaming on YouTube and whatnot. But primarily, all questions will be directed to Nathan and the FED panel. The moderators on 24/7 will kind of try and take a backseat and just moderate the chat. If you do have any questions, then you can alert the moderators in the side chat. Just click the speech bubble icon and find us in the side chat, and you can make a request to speak there if you want to. Or if there's a lull in the channel and you want to speak, you can unmute yourself. Just be reasonable and polite when you do interject. But welcome, everybody. Hi, Jedi. How are you doing? Really well. Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
Good morning, Jedi.
Morning, mate. Morning, mate. Morning. Or good afternoon. Or good evening if you're from Australia.
So it's 1 o'clock in the morning, mate.
Okay, good night, mate.
Anyone found those lovely curvy water hill lumps yet?
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching. Then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. And we are joined by Refracted Curvature, Adam, Neil, Chocolate, Sensual, and a whole bunch of people in the Politics Discord server. So, welcome one and all.
How are you?
Hey. Good afternoon. Welcome.
We've got a lot of bloodthirsty flatties in the politics server today, and lots of timid globe believers that don't want to pipe up. Very amusing to listen to. Not as much carnage as typically when I join politics.
How are you going to explain how the elevation angle of the sun stays above the horizontal plane of reference for 24 hours?
I wouldn't. I just welcome the person asking me to flat Earth and get on with my day. Quite interesting psychologically recently because it holds a mirror up to the emotional stress and pain of globe believers and the necessity to find or sort out cope in the form of things like TFE. I've been saying it for the last month maybe since they actually did it. This isn't for flatties to confirm or deny anything. Right? There's a small cult that's been led astray by people like Jaron about azimuthal equidistant projections that they knew full well weren't the real world anyway. Nevertheless, aside from that, this doesn't affect a flat Earth in any way, shape or form. It doesn't affect how it's measured. It doesn't affect how the globe's created from those measurements. It means very little. But what you do notice is all the people on the globe side or anti-flat Earth side that are seeking cope from it, which kind of makes me reminisce about coming to flat Earth initially and feeling, uncertain. And that uncertainty you assume is exclusive to being a flatty, because you're into something new. Whereas in reality, that's not the case. Anti-flat earthers suffer the same exact feelings and also need, their confirmation bias given to them. Just interesting to know that they feel as anti-flat earthers like we felt when we first got here, but that feeling never dissipates for them once they become rage-filled.
Uncertainty. It must be frustrating. It must be frustrating to have such faith in your authorities, and your authorities leave you lacking in answers and explanations.
What's frustrating is top flat earther for the past, I don't know how many years, is now live streaming. Nathan is doing a show, live streaming SpaceX rocket launches. Well done, Jaron Campanella.
What's new? That's what I always did. In the last 5 years, we've been pointing out that if you argue for a globe, essentially you're highlighting the globe to anybody. If you ask them how a globe doesn't work, you're doing the same thing. And we've been hypercritical of our flat Earth counterparts for doing so. If you rewind 10 years, Jaron's origins are in looking at the ISS 24-hour feed. Well, what's that achieving?
Yeah, but now he's on the other side.
It doesn't matter which side he is. That's the point. What gets presented is what gets presented. The belief, whether you know it or not from Jaron, doesn't matter. Let's say you turn up tomorrow, and you have no idea about anything that's transpired in the last 6 weeks. None. You just turn up and see what he's presenting. He's talking like he always talks about stuff he always talks about, and what's on screen's on screen. How is it any different to what he's been doing for 10 years? There isn't
I see
any.
what you're saying. I know what you're saying now. He's always been promoting the Globe.
Well, in effect, yes. You're constantly presenting pictures of a globe, asking how the globe doesn't work, and the mindset of the person who's coming for or against is to talk about that globe, isn't it? And the last couple of years, I've been saying move forward. In the last couple of years, I've been saying move forward on the front foot as a flatty, and say Earth's measured flat. And bring up the globe. What does it serve you to do so? It's not your position. Wants to believe in a globe, that's up to them.
Yeah, I was just saying. Then you got to charge with the same thing. Then whoever is not leading with their front foot forward, technically, then is constantly bringing up the globe.
Yeah, but it doesn't make any difference. So, in the same way I detached myself from them when they were doing that as flatties, now they're just not doing it as flatties. Well, that's a bonus. But I don't have to concern myself with what they're doing. In the same way I don't need to concern myself with what ghost hunters do. I don't care what the etheric bunch of idiots that led flatties astray to only say they're not flatties anymore. It doesn't make any difference to me. Earth's measured flat. They'll carry on doing what they've done. They're creatures of habit.
Well, see, the thing is, they've been trained that way, argue that way, because that's the way it was argued throughout history. And that's how, when you look into the past, it seems like they're trying to prove it's not a globe.
Exactly.
We're going to do this observation, and it'll show that it's not a globe,
Yeah.
Like,
Look at Robotham. He's showing how it isn't curved. Yeah? Bedford level experiment, which it isn't. How curved isn't the surface? That's what they're doing. No. What do we practically apply? Are we ever going to take that Bedford level and put it into practical application? No. What's the tools using? Levels, referencing a horizontal plane. So the process itself proves a flat Earth, but we're asking about whether or not the process that proves a flat Earth can demonstrate that there isn't curvature. Like, you're introducing the aspect of curvature to deny it and invite your opponent to explain why something hasn't occurred. You can blame refraction. But for the fact that you didn't just start with the process that you would need to determine if there's a drop from horizontal, that would be the plane of reference you'll use to make this assertion, which proves Earth's flat. You can stop there. They didn't. They altered. For me, Aaron's a useful idiot like Robotham was in that regard.
Yeah, the idea that you can say we expect to see this thing, but we don't, is to invite scientific inquiry or the appearance thereof.
Why don't we see curve? I asked. Why are you asking that? How are you going to describe curve if the opponent puts it to you? What, with respect to the drop from surface level? You're going to need a surface level for that. What are you talking about? I don't need to engage in this anymore.
Well, that's what that guy yesterday was doing with that supposed line they were building in the stand. He was talking about how much drop there should be, that it's not going to be there. I don't understand any of that. Why would you do that?
Drop from what? The horizontal plane of reference. Drop from an overall flat Earth. Yeah, so we need a flat Earth for that. Moving on with my day. What? You need to tell me how your zealot belief in a globe is true because you can describe how surface level can have a calculable drop below it. How interesting for you, you fantasist. I don't care, Earth's measured flat. Your example to say that it's got a curve dropping away from surface level. You measured Earth flat to make that assertion. Getting on with my day. What's that? Grabbing my shoulder. I must accept that there's a globe because it buggers up your consensus view. And if you don't have complete consensus, it makes you lose sleep. I don't care, Earth's measured flat. You need it to be flat to make your assertion and make me believe in it like you do.
Yeah, that's fine until a flat earther starts doing it. And you got to question what's going on.
Hey, Nathan, I have a question. Is where surface level appears to meet the sky below surface level?
Describing a horizontal reference point in terms of the horizon, and you're asking in essence, is the horizon below surface level? No, it isn't. Mathematically, a horizon called Earth curve is depicted in orthographic view below surface level, which must be measured to describe drop from and give you height of eye above and parallel with. No, the horizon, point where surface level meets the sky, is definitely not below surface level. That's absurd.
Yeah, it's kind of in the question, isn't it? Something isn't below itself. It's insanity.
It is in Earth curve maths, though. You violate the principle of the surface level you would be measuring to assert that there is a geometric physical sphere edge horizon below surface level in an orthographic Muppet view.
Really, they don't have a horizon. They believe in a geometric tangible obstruction. They're supposed to. They deny it all the time. There is no horizon for them.
We've unpicked our way through all of the methodologies to assert a way of measuring a flat Earth, how Earth is a sphere. Now that we've done that, we're past it. I don't care anymore. Because anything that gets put to me will become a flat Earth proof. All roads lead to a flat Earth. What is there to discuss? It's not up for contention anymore. It's not in contention anymore, I should say. It's not up for discussion. It's not a debate.
So many people on the call, no one's talking.
Stunned silence.
Are these bots?
No. XEL. Don't know who they are.
I think the Globers are just a bit shy today, that's all.
Let me give a question.
Let's start a little debate.
Neil. Go ahead, XE. Is it XEI or XEL?
XEL. You know what I mean? You could call me Zell for like long. Alright.
Okie dokie.
Let's start a debate, man, like about some shit. Like, I mean, my bad. Let's start a debate about some stuff real quick. Anybody got any ideas?
We're in a flat Earth debate server, and the majority of the Western world believes that they're on a sphere that's been created with the flat Earth measurements that we actually measure on Earth.
Yeah, but I don't think I want to debate with you about flat Earth. You know why?
You're in a flat Earth room?
Because, like, it's just like, I know you know too much, and we're gonna go into a lot of details, like, that I'll have to do a lot of research on right now. And I don't want to do a lot of research right now. So I don't think I want to debate about that.
I see. So you mean you've joined a flat
I've
Earth
had
room?
these debates before. A while ago.
You're in a flat Earth room, but you don't want to debate somebody who clearly knows a fair bit about the subject because you might, embarrass yourself without being rude.
It's not embarrassing. It's just going to be a lot of time consumption. Like
Smart choice.
So rather than going into it with the idea of a debate, why don't you ask a question and try to learn something?
All right, let me ask you a question.
go.
Are you Scottish or Irish?
Yeah, I was thinking the
Shape of
same
the
thing.
Earth.
I'd normally hate the fact that someone had done that, but you've got a wonderful sounding voice, Adam.
Thank
so
Thank you. Thank you.
fair play to him.
Wait, me?
Anyway,
Were you talking about my voice, right? Or are you talking about...
Hell no.
Oh.
Zell.
That tone is freaking.
No, bro. They're not.
Speak
talking
on.
about you, bro.
All right, let me think about something we could debate about. Like,
you're in a flat Earth room unless it's anything to do with the Earth.
actually, all right, let me ask you this. Are you a flat earther? Let me get actually serious for a second.
You can call me that if you like.
This guy called me Zell, lazy boy. Nah, man, I'm just I'm chill. I'm just a chill guy. But so I could call you a flat earther, right?
Oh my god.
If I could call you a flat earther, does that mean that you believe the globe is not a sphere, right?
Makes no sense as a question or a statement.
What?
What on earth have I just fucking heard?
No, because he said I can call him that. I want to make sure we're on the same page really quick.
Being called a flat earther doesn't mean that I don't call sphere spherical. That makes no sense.
No, I'm saying, do you think that the Earth is a spherical thing?
No, definitely not. So, in order for you to presumably believe in that, you must measure Earth flat to create that paradigm of a sphere.
Wait, let me ask you this: when you do this, do you take into account perception? Like, do you do that? Like your perception?
Non-responsive.
Yeah, so
Non-responsive, young man.
So to create the sphere, we have to measure a flat Earth. Measurements aren't anything to do with what I perceive. They're just measurements.
Right. I mean, the observer is important, but I'll say this.
Really, we're not doing double slit measurements. They're just measurements.
Well, I'm saying the observer is important because perception can be changed, through a lens. But I'll say,
if I look at like a sextant, let's say we're measuring an angle to something, and I hold it and say 40 degrees, and then pass it to next man, and he looks at it and goes 40 degrees, and the next man holds it and goes 40 degrees. Do you think there's going to be a guy in the line that goes, actually, no, 70 degrees?
yeah, it depends on what type of glasses. Is he wearing glasses?
Oh my god.
See what I'm saying? Anyways, okay, but let me stop trolling. Here's my question, right? Here's my question. So you think the Earth is flat, right?
No, I know it's flat.
We observe it to be flat.
Yeah,
see how she says we observe it to be flat, but you observe the Earth to be flat.
Let me answer without talking through the response. Okay. No, I don't think it's flat. I know it's flat because it's measured flat. Further to that, you haven't responded to this, so I'll repeat it. The globe you believe in was created using those measurements. Not my perception. The measurements of Earth that are flat are used to create the globe you believe in. My measurements are measurements of Earth that are flat. That doesn't require me thinking it or believing it. If that's clear.
And now when you say your measurements, right? Are you doing these tests yourself, or are you getting it from someone else? Or?
I can measure Earth flat very easily.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, and how'd you do that? Did you do it, or are you saying you could do it?
I've done it. You could do it. You could do it by measuring latitude. Do you know what latitude is?
Yeah, latitude, longitude. Well, yeah.
Just latitude. Do you know what latitude is?
No, I'm saying I know what it is.
What is it?
It's a measurement from up to down. Okay.
No. It's more specific.
North to south.
No. You don't know what latitude is.
All right. East to west.
You keep guessing or just concede your ignorance in this regard. Hold on, John, or whoever it is from
All right. Can you inform me what latitude is? My bad.
Polaris measurement, North Star. So your angle to it with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. That's the line along the baseline, and then the line up to Polaris. It's an angle. Angle. You measuring Earth. I haven't finished my statement, sir. Do you want to answer for me when you made 5 attempts that were wrong? Go ahead.
My bad. I'm not trying to enter. I was looking at the picture and I was like,
shut up.
Hello.
You did.
Yeah,
shut
you
up.
can go ahead.
Yeah, I can, because I was talking till you interrupted and then started stuttering about what you weren't doing. Sit down, shut up while I talk.
I was learning.
I want to tell you off. Now you're talking again. I'm having to tell you off for interrupting. Shut up. 5 attempts I tolerated in spite of them all being wrong, didn't I? Now you can shut up while I tell you what you don't know. That's a latitude measurement with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. That's one line of the angle to Polaris. For latitude measurement, you require Earth be a flat plane to get that angle. Earth is measured flat for latitude. You could measure it. I have measured it. Earth is measured flat.
Wow, my bad, bro. I believe you. There's no need to get mad at me.
Not believing me. It's a measurement. You don't need to believe in.
No, I'm not. I believe what you said.
You've only just heard it this second, but your phraseology of "I believe you." No, don't believe me. Just go out and buy a sextant and measure latitude so you know where you are. That's latitude. It's a measurement. You either know how to do it or you don't.
I never claimed that I thought the Earth was round, by the way. I never said that.
When you say round, do you mean like a penny?
No, I meant a sphere. I never claimed.
There you go.
Hold on 1 second, sir. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, you don't need to buy a sextant. You can use the old Eratosthenes method of measuring Earth flat with a simple stick and a shadow and the angle it forms along a flat surface.
Yeah, man, let's take it back to 800 BC real quick.
Sure. It's just saying that it's the same method. You're just measuring an elevation angle, like Eratosthenes did. That's an elevation angle measurement.
Can you tell me why the North Star is so important?
Neil, stop. Neil, just understand what's happening? Don't just blurt out stuff. Go ahead. Sorry about that. Al.
Wait, me?
Someone interrupted you. I was telling them off.
I was going to say, can you tell me why the North Stars, the angle from the North Star, is so important to understanding the shape of the planet?
Sure. It doesn't explain the shape. You're measuring Earth flat to acquire latitude system. Said you're aware of it. That's why it's important, because it forms that system. That system is formed by measuring Earth flat. In terms of the shape of the Earth, no. The aspect of the surface that's measured is flat for an angle. Shape, that's an aspect.
Right. So that addresses like one point, like, See, I wish I was like locked in so I can actually debate this, but I'm not.
It's not a debate.
It's not even a debate, it's an understanding.
Yeah, I'm saying so I could debate it, but I can't.
There's no debate, son.
Yeah, I can't debate it right now.
No one can. When it comes to, it's not. It comes to measuring things. It's not really a debate subject. It's not if this or that. It's measured flat. So it's not that if you knew better, you could debate it. There is no debating how Earth is measured. That's how it's measured. Furthermore, if you deny that it's measured flat, then you're going to deny the base principles that create the globe paradigm. Those calculations are based on Earth measurements, and the Earth measurements are flat. For example, latitude again. You understand that latitude wrapped around a sphere shape for you to believe in that sphere. Well, that latitude grid is the same one that's measured flat with angles off a flat surface. It's wrapped around a spherical surface for you to believe in that spherical surface being the world. It's just the world that's actually measured to create those paradigms, the calculations, the maths of a sphere are flat. The Earth measurements are flat because Earth is flat.
I think it's a matter of perspective, but I'm gonna say this. I think we're in a firmament. You know what I mean? Like the Bible said. That makes sense.
Alrighty then.
I don't like that at all. What was your question for me, Neil?
I think that's it.
I get it.
That was it. He thinks he's in a firmament.
Yeah, like I think if you, when they say the Earth is round, like does the sky even count? Like does the atmosphere even count? Like I think your test works in both systems as flat because like what you're referencing it to is probably the land and shit, not the sky. So
I don't know, you mentioned oxymoronic atmosphere though, and then said that something could work in two systems. I don't really know what you're talking about.
okay, so you know when they say the Earth is round, right? They're talking about how it looks from when you're outside, like you're in space, and it looks round, like not because of just the land and like just the water, right? Or am I wrong?
They suggest.
All right, never mind. You know, I'm gonna just shut up. Wait, I sound stupid right now.
But you're right. They suggest that you can travel out to an area that's 10 to the minus 17 torr. That's a vacuum called outer space, and observe the Earth as a sphere from space. Now, you're not observing it from that area. That area itself, sky vacuum, You said I'll just shut up. Did you mean what I'll do is keep my mic open and nod along while I'm talking? Because you're doing it now. You're still interrupting me. Do I need to tell you off a second time? Shut your mic and listen to what I'm saying rather than nodding along, cutting up my mic for my live audience. Thank you. There's 100 people listening. Actually, sir, let's just be blunt. I'm not talking to you at all. You are inconsequential to me. 104 people that are listening to my live stream, they're the ones I'm talking to. So they don't need to hear you nodding along. Just close your mic and listen. The sky is not a vacuum. If the air we were breathing was next to a 10 to the minus 17 tall vacuum, it would dissipate into it instantly and we'd all be dead. Furthermore, we'd have never developed gas pressure in the first place. First particle of gas in that fantasy world of a sphere in a vacuum would have the gas leaving the surface and never returning. Gas-filled space, it's a law of nature. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. Therefore, there is no oxymoronic sphere-shaped air called atmosphere. Atmo being air, sphere being a shape that gases don't arbitrarily take. They fill the volume available to them. The law of nature. There is no vacuum of space to look back at Earth as a sphere. Anybody who claims to have looked back at Earth as a sphere from a sky vacuum are liars. Shout out to Duncan McLeod. This is painful, he says from the super chat. I don't know, I'm having fun. He's quite calm. The fact that he's not getting really irate with me is good. Thank you for the super chat.
Yeah, I don't believe in that vacuum stuff either, because the sun has its own atmosphere too. By the way, so like you really can't look from a vacuum perspective.
Try that once more then. Atmo means air. Sphere is a shape that gases don't take arbitrarily. Gases take the shape of their containment. The sun, we have no idea what the sun is. I don't either. I'm not going to profess to. We don't know what that is. So to say it's got an oxymoronic sphere-shaped air around it is just not the case. Definitely not. If it was, it would be a violation of natural law also. Air doesn't take sphere shapes. There is no such thing as atmosphere. We are
Funny how
breathing.
he wandered into space.
Well, Atmos.
He was right in one regard. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, the sun has its own atmos. So I call it a sphere because my eyes are a sphere. So
Atmo means air. You're saying the sun has its own air and it's sphere shaped. Yeah, that would be a same violation of natural law, right? Gases don't just take sphere shapes.
but your eyeballs are spheres.
Just try that again. Gases fill whatever shape container they have available to them. That's what gases do. They disperse into the volume available. Law of nature. But no, the sun is not Atmo. I don't know what it is or isn't, and neither do you. Second time.
I also call my car a sphere because my eyeballs are spheres.
But it's kind of funny that he wandered into space, and after he accepted that it's measured flat, right? But then he tried to say, well, if we can change our perspective and move us back into space, maybe that straight horizontal segment that we just measured is actually part of a curve, and it's just we're zoomed in so far that it just seems curved or flat.
No, I'm just saying it's a matter of perspective. Like that's my whole entire thing. But I hear you all.
Yeah. What does that mean?
That from the beginning.
We've said it a couple of times, and it didn't make sense to me the first couple of times, but that's fine.
Literally or figuratively?
You mean whoever's interrupting, just chill. What do you mean? It's a matter of perspective. What's perspective, according to you?
Well, your eyes are round. That's why we see the universe in spherical shapes. Okay, that's my opinion.
No, it isn't. And no, we don't. Number one, no, we don't see the universe in a spherical shape. That's a misconception. We measure angles to the stars and we derive a system on the latitude grid that's concentric flat circles. The way that's constructed is with the angles decreasing as you back away from that star. That's an angle measurement. So the representation mathematically is like a protractor wrapped around you. Like the star above you is at 90, and the one at the horizon 0. It's a protractor wrapped around you to measure these things. But the star at 0 isn't smashing into the horizon now, is it? No, we don't see a spherical view of the world. Quite the contrary. Fact that we measure a parallel sky and ground is what gives us the ability to represent it with angles and then call it a hemisphere. We absolutely, without question, do not observe the sky as spherical. No, we don't. And it's not a question of perspective. We don't know what they are. Perspectives describing things getting smaller into the distance, a limitation to angular resolution. Again, I don't know what they are, so I can't ascribe that to them. Might seem pedantic, but it's just a fact. No, I object to this word perspective. Getting smaller into the distance, reducing its angular limitation, the angular view, change, that's perspective. Stars, when we raise in altitude, that's to say get higher off surface level, they don't change. They stay exactly the same. For someone to suggest that that's perspective, no, perspective doesn't do that.
Yeah,
So, no.
perspective changes the whole system, the entire thing.
With the sky, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
It doesn't. If you
What
measure an
system are you
angle to a
talking
star
about?
at 10 degrees, hold on, John. If you measure a star at 10 degrees and then raise up 30,000 feet, it's still at 10 degrees. It doesn't change its angle regardless of your altitude.
But the only reason why you know it's at 10 degrees and 30,000 feet is because you're observing it first to be that.
So it's not a matter of perspective, sir. That whole endeavour was to point out how wrong you were when you said it's a question of perspective or a matter of perspective. No, it isn't. The sky is parallel with the ground. How we measure it is with angles. You can then turn that into mathematics and then reify it into a celestial hemisphere. You can then take that hemisphere and make a second one in the south and then project PZX triangles through a sphere, Earth, essentially a glorified protractor. In no way, shape or form was what you said correct. We don't have a perspective view of the sky. It's not spherical. It's incorrect.
Well, what you're saying means that you believe in some objective reality regardless of my eyes. Like, what are you trying to? Are you trying to say my eyes don't matter and your
Not
eyes
what
don't
I said.
matter?
Those words didn't cross my lips. That's just
Okay,
nonsense.
but I'm the observer.
Don't talk through me when I correct you. Those words didn't cross my lips. That was complete nonsense waffle that I didn't make as an assertion. You just made that crap up and asserted that I made that as a claim. No, I made it explicitly clear that we measure the sky with parallel, plane, and angles to it. That's what I actually said. You saying that I'm saying your eyeballs don't make it a perspective? No, I'm not saying that. Don't make up crap I haven't said if you can't comprehend what I've said or parrot it back to me. And just make up something else that I didn't say. Okay?
Okay. So do you think that perspective
It's not
matters?
a perspective view. That's what you said. I'm addressing what you said. Keep responding to me with the same crappy rebuttal that it's just perspective, according to you. And I'm saying, no, I heard it 3 times, and now I've addressed it, but you haven't responded to me addressing the crap you've spewed. It's getting irritating because you just want to move on and discuss what I've explained to overcome your rebuttal. No, the sky is not spherical. No, it's not just a perspective view. I've overcome that and described aspects of the sky and how it behaves that would preclude it from being described with perspective. That's angular limitation, something I've also covered, and you haven't in any way, shape, or form responded to or acknowledged. Irritating.
Well, it's because okay, let's say I'm looking at the Earth
You don't need
and
to
it's
stutter
flat.
at me. If you can't comprehend what I've said or parrot it back, I've already said this as well. And just stop. Just say, okay, I'm done. I'm clearly out of my depth. No worries. We'll move on to someone else. I don't need to hear your stuttery response back. Can't acknowledge anything I've said. I get it. Fine. Can't comprehend the words that have come out of my mouth. Nathan Oakley 1980 is the YouTube channel. You can go back, listen to the live stream when it's finished rendering, and hear what I'm actually saying. Because at the moment, you aren't.
No, I am. I heard you.
What did I say to you about the sky? Why did I suggest the sky is not spherical as you said it was? Tell me why it isn't based on what I've told you then, if you have listened.
Because atmosphere can't. It's not a
No,
sphere.
wrong, incorrect.
And
no,
also
not
latitude
correct.
and
Stop.
latitude.
Stop. No, you weren't listening, sir. Clearly, as I already surmised and assessed based on your stuttery behaviour. No, I didn't say the reason the sky is not spherical is because of atmosphere. You weren't listening. So, do you want a second opportunity before I get annoyed with you to duck out based on your inability to comprehend the words coming out my mouth? You want to stop?
Well, I wasn't done.
Step back? Or do you want to interrupt me before I finish my sentence? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you want to interrupt me because presumably you're getting annoyed because I'm pointing out your ignorance and your inability to comprehend the words coming out my mouth. That might be embarrassing, so you feel the need to talk through the ends of my statements. Do you, third time, do you want to just take a step back, sit down and acknowledge your own ignorance, or do you want to carry on stuttering at me?
I just want to finish the sentence.
Non-responsive. Didn't answer the question you were asked. Sit down, shut up. Done with you. That's non-responsive. Haven't acknowledged why the sky's not spherical. Now he's talking through me again. Belligerence in the face of me telling him to shut up. Oh, you didn't acknowledge why the sky's not spherical. Your assertion, your stupidity, your ignorance on display for everyone here was taken to the woodshed by me. Not for the fact that you couldn't interrupt it and nod along and cause the audio to cut while I educated you in your ignorance. 3 times you asserted that it's just perspective. Wrong. When pointed out how wrong you were, you couldn't help but interrupt rather than listen. And then declare that you were listening. No, you weren't. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said it was atmosphere that was my reason. No, it wasn't. You can't listen. I'm telling you to sit down and shut up. If you don't, the moderators will do it for you. It'd be nice if you did it of your own volition based on me telling you, having shown you to be ignorant, therefore useless to us at this point. You're now useless to us. Of your own volition, can you sit down and shut up like I've told you to? Or do I have to get the moderators to shut you up?
I mean, I think I've been pretty quiet.
It's not what I asked. Can you now, of your own volition, shut up? Or do we have to actually physically shut you up now that you've been ignorant? You're starting to annoy me.
I think it's statistically proven that I can be quiet.
Ollie, good. Let's see if that's proven true. Next.
It was mind-numbing. Anyway, there's always a need to go to a false dichotomy when you're discussing this topic. And a lot of times they'll say words like system or model, try to imply that they have a model, and so should you. Don't ever, as a viewer, don't ever just accept that they do have a model. Get them to show it.
And then take them to the flat Earth measurement they're required for the aspect that they're showing you. They don't have an all-encompassing model of a sphere Earth in a sky vacuum with gravity and orbital motion depicted from the centre of hell. I'll never get that out of them. What they will show you will require a flat Earth to describe it, like on screen now, right? Its depiction is for orbital motion, an angular representation that's derived from the PZX triangles that were discussed at the beginning of the show, curve angles. That depiction is described from the centre of Earth. That's how you're moving around the sun. Who's in the centre of Earth? Have this mathematical reification take place? Nobody. You must be at the centre of Earth on a plane. For the axis to work, or for the angles to work. We're going to be in hell, on a plane. Believe you're on a sphere? No, you're never on a sphere when you're in orbital motion. You're in a sphere. As ludicrous as that factually is. But the reason you're in a sphere on a plane is because that's what the angle measurements must back calculate into. Into? Like inside a globe? You're all idiots if you think you're on a globe. No, you're in a globe in orbital motion in the mathematics of heliocentrism. Didn't you know that? Fucking innit? Yeah, Earth's measured flat for your orbits. Then you've got to believe you're in hell.
You forget that the new sextants have a center of the Earth button.
Center of Earth button.
Yo.
Maybe that's what the Kola Deep borehole was about. They wanted to actually try to measure the angle to the stars.
You taunting me? There's a whole chunk of chapter of my book that might get relinquished if we can't, wrangle P waves and S waves in the way we want them. Anyway, I opened my eyes, but my ears were not connected, says Unitox Femu. That smells beautiful. Thank you for the super chat.
Right. I don't get what's so hard about the P waves and S waves. The seismograph sits on Earth and uses a vertical, what is that called? It's like a pendulum, but it's not. It's a weighted.
The official term is waggly
string.
needle.
What?
I was making it up. I said the official term's waggle needle.
But anyway, yeah, it's like it just got a pin on the end of it that just uses the flat baseline to show the amount of movement from the Earth in one direction or the other.
Yeah, horizontally. Then when you find the citation, they just describe it like it's just merely an axis. And then when you get further down the page, they're like, Earth's not flat, but the measurements that we take kind of are, but we have to convert them to sphere. You're like, I don't like that as a citation. Yes, they're apologising for how flat it is. That's exactly what it is. It's not just it's not a clean citation. I've got two that I like that are apologising for how flat it's got to be measured. And now I just need one that makes it explicit, and we haven't got it yet. We'll find it.
They are telling you how flat it's measured if they're apologizing for how flat it's measured.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah. Well, we typically cite things with 3 citations. Sorry, live audience and Discord. We're talking about my book that I'm nearly finished writing. By me writing, I mean I've had a lot of help from a lot of people. Thank you to everybody. But the point is, we've got 2 citations in regards to seismology, or P waves and S waves. And I just want a third that's explicit in terms of how Earth's measured and referenced as a horizontal plane, which it absolutely is, as opposed to 2 that say, well, yeah, we've got these flat references, but Earth's not flat. You're like, okay. I just want a third one that says it is. That's basically it, as opposed to apologising for why it isn't.
You want some heretics to say that? You're not going to find that in their, because you're never going to find a astrophysicist who says Earth is flat.
NASA say
what I mean?
NASA say it. I've got citations from NASA about flat, non-rotating Earth. So they're out there, man. I'm not going to accept that, right? If I can cite the highest of the high in the heliocentric rhetoric of NASA, who'll say it's flat and non-rotating, in quote NASA, and I'm pretty sure I can find a seismologist who'll say it.
No, it'll say things like and as, or treated as such.
That's fine. That's fine.
That's what the apology is.
Right, shout out to Love Morgan. He says, maybe the Globers are talking AOEs from hell. Of elevation. Yeah.
I'm still not getting, how is someone apologizing for how flat they just measured it not the same as them saying it's flat?
It's just me. It's just what I want, right? It just leaves a slightly bitter taste in my mouth in that one chapter because of one citation. Now, up until this point, right, I've put hand on heart and said this is the highest quality Earth reference book that will be available at the point of publication. That's a bold statement. And there's just this one little niggle, right? And I've said this, I didn't want to say this on air. I would rather axe the whole chapter, like that whole chunk, not have it. Anyway, let's just move on. I don't want to talk about this on a live show.
But this is interesting because you're doing a fallacy that Globers do where they look at your reference instead of your citation and then point to the rest of the reference and say, therefore, it's a globe.
I get it. I just want a third. It doesn't matter. It's fine. It's all good. Let's not worry about it.
A third? They're all that.
Yeah, they were. We had 7. We pared it down to 2. Now I want one that's better. Anyway, let's move on. Thank you. Anyway, we'll figure this out. It's just yet another thing delaying the book. Anyway, in politics today. Last day I want to be talking about this is while we're in politics. Thank you for having us, as always, by the way, politics. Thank you for having us, as ever, politics. It's really good to be here. Excellent moderation, as always.
You're very welcome.
Yep, always welcome, mate.
We'll be here for another, 15, maybe even 20 minutes. So if there are people in your server did want to ask anything, feel free. If, on the other hand, you're watching this live on YouTube, hopefully one of the mods will stick a link to the politics Discord server so you can get yourself verified and actually take part in the politics server, which is much more expansive than just the Flat Earth room, although that does definitely get the most hours of participation in this server. Actually, with that in mind, when I first joined this morning, I heard somebody saying that come hook or come crook, they don't want this to be the biggest participated part of the server. Is that correct? Oh, the mods don't want to talk about it now.
I don't think
Fair
so.
enough.
I think we had a Glober in here complaining about this room. Nothing to do with your show, though.
Oh, I didn't catch that bit. It was an individual that was moaning to the politics team to say, I don't like this server. They need to be gotten rid of.
So the higher ups, the higher ups and the admins are very happy that we're here. Bring a lot of traffic to our server. Obviously, I've got lots of other rooms, but yeah, it's usually the individual that's got a problem and then just delivers their unsatisfaction in the chat.
That's a good point, actually. Maybe I should do that for my audience, because there's like 122 people watching who could all be taking something out of this server that they might not think is worth their time because they watch the show and get what they want out of it from that, right? Just as we're talking, in the politics server, there's the Happy Wife Academy running as we speak, right? Now you can see as I scroll up that the Flat Earth room is absolutely immense. That's not the only room in here, right? So War Room, politics itself, philosophy. The AFK room doesn't really count, although at some point the AFK room did have quite a few number of hours in it. Right, Sharia, communication, Black Heaven, Christian chat, God Ain't Real chat, vegan room, I don't know what that is, Agora, whatever that is, Ask the Catholics, True Conversations, all sorts in here, LGBTQ trans community room, this one, autism disorder room, Persian politics. There's all sorts of stuff. I'll keep scrolling through because there's almost too many to keep naming, right? It's just the list goes on and on. And all of them have got people in, obviously, to having their little discussions. Not to demean it by calling them little, but you know what I mean. Compared to the Flat Earth chat, they are little discussions because there's so few and far between people in each of these rooms by comparison to Flat Earth. As you can see, as I scroll through, something for everyone in politics, right? So hopefully one of my mods will stick a link for the 122 people that are currently watching live, and you can get yourself verified and join in one of these fantastic politics Discord server chats. Doesn't necessarily mean that you have to join and just go into the Flat Earth room, which is where I'm scrolling over now, which is enormous and is absolutely chock-a-block. Look how many people are in here. My God. Oh, wow. Okie dokie. Anyway, that's my plug for Discord. Hopefully, like I say, one of the mods will stick a link and you can get yourself verified and join the politics Discord server.
All right, thank you.
Personally, I haven't been in any other room but the Flat Earth room, but I can't really vouch for how good they are, but I'm sure they're fantastic.
No, they're all chaos, mate, and under-modded. That's why we get a lot of stick, because people say we over-mod in here, but I'd say that's a good problem, because if you go in the other rooms, it's chaos.
Really? So people over-talking each other?
I've also noticed whenever you go into any other room, with the tag that I've got, which is Flat Earth Mod, as soon as I go in there, even if they're having a conversation on something else, I just get berated the minute they see what tag I've got. So it's kind of tricky to go into the other rooms.
Oh, to mod another room.
Not to mod, so I've only really got powers over this one. You've only got powers over the VC that you've got. So I have no powers if I go into there, but as soon as they see Flat Earth, they just decide to attack it.
Wow.
You're a big bad Flat Earther, Bambi.
Apparently so, eh?
That's Bambi.
Well, if I was going to co-opt your culture, the first thing I would need to do is destroy it.
Good point.
Yeah, it's true.
You know, like you're going to steal our measurements. It's probably important that you tear us down so that people don't hear us complain about you stealing our measurements.
Only now, 10 years down the line, that we've actually appreciated that point where we can doggedly assert that to an opponent that's using flat Earth measurements. Stop using the flat Earth to make your bleeding globe claim, or worse, stop using flat Earth to say Earth isn't flat.
Yeah, we just need him to stop using the sky to determine the floor now.
No, it's
Thanks,
just
TFE.
Can I talk now? One time.
No one's stopping
It's
you.
me
Go
from
ahead.
earlier. I just want to say, okay, so if I look at a ball, right, in its sphere, right, but then I get a camera and I put a fish island on that ball, it's no longer a sphere. Okay, so you gotta understand that. But I get where you're coming from.
You are so wrong.
What are you on about?
I don't even want to.
It's not a perfect sphere anymore.
Why do we need to understand that? What? Please explain why we need to understand.
Wait, do y'all believe in God?
Completely different subject.
No, don't change the subject.
It all connects. It all connects, Trust.
So
Would you like to read?
Means that a ball's not a ball now? Are you serious?
Oh no. I'm saying a ball is only a ball because you told me it was a ball. And God made you the way He did. If do you believe in God?
All right, Zell.
Oh, is it?
What are you smoking, brother?
That's for a different server. I mean, no, I don't. I know there's a God. I won't get into that because we're not in that server.
No, I'm not going to debate about the existence of God. I just wanted to know if you did.
That's one of the other channels.
Go to a God server. I've just listed a load of them that are all related to that. This isn't though. This is a flat Earth server.
No, don't worry. I want to debate about God. I'm not going to do that. I just wanted to know where your doc.
We're going to get rid of.
We'll make your point. Can you make your point without starting a God debate? Because I didn't get your original point. It didn't really make sense. Can you make your point again without the God thing?
Yeah. So let's replace God. Okay. Well, it's about objective reality versus subjective reality. Okay. And the idea is that the way you're perceiving the universe, right, is a certain way based off of measurements, which the measurements you're going based off of, right, to disprove the round Earth, because you're saying the measurements contradict. You said the measurements for the round Earth because a latitude contradicts round Earth.
Yeah, there's
right?
no empirical. There's no empirical data to show.
No.
You are saying
Go ahead.
you said that already. You're saying that if you use that system.
All right, now he's just going to yammer. He's asked his question, so he can't shut up now.
Wait, just
no,
let me
that's
finish.
not what I said. I heard your question. You're saying that the measurements of Earth contradict the globe Earth. No, that's not what I said. I said the globe Earth depends on the flat Earth measurements. They depend on it. I'm not saying it contradicts it. I'm saying the globe back engineers into flat Earth angle measurements to the stars. That's not me saying it contradicts it. That's the antithesis of what I've said to you. Very irritating.
Okay, I'm saying if we use said measurements, it proves the Earth to be flat, not round, right?
Proof it's
if we use the system.
It's not trying to prove something. You're just measuring it flat. It's called a prerequisite. In other words, if you're going to make these measurements, Earth must be flat to make them. It's not like when you make a measurement that requires Earth be flat, you go, oh, I'm proving Earth's flat. No. You require it to be so, or it wouldn't be the measurement that you're making. You're positioning it like we're proving something when we make a measurement that is a prerequisite of a flat Earth to be made as a measurement. Oh, that's just how the measurement's made. Earth must be flat for it to be an angle. In the case of latitude, the single example I've given you thus far. That was given you to explain how the sphere Earth is calculable from those measurements. After pointing that out at least twice, come back at me and said, so you're saying that the flat Earth measurements contradict the globe? No. They're back engineered into the flat Earth measurements.
That's not what I said.
What you said was if you put a fisheye lens on a ball, it won't be a ball anymore. What you said was utterly idiotic. and had no basis of knowledge or understanding or comprehension of anything that we've debated here. It was an idiotic statement that had value was zero for anybody who heard you say it. What I described was the fundamental basis of a sphere Earth religion that has been derived from measuring Earth flat. I expanded the Western world misapprehension, the entire Western world, and indeed the rest of the surface of the known existence of the plane we dwell atop. Their known world is wrong, and I've explained why and how Earth must be measured flat for that worldview. What you did and said was, if you put a fisheye lens on a ball, it won't be a ball anymore. Nothing you said had any profound value whatsoever. Telling me what you're not saying is utterly irrelevant, because what you have to say is stupid and insignificant and valueless, sir.
Can we respect each other's opinions and allow each other to?
No, I have absolutely zero respect for you. I made that clear earlier when I told you not only do I not have any respect for you, I'm not even talking to you. I'm talking to the 140 live audience members. You're just a mouth that spews shite. I have no respect for you. You haven't earned any. No, I don't respect you. You're getting on my bleeding tits.
Why are they... What? No.
You're annoying. You think I've got to respect you? No, that's earned. You haven't earned any respect. Why the hell do you think you've got mandatory respect? Frankly, I want to disrespect you. I just don't want to get excluded from this server. If it was my server, you'd have a strip torn off you. I'd be telling you in no uncertain terms how much I disrespect you. I'm not doing that. I'm quite conciliatory. I'll highlight your ignorance when it comes by repeating your own stupid words back to you when you say that's not what I'm saying. No, I've heard what you're saying. I can comprehend the words coming out of your mouth. They're basic. Like you.
See, that's why I think this is a misunderstanding, because you're underestimating my intelligence.
Bro,
Am I underestimating your ability to stutter through a single sentence? No, I'm not. Your stuttery nature is what you are. I know what you are. I've dealt with you. Just another.
I'm getting nervous because I think I'm gonna get muted, so I stutter. Yeah.
When they're being told off. Yeah, right on cue, you started interrupting me. That's belligerence. You don't think I've met some belligerent Dunning-Kruger guy who thinks he's got mad abilities? What are you, the secret king? No, you're not, sir. You're just a dunce. That's been exhibited by the words that have come out your mouth. For example, saying that a ball won't be a ball if you look at it with a fisheye lens. That's the kind of words a dunce comes out with. Am I underestimating you or parroting back your dunce-like words? I'm not stuttering either. You are. That makes you a stuttery dunce.
Well, I thought it was implied that we know that ball is actually still a ball in reality, but I that takes a little extrapolation. My bad. Okay.
Does it take a bit of extrapolation? Shut up. You're a dunce.
You want me to? If I start over, he's gonna start yelling at me again.
I'm yelling at you. And I'm saying my name, sir. My name is Nathan Oakley. I'm a flat earther. I know a lot more about this subject than you do. You know that. You acknowledged it before you opened your mouth. That was the first thing that came out of your mouth, in fact. Now, I know that because I've listened to every word you've said, and right on cue while I'm summarising the words I've listened to, you're interrupting me with more words through the top of my words. Yeah, that's belligerence. A word you don't comprehend. It's the third time I've used it, though. Now, you're not paraphrasing back a single smegging word that I've said. You're telling me that that's not what you're saying. I've pointed out that what you're saying has no value. What I'm saying, I know has value. Yeah?
Well, you're lying, though. You're ranting about me repeating what you said in a wrong way.
How dare you? How dare you? What a scumbag. Mute this scumbag prick. He's just called me a liar. How dare you? Nothing I've said is a lie here today.
You just ranted about me saying something false about what you said. I was repeating.
That's a demonstrable fact while you chant through me. You are a dunce. I exampled an example of you being a dunce with balls not being balls because of fisheye lenses. Dunce. You want to call me a liar?
What does dunce mean?
Zal, my advice to you is to come back.
Dunce. He offered no value. I'm done with him. Dunce.
Yeah, Zal, come back at another time. This is not the time for you, I don't think, at the minute. If you come back at another time and ask some questions, the guys will answer and help you with whatever you're struggling with.
Yeah, professionals are on standby to help you deal with your pain.
I've got slobber nurses that can mop up your chin.
You're not ready for a debate yet, Zell. You're well out of your pocket here, mate.
Listen, I have the truth.
I'll go for the red crayons.
Usually, the truth teller never gets his credit. You know what I mean? I just have the truth. So
You're the truth teller about fisheye lenses and balls, are you? Me, I'm talking about elevation angle measurements to Polaris to give us a latitude grid that's projected through a sphere Earth off a flat plane that orbital motion takes place from within. Those sorts of levels of comprehension and wisdom are so beyond your comprehension, it's untrue. That's demonstrably factual when I call you a dunce because you say balls aren't balls when you use fisheye lenses. That's the level of your knowledge and wisdom, you utter dunce.
you just don't like my hypotheticals. That's all. I understand what's going on here.
Is ignored. It's just
There's something about you in balls in
something about him
fisheye
talking
lenses,
to everybody. Now he's decided that his belligerence will overcome everything. He's decided that in spite of him being called a dunce multiple times with examples of him being a dunce, he thinks it's his turn to hog the mic while we discuss his dunce-like nature. No, sir. We're going to disrespect you by talking about you while you're still here. That means shut up while we discuss you, you dunce. Go ahead, John. Let's discuss this dunce, hopefully without his belligerent interruption again.
Well, when he said that the truth teller is never given credit or is ignored, he's right, because he's ignored everything you've said. It's all just blown past him, and he's not taken any of it in. He just doesn't understand how profound what he just said is and how it relates to what he's talking about.
Sounding intelligence. Fantastic. Can't buy
That was a bit embarrassing.
They got you in a hole somewhere, Chocolate?
Oh no, the server's going to think someone's hot micing. That's what it sounds like.
My mic's not that bad.
It's horrendous.
How? Not even using a mic.
He's just shouting.
The issue.
Shouting from 6,000 miles away. My mic's picking it up.
I mean, I'm using my phone. I'm not even on a headset or anything. That's crazy. All right. Well, sorry about that.
Sounds like you're talking with your phone in your pocket.
Bambi.
Hi.
Right, give up just for now, Chocolate, please. Please. Right, 5 more minutes and we're out of here. Anybody else got anything they want to discuss before we do?
Yeah, I actually want to bring up the perspective versus orthogonality or orthographic. I'm sorry, orthographic view. Because he brought up the subjective versus the objective. We have a system in place where we take those two things and combine them, and we call that the celestial sphere diagram. And we take angle measurements that we see with our eyes, and we apply them to that celestial sphere. In actuality, it's a plane, with a horizontal plane with the verticals, GPs of stars. So he is getting lost between those two. Or most people, that's where the globe is formed, is people being lost between those two descriptions, but both of them are of a flat plane.
Yeah.
So before the East Your live show today, Nathan, we were talking about us in the 24/7 server have been asking the question, what is a triangle? And the guy that we were speaking to earlier is kind of a prime example of why we have to dumb these things down and start from very basic understandings and things like geometry and what an angle is. So it's been another demonstration of why we ask these very simple questions.
You referring to me with that, buddy?
No, I wasn't referring to you. It's actually referring to XL, or whatever his name was, Zell. He didn't understand what we were speaking about, which is why we ask simple questions like, do you know what a triangle is? It wasn't referencing you at all.
Oh no, because I was offered that question. I was told I didn't answer it, but I was muted when I answered, so I was just making sure.
Again, so you're proving my point. We've asked lots of people this question, and I'm trying to explain why.
The gentleman who was asked that question, who seems a bit upset by it now, what was your answer to what a triangle is?
That's Vaxi. I don't know why Vaxi suggested he would be the one being asked that. Go ahead, Vaxi.
Oh no, it's just a picture they sent. It had two triangles and one triangle, the baseline wasn't connecting all the way to the corner, so that's not a triangle because the lines aren't touching. And the other triangle, one of the sides was concave. Not a triangle. It was just they were just trolling me with it. It's fine.
No, they're not. They're not trolling you. They're asking it legitimately. They're saying if you've got curved lines meeting at a vertex, it's not a vertex, so it's not an angle. If you've got a missing line, they're saying that's not a triangle. Now, without seeing the diagram, I might question that, right? And then they've got two actual triangles, one that's got a 90-degree angle, right? Fine. Well, they're saying which ones are and which ones aren't triangles. Well, curved lines don't make triangles, so that one definitely isn't. Then at that point, further to that, from what Jedi explained in the pre-show, then ask them how you'd acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline. Obviously, if you've passed the IQ test, the answer is simple. You can't.
Yeah, no, I just got irritated because when they showed me that, I said, can I get the definition for a triangle? Then I got muted. But when I said, can I get the definition? Clearly that means I already know the answer because it's two of these aren't comporting with the definition. It was just BS. All because I don't agree with them about two celestial points of rotation.
What is your point about 2 points of celestial rotation?
That's just the whole reason why they were being salty with me.
Don't tell us why they're being salty. Just tell us what the debating point was. What celestial rotation points? I have no idea what you're talking about. Please expand. What do you mean?
Like I was told today that there's an equivalent to Polaris in the south.
Okay.
And if you're a flat earther that doesn't agree with that, then you're behind the times, I guess, or stupid or something to that effect. I just thought it was odd.
It's contentious, but you could accept that.
I mean, I could care less, but it's not anything.
It's only contentious because there isn't a specific star like Polaris. They say there is, right?
Well, all the flat earthers in here are saying there most definitely is, and they're calling it Stigma Octantis, which isn't even correct.
Well, that's what they say that's there.
No. Right.
That's the point within the constellation that they say is the point of rotation. It's not necessarily a star, it's just a point.
Yes, which is perfectly acceptable by all, I would have thought, and I would wonder why anybody wouldn't want to accept that.
Wait, why there's not 2 points of rotation in the sky?
One more time.
I'm sorry. Wait, no, wait. Why I wouldn't accept that there's 2 points of rotation in the sky, one in the north and one in the south?
Yeah, there is.
Mm.
You not accept that?
I mean, yeah, I accept that we have star trails, but it's not a 1-for-1 equivalence to what's going on in the north.
I didn't say it was, but there's definitely two different separate systems. These two separate systems are what get sandwiched, both with respect to a flat plane, antipodal from one another, to create what is commonly known as the celestial sphere. Were you unaware of that? Because that's how it is created.
Yeah, but my thing is, I just only call it a sphere because you're never going to see it all at once. You are only ever seeing, domes in the sky, and then when you're on the equator, you can see both ends, but it's still not a sphere either. It is what it is.
The ground's never going to be a sphere. the two systems that have been used to best create navigation systems, one is North Pole centric, the other is, let's just, for the sake of argument, call it what they call it and say South Pole centric. Now, there isn't a polar point. It's not comparable. There are distinct differences. Now, that also relates to massive distortions in the south on all the maps. Now, all of that side, or even including, notwithstanding all of that, that's how the celestial sphere gets created.
Right, yeah, no, I get all that.
So from that, they then create the globe. So they're projecting the points, like you can be antipodal inside a sphere to project PZX triangles through a glorified protractor that you're standing in, put the mapping points on. That's still two separate systems measured from surface level to the sky. And how they've fudged it together when you get to the south becomes very, very, very convoluted. There's lots of ambiguity and distortions in maps and such. That doesn't change that that's what is the case in terms of how you create those two systems. Separate systems, north and south.
And also the celestial sphere is created using a little trick they like to call celestial refraction. And you know what that is?
Yeah, we were talking about that too, like at 15 degrees when the stars stop moving at 15 degrees per hour. When they're 15 degrees or lower above the horizon, they're not moving at 15 degrees per hour. Yeah.
Close enough, they slow down.
Right.
Yes. Right. So there is no celestial sphere. That's not measured. Right.
Right. That's literally what I was arguing the whole time, but I was called a retard. Dumb for that. So just, I don't know.
Just let John break it down for you, though, Vaxi. Go ahead, John.
Right. There is no measured celestial sphere. It is created from the measurements into a diagram that they can use for navigation, keeping the ratio of degrees to get your nautical miles. That's all it's for. You can't say it doesn't exist. It's a diagram. It isn't how the sky really works. It's just how we navigate the Earth.
Right. When you get to the south, it's got a lot more problems. The north works quite neatly. In fact, it's very eloquent. The south, not so much. It's got whoever that is. Whoever that was. The south's got a lot of problems that you can point flaws at.
Yeah, I figured everybody was in agreement with that.
It's never.
Oh, there's long silences, then two people talking at once.
Sorry, my bad.
Hey, you're the one that's trying to understand this. I ask you a question and make your statement.
No, I was just saying, I thought everybody agreed with all the discrepancies. I mean, that's kind of obvious.
Sure, but there's often people will start wandering into the forest of discrepancies, forget to appreciate that there's a generalized system that does function in a certain way. And once they're into the weeds, they fail to recognize that and will throw the baby out with the bathwater and start decrying principles that do function to a certain degree. Now, that's not to say, well, hold on, well, these journeys are too short in the north. Yeah, you can give me examples of that. But more often, you'll say these journeys are taking a lot longer in the south than the map would suggest. You go, yeah. So it seems like the south is a lot more fudged than the north. Either way, that's the system that we've got. That's all we've got. I'm not a cartographer. But throughout all of them, this is the thing that keeps us sane. Regardless of their accuracy, we know there's distortions. They're projecting globes through PZX triangles onto cones and tubes and then cutting them black out to roll out flat. Right? That's what they're doing. So we know there's distortions. All of the processes start with flat Earth elevation angle measurements of these stars. And the GP positions do match. That's pattern recognition. People have been watching where the stars are going to be, allegedly, for thousands of years. And in terms of what you can prove and show with primary source evidence, that is most assuredly the case. Having good pattern recognition of the stars is not something that's new to anybody. And the pieces of land that are below those stars at those times has been figured out for a very, very, very long time. That's not to say that we haven't expanded out our territory and then start to fudge those systems after the fact, because a lot of the territories aren't acutely aware to us till, 200 or 300 years ago. When you get to those lands being incorporated into a spherical system, measured Earth flat, the only bit I concern myself with is the measured Earth flat bit, because that's where it all begins. Start saying, well, why doesn't this do that in the sky? Oh, there was a guy in the chat earlier, I meant to mention him, that said, why don't we see Polaris beyond the equator? Which is such a beautifully, stupidly nonsensical question when you break it down. Because the equator is derived from the minimum angle you can see Polaris with. So you create a system, let's oversimplify it and just call that system the equator, by measuring a star, drop towards the horizon until you can't see it anymore. That creates this circle around that star, and we call it the equator. Once you've got that system in place, you turn around to next man and go, why can't you see this star beyond this circle then? You're like, what, the circle you just created by backing away from it till you couldn't see it anymore? Saying, why can't I still see it after I can't see it? That's basically what you're being asked. Because we're developing these systems, like the equator, measuring a flat Earth and angles to stars, where it all begins. In my book, great plug for the 122 people watching, all roads lead to a flat Earth. Thank you for ruining the plug.
I am so sorry. I was about to say it's like holding up a chihuahua as proof that dogs don't exist. Fuck.
It's all right. It's a good example. It is like holding up a chihuahua and saying dogs don't exist.
I kind of just joined. Are you a flat earther yourself?
You can call me that if you like.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I couldn't tell if you were arguing for it or against it. No, you sound very articulate, so I was locked in. I was locked in.
See. Presumably a globe believer?
I would classify myself as unaffiliated. I've done a lot of research, and to the point where it's just like, God, I don't give a fuck anymore. Who cares if it's flat around? But one of the most weirdest takes I've seen is crepuscular rays, and how they could be very different in terms of a flat Earth, because NASA's claim is that when the sun comes down and then disperses through the clouds and then kind of goes out kind of like a cone shape or a pyramid, it wouldn't really make much sense if it was 93 miles away for it to come down almost directly and then expand like a cone. It would make more sense if it were directly above. So I do understand that point, but there are just a lot of like empty spaces, and I've seen way too many videos of flat earthers prove themselves wrong. At this point where it's like, it's just hard to.
Yeah, you really sound unaffiliated, as you say.
No, hold on a second. Say you're unaffiliated, but you just use the words down and above. Do you know what those words mean?
Let me know.
Down is on a vertical axis with respect to a horizontal plane of reference, and above is above the plane of reference. It's
right
upwards direction with respect to the horizontal. How do you reconcile that with the belief that you're on a globe?
Sorry, what did you ask?
Wow. The words you're using and the descriptions you're giving are of a flat plane. Above, down, those words.
Yes.
With respect to a flat plane.
Yes, I was giving a perspective that I read about crepuscular rays and how that might be evident to a flat Earth. Like I was just giving a claim that I did here.
Oh, he's pointing out that all of the descriptions therein required a flat plane, though.
Like it just doesn't make much sense. And I mean, the science they quote unquote made for it, like it just, the explanation's just like, okay, like it's like when someone doesn't understand quantum theory, so they just like give you one of like the principles and they're just like, oh, I'm done. There it is. Like that's just kind of how it felt when I read through it. It did not make much sense.
Pardon me, are you talking about a flat earther's explanation?
No, NASA's. No.
Rays, or
explanation of crepuscular rays did not make sense to me. So that's why crepus. Thank you. Okay, I have really bad pronunciation issues, so thank you for correcting me.
Yeah, across the board.
Here, check the chat. Somebody actually posted a demonstration in there. That's what I'm talking about.
Your contention is that. Hold on, just one sec, John. Your contention is that NASA's assertion that the sun is 93 million miles away doesn't stack up with your observation of crepuscular rays, correct?
Sure. Yeah. I don't know.
Just before we go on, then. So please don't nod along while I'm talking. If you could just mute while I'm going to give you an explanation of part of.
Oh no! Yeah.
93 million miles distance is derived from measuring Earth flat also. You have to derive a radial value calculable with Polaris, the minimum elevation angle, giving you your equatorial plane with a radial value that can turn to a spherical value to put in motion around the sun to derive an orbit. You can then take Keplerian elliptical orbits and Huygens' assumption that Venus has the same derived measured flat radius value of Earth suggests scale. So you take Kepler, Huygens, and Copernicus in their mathematics that take flat Earth elevation angle measurements to stars, derive sphericity from flat plane measurements, put the Earth in orbit, scale those maths with an assumption that a light called Venus has the same spherical R value as Earth, to give you 93 million miles, suggests that that could be comparable to whatever version of a sun over a flat Earth that you want to give in full dichotomy. Meanwhile, that system requires Earth to be measured flat, suggests it's an alternative explanation. Now, that's a lot to take in. I'm done.
No, that definitely is a lot to take in, especially somebody who hasn't done extensive research. I'm sitting here and I'm like trying to like fully understand what you're saying. I understand like the grasp of what you're saying.
Okay.
I might be able to dumb it down a little bit for you.
Yeah. Break it down because just break it down for me.
Let's go to one that we all have heard, and that is Eratosthenes measuring the angle of the sun. Have you heard that story?
Yeah, like briefly, like a year or two ago. It's been a minute.
Okay, but you've heard it, right? And he measured the angle of the sun in Siam as opposed to the angle of the sun in another city. You understand that he measured two angles of the sun. That's what you heard as well, correct?
Yeah.
Those angles are the shadow is your baseline running across the Earth, and from the tip of your shadow to the tip of your stick. That's an imaginary line.
Right.
That's the angle, right? Okay. That's a flat Earth you just measured. Calculate sphericity.
You kind of cut out at the last bit.
Doesn't match measurement.
Hold on, John. He's responding. Hold on.
Hello. You cut out a little bit at the end there, Nathan.
Yeah, you were talking through it. It's fine. He's put to you that there's Alexandria and Cyan, and a shadow being measured off a flat Earth calculate sphericity. Just put that to you. I'm just repeating what he said.
Oh, okay. No, yeah. I mean, all of that makes sense. Honestly, I just came in here to listen, but yeah, no, I don't know. I think that it's definitely comparative. I don't know. This shit's too much for my head at the moment, but
that's fine. Just see if we can just. Just 1 sec, John. Let's just see if we can just get agreement on what we've just explained to you. Do you understand that the stick and shadow and the angle measured requires a plane to be measured. Do you understand that bit?
No, I do understand that. That's why it's kind of like, yeah, that's why I'm more confused. So,
well, can you just affirm that bit? So you appreciate that you measure it, hopefully not while I'm saying it, ideally after I've finished.
Oh, sorry.
You just affirm by maybe using some of the words that have been used to put it to you that the shadow with respect to a flat Earth is what is measured,
right,
by Aristophanes.
Yeah, no, I mean, I can agree with that. So,
agree with what?
I agree that they're. Damn, how do I even say that?
That's what I'm trying to seek from you. Yeah, you said you're struggling to comprehend it. It's a bit much.
Right.
I'm saying, right, so we've got a stick in the ground, and a shadow on the ground.
Yes.
We're measuring an angle.
Yes.
Please, you don't have to stutter the word yes through me explaining it for a third time. Try and stop saying yes and just open your ears while we dumb it down and slow down our timbre so you can hopefully comprehend it on the third attempt.
Okay.
That was rhetorical. I'll try again. It's the fourth attempt. Stick in ground. Shadow on ground. Ground flat. Or shadow or angle. Still yammering through me. It'll be the fifth attempt. I'll start again. Fifth attempt. Fifth attempt.
I didn't interrupt you. Sorry. I don't know. I didn't interrupt you.
Still
Sorry.
doing it, sir. That pause was to see if you would do it for a sixth time. You did. I just ask you, while I say this for a seventh time, can you mute while I say it? Then when you struggle to comprehend it after seven times,
what you were
I slap their own head on your behalf. I stick in ground, forming angle. Angle is straight line, earth flat for angle. Do you understand? Please repeat some of it back so we know you know.
Yes, I understand what you were saying. You were saying that stick must be in ground, and if we're measuring for a flat plane, that would make more sense. It would just make more sense there if we're talking about. I'm sorry, I'm gonna say the word again. Secular rays.
No. Round flat for angle. Understand?
Round flat for angle.
Yes.
Right. You're not measuring for flatness. You're using the flatness for your measurement.
Yes, that's what I was trying to explain that I understood.
You're explaining it to you, son. Don't tell us what you're trying to explain. You're not explaining jack. Don't mistake yourself as the teacher.
I'm not, dude.
Don't interrupt me.
I came in
Student, shut up. Student, shut your mouth. Don't become belligerent because you've mistaken yourself for the teacher. You're not.
Have not. But
you're saying like the last guy's irrelevant. We're telling you. Round flat or angle measured by Aristophanes. Still not quite clear because you introduced crepuscular rays again. Oh, Aristophanes isn't measuring crepuscular rays, or however the hell you say it.
Right, yeah, honestly. Well, no, I came in here.
Crepuscular.
I came in here saying I was kind of uninformed.
I don't care. Yeah, we got what you came in for. We got it. You think while I'm getting you to comprehend this that you've told us you don't, that you need to tell us why you came in? We listened to you.
No, yeah, I know.
Don't tell me why you've come in. Tell me that you understand you must measure the ground as a flat plane for it to be an angle. Aristophanes is measuring. It's the 8th attempt.
I understand that, and that was the most clearest way you could have explained it. Now I understand what you're saying. That makes a lot more sense.
Excellent. So could you paraphrase it back so I know that on the 8th attempt you definitely have got it this time? Just paraphrase it back to me then.
No, because I'd suck at doing that. I don't know how to like. Oh, hold on. It just said I was muted for a second.
Fine.
Put it in your own words.
It doesn't come easy. I take 10 explanations of things, and I'm not being sarcastic or facetious. This, when explained to me, took 10 times from explaining to me. So I can
We
The
must measure by a flat plane for it to be a curve. Like, is that what you're trying to say on a very simplistic level? Like,
the word curve never crossed my lips, so what the hell do you think? Did the word curve come out of my mouth? No, it didn't. Why would you insert the word curve when I didn't say it?
I don't know.
You haven't comprehended. You're now talking through me while I essentially get to the point where I have to tell you off. No, wrong. So we'll try a ninth time. Okay? That's not your invitation to start talking when I'm suggesting I'm going to start repeating it for the ninth time. Close your mic, try and open your ears. I can see your line dancing while I'm attempting to start the ninth repetition of something you failed to comprehend the last 8 times. No, the ground is being used for the angle measurement. And the angle measurement is what we are measuring. The ground must be flat for it to be an angle measurement. Do you understand?
yes, I'm just horrible at paraphrasing at 9:30 in the morning. Dude, I understand what you were saying. Can you just move on with your point? Like, I'm not paraphrasing that to you. And what you're saying.
Then I can't accept that you understand it. I'll just have to express to my audience that you just don't understand even after 9 attempts. If you can't paraphrase it back, I can only surmise that you don't understand still.
Okay.
Just define. Hold on a second. Number one, it's crepuscular rays.
Crepuscular.
CREP.
I know. I told you we both pronounced it wrong.
Crepuscular for everyone out there. Number one. Number two, what he's trying to tell you is you can only acquire elevation angles off a horizontal plane, is what he's telling you. Because elevation angles are right angle triangles, and they all have a flat baseline or adjacent. That's all he's saying. Understand?
Understood.
That's it.
What do you understand?
I'll paraphrase.
I don't know how.
Oh, shut up. Go ahead, paraphrase it.
You got me fucked up, dog.
Don't stare at me. Just try and comprehend it and rephrase it back to me. It's not that hard. Earth's flat for the angle. That's it.
Okay.
Earth flat for angle, too hard to say.
Earth flat for angle.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Earth is measured flat.
Yeah, okay. There you go.
That's right. Earth is measured flat. That's right. So may I take this opportunity to welcome you to Flat Earth?
I will go.
I am talking. You are not talking. You are
sorry.
being schooled, sir. It doesn't require that you chant through me as I welcome you to Flat Earth. That's right, sir. You don't need to yammer through me. What is your malfunction?
I was coughing, bro. I was
it's
coughing.
9:30 in the morning, but you're perfectly capable of talking while I'm talking. Yeah, it's 9:30 and difficult to understand stuff, but you can definitely talk while I'm talking. Yeah, I get it.
Dude,
welcome. Dude, shut up. Don't call me dude. Don't swear at me. Shut your dumb mouth while I welcome you to Flat Earth. You finally, after 10 attempts, comprehended Earth flat for angle. Yes, it wasn't very complicated. We don't need to hear you talking through me while I welcome you, ignorant, to Flat Earth, precisely as you've now comprehended. Yeah, Earth flat for angle. That's right, sir. Welcome to Flat Earth. Oh my God, am I going to have to do this 10 times as well before your dumbass puts yourself on local mute before I finish this friggin' sentence? Carnivore, put yourself on mute, you belligerent little twat.
Well, bro, I was coughing and
Don't call me bro. Put yourself on mute. So server operators have had to step in because this belligerent Dumbo can't shut his own mouth. Well done, dunce. Now I'm going to have to chastise you for being a dunce. Instead of just welcoming you to Flat Earth. Yeah, like you parroted back after 10 attempts. Yeah, that's right. Earth's measured flat. And you finally managed to say it back. It's been on screen for my live audience the whole time. Angle between Alexandria and Cyan on a flat plane, like you now comprehend. My God, it was like pulling teeth. Finally got to the end of the statement.
I didn't get to make my actual point past that because there is another part, and that is if your calculation disagrees with measurement, calculation is either wrong or misused.
Yeah, the calculation which we haven't focused on is the calculation that this flat Earth elevation angle measurement, alleged to be taking place by Aristophanes, is then calculated into a sphere Earth radial value. It violates the flat Earth measurement.
Right, and then we can get back to corpuscular rays, as we corrected, and say your 93 million mile away sun comes from these measurements. So, no, not 93 million miles away. It's not some near infinite distance. It's just not true.
Shout out to Duncan McLeod, who says, dead as no cap, Gen Z as whack. Dope. I don't know.
I was just gonna say.
That sounds pretty skibbity to me.
I'm sorry. Did you say Dags?
Now, this is all skibbity. Let's move on.
I like Dags.
Exactly. Right, we've pretty much stayed to the maximum of our welcome here in Politics Discord server. Fantastic reception as always. Thank you very much, Politics, for having us.
You're welcome. You can stay as long as you want.
That came from my panel. That wasn't a Discord mod. They're all doing their silent thing.
You're acting like modding is like playing block. I mean, they're not tired.
It's skill to do it properly.
I'm tired.
Anyway, right, with that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you, first and foremost, to the Politics Discord server for being so hospitable, and of course, my G Plus panel for interrupting continually, but most of all to you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. If you're watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Say, if you're watching live, this is where we bid you farewell. So I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in next video.
All right, I guess we can resume normal business. Nathan's left the channel back to his own, so.
All right, it's back on, people. Let's party.
Oh, the mods were tired because they were up all night dealing with something, I guess.
Yeah, listen to QE tell you guys, well, what you do isn't that hard. Keep doing it. Not very compassionate.
They're not tired. Speak for yourself, you bastards. It's 2:30 in the morning. And on that note, I'm going to bail out, guys. Have yourselves a good one. Peace, everyone.
Thanks, mate. Take care.
Yeah, the kid who was talking, I don't think he's in the room now, but
he was saying this. I'm just having a tough time wrapping my head around it. Like I think what's occurring there. I'm just imagining because this happened so many times before, is that you're imagining, or somebody could be imagining what they know is necessary in order to measure these things that they claim it turns the Earth into a globe. But in order for that to be the case, those things that they're using can't be true. So it's like you're trying to make this contradiction work. You say, well, I know that's true, but the Earth's a globe, so how can that be true? It's tough to wrap your head around that. When you're not bringing it into the conversation of globe flat dichotomy, it's pretty easy to understand. But then when you're weighing it out, now it's not fitting. Pieces don't fit.
Need to get frozen in the VC so I can give him a test question.
Hey, if it doesn't fit, you must have quit.
He needs to get in here so I can debate him. He keeps saying I'm stupid and I don't know what gravity is. Even though I'm trying to ask him.
Can I give
we agree. We already know the answer to that debate, so why hold the debate?
Oh, because it's fun.
Can I ask him the test question first if we get him in?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. He's got to answer the test questions so he can take part in the conversation. Yep.
I don't want him to have to take the image and then image search it so he can get the answers in Google.
Is he even in the VC? He's just in the chat, right?
Yeah, I don't know if he's listening on YouTube or not.
Euclidean boy, is this another? You're trying to call out the Glover? And,
Yeah, it's very fun.
yeah, you've done that before. You try to sharpen them up because I mean, I can kind of like empathize, right? Like, do you really want these guys on your side making the arguments for you? It's embarrassing.
That's exactly why he does it.
Yeah.
Why are they so afraid of us? Very nice to everybody. Probably one of the nicest flat earthers here.
Oh, man. So, Night Crew, are you guys happy with the results?
That was messed up.
Oh, man.
Night Crew results. What's going on?
Well, you guys were talking to a kid for a bunch of hours through the night, and then the show came, and then he was talking to Nathan, and Nathan gave him some points. So I was just seeing did that come to fruition or not.
Yeah, pretty much. Thought you were talking about a different time, mate. That was all.
The guy who
what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. What about North Pole?
You stand at the North Pole, and you have a 24-hour sun. Which way is east?
that way.
I would have to say the lowest point in the sky. I'm not sure. That would be my guess.
Well, there's another common misconception that flat earthers make, which is if the Earth is flat, then the North Pole is the center, which isn't necessarily true.
Yeah, 100% you're correct. Just because you can stick a stick in the ground doesn't make that stick the center of the ground.
Well, they'll say things like, "Oh, well, the system is based off of angles from Polaris, so clearly Polaris is the center. Therefore, what's directly underneath Polaris is the center of the Earth." Well, that doesn't follow necessarily. That just means you picked a point to make your arbitrary center of your polar coordinate system. That's all.
Yep. Maybe this is a problem why some people have inadmittance that there are two rotations in the sky. We'll just call them north and south just for ease of conversation. Neither of these have to be the center of the plane Earth. Just because there's a rotation. Right.
Yeah, exactly. Not only that, but the Globers, they can't have two rotation points, by the way. They can only have one. Because their claim for why everything is appearing to rotate is a singular axis which is turning in a singular direction. So they can only have one.
Yep.
Now, a lot of Globers that just heard me say that, they're like, "Oh, but then why does it appear to rotate clockwise, counterclockwise?" Well, that's still one rotation, dude, not two.
Yep. Yeah, that's true.
I was contemplating when they were talking about the stars getting low and going slower and approaching the horizon, because I'm pretty sure Nathan said as it gets to the horizon. I was contemplating coming in and saying, "Dude, it's not possible to see a star on the horizon." But I figured that'd be too complicated for the end of the show.
Yeah, I mean it's quite simple. You explained this yesterday, if I remember correctly. So if it's, I can't remember the amount of degrees. If it's 10, 15, or 20, but you never see the star below that angle approaching the horizon, and definitely on the horizon. But it approaches the horizon, but you never see it getting close to the horizon and then hitting it.
15 to 60 degrees, Amish posted the other day.
15 to 16 degrees, gotcha.
15 to 60, that's your viewing. That's what you're supposed to use.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, so below 15, gotcha.
Now, why is that you can't use that? Is it because the stars in those excluded zones don't behave? They're naughty. They're naughty stars.
Maybe they get squashed by atmospheric refraction.
And then they slowed down as they approached the horizon. But that might be besides the point.
Yeah, they no longer behave as radial spokes from the center of a concentric circle that's a specific radius through the time, because time is part of the celestial navigation thing, like where stars are at particular times. But I did find that Curious Life compilation. I believe I have all 5 parts. I'm going to put that together. Then we're going to do a powwow review of that, because it also has to play in with the Quaternion line and the celestial sphere and the atmospheric fence. That's all going to come to fruition. Yeah, for you Globers who don't know, there's a fence of atmosphere out there in the distance that you can't see beyond, in case you didn't know. So if you come in here in 2025 and say, why can't I see Paris from New York City? I don't know what to tell you, dude. You're dumb as a brick. Hey, I got a question for you. Why do mountains get bluish gray the further away they are from you? Anyway, oh my goodness.
Because
Jedi, I had a.
Because of the amount of I was just going to say, because of the amount of atmosphere that you're looking through. So the reason why it's that colour. Say you said like colourblind, but yeah, it's the amount of atmosphere.
Yeah, exactly. I had a kid deny that happened one time in the past. He didn't really live. Yeah, but to be fair to him, at least he lived in an area that didn't have a lot of mountains, so he couldn't really witness it happen.
Yeah.
So I just Googled a bunch of pictures and showed him.
We have a lot of green around the UK, so a lot of terrain, like hills and some mountains maybe, but they're primarily like green. With distance, you notice the shift in colour turns more blue.
Where I live, I've got many, many, many mile views from mountaintops where you can look out and see tons and tons of mountains. Successively, it'll just get more and more faded out, bluish gray as they get in the background. And in fact, some days you can stay there. If you stay long enough and look in one direction, your eyes will adjust, and you'll all of a sudden you'll see a mountain that you didn't see before, because your eyes will adjust to the ambient conditions, and then you'll be able to distinguish that bluish gray tint. That's the mountain from the bluish gray of the sky.
It's weird. We see this phenomenon all the time with just like things like mist and fog. And we understand what that is.
Yeah, so if I can't see a mountain, like, within a certain range, which isn't even in the hundreds of miles range, how do they expect me to see something 3,000 miles away? I mean, get real.
No, just get a better telescope. Clearly not understanding what's going on.
Yeah, get a telescope and then buy one of those Acme X-ray goggles and put it in the front of it so you can see straight through everything. You know, interesting factotum. Sony used to have a camcorder that ended up getting banned because it had an integrated thermal overlay, so it would show you the normal picture, the normal light spectrum picture, with the thermal overlay simultaneously in the same frame.
That sounds pretty cool.
So the reason why it got banned is because you could essentially see through people's clothes and see what they look like under their clothes. So it got banned real quick.
Like those X-ray glasses that you used to find advertised in the back of comics. So just to remind everyone, AI, it's the atmospheric occlusion limit. What have you been calling it? I've heard you say it a few times, but I can't remember.
Atmospheric fence.
Atmospheric fence. About 300 miles, did you say?
Yeah, you'll get different answers depending on which source. Some will say 290 kilometers, some will say 320 kilometers. Some will say 300 miles. So there's probably some good information to be had from that. I think it's 2 times a year where the sun silhouettes Canigou, which is I think approximately a 300 mile, within 300 miles to the mountain, and then obviously the sun is off angled from the mountain, so it appears behind it. So I wonder if there's some triangular relationships that could be learned from that. But I also got to figure out how high the observer is, because obviously the most occlusion is when the observer is on the ground and the target's on the ground. If the observer raises an altitude, there'll be less occlusion. Or if the target raises an altitude, there'll be less occlusion.
Maybe we should set a new standard. Like, we need to take pictures at 40 feet high or 50 feet high. That way we don't have to worry about people calling out refraction so much.
Well, that was the claim of, remember the Robotham at, I believe it was Robotham, if I'm not mistaken, that did the Bedford level. And so he did his Bedford level test and said, okay, there's no curvature here. And then supposedly another guy came along and said, oh, that's because your sticks are too low. You need to have higher sticks, because the higher you go, then you get rid of this quote-unquote optical refraction effect that makes the Earth look flat. So the higher we go, the more true the Earth will be, right? That was their claim. So I think one guy had like 4 or 6 foot tall poles. And so homeboy came along with like 16 foot tall poles. And then he goes, aha, look, the bridge seems lower, or the sticks are different, so I'm imagining this is a curve that I'm seeing. So, well, if it's true that the higher you go, the more truer the Earth is, then how come is when you go up even higher, you see well beyond the alleged globe geometry? So if their reasoning follows, then when you go up high and you see things that should be buried below a mile of curve, then that should be what the Earth truly is. So in other words, it's not buried below a mile of curve. I mean, it's either that or the guy that allegedly debunked Robotham was a retard. I can't, put my finger on which one it is. It wouldn't matter anyway, because low or high, there's no matter what altitude you are at, there's supersedery observations to the alleged globe geometry. It's that simple. Every height, there's numerous examples of supersedery observations. So they can't say, oh, you can't, 1 foot's too low, 5 feet's too medium, 15 feet's too high, but this porridge is just right. I mean, they don't know what the heck they're talking about.
Over fences name's taken on a whole new meaning for me now.
Yep. Keep in mind, dude, if it's just paint this in your mind, and this is irrelevant of whether this is actually happening or not. This is just in principle. So any butthurt Globers listening, I mean, just take this as in principle. Okay, it's a hypothetical.
Did you say butthurt Globers?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Which there is. So it's Globers whose butt hurts because there is a challenge to their globe paradigm. And they're so butthurt about it that they make a Glober is just somebody who zealously believes in the globe. Not someone who believes in the globe, who zealously believes in the globe.
Yeah, so like the factual scientific explanation of what Earth is.
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all. See, if that's what I meant, that's what I would have said. What I actually said was people who zealously believe in the globe. You see the difference?
No, I think you're just spitting bullshit.
You've got no idea.
Cool story, dude. So your comprehension would then be that all people who accept the proposition the Earth is a globe accept it for perfectly rational, thought out, scientifically validated reasons. Now, that can't be true because I know plenty of people who are dumb as a brick and wouldn't know A from B, but they still believe the Earth is a globe.
I mean, if you're talking about if it's flat versus it being a globe, and that's the only two factors you're considering, then I would go.
No, it's not the only two factors. That's why I put in words that have to do with personalities, like zealous. So, facts in themselves aren't zealous. People are zealous. I mean, what do you not comprehend about this?
No, I comprehend it. I just don't think you're right.
Okay, so then your claim would be that everyone who accepts the globe proposition has no zealotry or belief or religious devotion, and every single person who accepts the globe proposition has done so through perfectly well-reasoned thought processes. That's your claim?
Okay, so where's all the information and that kind of thing to suggest that it's flat then?
Dude, it is flat, dude. But anyway, I'm going to put you on mute so I can finish my thought, and then we'll get back to you later. Okay? Yeah, deal with it. So let me finish the thought. Okay, so one more time. For all the Globers who are delusional and think that there's no such thing as a globe proponent who accepts the proposition for a zealot or religious reason, for all of you out there, okay, I'm just engaging a hypothetical, so no harm will be done to your worldview, okay? You can go to sleep at night. You don't need to call your therapist, all right? It's going to be safe, trust me. So, if it's true that the Rayleigh atmospheric extinction coefficient means the atmosphere in ideal conditions becomes opaque at about 300 miles, and that wanes off with altitude, that means there's a particular diagonal from any observer's point of view. So in other words, imagine a triangle where the acute angle is, the small angle is at you, and the big angle is the big side is 300 miles away. That would create a fence of a particular height. Let's just say, for sake of argument, it's 1,000 feet high. So there's a 1,000-foot high fence 300 miles away from you. So if that were true, anything that falls below the angle created by where you're observing from to that 1,000 feet, if anything enters behind that angle, since the atmosphere occludes all light and is opaque, that would mean that as the object goes into that angle in your field of view, it'll be occluded itself from the bottom up and then disappear entirely. Now, that would happen whether you like it or not. The only way for this to not happen would be for you to say that the atmosphere does not become opaque according to the Rayleigh extinction coefficient. And good luck with that one. So that being said, I said I would unmute Homeboy, so I just got to remember who he is so I can unmute him. Like I said I would. Let's find him. I don't see anybody muted. He must have left.
Yeah, I think he fucked off, mate. He spazzed out in the side chat.
Dude, imagine thinking that everyone who believes in something, every single person on the entire world who believes a single proposition is believing it because of factually well thought out, well reasoned, et cetera, and that they don't just believe it because somebody told them so. I mean, good grief. Have we not all been alive since we've been born and we've been dealing with moron humans for our whole lives? We know people believe crap for no good reasons. Actually, you know what? I want to know how. So 7,000 miles, 0.02 degrees. I wonder what the intersection point, what would the height of the lake be at 300 miles? I gotta have to do that math when I get a chance. Yeah, so in other words, Glovers, if a star is greater than 500 miles away from us, and it starts to recede in your field of view towards the horizon, it's not possible to see it touch the horizon because there's an atmospheric fence of occlusion at approximately 300 miles. So there's no way you can see an object touch the horizon past that. Okay, it's that simple. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Okay. So, I get it with the stars. Is it because the sun and moon have a larger angular size and the sun is the giver of light and not reflecting light? Because you can, I mean, for sake of argument, you can see the horizon, the sun be cut off at the horizon. Is it because at that distance, 300 miles, that angle is just above the horizon but fucking small and obscuring the sun before it touches the horizon? I know we see atmospheric. Go on, Karen.
If your angles of propagation that would equal an angle of reception of 0.02 degrees laterally from your position, I think it reaches. I think at 7,000 miles, it would be sufficient to cut off the sun, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
I mean, you got to think about it. The sun is only like half a degree, right, in your field of view. Sun is half a degree, and your resolving limit is 0.02 degrees, and then you have the triangle, that triangle out in front of you, to which all the information can only be perceived as one value. So you have a triangle sticking out in your vision that gets bigger and bigger and bigger as it gets further away from you, in which everything within that angle packet is the same color information.
Gotcha.
somebody might say, well, how is that possible? Because I don't see a big rectangular band of singular color information everywhere I look. Well, that's because you forgot the fact that all of your angles are compressing towards the center. Then you might say, well, why can I see things when I look straight up? Well, the only objects that it really matter would be the sun and the moon, because any other object is going to be within a few hundred miles. So even what's the supposed height of the ISS?
230.
300, right? 230. Yeah. So even if you had the occlusion rate of the atmosphere extend vertically, which it doesn't, it wanes off vertically, the ISS would still be within range.
Yeah.
So then you would say, well, if the intersection is at 7,000 miles and I can see the sun straight up but not straight out, well, you could at least consider the possibility that the sun vertically is less than 7,000 miles. That's not an unfair assumption. Now, it may be wrong, but it's not unfair.
Yeah, it's not an unfair assumption if you realise it's an assumption. Based upon
and
that.
don't forget that vertically the occlusion rate wanes. So your perception of things as they get further away from you horizontally is going to be completely different than vertically, because you have a completely different medium that you're looking through.
Yeah. This is all looking laterally, horizontally across the surface through the thickest part of the atmosphere.
Right. Absolutely. So in principle, your available optics looking vertically and then diagonally towards the horizon, every single one of those angle packets is a completely different viewing experience. So if you say, why does things look different when I look straight up versus outwards? Well, that would be at least one answer in principle, that you're looking through a completely different set of circumstances. So you would expect it to be different. So to say, why is it different? It's like, well, dude, it's self-explanatory why it's different. It's not even that hard to figure out. That is a common thing. Like people will say to a globe proponent, when you're looking out laterally over the surface, you have a limited view because of the atmosphere and other reasons. And they say, well, how can I have a limited view when I can look straight up and see a star? It's like, well, the set of circumstances vertically are different than the set of circumstances laterally. I mean, good grief, dude. What's so hard to understand about that? Because not 5 minutes before, you told me as a glober that the atmosphere has a varying density as it increases in altitude. So wait a minute. Yeah. So you're telling me out of one breath that there's more atmosphere on the ground, and then out of your second breath, you're saying, how come I can't see through atmosphere? I mean, did you ever stop and think about the words? Yeah, but just to impugn them, did they ever stop and think? Like, the implications of what they just said?
Nope. I think we can see forever.
Yeah, and they also think that vision is in relation to the celestials, in relation to the Earth, is a radial from the center of an Earth of a specific radius, and that all of those radials have an equal value from their vantage point. which they don't, because their vantage point doesn't exist in the center of those radials. So only the radial that they have passing through their position is going to be consistent. Every other one is going to have a differential angle because they're taking it from the surface of the circle rather than the center of the circle. So even then they'd be wrong. So they can't even keep congruent with their own worldview. You know, and this actually ties into the psychological journals that talk about how kids imagine the Earth flat and they navigate the Earth flat when they're young, and it's not until they're told the Earth is a globe that they have to create a mental construct in their mind, which they remove themselves from their body and view the Earth from basically a side-on view or a God's eye view, and then they have to meld these two things together. And I think that's part of the problem, is that Globers are still stuck in rendering the Earth as a graphic in their mind.
I've never heard of a child contemplate the shape of it.
Yeah, it's well known. It's well known. You know, you can look it up in psychological journals and stuff, that kids, when they're asked or talk about or express their relationship to the Earth, it's always as a flat, stationary plane. And then when they're told the Earth is a globe, they create a dual model system in their minds. And it's not until they go through a bunch of school where they're finally drilled into submission and then abandon the fact that they operate in the Earth is flat, and then they take on the graphical imagination world that they created in their mind.
So, like, do you think like the Earth has a certain endpoint or something like that? 'Cause, I mean, if it's flat, then like, how does it like loop around, or like, how do we end back up on the other side or some shit? Like you can start one way, then end back up on the other side. Like I mean, go from the U.S.
Oh no, well, yeah, I mean that's a claim. That's a claim, but
like you are
put it
going
this way, dude.
circles,
Yeah, I get you. So let me ask this question: if you pull over on the side of the road and you get out your driver's side door and you walk around to check the back of your car, and then you decide to walk up the passenger side to the front of the car, check the hood, and then get back in your driver's side door, is your car a globe, or did you just go in a circle?
Oh, I mean, I get the reference here, but I mean, like we're talking about crossing oceans and then keep going straight and back up.
Yeah, but nobody goes straight, dude. No, listen, nobody does that, dude.
But in today's world, 2025, we have the technology to truly know what straight is. And if we start,
I mean, that's cool. That's cool. All right, let's say that's true. Okay.
That's
full story, dude. But let's agree in principle that would be possible. Now, do you have a demonstration of anyone having done that?
Saying I agree in principle. I mean, all right, well, obviously, there's probably have been people, doing things, stretching shit across the earth. I mean, like, I don't know, but
cool story, dude. So what you have is a hypothetical. You have an unvalidated hypothetical. So cool story. Where's the evidence that this has occurred in reality?
All right, so some guy has a jacket string across the earth for you to like realize that it's not flat, some shit.
Yes, dude, brother. So you gave me a hypothetical that's unvalidated, and I said, can you please demonstrate that reality? And so then you replied with, wait a minute, I actually demonstrate things in reality?
Well, you can't prove the earth is flat with your, like, you start talking about the area and like the sun and all, like, I mean,
he's gonna pop
We can. Your mic is terrible, Dutch. Just let you know.
Yeah,
Got some feedback coming through.
All right, I understand that, but
bro. While you're in your car, go straight. Do not deviate, and then arrive back where you started. Go ahead. Prove your claim.
Yeah, that would take a couple of weeks, maybe months, but yes.
No, dude, you can't do it. You can't do it because when you get to the ocean, your car isn't going to work anymore.
All right, so what about a plane then? What if you're supposed to a plane?
Okay, good story. I agree. Let's say it's true. Let's say that's true. Listen, dude.
Go straight and
dude.
Holy fuck, dude.
This whole
Pay
thing
attention
just
one more time. You're saying that they do it. You're saying that they do it. Where's the evidence that it's been done?
Plane traffic. You can look at plane traffic.
Dude, there is no plane. There is no plane. Listen, dude, homie. There is no plane traffic showing a plane going straight around the Earth and arriving back where it started. Okay?
Well, not in one trip, but there's certainly round trips going completely around the globe.
Not in round trips, but there are certainly round trips.
Yeah, there are certainly round trips. Yes,
Whatever, dude. Hey, bro.
Real thing that
Bro. I'm sick of your claims, dude. I'm sick of listening to you fumble through me when you don't have any validation, bro.
It's not.
All right, hold on, bro. I gotta mute you so I can speak without you mumbling through. Okay, dude. We get it that in principle this should be possible if the Earth was a globe, and you're saying if it's done that this would be evidence that the Earth is a globe. So that's a cool story. Where's the evidence this has occurred in reality? Okay, no more hypotheticals, no more if then maybe should be's. Evidence, please. All right, go ahead. Where's the evidence?
If you look at the evidence of air traffic controllers, if you look at the round trips they make all around, they start at maybe in the U.S., they go all the way back into China, then all the way in, right back up to U.S. landing in California. Like it leaves the East Coast and land in the West Coast. There's obvious traffic. It's obvious. You can look that up. You can skip the traffic routes of planes that do that. So.
Yeah, cool story. So here, dude, chill. And if you hold on, bro, for fuck's sake, dude.
Where to start?
Holy fuck, dude.
Get wrecked, fire of retard.
Yeah, whatever, dude. We can't even hear what you're saying. So by saying get wrecked at the end, it doesn't prove anything because nobody heard what you said. Fuck's sake. So check this out. Check this out, Holmes. I'm trying to validate whether you're saying you've looked at the charts and validated these courses. Okay, so that's what I want you to answer. Have you examined these courses and seen that indeed the plane flew straight and arrived back where it started, rather than taking a circumnavigatory path around a central point, which would be entirely congruent with traveling over a flat surface, just like I'm walking around your car. So I just want to know if you validated the difference between those two things by looking at the flight routes. That's all we need to know. Go ahead.
It's going to keep talking here if you keep calling it a hypothetical when it's legit being done. Leave from the East Coast.
All right, so I'm going to put you on mute again. I'm going to ask you the question again. Did you go to these charts you claim and track the plane and see its course to validate that it was flying in a manner congruent with your claim? Yes or no? That's what we're asking you. We're not asking about it may exist out there. We're saying, did you see it and check if it did or didn't? Okay, that's all we need to know. Because if you say you did, then you have something to talk about. If you say you didn't, then you're still in the realm of hypothetical. All right, go ahead.
Okay, I said yes, there are thorough round trips around the Earth, yes.
Did you validate them or are you just claiming them? Which one? Yeah. Holy fuck, dude.
Yes.
Did you look and validate them?
Yes, you can go on Southwest Airlines and find a round world trip. What are you talking
about? Okay, so when you did that
today.
Yeah, fair enough. So did you validate that the course the planes were taking resulted in a straight path?
It doesn't matter if they were like zigzag.
It doesn't matter.
Like
you said,
right. So, right. No, the answer is you didn't do it. And so if I zigzag around my car and I zigzag around my trunk and I zigzag around the passenger side and I do a backflip on the hood and then I arrive back at my driver's side door, your claim is then that my car is a globe. Cool story, bro.
Well, how is it flat?
But you have the hold on, dude. You have the audacity. You have the audacity to call us retards, dude. Good grief.
All right, so you think the Earth is flat because you started walking and ended back up at the same point you started. So now you think, oh, it's flat. Like, how do you think it's flat? Like, you had to fall off at a certain point. I mean, so you guys are so retarded. That can't even make sense.
Rambling.
Like, if you really fall off, like
rambling. You're rambling. How do we think it's flat? Because it's measured that way. You brought up the example of an aircraft flying from location to location. The aircraft's good evidence that the Earth is flat because the aircraft flies horizontally, parallel with the horizontal floor below, maintaining altitude, pitch above that horizontal. So it's flat because it's measured that way and navigated that way.
Yeah, but
So what do
you gotta qualify. Hold on, bro. I'm putting you on mute for a second so I can finish up, and then I gotta go. Then I'll unmute you. So it wasn't as simple that he claimed airplanes can go from here to there. He claimed that an airplane can take off and fly axially straight and arrive exactly back where it started. He then said that he has flight data to that effect. And he then said, no, I don't have flight data to that effect. What I have is a bunch of planes going in all kinds of which ways and woo-wahs, and then somehow they end up back in the city where they started from. Now, I'd like to submit to the audience that those are entirely two different claims. So he failed to validate his claim. The end. I rest my case. I'm out of here. Peace.
Peace.
Also, unmute Dutch. Thanks.
Can't find him.
He probably cried.
Yeah, he left.
Yeah, it would have been much better if he was just talking straight through me. That would have been better, right?
Oh.
I mean, good grief. Good grief. Yeah, so his claim was, I'll finish up and just repeat this one more time. His claim was that planes go straight and arrive exactly back where they started after completing a completely straight path. And then he failed to validate that at all. The end. All right, now I'm really leaving.
Hello? Hello? Did someone say hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello.
Thank you for calling. Thank you for calling Observer. How can we help you?
Hello.
Hello. You have reached a 24/7 Flat Earth helpline, where if you believe you're on a globe and spinning through outer space and falling in the middle of nowhere, you're going to need our help.
Leave your proof of curvature after the beep. Beep.
Leave your globe proof after the beep.
I tried, but you guys killed it.
This is Todd at the Globe Help Hotline. Is this a Glober I'm speaking to? What about reality bugs you so much? We're here to help you understand that things you see are things you see, and things you imagine aren't the things that you can't demonstrate. So the imagined things aren't real. This is the Globe Helpline. We're going to get you back connected with reality as fast as possible.
Yes, sir. I'm having issues with my girlfriend. She tells me that real is fake and fake is real.
Well, you just ask her if she wants to go on a trip, running through the forest at 100 miles an hour, and you blindfold her. Just say, you gotta go all the way through. You gotta make it. It's gonna be a painful trip, sir.
Another issue, sir, is that she tells me that nonsense makes sense. So I gotta take all her nonsense. But she thinks it makes sense?
Does she understand it's a cartoon? Yeah, you just have to show her the difference between cartoon and reality.
She acts like a cartoon.
Son of a Jessica Rabbit. Oh my God.
Demo, do you know about the retrograde or anybody? The planets retrogrades? I think some of the planets people say they do the retrograde. Can anybody tell me what that is? Anybody knows? The retrograde of the planets? And I'm gonna have to YouTube it if you guys don't tell me. And then YouTube is gonna tell me something that I don't wanna hear. The retrograde. Anyone? Because I was thinking in some of the graph is gonna show like the planet is doing some type of loop, some type of flip. If we're standing on one of those planets, when does the Earth show that it's doing that flip? You know what I'm saying, Dimux? Dimux know exactly what I'm saying. He's just playing with me.
Retrograde is when the planets go backwards, apparently, different way. Retrograde motion of planets refers to the apparent backward movement of a planet across the night sky as observed from Earth, which occurs when the Earth overtakes a slower moving planet in its orbit around the Sun. Blah, blah, blah.
make it seem like the planet is moving backwards for a period of time. This is an illusion caused by the perspective on Earth and not an actual change in the planet's direction of movement in space. There you go.
Okay. So if you're standing on that planet, your perception is kind of like changing. Or if you're standing on the Earth and the Earth is doing what those planets are doing, right? The Earth is a planet. It shouldn't there be like a flip of perspective when the Earth is doing that retrograde motion as well? I don't know. I'm trying to visualize.
Dude.
I'm just wondering if the Earth we're standing on is doing that retrograde as well, and if that is gonna be perceivable by the observer standing on the Earth.
It's like if you're going along on a train really fast, right? And there's another train moving like in front of you on a different track, and it's going slower than your train. And as you pass that train, due to your perspective, it's like an illusion that that train that you're passing, even though it's going the same direction, looks like it's moving backwards as you pass the train. So it's like an optical illusion of perspective, if that makes sense.
Okay. That kind of makes sense.
Yeah, just for the moment that you're passing that train, right? Even though you're both going in the same direction, yeah, it will look from your perspective like that train's moving backwards temporarily.
Yeah, I kind of seen that effect. Probably when, like, you're in a car, you can kind of have that effect happening as well. Like your car is moving and the other one's moving slower or something. Yeah, similar effect. I kind of get it. Thanks for the replies. I'll look it up. Good thing that I got the replies from the upside downers. Did that guy that was talking to AI leave? You guys didn't want to talk to him anymore? What happened to him? Did he leave? AI spoke to him for a while, and then AI was gone, and then I didn't hear anymore. I was just listening. Then AI left. Hoping Demo will continue AI's lecture to the guy. Someone is hot mic and we can hear your keyboard.
Sorry, mate.
Whoever is typing. Yeah, whoever said me. Yes. What are we expecting? Yeah, we'll just set me. Yeah. I'll be back later. I'll be back
later. grabbing those from the Globe Logic archive?
they're just random ones I had in my old folders of GIFs and stuff. They're like from like 2021 or something like that, mostly.
Yeah, I've got a Globe Logic archive. It's like gigabytes of this stuff. I just go in and randomly
nice.
pick one and post it. Somebody has
Yeah, yeah.
has a shareable folder. Somewhere on 24/7.
Oh yeah. Well, if you know where to find it, send me
Yeah,
the
I
link.
forgot who posted it. It was like Napalm or somebody in one of the back chats from a while ago.
There's some hilarious ones.
Hello, how are you all doing today?
Doing good. How are you?
Oh man, I was gonna turn on my video. I'm almost done this job I'm doing.
Nice.
My lungs are filled with dust.
Yeah, that can't be healthy.
No, it's not. You know, they tell me to wear a mask when I'm sanding, but I don't really care.
All right, you do you, man.
But hey, dude, these shitty masks, they don't catch the dust. So how is it gonna catch the you know what that they told you to put on a mask for?
Okay.
Don't worry, I didn't say it.
Are you sanding wood that's been chemically treated?
No, I'm sanding plaster. I'm a taper. Here, look. I'll send a picture in chat. Alright, check out the chat. That's what I do. Then after I'm done sanding, the painter's gonna come and he's gonna paint it all.
Seal in that dust.
What'd you say?
Yeah, seal in the dust with some good paint, you know?
No, the dust is gonna be on the floor. I'm gonna come back Monday and vacuum it all up. I'm gonna collect my money. And if they don't pay, I'm gonna scratch all the walls. That's exactly what my boss told me to do.
Then you got a bad boss.
You might be TikTok famous if that happens. Like all the others.
We don't sign contracts for jobs. It's all cash. So yeah.
You don't ask for any upfront advancement.
No, I usually just say the day I'm done, have give me the money like a few hours before I leave, or in the morning. I've never had anybody scam me, but my dad said that one time when he was doing a job, the day the guy was bringing him the day the client was bringing him the money, he said the cash machine only dispensed him so amount, and it gave him $150 less of money because he said the machine wouldn't give him any more. So my dad, he said that he shorted him $150 worth of work.
So what happened?
He got paid what he was worth. That's what happened.
What about that $150?
My dad shorted that amount in labor. He just left. Are any of you here in construction?
Not me.
Castle Kingside, is that you in your profile picture?
Mm-hmm.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
You look like you'd be famous.
I am.
For what? Repping the ball?
Call of Duty, Modern Warfare.
What do you mean you're famous for Modern Warfare?
They used my face for one of the characters in the multiplayer portion of Call of Duty.
Okay, how do I know you just don't look like him?
Well, I would turn on my camera in here, but I don't think I have permission.
No, it's not that. Like, how do I know it's not just a coincidence that you look like the guy that they put in the game? That's what I mean.
Oh, well, you just have to take my word for it, I guess.
Yeah, that's what NASA says. Just take my word for it, it's a ball.
The chances of me lying about something like this is, it's not
You have a higher
not likely.
probability of you being truthful than what NASA says, I'll give you that much.
It's not likely because I look just like the guy because they scan my face. I do background work for Hollywood.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Do you live in Los Angeles?
No. I live an hour away from LA. And I just go in there whenever they call me. That's if I take the job, of course.
Bro, I'm telling you, sanding ceilings with my hands is fucking hard.
Yeah, I can imagine. Is that what you want to do? Do you like doing that?
Well, not the sanding. I like the plastering, but it does pay very good.
Oh.
Like, I think I make somewhere comparable to what a doctor makes. If I work for myself. But I'm usually working for a company. I enjoy everything but the final sanding. I mean, just the part where I have to do it with my hands, because it's a little annoying.
This is one of the common misconceptions about skilled tradespeople. Like the meme is like, oh, the guy in the white van. But what people don't realize is that skilled tradespeople make hella money because it can't be done by a machine. It can't be done by a robot. It can only be done by a person with very specific skills. And there's less and less people being taught those skills.
Yeah, it's fucking shitty, dude. There's a lot of people my age, they don't want to get into the trades. They're fucking lazy.
It's because nobody's telling them at a young age that electricians can be on rockstar money. Like, there's a guy I know who drives it's just a different sports car every other month. Like, the guy's just loaded, and then people meet him. Oh, what do you do? Is it computer science? Is it investments? No. He runs a business putting up partition walls. It's nothing fancy, but he's got a lot of contracts in commercial interiors. He's got a lot of guys out there putting up partition walls for him. And if you imagine PricewaterhouseCoopers, Barclays, NatWest, Amazon, you imagine what these people are spending on their offices, and then all of a sudden, you think, well, yeah, there'll be people out there who install skirting boards for a living, but rather than installing skirting boards for Doris at number 9, they're installing skirting boards at Amazon's head office. £5 million refurbishment. And they're making absolute bank doing the most random of things, but they don't teach kids this. The only trade they talk to kids about at school is bricklaying. No one's saying to them, become an electrical engineer and you will be on rockstar money. No one's telling the kids this.
So get this, I know of a guy. He runs a company. You know those guys at construction sites that hold up this stop sign that flips around, says stop and then go or whatever.
They make like $40 an hour.
Just stop and slow. Yeah, so the guy I know owns one of these companies and just sold it for over $100 million. He started it from scratch. Is that not some crazy loot? Well over $100 million.
The union companies are they're kind of crooks, because what they do is they'll go to a job and they'll literally just underball each other prices. They'll keep giving the lowest price, and then they'll get guys on contracts to sit there, slow the job down, and then say to the client, "Oh, we need so and so much more money because the contract has to go longer."
It is a minefield out there trying to find reliable contractors. They'll give you that.
Dude, I'm in Toronto, and there's a scam over here where people go into in Toronto homes. They'll go they'll do the jobs, and then halfway done the job, they'll take the money, just leave. You won't see the guy again.
Yeah, and I know a guy who does that, and he's let's just say we're not exactly friends. Like, I know him, but he does it more for residential than commercial, because I think it's harder for your bad reputation and your shyster ways to catch up with you if you're doing residential. And he'll knock, oh, how much for the roof? Okay, well, £10,000 for the roof, whatever else it is. I'm going to need a £2,000 deposit for materials, which sounds reasonable, right? If that's a proper contractor, deposits are super normal behaviour. Except with this particular guy, if you pay him that deposit, he ain't coming back. As far as he's concerned,
it's a phone scam. Give me your money, dude.
That's a free £2,000. He's just been paid by Doris at number 9, which is why I've got a rule. Like, if you knock on my door trying to sell me things, like, you could be trying to sell me £50 notes for £1, and I'll still shut the door in your face. I just say, not interested, no thank. Just on principle. Like, you knock on my door trying to sell me things, no thank you, not interested, and I shut the door in the face. Because you're just more likely to be met with a complete and total scam than you are any kind of, genuine business opportunity. Although I'd always think back to this time where one of my old bosses, we had all this IT security training, and it was all about phishing scams and passwords and blah, blah, blah. And I remember thinking to myself, so clearly the fact we're doing this means somebody's, is stupid enough to put the details in to one of these things. And it turned out it was the managing director of the whole entire company. And the email that he'd signed into, it was titled "Your Tax." That was like the kind of title of the email. And the link was tax.gov.rz10, the most longest ass, clearly fake email address. And he's like, oh, I was to do with my tax, I better click on this. Username, password, access to the intranet. So it's not just Doris at number 9 who can fall for this type of thing. I think it can happen to anybody if they're having an off day, to be honest.
Yeah, the scammers, dude, they're everywhere, bro. Dude, there's actually, there's a Bitcoin scam going on now where these companies who claim they're like trading platforms, they'll call you and say, "Oh, wow, your account's been closed, but you have like so and so Bitcoin. Give me your information so I can activate it and you can cash out." Someone called me once. I never started trading Bitcoin until like 2021, and somebody called me and said, "I've had this Bitcoin in my account since 2015."
Damn.
And I asked him, "How is this possible? I haven't started using Bitcoin until 2021." And I asked him, "Why are you calling me? Just take me off your list." And then this lady just says, "Okay, we keep calling you."
I
Yeah,
respect
she a
the brazenness of it to an extent.
She could be a scammer. She could be Indian, you know.
Hey, little G, are you there?
What would you say to somebody who thinks Bitcoin is if you don't have any Bitcoin yet, it's probably too late? What would you say to somebody? If anything.
If you know how to trade like leverage, it's never too late because you can make money like if it's going down or up or whatever. But
Are you talking about like a day trader angle?
Yeah, like day trading, like there's the way you can make money off of the price going down by using shorts, but if you're talking about just buying Bitcoin to hold it,
yeah, I'm more of a hodl kind of guy, so
there's probably like, honestly, I don't know. It depends on what America does with their economy.
Fair.
It's kind of heavily dependent on America until the BRICS stack too much gold to the point where America's going to start bending over.
The whole BRICS thing is interesting, to be honest, because gold-backed currency, i.e. your real money, is what we used to have before fiat currency, aka monopoly money, became the thing.
The oil dollar.
Yeah, the petrodollar. There's the original meme coin, by the way.
God bless America.
Oh, I gotta love it.
And hey, you know, Trump said the golden age of America starts today.
We were talking about it in the kind of text chat earlier, but I still find it amusing, this whole kind of idea of left versus right, red versus blue. You know, now that my guy's in charge.
Dude, they're the same shit.
Yeah, like
they work with each other.
It's like Macho Man, and I always use the example, Macho Man Randy Savage and Hulk Hogan. Yeah, they'd go out into the ring for WrestleMania, windmilling, yeah, beating 10 tons of, crap out of each other. Oh, I'm going to ride you around, I'm going to fucking the big show, and everyone's riled up, and oh my God, they're really going at each other. And then they get backstage, crack open a beer. Great show, guys. You did great out there. No, you did great. And they're paid by this, they're both paid by the same people anyway. And yeah, that's maybe like a slightly cartoonish illustration of the idea, but I long ago gave up on, if I just vote for this person and they win, they're going to save me. Please.
You make me want to break out in song. It's fun to sing at the YMCA.
Hey, yeah, do you know what I mean? Like, come on. Like the Orange Man singing YMCA versus Joe Biden or whoever else it is. It was the same in British politics recently, and to be honest, I'm really happy for it, because we had one party in charge for like 14 years. And the people who voted for that party believed they will fix everything, and they didn't. It was a disaster. And then now, for the first time in 14 years, the other guys, because we've got the same two-party sham system, you see, they've just come in. And now within the space of about 6 months, 7 months, all the people who were hopelessly, they're going to save us. Now they've realised they're not going to save you either. And for the first time, I think, in my lifetime, there seems to be this like acceptance, this widespread acceptance that the answer is actually neither. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens next, to be honest.
YMCA.
Dude, the biggest problem is there's a certain set of Americans who think of Trump as like some kind of savior. That's the biggest problem. But
I think believing that in any kind of form as well is quite dangerous. Maybe not directly dangerous. It's kind of the lottery. It's the reason I don't play the lottery, because without realizing it, what you're kind of accepting or putting out into the universe is that it's somebody else's job to save you. Like if you play the lottery, that's kind of admitting to yourself that your only hope of wealth, your only hope of beating the trap, is to get lucky in a lottery one day. Just like if this guy wins, it'll all get better. What you're actually putting out there into the universe then is I have no power and I need somebody else to save me. And if that's what you believe, then it's true. A bit meta.
Somebody save me.
Oh God!
Yeah, I get you.
I've got that song brings back memories, but not in a good way. But I just think you got to save yourself.
Yeah, I agree.
Sat around waiting for politicians to save you.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I never played lottery and never believed in that.
So I remember being in a new job one time, and what happens is when I join a new job, I have like a bit of a time span where I think to myself, they don't need to know yet that they've hired a weirdo. That's not a day one kind of revelation, you know. Give it time. Usually once you've signed off probation, then you feel a bit comfortable letting people know they've hired a weirdo. And I remember being in this one particular office, and they were talking about the lottery, and I just said casually, messing around, only half serious, I said, I don't think the lottery's real, me. Oh, and obviously they're just on me, like a tramp on chips, you know. Oh, what is it then, smart guy? And I said, messing around, I think the lottery is just a trap to catch time travelers. And I remember this one woman just looked at me with absolute disgust. She stood up as well. She stood up and she said, that's the kind of thing that you think, but you keep to yourself. It's like, oh my God, fair enough. It's that kind of office. Lesson learned. She was so offended, bless her.
You mean time travelers like Biff?
Well, but think about it, right? If you're the time travel police and your job is to catch time travelers, the first thing I'm doing is investigating the lottery winners. Because there's plenty of people who, if they travelled back in time, I'll give myself the lottery numbers. Do you know what I mean?
Why not just be an investor in one of these big companies like Google or something?
Because this is assuming that it's an intelligent person, someone a bit smarter who's got access to time travel. If they've invented it themselves, all right, yeah, fair enough. But this is more like the village idiot stumbled across a time machine angle. And for whatever reason, it's just lying them around. It's just lying around for them to fall into. Would you look at that? It's a time machine.
How would an idiot know how to even navigate it, use it?
Well, he just presses a few random buttons, Will he
like in Back to the Future.
Yeah. Will he go back in time 6 weeks ago? Will he go back in time to when the dinosaurs existed? /S, sarcasm over. Who knows? He's just going to press some random buttons and he'll end up where he ends up.
No, man. What if he doesn't know that you have to go over 80 miles an hour in the DeLorean before it works?
Yeah, true. He's in this DeLorean. He's rocking about 78, 79. This time machine's no good. Doesn't work. Gets out. Leaves the keys. Doesn't even need them. Things broke. But he just didn't know he had to be going over 80 miles an hour. Quite early this afternoon now. I feel like all the absolute savagery from earlier has just set a tone. It's just set a tone and people are like, no. I'm not going near it. I don't need the smoke. Sat quietly on the sidelines worrying about failing the triangle test. Seeing as it's quiet, I'll throw out something I was asking the other day, something I was quite curious about. What was your moment? Your first kind of, oh god, there might actually be something to this moment?
Yeah, that's a really depressing song, isn't it? Just thinking about those lyrics.
Oh yeah, terrific. The guy I know who used to sing it was like, deep into addiction issues and this other stuff. He used to sing that song all the time. But he had kids, do you know what I mean? And listen to it sing it and I'm thinking like, well, look around you, brother. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, look at the positive things in life, right?
There's your reasons. Do you know what I mean? There's your inspiration, surely. But no. Never mind.
Do you know the name of the artist who sings that song?
Is it? Oh God, I can't remember now.
Is it Jelly Roll?
Something Jelly.
Jelly Roll.
It's got jelly, and I know that much.
I think it's Jelly Roll. It's a plump dude with tattoos on his face, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. What kind of name
about a guy
is Jelly Roll?
I don't know. Maybe like ripping on himself for being overweight.
And then the song itself is just depressing. People always ask me, David, can you sing that song? I was like, I could, but I won't. Because that's not me. You know?
A bit too bully for my sensibilities.
Tell me,
You don't
are
mind
you a
the songs?
singer?
Yeah, I'm a professionally trained singer.
Professionally trained?
Yes. I used to do a
What
lot
kind of
weddings
music?
back in the day. What my voice is actually better suited towards is more kind of like, pop, contemporary. What I actually enjoy is more kind of like, rock, hard rock, metal. My voice
Something
isn't
about fire.
as
Can you
suited.
sing something about fire?
Can we what now, sorry?
Just sing something about fire.
I'm not about to sing down the microphone.
Just warm us up real good here. Those of us
You
who
want
are
to hear a song about fire?
space heater, please. Yes. Some sort of something to dance to.
I know one. The song is on fire. The sun is on fire. You like that one?
I like that a lot.
Yeah.
That was beautiful. And right on topic as well. So it's just double points. I used to play a lot of guitar back in the day, but then recently, maybe a few years back, I thought I need to try and learn how to play piano because I just always loved the idea of it. Just being able to like sit at a piano, bust out a song, and then I would just never touch my guitars anymore. It's like a foreign language to me now. I've just completely neglected it and just focus on the piano instead.
Oh, okay.
Now I can tell that ain't no Yamaha. What are you rocking there? What guitar is it? I can tell that's not a Yamaha. Do you know what I mean?
Ha! It's a Martin.
Okay, yeah.
Yamahas are pretty good though.
They're a good starter guitar, but Yamahas don't sound that. Yeah, that's not what a Yamaha sounds like down a microphone. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Martins are the best.
the thing is I could like my guitar skills would still sound good to somebody who doesn't play.
What do you play, or what did you used to play?
Whatever kind of fancied at the time, to be honest. I was never like a skilled guitarist. I was never like good. Whereas now, because I just don't really keep up with it anymore, I've just completely dropped it in favour of piano. It's one of those, if somebody doesn't know how to play guitar, they would think I can play guitar. Whereas somebody who can play guitar would know that I can't really play guitar anymore. If that makes sense.
Yeah. I just mess around. I can play some stuff.
I think everybody should learn an instrument.
Yeah.
There's something like really therapeutic about it. Just at the end of a hard day, or if I'm stressed out, or if my brain's just too busy, there's like really self-destructive habits you could engage in when you're in that kind of mindset. And God knows I spent years doing it, I'd know. Whereas instead, in that same mindset, you can just sit down at the guitar, sit down at the piano, sit down at the drums, sit down at the goddamn triangle, or like something, and just, put an hour, 40 minutes, even 15 minutes into that instead. And yeah, you'll just feel so much better for it. Guaranteed.
Every guy who plays guitar should learn More Than Words from Extreme. That's a classic.
The real question is, how does guitars work on a globe?
Sound, man. The sound goes around the globe.
You can't have sound in a vacuum.
What happens is,
don't be in the vacuum.
Because of the gravity, it pulls the vibrations down and stops them from escaping, which means they can enter our ear and we can interpret that then as music. Whereas on a flat earth without gravity, there would be no music because there would be nothing to pull the vibrations down. The vibrations would escape upwards because there's no gravity to stop it from doing so, and we'd have no music. Therefore, Earth is ball.
Wow, that's deep. That's deep. That's deep.
Thank you. Thank you. Feel free to
write that. Can you write that into a song?
Yeah, probably could, but not a song worth listening to. You didn't specify writing it into a good song,
Good is subjective.
Evidently, the Spice Girls had multiple #1 singles. The Teletubbies had a #1 single. Mr. Blobby had a #1 single. Bob the
Mr. Who?
Builder. Mr. Blobby had the #1 single. Bob
Never heard of that person.
Had the #1 single. Wait,
what was Mr. Blobby famous for? I'm curious.
It was more of a UK thing, but
no wonder.
It's more just illustrating that, good music, terrible music is indeed subjective. Maybe more subjective than it should be, but that's a whole other topic of conversation.
Is that guy Kian from the UK?
Who? Sorry.
Kian, I think is. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. KEANNE.
KENNE.
No, KEANE.
KE. Keen. Ah, yeah, Keen. Somewhere only we know. Kind of pop rock kind of guy. Yeah. They're from the UK.
Oh, okay.
The least rock and roll band ever, but he still ended up in rehab. God bless him.
He's in rehab?
Yeah, he was at one point. But it's just funny because they were considered like the least rock and roll band to have ever existed. They're both kind of like safe, you know. Non-offensive rock band ever, but still ended up in rehab.
Well, yeah. Just wondering if he was from the UK.
Yeah. They were quite loved over here at one point. Guy's got some pipes on him. Really good voice. There's no even if that type of music, and I think this way about loads of different types of music, to be honest. Even if it's not my cup of tea, if there's an aspect of it, whether it's the production, whether it's the instruments, whether it's the vocals, you can think, do you know what? Like, this isn't my cup of tea, but I can respect the bass, for argument's sake, you know. One hell of a bassist they've got there, even if it's not really my cup of tea.
Yeah, I get it. You said you're professionally trained?
It's been a while, to be fair, but yeah, it's not like it's one of those where, so like if you go to karaoke or something, and I'll say to people like, well, I don't really want to do it because people will just think I'm a bit of a knobhead. Oh, here he is showing off. But I do sing to a very, you know, it's like my main thing. I only ever learned instruments so that I could perform without relying on somebody to play the piano for me. So like my piano skills, my guitar skills have only ever been average, by my own admission. Whereas singing is like, that's the thing I can really do.
What's your go-to karaoke song?
Ooh. Depends what mood I'm in, to be honest. Depends on like, if I'm in a rock bar, is it a wedding? But anything really.
Let's say it's a wedding.
Let's say it's a wedding.
What are you going to pull out? Ed Sheeran or?
Oh, God, no. Jesus Christ. You couldn't pay me to sing Ed Sheeran.
What? What about Thinking Out Loud? That's a classic.
I can't stand Ed Sheeran.
Oh, isn't he from the UK?
I mean, he is, but it doesn't change how I feel about his music.
What is it? Is it the red hair?
No, it's not a ginger thing. I just find him to be bland, just incredibly bland, incredibly boring. It's very samey.
Whoa.
And it's one of those, it's a classic example of where an artist gets picked up, gets artificially promoted, played on every radio station ever. So people think, oh, I love Ed Sheeran. It's like, but do you love Ed Sheeran? Or have you just had it rammed down your throat?
I like 3 songs from him.
Hit me.
Thinking Out Loud, Perfect, and that, I think it's the Photograph.
Those are my favorite ones of his too. And I think the Thinking Out Loud one is because of the dancing. It's very creative.
Right. So I will concede Thinking Out Loud. If it's kind of like you've gone to a wedding at the end of the night, that song's on, you're having a bit of a dance with your wife, you're making gooey eyes at each other, you know what's happening once you've gone to bed. I will concede in that setting, it's not terrible. But that's the best you'll get out of me as far as is concerned, I'm afraid. That's where I draw my lines.
That's why I laugh, because it is kind of cringe to like listen to that song in like a group setting.
Is it? I don't know.
I think a lot of people just feel awkward with the whole like forced slow dance angle. Like a lot of people don't know what to do with themselves.
Wedding is good though.
Yeah. Sing it at the wedding. All right, what's your go-to wedding song then? Someone asked you to sing for their wedding.
At Your Feet, Crowded House.
Crowded House. I only know one song from them, and it's the famous one.
But to be fair, it's if I'm going to sing at somebody's wedding, then they just tell me what I'm going to sing and I sing it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I get it.
But it's been a while since I've done it because we don't know each other well enough to go all life story mode. But there were changes in my life a couple of years ago. I just don't have anywhere near the same level of like free time and opportunity to pursue music as I used to. So
You
these
don't
days
have
it's more.
time? No, I don't believe that. You got time to sit in this Discord chat with all these people. You got time to practice 15 minutes a day.
Oh no, I didn't say don't practice, but it's more like the piano's in the conservatory. I sit at it every day. But it's
I
more.
wasn't talking about piano. I was talking about your vocals.
See, it's different with vocals because my singing voice is very, very, very loud. So if I'm singing, then I have to go and book somewhere to sing, basically, because otherwise the neighbours that I'm attached to, they will hear it. The neighbours that I'm not attached to, they will also hear it.
Oh, no. The mark of a good singer is one who could sing even at low volume.
Yes and no, but it's more when if you're trying to hit the higher notes. Like, you can't sing Meatloaf quietly.
You can hit higher notes easier when you're quiet.
Falsetto, yes. Full voice, no. So singing falsetto, singing high notes falsetto in your head voice, really easy quietly. But I'm talking about if you're trying to go full, if you're trying to go full Meatloaf with it, like it's just loud and there's no getting around it.
What's that?
Okay, there's hardly any songs where you have to sustain a high note for very long.
You don't
You should
specifically
sing
have to,
Focus by Hocus Pocus.
Focus by Hocus Pocus?
If you do not know that song, go check it out, man.
I'm going to have to.
I don't think I know that
Make sure
song.
you watch it on YouTube. Can't just listen to it.
Today's the day, Goats. You got to start singing again.
Today's the day?
Maybe it is. I can't have a talent like this and just not share it with the world, Be rude.
Yeah, you gotta share the gift that God gave you. That's the whole point of giving it to you.
I don't disagree.
Well, do you feel like blessing us with something?
No, it's I find it a bit cringe in this kind of forced setting. Like, I would find it easier to sing in front of 5,000 people on a stage than I would to sing in somebody's living room. If they say like a bit of you're at a dinner party or something. Oh, you sing? Why don't you sing for us? I would find that more difficult and more kind of nerve-wracking than singing in front of an entire wedding. Do you know what I mean?
I don't believe that.
No, genuinely. Like, genuinely. I don't know why my brain works that way. It's probably elitism, but it just does.
There's no risk here, man. They don't even see your face. It's just the voice.
Maybe we can do a little collaboration. You're on guitar. Yeah. I'll be on vocals.
And a
Somebody else on the
request.
triangle.
Need a request.
I'm a vocalist, man. I'm not a guitarist.
What do you sing?
Everything.
Or,
except for death
that's
metal.
the answer. Everything. See, I can't do that either. I can't do the whole kind of throaty screams and it ruins my throat.
I don't abuse my vocal cords like that. I sing stuff that's soothing to the ear.
I do think there's a technique to it. There's a skill to it, but it's not for me. It just ruins my throat, and then I can't sing for a week.
Yeah, that's abuse, man. Self-abuse.
Sing some Tom Waits.
What was that?
Sing some Tom Waits. The
Tom
man's
Waits.
voice is gravel. The man's voice is gravel. If you've never heard him, check him out.
What
Missing
he famous for?
Missing you.
Missing.
I've been missing you. Been missing. I'm gonna stop because I don't sing that very good at all.
Better than me, you're
Whoa.
fine.
I don't think I've heard that song before.
Wait a minute. It's I ain't missing you.
Oh, okay.
I ain't missing you since you've been gone.
Oh, I think I know that song.
Right now, unless you're gonna sing it.
It's the white knight, the queen.
I think I've heard that song before. Sounds familiar now.
Since you've been gone away, I ain't missing you. I ain't missing you. I ain't missing you. That's it.
Yeah, I've heard that song before. What's a song that you like to sing?
If I was singing to try and prove a point, maybe not prove a point, but I mean like a kind of, like I'm really wanting to show off, like a kind of, all right, hold my beer moment. It would be Hallelujah, but the Jeff Buckley's variation.
Can you give us a sample?
Good tune, that.
That's my okay. You've called me out. I need to show you song.
Yeah. Go ahead.
You
Can you give us a sample?
The first few bars of that song are just amazing, aren't they?
Please sing that. That would make my
The thing
day.
is it has significance for me as well. So I sing it like I wrote it. Do you know what I mean? Like there are songs that you can sing, or songs. I think it's the same for everybody, not like a me moment. I think if there's maybe a connection or the song has significance, and you can sing it in a way where anybody hearing it for the first time would swear you wrote it, then that's
It's an emotional song. It does. Yeah. If you've got, like, say, something you're going through, and you hear that song, it will make the hairs on your arms stand up. It's a very emotional song.
Is that the song that goes, I heard there was a secret chord. David played and
yeah, you got the voice for it as well, funny enough.
Keep going.
Yeah.
No, that's all. I don't know the whole song. I just remember that part.
It talks about the major fifth and the way it's like a crescendo of voices in it. It's beautiful.
No, I heard that's not a Christian song. Is that true?
No, it says the word hallelujah. I don't know if it's religious.
Yeah, it's got. I mean, there's definitely religious undertones in there, but I don't think you need to be Christian per se to take meaning from it.
Yeah,
and I think even myself, as somebody who, like, if somebody says to me, "Are you religious?" I say no, just flat out no. But if you say to me, "Do you believe in God?" 100%, 100%. And that's because I make the distinction between: do I believe in a God and a creator? Do I believe that there's purpose to this place, there's purpose to me, there's purpose to you? 100%. But then if you ask me to pin my colours to the mast of a particular flag, one particular book, be it, the Torah, the Bible, the Quran, whatever it is, I'd say, no, I'm not about any of that. There's no one book, there's no one team. I've decided, this is my team. And that's where I make the distinction between believing in God versus being religious.
Aren't you just spiritual?
I don't really know what you'd call it, to be honest. I have done I used to be like hardcore atheist. I've done a complete U-turn on it. As I've got
what
older.
happened?
So I don't even think it was necessarily an event as such. I think it's just as my understanding of the world changed. I kind of came to the realization that this is a place that's created, and when you see the lengths that they go to try and convince you that it's not, and you see the lengths they try and go to convince you that you're basically the great grandchild of a monkey spinning pointlessly through an endless void for no reason until you die for nothing, and they do go to great lengths to convince you that's true. Well, hold on a minute. There is something here. We do.
Wouldn't have created it better?
Well, my
internet like 2,000 years ago, and no cancer.
My thought on it is more, it's the tools were there, and what was created with love, but has since been hijacked by malignant forces.
Like Minecraft. There you go.
Yeah,
do what you want.
Yeah, it works. The analogy holds, and it's. I think we did and do have everything we need to create heaven right here. It's all there, but it's been hijacked. It's been warped. It's been twisted.
Yeah, that's because, if you think about it, like, go back in the day, people just knew how to just survive. Now, well, technology, we're doing more things, aren't we? We're testing the limits of everything, stretching everything.
And even without the playing God angle, just the kind of the general morality and
granted, yeah.
People get so wrapped up in the rat race and the pressures, the artificial pressures placed on us by up top, and who can be the best version of themselves if they're worried about being able to pay the rent next week. I've been that.
Oh, you're right,
of me in that moment.
You're right.
Categorically not. And these are artificial pressures and artificial situations created to keep us vibrating at a very low frequency. I can't think of a better way to say it than that. Sounds a bit wanky, I apologise, but you know what I'm trying to say.
There was some crypto trader, Cockney lad, Cockney geezer, only young, probably sounds about your age, and he was earning like...
I'm nearly 40.
Oh, you sound young, mate. Well, yeah, he's probably about your age, and he's been earning like £8 million a year and all that, and he was looking around and at his family and his friends, and no one can do nothing. They can't buy houses. They're all struggling. This is in the UK, and he was like, what's going on? The government's in debt. The people are in debt. Who are they in debt to? And he was like thinking about it. He went, shit, it's to people like me, like him, the traders.
Yeah.
They've got all the money. And I was thinking, has this happened before? Could you look through Roman history and see if that's ever happened before? Where the 1% had everything, and how do you get out of that situation? It's crazy expensive in the UK now, isn't it?
Oh, you're telling me, I dropped on to, I don't want to say financial fortune or anything, but I became, let's call it middle class at the right time, born in a bin, not too far from yourself, judging by the accent. And then, if I hadn't have bought a house and kind of become, quote unquote, middle class when I did, I think it would have completely passed me by. Me, but born 10 years later, wouldn't have stood a chance.
Yeah.
The economy and the way things have gone around these parts. And I apologise to, brothers across the pond, because this is a very UK-centric... Well, not actually, because the UK is not the only country going through this, but it is particularly brutal in the UK for people who have never made it past a certain threshold before.
Has it happened anywhere before in history? Have you read about anything where they've kind of gone, okay, look, all the rich, you got the money. Look, we've got to take that money off you. And, would the rich ever give up what they've got to help everyone out? I don't think so.
The way I liken it is do you know you get people who pathologically hoard stamps? And I don't just mean a stamp collector.
No, yeah, go on.
As a pathological condition. And they collect, the hoarding stamps, for argument's sake. And it doesn't matter how many they've got. It's not that they'll always want more. They will always physically need more stamps. So you kind of take that up a chain. Some people feel that way about money. No matter how much money they've got, they will always pathologically need, like a baghead need, do you know what I mean? Like they will always pathologically need more money. But then you go up a level from there, and some people feel the same way about power. It's not about money for those people. It's about power. And no matter how much power, no matter how much control they are able to exert over the lives of other people, it will never be enough. They will always need more.
That's their drug.
We just need Canada. We just need Canada and all of South America, and then we won't ask for anything else. We already have Gulf of America.
Yes, you'll probably know. Has it ever happened before where the rich kind of like get everything taken off them and they get spread out, evenly again? Has it ever happened before?
Not evenly, because they take it becomes communism.
Well, it's animal farming, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. We'll do it also differently. Like there's a revolution or wherever it is, so then people have the best of intentions, but I do think, and Animal Farm is a fantastic book, by the way. If you haven't read it, I strongly recommend, because
it's great.
It's easy for people to say, "I wouldn't do that," and it's like there's a quote that sticks in my mind. It's easy to say you wouldn't sell out your principles, and it's easy to say you're not the kind of person who would sell out your principles when no one's offering to buy them. If that temptation isn't there, and you're not in a position to seize immense wealth and power for yourself, it's easy to say you wouldn't do it. I could sit here now and say, never. I'm too conscientious. I'm too kind of thoughtful. It's just not in my nature to trample on people, and that would be true. Anyone who knows me would be absolutely, yeah. I would say that about goats, 100%. But then, if I'm in that position where I'm able to be selfish and seize immense wealth for myself, even
if you want to climb the ladder, yeah.
Well, there it is, and it's easy to say I would never, when that's never been an option that's available to you.
I see that exact same thing with our politicians. You can start off with like a local politician. Now, I want to do this for the people. Then you get into government and they're like, well, listen, mate, you've got to forget all that shit. If you want to climb the ladder, you've got to do as the boys say. So, yeah. And you're getting tempted by the money, aren't you? Starting it, mate.
I don't doubt Keir Starmer, at one point in his life, probably did have noble ambitions and good intentions.
He's the most woke dictator. Well, he's the first woke. He's the first woke dictator, isn't he? That really confuses me.
For those who aren't up to date with UK politics, we've got more people in prison for things said on social media than Russia. And that's not even adjusted for per capita, because factor that Russia is way bigger than England. There's way more people in Russia than there is in England. And we have still, despite the image of Vladimir Putin as the evil dictator, we have still jailed more people for things posted on social media than Russia. It's madness.
Yeah, you can't say nothing over here now. It's like that film, The Thought Police, isn't it?
Oh yeah, like people always say, like, if you could have any guest, alive or dead, who's coming to your dinner party? George Orwell, aka Eric Arthur Blair, every day of the week. Like, he would be my number one dinner party guest if you're doing the whole dead or alive, who's your dinner guest thing. What a guy. Because he wrote the book in 1948. People think 1984.
Really?
Prediction. Yeah, so 1984 wasn't a prediction in terms of the date. I mean, it very much was a prediction, but all it was is he wrote it in 1948.
The David played and it pleased the Lord, but you don't really care for music, do ya? It goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, minor falls, and the major lift. Barefoot King composing, hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. I had to look at the lyrics.
That's the one.
Hallelujah. He finished singing.
I had to look up the lyrics. I didn't know.
Hallelujah.
You sung it well.
Hallelujah.
Go on, Maitri.
Hallelujah.
Go, girl.
Hallelujah.
That was like a gospel version, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You guys are hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallaglobers.
So very often I bump into somebody on this in this chat from my neck of the woods. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you sound like what am I?
It's not Birkenhead, but it's not.
Oh no, mate! I'm from Toxteth, mate. I'm from the ghetto.
Yeah.
Like, I don't live there though. I live in the leafy suburbs of Devon. Like, you know what I mean? But
no, I see that. That's what it is.
I've just never lost my accent. Like,
you're born in a bin, and then you think, right, this bin doesn't suit me.
Now you sound a little bit like Brian Cox. I reckon you could do his accent if you really wanted to.
I used to do an impression of him for last, but it's been a long time. Yeah. Because
you've got the tone to your voice, like.
I used to say to people that he's a lizard, basically, and we were like joking about it in the office. But then I googled Brian Cox lizard or something like that, and he did a tweet, and it said, the Earth is flat. Also, I'm a lizard, and obviously he was like taking the mick. But I sent it around the office, like subject to the email. He admits it, and good times. You had to be there. I probably butchered the story, but it was
location.
It was moment.
Location humor.
Yeah. If there was ever a human being that could convince me that there are people out there that are basically like lizards in human suits, it would be Brian Cox.
Yeah, he's on it. Say the stars. Go on, you say it.
The stars. Are you familiar
you sound exactly like him.
I might be him, but are you familiar with?
Yeah, you could be.
Undercover Agents. Are you familiar with it's called the Uncanny Valley effect?
No.
Tell us about that, and then tell us about Orion if you know anything about that.
Fresh out of Orion-related knowledge, to be honest. I could look up a script to do an Orion Cox voice for shits and giggles, but probably not now.
Mate, you can do it. The more I'm listening now, you do sound like him, lad.
So the Uncanny Valley is it's a principle where things that are not human but are trying to look human create a particularly unsettling feeling within humans. And there are some people who posit that it's because at one time in our evolutionary history, there was in fact an evolutionary advantage to being afraid of things that look human but aren't. And when I look at Brian Cox in his bloody human suit, he definitely eats mice when he gets home. You can just tell. When I look at Brian, after a long, hard day of being a bell, and he just gets home and eats mice. But, honestly, the guy gives me the creeps.
Yeah, he's a good musician as well.
Yeah,
Hey.
it's not bad.
Can I drop a wisdom? Fear is demonic, right? Because love casts out fear. So, why is that? Perfect love. I'm sorry. Perfect love. That would be the love of God.
Uh-huh. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me.
Lay any
Don't
fear on
hurt
me, and I'll show you.
No more.
Fear of what? Blackmail. Can't we all be blackmailed? Are you afraid of blackmail? Are you afraid of the Matrix? Are you afraid to take the red pill? Are you afraid to believe the earth is flat? Are you afraid to accept that the world is round? And I say it like I'm a Glober, right? Right?
Yeah, I'm afraid of that.
People are scared of everything, aren't they? Like, fear is like the number one. That's why it's in the Bible 365 times, one for every day. Fear not.
You're not. Amen.
The other thing I'm afraid of is not learning what I came here to learn and having to come here again.
Oh yeah, I know, right? You don't have to repeat the test.
Amen, brother. Like I feel that in my soul, genuinely. Like that's what it is. That's speculation.
Oh, we're trying to teach the castle, but he's not accepting. He doesn't believe that he can go to the beach and wave to one of his friends on the island, and they'll be pointing right directly at each other at the same sea level. They're both at least 6 foot tall.
Wait. So this guy with the voice of an angel. This guy with the voice of an angel thinks he lives on a ball.
Yes. Oh my God. His proof is NASA. Why would they lie?
No. Oh no. We've got
Whether
so much
it's
to
an
discuss.
Earth or a ball, does it bother you that Congress came out and said there's an Iranian mothership with drones and that there's drones over our heads? Does that bother anybody? Like,
no.
Or that they can be out of range and our P900s maybe can't reach the ones, or maybe they have camouflage, but they're like already watching. It's like, how many computers I got right now looking at me? 2?
It's like, no, you're saying Congress, which is plural, but it wasn't really Congress. I think it was just one congressman, and then all the rest of Congress called him a nutcase.
It was a high-level military person told him that. So,
Yeah, but, I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying I doubt it's true because right now Iran is not too far away from being a third world country.
yeah,
So
but
the idea
you know
of
that
them
we've seen drones. So we've seen drones, and we've seen them shoot down drones, didn't you?
So we say Britain's a third world country.
Couple that were shot down? What about the ones we didn't see that were shot down that are out of our range of, mountain range or something? I don't know. Ocean?
People build drones in their barns. I can guarantee that. I know where I live, people build drones.
It's an awful lot of tweets about them. Keep an eye out, is all. Everybody look up. Don't look down. They got that movie, Don't Look Up.
I haven't seen that movie yet.
So she's a perfect example of what they're doing. They want you to look up, forget about the fact the earth is flat, and keep looking in the skies. She's encouraging you to do that.
Yeah, I thought that was Crit.
No, both.
Radwen and Crit sound like each other. I did think that the other day as well.
I mean,
Is that?
300.
Sorry, Tree.
Sorry, 365 degrees. Just keep your head on a swivel, okay? That's all I'm saying. Look up, look down. Your pants are falling down.
Goats. Right. What make you flat Earth? Yeah.
I'm 100% convinced the heliocentric model is not true. It's a lie. But if you say to me like, well, what's going on then? I don't know.
It's very, very rare in the UK to hear anyone talk about flat Earth. I only heard of it when I came on Discord. It's just interesting to hear someone British say it.
I don't see many, but it's funny because there was a guy I was talking to at work, and he was saying he knows they didn't go to the moon. That's what he was saying. Definitely didn't, by the way.
I kind of agree with that. I think it's kind of fake-ish. It's kind of fake,
fake
the moon landing.
Fake.
Yeah, it's too old.
Fake-ish. Like, I could create a more realistic-looking lunar lander.
Yeah.
Well,
I believed it before coming on this channel. You know what I mean? And then now I've seen all the footage and looked at it properly. It does look a bit.
I ate it. I ate it for breakfast. Like, as far as I was concerned, NASA were heroes. I'm going to be an astronaut. That's what I believed. So this isn't like these conclusions have come to recently. I did not arrive here willingly, dragged kicking and screaming. But there's a guy at work who thinks the moon landing's definitely fake, but he thinks they've sent probes to Mars, and he believes all the images where the little robot's taking a selfie on Mars. And I'm like, so
yeah,
you think
I agree with that.
What?
Yeah, I believe we've sent little rovers and satellites up and all that. They're up there now, looking down on us.
What has happened? Have you guys just lost your minds lately? Do I need to give you a triangle test?
Hit him, Radwin. So, the moon, you think the moon couldn't have possibly been to the moon, but you think they've been to Mars?
No, sorry. I think they've
Well,
sent
not
like little
people,
robot
not people.
things to the moon. I don't know about Mars. Yeah, sorry, mate.
Helicopters on Mars with 1% Earth's atmosphere. They just fly around zippity zip, no problems.
Zippity doo dah, yeah.
Is that Crit using Radwin's?
No, Chris and Radwin sound different. They might be getting.
They sound the
confused with somebody
same.
else. No, they
confusing.
sound really different.
Really?
Do you know who
Okay.
does sound similar though? Who does sound
I'm
similar?
very nice. I'm very
Who?
nice. Very
Um,
nice. He's not.
Crit's
Nathan and
nicer than
Jedi.
you.
Nathan and Jedi sound really similar.
No. Nathan sounds like
Not in
what's
terms
his
of
name
cadence,
from
but
The
just
Office?
actions.
David. What's his name from
David
The
Brent.
Office? That's who Nathan sounds, especially when he laughs. He does that sarcastic laugh. And
Right, we're gonna
or Kevin Turvey. Do you remember Kevin Turvey? Before the young
Not
ones.
familiar. Not familiar.
Kevin Turvey. All right. Yeah.
Right, so we're gonna have to get into this.
Sorry.
What?
Hey,
What is it
I got
what is it that
something.
leads you to believe? Sorry, after you.
Thank you. So if you go up high enough, I was just looking at, the pyramid there, Mark's pyramid with the rainbow through it, and the so-called thing that they're going to do. Donald Trump, what was it called? Sort of reminded me of Contact, Space Force, or some Starlink, or Star Trek, or Stargate. Stargate. So he's about Stargate. So, what if there's, vehicles? If any of y'all smarty pantses get a hold of one of these UFOs, can you give me a ride?
You're just a weirdo.
I'd like to go through the Stargate. If you can get up high enough, maybe there's a trail that you can go really fast in the G-forces that are more than human possible, but only in that Stargate, right? Or loophole?
Drinking and driving is dangerous.
Not as dangerous as drinking and flying.
So you don't believe in Stargates? Is that what you're saying?
I think for her, just drinking is dangerous.
Absolutely not. I don't believe
not.
So let me break it down there for the people who are a bit curious on the topic, but are still at the point of view of but surely astronauts in space are real. The example I like to use is we have to look at the evidence that's presented, because extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So if I tell you I've been to Narnia, and you say to me, "Goats, I bet Narnia is beautiful this time of year,"
You
and
want
I
me
say
to
it
show you
absolutely is.
evidence? Gotcha.
But wait, so and then you say to me, "Well, how do I know you've been to Narnia?" Because that is an extraordinary claim, and it requires extraordinary evidence. Quite true. Quite
Where
right.
do you get that?
But look at
Where
the
do you get
side
this
chat.
extraordinary claim requires extraordinary evidence thing from?
It's just how the world works. Like, if I'm going to put forward that I can fly, for
I'm
argument's sake,
contending it. I'm contesting.
why though? What is it about it you disagree with as an idea?
That's what percentage does.
I'm wondering where you got this. You treat it as like a universal
everybody
truth.
in
I'm
the
wondering what your basis for that. What's your epistemology for it?
It's just how I've always, and not just myself, everyone. This is just how the world works. If I make a claim, it's on me to back up that claim. If I say to you, I can fly, it's not up to you to prove I can't. It's up to me to prove I can.
No, absolutely. I agree with you on that. I agree with you that the burden of proof is on the person that makes the positive claim.
Yeah.
But you're stratifying it by levels of incredulity of the claim. The more extraordinary the claim, the juicier the evidence has to be. The more extraordinary the evidence has to be. Where are you getting this from?
The difference between claims percent. Like, claiming you can fly is not the same as claiming you have an apple tree in your backyard.
Yeah, there's different levels there, isn't there? One is a fairly kind of grounded, I've got no reason. Like if you tell me there's an apple in your garden, I'm not going to say to you, I'm going to see some evidence for this, because it's quite likely you probably
I will
do
if you
have
live
an
in a
apple
desert, for
garden.
instance. It depends on the context, right? It might be an extraordinary claim in that regard. So, like,
there we go.
It's still the burden of proof is still the same, that you have to provide satisfactory evidence. It's not like there's some evidence that's satisfactory but not extraordinary, and some is extraordinary and no, it's just there's evidence that meets the threshold.
You just changed it. You moved it to the desert. You just made it an extraordinary claim by moving the garden to the desert. Do you realize that?
I feel like we could get really hung up on
Let's
this
face
point.
someone is like, for whatever reason they doubt what he's saying. They're contending it for whatever reason. They have their own reason for contending it, right? He still has to provide the same level of evidence for that as something that would another person would deem as extraordinary. It's not extraordinary evidence. It's just enough evidence to deem it true.
I feel like getting hung up on this just derails the conversation rather than adding.
He will have no argument to justify his point.
It's just derailing. It's just derailing.
No, it's not derailing. Let's check our line of thought right here. You can't just assume things to be true when they're not necessarily the case. Don't just tout things that you hear. Consider what you're saying.
Okay, then I believe that. That's how I feel, and that's how I feel on the topic. You're welcome to not, but that's how I feel about it. The bigger the claim, the more extraordinary, the more out there it is. So, for example, if somebody says to me they've been to Iceland, and I say, oh, wow, how was it? And then they send me this picture I posted in the side chat, a bit of a snowy landscape, I might look at that and think, oh, cool. Iceland must have been lovely. Conversely, if somebody tells me they've been to Narnia and presents that same picture as the evidence they've been to Narnia, I'm not going to say, wow, they really went to Narnia, because that's a more outlandish, it's a bigger claim. I personally, and I won't speak for everybody, I'm going to need to see more.
I hear you, but for me, if someone told me they went to Iceland, all they gave me was that snowy picture, I would not believe it just off of that alone.
Oh, okay, and that's reasonable.
The issue is that in the first, let me just address what you said. In the first thing, you didn't contend their claim. You were on board from the get, right? You didn't require evidence. I'm saying if you contended the claim, if you were doubtful, then that would not be enough.
But I wouldn't necessarily dispute. I wouldn't approach, oh, I've just been to Iceland, with incredulity, because I wouldn't necessarily think, well, he says he's been to Iceland, he probably did. But he tells me he's been to Narnia, I've got questions. But let's say, for example...
Exactly, that's what I've said. You're not contending the Iceland claim, but you're contending the Narnia claim. But if you were to contend the Iceland claim, then the level of evidence required would be the same.
I agree. No, that's fair. So if we look at this picture and we say, well, actually, this isn't enough for me to say that you've been to Iceland, this brings us back to the space angle and the surfaces of the moon and the drones they've got up there. Somebody tells me they've been to the moon. I need to see evidence, I need to see proof, regardless of whether or not it's a big claim, small claim. I'm approaching it with incredulity. I don't believe it, and I'm like, right, where is the evidence? The issue is, when I look at it, it's not convincing. I genuinely have not seen any convincing evidence that they've got little buggies on the moon, little robots on Mars, little space people floating.
So we agree on this one. We agree on this one. But my point is with the extraordinary thing, when you have that as a global will say, oh, we went to the moon 6 times in 2 years, whatever. It's not an extraordinary claim. You don't need extraordinary evidence. They might, you might give them an opening when you. That's my only point. But I appreciate.
Maybe. I can see where you're coming from with it. For me personally, if a friend says to me they've been to the moon, that's an extraordinary claim. But I hear what you're trying to say in terms of don't get caught on it. Basically, because I appreciate you could kind of get, caught out if you get hung up on that as an idea.
Isn't that the same as when say people say it's a flat Earth is what's the shape of the flat Earth, and they say, well, no one knows. I don't know. Whatever. That's kind of
But that's them being honest.
Disingenuous as well, though, isn't it?
No, but I disagree, because if I say to somebody in here, even one of the old hats, because there are guys in here who really know their stuff. But if you say to them, how does the Earth terminate? They will say to you openly, we don't know. And anybody claiming, I've got it all figured out.
Not very believable, though, is it? If someone says, I don't know.
Why?
Where's your Ferrari? Where's your Ferrari? Goats? I don't know. I'm not going to believe you got the Ferrari if you don't know.
You think we should just make up some crazy outlandish claim that we can't back up, right? So if someone says, "What is the sun?" and where is the sun located? Let me finish, Mark. Don't talk.
Sorry.
Just let me finish, man. Right. So if someone asks me, right, what is the sun? Where is the sun located? What medium is the sun in? How big is the sun? I would say I have no idea. I can't validate that. So I don't want to lie to you. So I'm going to tell you the honest truth and say I'm not sure. Okay, and then if I ask a globe earther that, right, they'll tell me a big story about it's a burning ball of plasma gas in a space vacuum, and it's exactly 93 million miles away, and this is how big it is, and this is what it's made of, and blah, blah, blah. Right, so that's an extraordinary claim. I've just been honest with my answer. So you couldn't say that I'm the one making the extraordinary claim. It's the same thing. What's the shape of the Earth? We don't know for sure. We can't validate it, right? So we don't want to bullshit. We don't want to give you some pseudoscience, right? So, yeah, it's not.
Well, I guess it's better than not making an effort. If you make an effort and say, well, we think it's this, blah, blah, blah. I believe that more than someone going, well, I haven't got a clue. I believe someone who.
So you want us to come up with an extraordinary claim?
Well, no,
I'd rather people be honest.
People put a bit of effort in to, to find out what it's about.
People be honest.
That's like the way you're looking at it is like we never have science. Fuck it, we don't know. Can't be asked finding out. Fuck it, forget it. Let's just guess about it. No, you got to put the effort in.
Okay, what effort did you put in? Do you know what the sun is?
No, mate, I'm a builder, so no. I'm just going about. All I know is what you guys say. That's all I know.
Oh, okay, so that's a lazy lack of effort. So, what shape is the Earth, Mark?
I don't know. Oh, I'm getting dragged in. It's not flat.
Lazy effort.
When I look at the moon and I see the shadows on the moon, it's definitely not flat, mate. That's all I know. That's all I know.
I didn't ask you about the moon. I asked you what shape is the Earth.
The shadow that it portrays on the moon, it looks spherical to me, mate, like a sphere, not a flat line.
Okay,
not a flat line.
So the phases of the moon aren't caused by the shadow of the Earth. We went over this the other day. Even in the globe model, it's just the angle of the sun hitting the moon. So it's nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
How do you know that? Have you been to the sun?
Wait. I need to jump in on this.
That's what you'd say to me.
So, you've seen the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time, haven't you, during the day?
Definitely.
Yeah. So when you look at that, the Earth is not in between the moon and the sun there, is it? It's self-evident that...
They're kind of like opposite sides to each other, aren't they? You never see like the sun and the moon next to each other, do you?
Yeah, but they're not
next to each other. In the daytime, aren't you? In the daytime.
Yeah,
you don't see the sun at the nighttime, do you?
On your argument, it would be better to bring up a lunar eclipse.
Yeah, thank you. Explain.
Yeah, so first you need to realize that when you try to claim that the lunar phases are caused by the shape of the Earth, that's a bad argument, right? So you shouldn't use that argument, right? That's what we're trying to get at there. When it comes to an eclipse, right, we have different types of eclipses that directly go against the claim, right, of how it works on the globe, right? The impossible eclipse, the Selenilian eclipse, the fact the shadow's the wrong way around, right? The fact we can see the sun and the moon during the eclipse, right? We have certain things that give us doubt into the explanation given by the globe side regarding the eclipse. So when I asked you what the shape of the Earth is, you're talking about making an assumption because you see a shadow on the moon, or what you think is a shadow on the moon, so therefore you assume that the Earth is a globe, right? That's not science. That's not how you do science. Right? In fact, this isn't even a science question. When I'm talking about the geometry of the Earth, this is geometry, not science. Right? So, yeah, it's an observation. So when I'm saying, like, if you want someone to give you an explanation about something that they can't validate, right, then how are they going to back their claim up, right? You're going to have to use some type of pseudoscience, right? Try to explain it away with math like the globe side does, right? But you need to look at the difference between actual science and pseudoscience. It's a big difference, right? Pseudoscience is a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly being regarded as being based on the scientific method, right? It's not science, it's pseudoscience, it's fake science. We try to stick with what's empirical, practical demonstrations, testable, repeatable by anyone here on Earth. Long-distance observations, laser tests. Not making, big claims that we can't back up, right? Extraordinary claims, right? That's what we mean about extraordinary evidence, right? I get what Question's saying, but if you make a big claim like what I just said, like, what the globe side claims with the sun, right? We're going to need some really solid evidence to back that up. Not just like a photo of the sun or something like that. It's going to have to be a big lot of evidence, right?
You've got to go in there and get melted by the sun to prove it. Okay. No, I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
No problems, man.
Yeah, the reason why it's pseudoscience is because we can't experiment on it whatsoever. Like, if you were to say that, like, if you were to say it's an inference that you're inferring the Earth's shape because of this thing that you presume is a shadow on the moon, that's fair,
Oh,
but to say
definitely is a shadow, mate. Definitely is a shadow. It looks like a shadow.
It does look like a shadow. I'll give you that, but you don't know it's a shadow, right? Because
it's a shadow. Come on, mate. You know it's a shadow.
A physical object that's obstructing the sun. You don't know that there's a physical object that's obstructing.
Yeah, how'd you prove it's not a shadow?
That's terrain. That's the moon. You've never confirmed that the moon is terrain or whatever. Even though I'll give you that it looks like it is. It has text. It looks like it has texture. Adherent to that. But you don't know. We've never once confirmed it by going there in person. Whatever the moon is, right? It's just an inference in the end. And if you were to, like, for instance, I wouldn't say it's out of the realms of science. Say it, like, hypothetically it is a landmass, then you could technically if you had the wherewithal, which we don't because we're just like limited humans, you could have a demonstration or prove that it is being like occluded by some sort of object or what have you. Just like on Earth, if we had like a giant boulder and we saw that the sun cast the shadow of like a tree on it, we could experiment with different shapes geometrically. Like I wouldn't say that geometry is completely excluded from science. You could geometrically experiment with different shapes to see which shape is causing the shadow on this giant boulder, for instance, right? But it's just the moon is
surely if the Earth's flat, it would be a big thick line across the moon. It wouldn't be a crescent shape, would it, or a waxen shape? It would be a thick line.
So you're assuming like a thin disc Earth.
Come on, that's what you use. Yeah, well, you don't know. This is it. You don't know what shape your planet is. This is the problem.
It's not a planet, Mark. We don't claim it's a planet.
Well,
you're trying to fit it inside. You're trying to fit the flat Earth. You're trying to fit the flat Earth inside the globe model, right? In the heliocentric model of the universe, you're trying to fit a flat object into that. That's incorrect. It's not compatible. It's completely different.
Well, tell me what shape it is then. Just really layman's terms. No science, no complications. Tell you, man to man, you tell me what shape it is. I say it's kind of like, because of what I see on the moon.
Mark, we have had this discussion before. Why you keep asking for a shape? What's wrong with you? Huh?
Because I see it all the time. Every time I go.
No, I mean, what's wrong with you? You keep asking the same question every fucking time you come in here. You get the same response. What is wrong with you?
Because you guys can't answer it, bro. Look, because you guys
can you
can't
explain to us what the fuck is wrong with you? For real. Like, are you here like doing something else? What's going on? You genuinely here to listen and learn? Or you're just repeating like a fucking broken NPC every time? What's the shape? Every fucking time you come in here. Are you okay? Holy shit. A grown-ass man asking the same repetitive fucking question, getting the same answer, thinking he's gonna get a different result. Are you, like, what's wrong with you? Sorry, carry on.
Look, there's the old saying. Look, the old saying, right? Flat Earth isn't for everyone, right? If you don't get these basic arguments that we're making, then maybe flat Earth isn't for you, and you should just blindly believe in the globe, right? Because if you become a flat earther and you start trying to explain flat Earth to someone, right, you're probably going to chase them away from flat Earth. Just more argumentation. Right? If we have to explain to you, spoon feed you how the globe model works, right? When you're trying to claim that the lunar phases are caused by the shadow of the globe Earth, we shouldn't have to explain that to an adult, right? And then for you to argue with us about that, when we're just trying to teach you your own model.
I disagree. Flat Earth is for everyone, just like God is for everyone. Whether you like it or not.
Yeah, but he can't grasp the basic arguments at all. He's not listening to them, so he's not going to get it. No, try explaining to the Black Swan or something like that. Try to explain long distance observations or laser tests. Try to go over the basic math with this guy. Good luck.
There is an angle though. He's a builder, right? So if he's building things, then there's an angle of, well, when they're building things, when they're building canals, when they're building motorways, when they're building railway tracks, are they accounting for the curvature of the Earth when they're doing this? Are surveyors factoring in the curvature of the Earth when planning buildings, when planning cities?
So
all right, ladies and gents, it was a pleasure. See you guys later.
All right, Castle Kingside, bye. I mean, every time I've seen people try to make a miniature version of what happens, right, during an eclipse with a light source, and then two spherical bodies, right? The shadow on the spherical body that represents the moon doesn't look anything like what we see during an eclipse. I haven't seen anyone replicate it. The sphere doesn't cast a shadow like we see on an eclipse on another sphere, as far as I've seen.
Yeah, they explain away the Southern Hellion eclipse just like they do with like the long distance observations.
Yeah, well, they do. They say refraction, but then that doesn't explain the upside down shadow. I haven't heard them address that. But yeah, you're right. They use the word refraction when they have no idea what refraction even really means. Most of the people that say it, they have no idea what they're talking about. Refraction's actually their worst nightmare once they actually look into it. And how can they say, right, like that every single Selenilian eclipse we have this particular refraction effect in the sky? Like refraction, like does all sorts of different things in the atmosphere, sinking and stooping, and look at the Skunk Bay time lapse, for example. You just see everything warping up and down all over the place, mirages constantly happening, going away, coming again. I still can't wait for a globe earther to show this magical type of refraction that they made up that allows us to see 10, 20, 30 times further over a physical horizon.
There's countless citations as well from surveyors saying, we categorically do not account for the curvature of the Earth. I mean, so the Earth's massive. So here's the thing, Mark. NASA don't tell us the Earth is massive. They tell us exactly how big it is. Obviously, that figure we can dispute, and we do, of course. But it isn't just Earth big. It isn't bacteria on a basketball. There's no way they've given us an exact radius, so we can take that radius, do calculations, do maths, do trigonometry, do science, if you will, and work out. So, given a radius of 3,959 miles, which is a very, very specific number, and you can work out, well, how much curvature should that produce per mile, and you can go and test that yourself. So when you're talking about people like maybe not putting in the effort, there are people here who they've gone and done their own long distance observations, they've done their own laser tests, and it does cast serious doubt. At a minimum, it casts serious doubt on that figure of 3,959. Because let's just say, for argument's sake, it's not flat, it's just thousands of times bigger than they told us it was. Then how can you take anything they've said seriously? And these are things you can do yourself. Like, I encourage anybody listening who thinks that people have absolutely lost the plot. I used to think similar myself not that long ago. Go and get a P900. You can pick one up for about £300 second hand. Do it yourself. Mark, you're in the north of England. Go to Lake Windermere, 10.5 miles across. Bear in mind, curvature should be visible, quote unquote, at 3 miles. A geometric horizon is what you should be met with at 3 miles. It is a lovely place. You should be met with a geometric horizon at 3 miles. But you can take a P900 to Lake Windermere, and you will see there is, and to be fair, the lower the camera, because that's at 6 foot, a 6 foot high observer should be met with a geometric horizon at 3 miles. Take a P900. Obviously, don't have it on a 6 foot tripod. You can if you want to. Have it 2 feet high, and you will see way beyond 3 miles. I promise you, because I've done it myself. I will post a picture of my camera in the side chat if anyone thinks I'm lying. But if somebody was to then ask me, okay, smarty pants, where does the Earth terminate? What's the sun? Don't know. And what would be more disingenuous is giving you fake answers. I could give you guesses. Oh, I think it might be this. And it's entertaining to listen to people who speak like that, I'll concede, but the only honest answer is, well, we don't know. But we know what it's not. It's not a ball. Manan, who lives in Australia, is not upside down.
Yeah, from eye level it looks flat, right? But according to the globe, right, there's still 66 foot of drop over 10 miles, right? So depending on the height of the observer, you have to have a geometric horizon at a set distance, right? It's physical geometric horizon line dependent on the height of the observer, and it cannot move if the Earth is a globe, right? So if you're 1 foot off the surface making an observation, you have a geometric horizon at 1.225 miles. Okay, so when we go out, we cannot find it. We cannot find the 66 foot of curvature over the 10 miles, right? So we then go and do another test in a different location with different weather conditions, with different variables like 20 miles. 30 miles, right? We're consistently not being able to find the geometric horizon, not being able to find the curvature, right? Different observer heights. Do it in the evening. Take it to the next level. Get a high-powered laser. Shoot that across the surface of the water over a 10-mile lake. It hits the target on the other side. Hey, should have been curvature, right? Obstruction, blocking point A, where the laser is shot from reaching the target at point B by huge amounts of Earth curvature. Right? The laser hits the target, so we then go to another location and another location, right? We get the same results again and again and again and again. At what point does this geometric horizon come into play, right? It can't be detected. But then when we turn to the globe side, we're like, all right, well, We can't find this geometric horizon. We can't find any Earth curvature. You guys are claiming it. Where's your evidence? And then we get crickets. Mark, you want to say that we're bacteria compared to the size of the planet? Dude, you claim that ships go over the horizon at just 3 miles out to sea. One foot observer height, the ships should start dipping over the horizon at 1.2 miles away. Doesn't happen. You have to have a geometric horizon on a globe. It has to be at a certain distance, depending on the height of the observer. That is something that comes along with the globe. You can't have the globe of the size that they're telling us without the geometric horizon. The geometric horizon blocks the view of things that go past it, and they will be hidden behind the horizon by a certain height, right? By a certain amount, depending on their height and how far they are behind the horizon. That's the problem for you guys, right? Because we can see magnitudes further than you would be able to see on a globe. We cannot find the geometric horizon. Ego. Did you want to talk about refraction, right? Do you want to know, like, do you know what refraction is? Do you know what refraction does? You have demonstrations of refraction.
They're never going to have
refraction.
A geometric horizon.
Sorry?
I said they're never going to have a geometric horizon because they don't have a perfect vacuum. We have air. We have refraction. So they're never going to have a geometric horizon. It's always going to be for them an unfalsifiable claim.
Yeah, there is no type of refraction, though, that allows you to see 10 times further beyond a physical horizon. So a refraction,
imaginary refraction.
Yeah.
It's whatever they make.
Yeah, there's always refraction. Yeah, exactly. But refraction doesn't, like, they're misusing the term refraction.
Not if they made their own term and define it how they like terrestrial refraction, 7/6R, whatever, and it can vary as much as they want. It's an unfalsifiable claim. It doesn't matter what the claim is. It's not true because they can't prove it.
Yeah, it's just a dumb claim, right? They have like a refraction slider to try to reverse engineer where their horizon should be when they don't even know what the exact temperature gradient was doing in the observation that gets presented to them, like the black swan or like any observation, right? Because the type of refraction in the atmosphere will depend on like the vertical temperature gradient between point A and point B. It's very difficult to take exact readings of what it's going to be or what it was when the observation was taken.
Temperature, but also pressure.
Yeah. Well, the temperature goes in relation, like hand in hand with the pressure, right? So sometimes you'll have like sinking, what's called sinking, and that's when you'll have like a layer of warmer air closer to the surface, and then a layer of cooler air above it, and that fits in with the pressure, because you have the cooler air will be a higher pressure, right? A different pressure, like a different density, because the cooler gas particles kind of like condense together, right? So you'll have like more condensed gas, and then warmer gas like spreads out more, so the light won't pass through the cooler medium the same as it passes through the warmer medium because of, like you said, the pressure, which is caused by the temperatures. And then sometimes we have looming, which is when you have the cooler air closer to the surface, and then the warmer air above it, right? And then things will appear higher than they should. It's the opposite of looming, the opposite of sinking. And then there's all the other ones. And then you can have combinations of them as well. Like if you're making a 10-mile observation, right, you could have an inverted temperature gradient between 5 miles and 10 miles, right? So then you can start getting combinations of different types of effects. So yeah, it gets chaotic. It's their worst nightmare. It makes it very difficult for them to prove their geometric horizon. But there is no type of refraction that allows you to see, these magnitudes further. Like we can demonstrate all these other known effects on a smaller scale, right? Like sinking, looming, all that sort of thing can be set up in on a small scale. But yeah, like the Skunk Bay time lapse is a good example, right? You see things rising and sinking and warping and bending, but you never see further through any part of the observation. You never see further than you should. Yeah, so extra, if you want to, complain about us not having a map, right? You have issues with all of your maps, right? All of the globe maps have issues. Okay, so we don't have a map. Let's just say we did pull a map out of our ass, right, and present it to you. You would have absolutely no way of validating it or not. You'll never know whether it's correct or not. But we're not going to bullshit you with some map. We don't claim to have a map. We're just mostly just testing the globe math, right? That's given to us, right? They tell us the exact math. So when we compare it to see if it matches with reality, it doesn't. Yeah, you guys claim to have this amazing model, right? It doesn't match reality. So yeah, the model's crap. It doesn't work. So yeah, you're saying, yeah, we do. You have a model, do you? Firstly, I challenge you to present the scientific model for the globe Earth, right? Post it in the side chat. You're not going to because you don't have one, right? But the math that you do give us doesn't match reality. We can prove that over and over and over again, and you don't have anything to prove that it does match reality without being fallacious, right? Without begging the question. The ego says, why would you advocate for a flat Earth but not produce a scientific model for it? Post your scientific model of the globe.
But
hopefully you know what a scientific model is.
No, I'm very unaware. That's why I'm speaking on the topic. Sorry. As I said, I was eating. Give me a second. Yeah, what's like... I'm all for internal critiques, right? Like, I like deconstructionary, like, literature and critical theory. I don't have a problem with that. I just... Why wouldn't you... what's it called in English? Why wouldn't you provide, like, a positive model for... Like, you guys are just skeptical, or do you guys have, like, an alternative model? I'm not saying you need to convince me with an alternative model. It's just...
Yeah, we don't claim...
Like, internal critique only gets you so far, right?
Yeah, so falsification is independent of replacement.
Sure.
But we don't claim to know the shape of the Earth. So when people say, like, flat versus globe Earth, right, it's not really a fair statement to make, right? Because it's not really like that. There's a lot we don't know, and we admit what we don't know. A lot of what we are doing is most like testing the globe to see if the globe matches reality. So what we're talking about when we say flat Earth, we're not claiming a shape, right? We're talking about the surface of the Earth, right? As a topographical plane where the flat part would be large bodies of water over distance, not having any curvature to them.
Okay, so flat Earth is more like you're just more agnostic on the reality of it, but it appears so in your observation. It's more like that.
Yeah, there's like certain things that have to be there for it to be a globe of the size that they tell us. And when we test, we can't find any curvature, right? So it's kind of like if you have a surface that doesn't have any curvature, it would therefore be flat by default because no curvature can be detected. We're constantly asking and looking for curvature and performing different types of tests. But yeah, we can't find any. And you would have to have a geometric horizon that goes along with the globe, right? And that's depending on the height of the observer, right? And that's a physical horizon that things that go over it would have to be hidden behind it. But we can't find it. In fact, we can see magnitudes further than you would be able to see on a globe. Right, so we can set up a camera at 1 foot off the surface of the water, and we can see the horizon way over 10 miles away, where it would have to be at 1.22 miles on a globe. So then we like repeat these different tests in different locations, different times of the day, different weather conditions, different distances, and where, sometimes we're seeing 20, 30 times further. And you would be able to see. I mean, you can't see indefinitely, obviously, because of the capacity of the air over distance.
Not obvious to me. But wait, does air have a capacity over distance?
Yeah. If you look into it, the maximum distance that you would be able to see on a perfectly clear day is about 200 miles. But usually, if you check it's like water, right? Like.
Yeah, refraction.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The light, scatters. It can only push so far through atmosphere. Yeah, like if you go 200 meters deep into the ocean, it's pitch black, right? Because the light can't push.
It's just that, but with a less dense material. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And then you've got perspective to take into consideration, and along with that comes like a convergence. Right, like if you look down a really long hallway, it looks like everything converges into like a point because of perspective. So we have things getting smaller as they move away, right? So if you look at if you look up in the sky at a big giant jumbo jet, at around 6 miles, you can hardly see it anymore. It's like the tiniest little dot in the sky. It's only on a clear day that you can see it because the angular size becomes so small at just 6 miles that you can't resolve it anymore. And once something gets below 0.02 degrees, the human eye can't resolve it, right? You would have to zoom in, right? You could keep zooming in and bring it back to view again. But then, eventually it's going to be too small to resolve, right? Because even the zoom lenses, right, have limitations because of angular perspective. angle of view. But yeah, when you're looking horizontally through the atmosphere, right, things are eventually going to fade out. That's why if you're on a mountain and you're looking at other mountains in the different distance, you'll see each mountain will get harder and harder to see. Because the light that's bouncing off those mountains and trying to make its way back to your eye, can only push so far. Yeah, if you look at the visibility report, right, in the weather reports, usually it's only much lower than 200 miles is the visibility report most of the time. That makes sense anyway.
Someone talk. I'm not paying you guys to be silent.
Might have something conflicting to say about it if we say anything, so we learned our lesson.
Okay, Radwin, keep it up. I'll take it out of your year.
See?
Okay, I'll bite. So a guy posts 24/7 NASA live stream of Earth from space with some really uplifting music in the background. Really aroused me. What is it about this that you would look at that and you go, yep, no further questions? Like I've looked at it and I am sold. This sells it for me. It's 100% true. I know it is. Like, how did you arrive there? Quite compelling. Right, there we go. I'm a Glober. Sorry, guys.
The ISS life took you back to the globe.
No, I'll also start being facetious because obviously you kind of asked the question, completely willing and open to kind of, engage in conversation, and then just nothing, silence. And you're like, yep, compelling argument, well put.
What's the topic?
Some guy in the side, well, you engaged with them a bit as well. That guy in the side chat posting how apparently the live feed of the ISS, that's his evidence. That's him convinced.
No, I asked him to show me his model, and he gave me that.
But it's more the idea that somebody could look at that and not a hint of kind of like critical thought or independent thought to think, well, how do I know this is real? Is it a possibility this could be fake? It's like, no, none of that. Except, yep, this is real. No further questions. No verification. No investigation. It's just, it's real. I just find it interesting because I used to be that guy, right? Like, I think we all were, surely, to a certain degree. But to look at that and just, yep, fair enough, cool. No further questions. It's real to me.
Until we post the video of the Chinese space station. It completely contradicts the NASA space station footage.
Don't forget the Indian space missions.
Well, yeah, the thing with the Chinese space station is at the ISS, it's curved. You go a little higher, it goes back to flat. And then higher up again, it curves again. It's all about glurspective.
There's an image from the Chinese space station, and they're like messing about with water, and there's some kind of like, oh, look. And there's like a glass of water on the side. That's just completely not affected by the zero-G whatsoever. And the irony being they're doing some kind of show and tell to, show zero-G in the footage. And there's just this glass of water on the cabinet. Maybe they glued it down, the clever guys, they're astronauts. But there's just this glass of water on the side, completely unaffected by the zero-G that everything else appears to be getting affected by. And then my other favourite one is it shows in the window. You can see the horizon. And it's just, yeah, completely, 100% horizontal. That's what got me, though. Like, you look at this stuff, because you first start hearing about the topic, and you think, right, I'm going to go look at this space footage again. There's no way it looks as fake as they're saying it is. And then you look at it, and you're like, oh my God, I believe this. I genuinely believed this. Because there's footage of the rockets and the landings and the whatever else it is, and it's like, it reminds me, if you remember the world's first camera phones, like 1 megapixel max kind of thing. And it's like these 1 megapixel images or video recording capabilities, recording at like 4 frames a second. And it's like, so why is it? You think of like what people have got in their pocket, 4K recording devices, 60 FPS, and these fit into little tiny packages. But when they go into space, best bust out the Nokia 3310. I'll take my videos with that. You're not going to take it with your iPhone? No? Fair enough. Sure, you can record your little space missions with the world's first camera phone. Why would you not?
Yeah, exactly. Here's a good example of what you're talking about. Have a look at the video I just put in the side chat, right? This is meant to be actual footage of the Indian lunar rover rolling down the ramp and going onto the moon.
See, this is what I was trying to get onto earlier, but it took a bit of a detour, right? So the evidence, or the claim is, India have put a little robot on the moon. Okay, cool. Let's examine the evidence. This should be good. How can anybody watch that footage and be like, yep, that's me convinced. India have been to the moon. Like, if you're still here, Mark, genuinely, look at that, mate. Seriously, look at that. Look at that footage and tell me, yep, India have been to the moon. That's me convinced. Like, you can't say it with a straight face. And then you think, well, this is just a particularly bad example. Surely there's better footage elsewhere of these little moon missions they're all on. But there's not. All of it looks like this.
I've not looked at it, mate. I'll look at it now.
Yeah, have a look.
I have heard about it, like
this is their evidence that they've put little robots on the moon. And this is what it all looks like. Not just India's, China's looks the same, America's looks the same. There is no, I have yet to see, and I'm happy to change my mind in the face of new information. It's how I arrived where I am now in my thinking. But I've yet to see any compelling video evidence to suggest robots, humans or otherwise, have left Earth.
I think modern ones, like the little robot things they send, I reckon that's kind of believable, but the actual original moon landing, like the communication, I don't think they could do all that shit. Like.
No, but Mark, this is modern. Look in the side chat. Look at that video. This is now. This is not 1969. Yeah, this is now. This is the footage they're sending us now, because as we sit discussing, the shape of the Earth, they've got little robots up on the moon in India, don't you know? Yeah, this is current. This is now. Not today specifically, but
I listened to a YouTube video about that actual video you posted there when it rolled over, and they actually went into the reasons why it rolled over, and it stayed there for something like 9 weeks, and then something blew it back on its feet, and yeah, it did send pictures back and whatever. Yeah, but
so that footage there. Do you look at that footage and think, "Yep, I'm sold. India have put robots on the moon"? Like, does that footage convince you that India have put robots on the moon?
Hang on, mate. Which one's the Indian one? I'm looking at anti-globalist one.
Yeah, so anti-globalist
video shows India lunar rover rolling.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Service.
Yeah.
Have a look at that.
I'll watch it now, bro.
Yeah, it's just quick. So. Yeah.
To say as well, us Scousers, you're not supposed to be able to pull the wool over our eyes easily. Do you know what I mean? We're supposed to know a scam when we see one. Look at that footage.
Are you telling me you're a Scouser?
Close enough.
You sound a bit posh to be a Scouser, mate.
That's the thing. I grew up in a bin, but I didn't stick around.
Wirral? Are you from the Wirral?
Nah, not from the Wirral.
You're not a squirrel.
I wish I was born in. I wish I grew up in the Wirral.
Wallasey, Birkenhead. You're Birkenhead, aren't you?
Birkenhead. Oh, wash your mouth out, son.
I get you, mate.
But right, you watch that video, yeah? This is their evidence, because if somebody says to you, we put robots on the moon,
it doesn't look real, mate. It doesn't look real.
Yeah, but this is their evidence. And then you go, okay, well, this is just India. Obviously, India haven't been to the moon, but America's must look better, right? Go find it. Watch it. And I'll see you back here in a week. Because you'll be back here in a week going like, hold on a minute. It all looks just as fake as that.
All right, then, listen, right. You see all them rockets going up last week? SpaceX, Jeff Bezos, whatever his name is, his rocket. What are they doing? Where are they going? What do you think they're doing? Are they just sending them up there, wasting money, doing nothing? Or they
let me answer the Jeff Bezos one. Just let me answer the Jeff Bezos one really quickly. And the Blue Origin, right? So they go up to around 300 to 350,000 feet. Okay, so on the Blue Origin rocket, there was a trained astronaut, right? And she said that she was disappointed, right? She trained to be an astronaut for 50 years, right? And she said she wanted to see the curvature of the Earth. And she said she was disappointed she didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth because apparently they didn't go high enough, right? And then astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson came out after that in 2 different interviews on TV. And he said he did the calculations, and he says that you wouldn't even be able to see the curvature of the Earth from that height. He said it's a lot of smart marketing and deceptive marketing. He said that's not even really space, the height that they're going to. So it's very deceptive marketing, in my opinion.
The ones that went up last week didn't have people in. They were just like, I think the Starlink were putting satellites up. I don't know what the Bezos one was doing. Why are they wasting money in doing that? What's the point?
They make tons of money doing it. It's not that they're wasting money. There's some good documentaries out, and it shows how profitable these space industries are. Right, they make more money than the movie and the music industry combined. The space industry.
Crypto traders gamble on it. I've been watching it. You know what I mean? They're watching the traders gambling on
also
the
like taxpayer money, right? People think SpaceX is like, people think like Elon Musk is like, you know, paying for the SpaceX stuff, but they have like a $10 billion contract with NASA. They have all sorts of other contracts. They have like a lot of things we don't know about as well. So, I mean, when you watch those rockets go up, right? They don't just have a single camera on the rocket that you can just watch it go all the way up into space, right?
Yeah,
they switch. Yeah, there's some good videos that show evidence that, you know, it's not what they're saying it is.
No, you're true, mate. You can watch it, and it will always switch. You lose sight, don't you? Every now and then you lose sight. It's never a full right from ground to destination video. I do agree with that. I do agree with that. Yeah, it's a bit sketchy, isn't it? Sketchy.
It's a bit sketchy, yeah. And some of the footage looks a bit fake to me. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, but why are they doing it then?
So
what's
this is the point where people like they throw their hands up and they start to realize, okay, there's something in. Well, think back to what we said earlier, right? We were talking about how some people pathologically collect stamps, yeah, because no matter how many stamps they collect, they need more. They physically need more.
I got you.
There are people who pathologically hoard money because no matter how much money they've got, they pathologically need more. Some people feel the same way about power and about control. Because imagine if you believe you're stuck on a ball with nowhere to go, if you believe you were the great-great-great-great-grandchild of a monkey spinning pointlessly through an infinite void until you die for no reason, then you are lethargic, you are depressed, you're aimless, without energy. People who believe that about themselves are easy to control, easy to manipulate. Think of how much harder people would be to manipulate if they all believed that this place was created for them and that they have purpose and that they have power. When you remove that from people, you remove their agency.
What are you getting out of being different to the populace? Like?
It's not so much that I get anything from it. It's just I believe in my soul that this place was created for us and we have a purpose within it, whether we figured it out yet or not.
Are you religious? Are you coming from a religious aspect?
No, I was staunch atheist. I used to debate religious people for fun because I was so convinced, oh, these silly, silly Bible people. And I'm by no means attached to a particular religion. Do I believe in a God? Absolutely. Could I tell you which one? Could I name it? No. I haven't decided on a team or a particular book or a particular religion, if you will. But, you know, is there a creator? In my mind, 100%. And so if people believe that, if people believe there is a creator, then they're believing in laws, if you will, that transcend the politicians, that transcend the lies on the TV. So when you convince people that they're just space monkeys with anxiety, they're easier to control and manipulate. And I'm not even saying this is definitely it. You heard it from Raised by Goats. He knows why they lie. But when you hear that, think to yourself, well, could that be a potential motive? Well, yeah, in my mind, 100%.
It's all too sci-fi for me, mate. Honest to God. I get what you're saying, but it's
the opposite of sci-fi. What you believe is sci-fi. I don't believe in sci-fi. You believe in robots on Mars. What I believe is not sci-fi.
True.
Yeah.
You believe in like,
Do you know what I mean? You believe in robots going to Mars and stuff. I don't believe in sci-fi. I used to.
Okay. Fair point.
What's the issue with robots on Mars, though?
I've no issue with it. I've just yet to see compelling evidence that they've actually done it.
There is lots of good videos, bro. Honestly, just YouTube it.
Wait. Good videos. Show me one.
You can look it up,
Yeah,
bro.
no.
They have videos that come from it.
Ah,
You
okay,
can
yeah,
see
look it
there's
up.
tons of data on everything
Data.
about it.
So good
Yeah,
ones,
From
though.
your impossible space vacuum. From your impossible space vacuum. Yeah, that's what it's going to come down to, right? You guys claiming that you can have a space vacuum adjacent to a gas pressure system that we have here on Earth. Gas pressure gradient inside a vacuum.
It's kind of like you believe in like videos
Mars
that
has
support flat
Mars
Earth. But you
has
don't.
fucking atmosphere as well.
Inside a vacuum.
Yes, inside a vacuum. Gravity, my friend. Gravity will keep the gas close to the body.
No. Gas particles don't have a downward bias. They don't have a directional bias. They move freely in all directions.
They move freely in all directions until they're pulled by something like a force like gravity.
No, that's a contradiction, right? They can't move, right, in straight lines.
Oh, you know how when you move your hand, and the gas particles move around it? So
we're talking about gas, not your hand. Now you're switching to hand. Stay on topic. Gas
the hand moves through the gas.
We're not
The
talking
gas
about your
particles
fucking
move
hands.
around.
We're talking about
Smoke,
gas that
bro,
has
think
nothing to
about
do with your
smoke.
hands. Shut the fuck up and stay on topic. We're talking about gas.
Yes, I'm talking
properties of gas. You're not
Okay,
talking
yes.
about gas anymore. You're talking about your
I'm talking
hand.
about a force moving the gas.
Yeah,
That's the
gravity's not a force. Hasn't been for 110 years.
Okay, you're right. It's not a force. But all right, bro. Chill out. I don't know why you care this much about flat Earth.
You're fucking ridiculous. So why don't you tell us? Why don't you tell us why your force is not keeping? Why don't you tell us why your force is not keeping gases down to the surface where the force is supposed to be the greatest? Tell us that.
It does. It does, though.
Oh, so the helium balloons are staying down at the surface?
Helium balloons are less dense than air.
So buoyancy overcame your gravity. So what happened to the force then?
Overcome gravity, fam. It gets pushed down by the other gas particles.
Why isn't it being pushed down by your force?
What isn't being pushed down by force? It is, though.
Fucking helium and hydrogen. They're not being pushed down to the surface where the force is the greatest. Explain that.
It's because the gas it gets displaced. You know what I mean?
So you have a fucking excuse for why gravity isn't doing what you're saying is showing. Yes, it is.
It's all explained.
Okay.
It's all coherent.
Yeah, it's explained. But where's a demonstration of gravity? We'll give you 1,000 times bendy warping space-time and 1,000,000 times Newtonian mass attracts mass, and it won't affect the gas at all. Not one iota.
Do you not believe that space gets bent by gravity?
No, I don't have to believe something. If it's proven, then I don't have to believe it. You're the one that has a belief.
I'm asking if you question it. Do you question it?
You have the belief. Let's
question the existence.
You asked me if I believe. No. If it's proven, I don't need to believe. It's proven by demonstration. Then
So
there's
you
no
don't
belief
have an
involved.
opinion? You don't have an opinion on whether Earth is flat or not?
Everybody's
by
got
that
an
logic.
asshole too. Everybody's got opinions, just like assholes. Everybody's got one. Big deal.
I'm asking
Opinions don't count towards the gas laws. Your opinions don't affect the gas laws either.
Okay,
Just
this
like
is
gravity.
what you fucking idiots do. You fucking argue bullshit and get off of the fucking topic. So let's go back to the
you're
topic
the
of
one that
flat Earth.
can't provide us a demonstration of your claim.
So
You
the
can't
easiest
provide a
way.
demonstration of gas being affected by your gravity. Provide us gas pressure just by gravity without a container.
Let's say I do that. You're gonna have some other
let's
bullshit.
Just do it instead of just let's say.
You're gonna have some other bullshit.
How about
Let's
an
talk
actual
about flat Earth.
demonstration?
Let's talk about flat Earth.
Why
Let's
don't you
talk about
provide
flat
your
Earth.
fucking information for your claim? It's not our claim.
Okay, dude? I need to tell you about the atmosphere. That's what you want me to prove. You want me to prove that the atmosphere exists?
Gases don't obtain a shape. So you have a dichotomy there. Atmo is gases, sphere is a shape. Gases don't obtain a shape unless they're contained.
Gases don't contain a shape unless they're
They don't
contained.
obtain. They don't obtain any
Obtain.
shape unless they're fucking contained. So gases, free reigning gases, are unbonded. They don't have a shape.
Okay.
Yeah,
So you're
spherical
begging the
gas.
question. You're begging the question when you're saying atmosphere. You're begging the question. The sphere hasn't been determined yet, hasn't been measured.
Dude, this is mind blowing. The Earth is
The
fucking
thing is, we
flat.
can.
Holy
The
shit.
thing is, dude, hold on a second. Look, we can back up everything we're saying with citations and practical demonstrations. Right? You have to beg the question and give explanations based on blind faith in your globe model.
Me? I have to. I'm with
Yeah.
you guys now. I'm a flat fucking earther. Fuck this, dude. We're fucking globalists. Okay, how about this? How about this? The sun. How can you model? Can you show me a model of the sun with the flat Earth?
A model is a reification.
Accounting for the time zones.
Every model is a reification fallacy.
A reification fallacy. I'm not familiar with that fallacy. What is that?
Yeah,
What does
you
that
don't
mean?
know what fallacies are because you're using them all the time. So apparently,
I know. I've fucking taken philosophy and logic classes. I've just never heard this specific fallacy. What's this one?
You're reifying a presupposition of something that has not been proven.
What's reifying?
You're basically begging the question of the globe before you start. So you're including the conclusion in your premise. That's reification. You're
So you
reifying.
imagine something so vividly that you think it could be true, therefore it probably is. That's the fallacy.
So models are asking for a model is a fallacy, right? Or just when I said atmosphere, or no, I didn't say atmosphere. I said the sun that takes account time zones. Asking for a model of that is a fallacy. Hello?
No. It depends what you're talking about when when you're making claims about the sun, right? You're claiming
So,
a ball of
for
plasmic.
daylight-
Look, as soon as I started talking, you started talking. That's just going to lead to chaos.
I was just trying to clarify. So what I was asking is if there's any model where you can get like the flat Earth and then some light source that will correspond to different time zones and the way we can observe light on Earth. Sunlight on Earth, or I guess sunlight would be.
Okay, so
You
let's
don't
go
like
along
that.
with let's
All
go
right, I'm
along with
assuming.
your premise of a model. So first of all, let's start with the basics. Tell us what the sun is. What is the sun?
You know what I believe the sun is.
No, you tell us. We want to hear it from your mouth. What
I believe it's a giant explosion in the sky.
Okay, and do you know how it works?
Yeah,
Okay, tell us how it works.
I do. Nuclear fusion, right? Or is it?
Okay, great. Nuclear fusion and explosion in space of what? The transference of hydrogen to helium. So it's a nuclear fusion. So
yeah.
Do you have a demonstration of plants growing from a nuclear fusion? Go.
The light from a nuclear fusion or from a nuclear fusion itself? I
Just
believe
like
that the
you
light
said,
from the sun.
the light's coming to Earth from a nuclear fusion. So do you have a demonstration of plants growing from the light formed from a nuclear fusion?
I think every model of plants growing, you can just look up how plants work, and that's coming
You're
from the sun. That's showing that the sun grows.
Wrong. Yeah. Do you know the only way that you can have a demonstration of plants growing by, let's say, man-made means? The only way you can make plants grow? Do you know what that is?
With light?
Electric light. That's correct. Bingo, we have a winner. Electric light. So your sun is not a fucking fusion ball.
but you can also grow stuff in the sun, which is a fusion ball.
No, you're reifying the sun as to what you think it is again. So you're saying, oh, it's a fusion ball, and so it is growing. So look at the plants growing. So therefore, it's a fusion ball. You don't understand reification and begging the question, do you?
No, I understand. I'm mostly bullshitting because these are fucking insane. Like, I'm not calling you insane, but like, it's honestly impressive the way the just fucking shit you guys pull out. I'm not trying to like.
It's not
be a
shit.
dickhead.
It's verifiable information. You can either take it or leave it. I don't know if you're playing some kind of game. I don't know if you're playing some kind of game like you're a flat earther and you're like trying to toy with flat earthers. I don't know what your purpose is here.
No, I'm not a flat earther. I'm just trying to have a conversation. But so I don't believe that we have a fusion. We haven't been able to even like recreate fusion, nuclear fusion. So I don't see how that's a valid thing.
Okay.
Like we can't grow plants with artificial suns, but we also don't have artificial suns. My model of suns,
Yeah, but we do have electric light growing plants.
Exactly. So that's like saying a fucking plow that runs on gasoline can't exist because it hasn't been. It wasn't invented because that's what cows do.
That's a non sequitur. It has nothing to do with what I said.
So you're also using a fallacy, buddy, when you say, like, just because we haven't fucking done it doesn't mean it can't be done. Like, we don't have the tools to do fusion at the moment.
We have a demonstration of fusion in this reality. And do you have a demonstration of this fusion growing plants, period? If you think the sun is a fusion ball, a nuclear reaction, then obviously the Globers, if they believe that, they should have demonstrations galore of fusion balls growing plants. Why don't they have this?
That's a big ask. We don't even have any fusion reactors or any. We don't know how to do fusion. Like that fusion is not like we can't do it yet. It's not part of science.
They know how to make plasma.
Yeah, they know how to make plasma.
Yeah, so yes, there's no evidence of plasma, the light from plasma, growing plants either. So what I'm trying to get to is that you don't know what the sun is, and I would like for you to concede that now.
No, I know what the sun is. I also know
it doesn't hold water. So go again. What is your explanation? What is the sun again? Let's go back to the beginning. What is the sun again?
The sun is a big ball of hydrogen in the sky that's going through nuclear fusion.
I already debunked your claim with
plants. You didn't debunk that.
I did.
Buddy.
Okay, so tell me, when did they measure this fusion? When did they measure this fusion from the sun? When was it measured? When was it detected? And what means did they use? What apparatus or mechanism did they use to detect this fusion? Tell us.
So you can look at, it doesn't matter what I use. You're going to just call it bullshit. You can measure.
I didn't say you had to do it. Somebody else did it. I want you to provide what somebody else did to detect this fusion on the sun. And what method was used?
You can observe the sun, right? You can observe what it's doing. You can observe the other planets, how they orbit the sun, and make certain. You can make certain.
You go off track every fucking time.
You're not letting me finish. You're not letting me finish. You're not letting me finish. This is what I said you were going to do. This is exactly what I said we were going to do.
On the sun. How did they measure the fusion reaction on the sun?
You are not letting me give you the answer.
Because you went to planets. You went to something else completely.
Yes.
You went to,
yes.
That's another non sequitur.
See, you just don't understand.
And another.
It's not a non sequitur.
And another reification of your idea of planets.
No.
Yes, it is. Bullshit.
So allow me to speak. I can explain how they figure out how the sun works. Okay, so they can observe the sun. They can observe other planets and how they orbit the sun, and then they can make certain estimations. They can do it pretty precisely with current technology. and they can make certain inferences from the
What
behavior of the
technology?
sun.
I already asked you what technology.
Telescopes and fucking math you can do this shit with. And computers that can
just observing something and writing on a piece of scratch paper on your table, that's your proof of the fusion of the sun?
So if those scratchings on the table can be used to predict stuff, then yes.
No, it has to be proven by demonstration or experimentation to show a cause and effect.
So we don't have, we can't run fucking solar system scale experiments. What we can do is use math to make predictions, observe what happens, and see if those things follow.
Based on your presupposition of reification, that you could do that. Yeah, I agree. You reified your idea of what the sun is in the first place. Then you provide that in the premise. Your conclusion is in the premise. So you're wrong. You're using it's illogical thinking.
Okay. Why don't you break down what you just said?
We're going to leave that behind because you need to concede you don't know what the sun is, and if you don't,
I'm not going to concede I don't know what the sun is.
I'm talking. You keep interrupting every single time I speak. So now we're going to go to the second question. How did they measure how far the sun is from the Earth? What technology was used? Go.
I'm going to go with the same answer. You observe the planets moving or orbiting the sun, and you can see.
You've never seen planets orbiting the sun. Bullshit. So how did they measure the distance?
You totally can see
from
it.
Earth?
Bro,
How did they measure the distance? I only asked you one question. How did they measure the distance from Earth to the sun? You need
it's based on the orbit of the planet around the sun.
Okay, so based on the orbit of the planets, how did they get distances from that? Walk us through that logically, step by step.
It's just math, bro.
What's the first step?
It's just math. If you can determine the length of the orbit, you can determine what's at the center.
How did they measure the distance from the Earth based on that?
Dude, I told you how they did it.
No, you didn't. You just said, based on that, we observed the planet rotating.
You observe other planets.
How did they get the distance, though? You're avoiding the topic.
Bro.
You're avoiding the topic. How did they get?
I'm not avoiding the topic. I told you now.
All you're saying is math. Math is not a fucking measurement.
They used a telescope. They marked where they saw the planets. They did some fucking astrology, or astronomy, not astrology. Sorry,
astrology. Yeah.
Dude, I'm not a debater. I'm in here for fun.
So you're losing this one. So you can't tell us how they got a distance or length from the Earth to the sun.
I'm not here for a competition.
Based on what you're saying about planets, you can't provide us a step-by-step logical sequence that would take you from A to B. A being you're observing the planets and the sun. B would be how you connect those orbits or distances from one another, or whatever you're using, or the time that it takes for them to do this, and provide the answer of how that information is providing you a length or a distance. That's the part you're missing. We need the distance from the Earth to the sun. That's the question I ask. So far, you haven't provided this.
So I looked up how they did it. They used the moon to do it. They used the phases of the moon. That's how they did it. They know the distance. They got the distance to the moon, and then the distance to the sun, right? Like a triangle.
Okay,
and then
how did they get the distance to the moon, since you're going to another topic in the moon? So how did they get the distance to the moon?
You can easily get the distance to the moon, bro.
How did they do it? Walk us through step by step how they use the phases of the moon, your statement, and how they got from the phases. I'm still talking. I'm almost done.
Okay.
So how did they get the distance from the Earth to the moon using the phases of the moon? Your words, not mine. How did they get the distance?
I don't know how they got the distance to, but I do know today.
Lied.
Don't interrupt me.
You know how they got the distance, and you lied. You don't know.
That's how they did it. That's how they did it.
That you don't know. You can't tell us how they did it.
Me personally, I don't have the equation.
Yeah, so you have a religious belief in the globe, and I've proven to everybody listening on YouTube that you don't know how they did these things. But guess what? I've done this studying for about 10 years of how they got the distance. You don't even know this, but a flat earther does.
Beating me in a debate
Explain
is
that.
not a flex.
Why is
Beating
it
me
that
in
I
a
know?
debate is definitely not a flex.
Why is it that I know
Yes.
how they got the distance, but you don't? How you don't even know?
Tell me. Dude, because you spent 10 fucking years trying to reaffirm your beliefs.
No, I just look at the information the Globers give, and I went out and tested it out in reality. That's the thing you're not doing. So I know how they got. I know how they got the distance to the sun, but you don't. Why don't you go do some homework? All I did is research. I didn't just.
I came in here with like 2 points.
In your
I
fucking
came in here with 2
religion,
points.
in your
And you
religion,
dragged me
hold
down
on.
rabbit holes, bro.
On your
Looney
religion, there's
Tunes,
only one
fucking
way
Alice
that
in
they got there.
Wonderland rabbit holes.
God, you are just fucking out of your mind. So spiral.
Haven't you
again.
heard the quote like don't debate? I'm not spiraling.
Yeah, you are. That's why you keep interrupting, because you're having cognitive bias. You're up against a brick wall in your mind because you don't know how they did these things, but you still believe it. So you have two contradictory thoughts in your head. So you don't know how they got the distance to the sun, but I do.
How they do it?
Okay, I'm going to tell you. 1 second. I'll just give you a little summary first. So how they did it was a gentleman named Horrocks and others, Kepler for one, they viewed the transit of Venus across the sun. They timed it to see what was the interval between the transits. They got years, such as 2 in an 8-year cycle, then something like another 120 years. They had another cycle of 2 8 years apart. So they used that. They guessed at the size of the sun. They guessed it. Then so based on the guess of how large the disk of the sun was, they guessed at how large Venus was. So first of all, it starts with a guess. They didn't know, and they kept changing. That's how they got the astronomical unit, the distance to the sun. So I prove my point, and I'll provide the information that I use to get it. It's Glober information, not mine.
No, that sounds. I mean, I believe you. I believe that's how they found the distance way back when.
Do you get it? You said find. They didn't find it. They guessed at it.
Yeah, they approximated. They
approximated based on information that they don't know. Like, for instance, how large the sun actually is. They guess at that. And then they guess at how large Venus was. And they guess that Earth was the same size as Venus. Now, when you look up at the sky of Venus, then the night sky, which is quite clear in the western sky right now. I bet you didn't know that. What similarities does Earth have to the light in the sky that they call Venus? Tell us the similarities. How are they similar?
Tell me. How are they similar?
They're not similar at all. The ground you walk on is not a light in the sky. There's nothing about Earth that is similar to the light in the sky. When you look up, do you see Earth in the sky? How about this? When you look up at Venus with a telescope, no matter how large a telescope, do you see trees and mountains and streams and deer? How are they similar?
I guess they would both be rocky bodies orbiting the sun.
You can reify your religious belief again. So you don't know these things because that would require Earth to be a ball. And that means that on the surface, Earth would have to be curving at a known rate, approximately 8 inches per mile square, or the distance to geometric horizon 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So at 1 foot above the water, the geometric horizon can be no further, that's important, no further at 1 foot above the surface of the water, no further than 1.225 miles, period. If it's
Why
further,
don't we have?
broken.
Cool. Why don't we have pictures of the flat Earth, like that shows, high up pictures?
We do. You just think that going up higher is the answer.
Yeah, I do. I think going up, if you got really high and took a picture, you'd see.
Yeah.
I know the flat Earth model
great.
where it's like
So
in the center,
look,
like that.
So look at the image. Look at the image that I posted at 56 minutes after the hour of the Chinese space station. And what does the Earth look like up there? It's the same. It's the same distance away as the ISS, supposedly 250 miles. So
That's low Earth orbit, though.
Look at that image. 250 miles is low Earth orbit. Okay, great. So I don't care what it is. So show us any image. This contradicts your ISS right there. So you see it?
I have a question. Hold on. Let me I have a link for you. It's not an argument link or anything. It's just a picture that gets taken of the Earth I think it's every 10 minutes they add a new picture of the Earth. This is the East Coast. This is a single picture. It's not, a collage of pictures. It's not edited. This is just the picture they took. It was taken at 1900 UTC. Maybe that's an old picture. Hold on. It's January 24th, 2025. 1906 UTC. That another one. So is that just doctored?
I don't know what you're referring to. What do you
I just sent a link.
Okay, let me look. So if you go to product information, it says the geocolor imagery provides as close an approximation to daytime true color imagery as possible from GOES 16. Approximation.
This is one picture.
Hold on. Thus allows for an intuitive interpretation of meteorological and surface-based features. So a interpretation.
That's not the picture. That's not if you see the first picture, that's just a picture.
I just pulled up the first one. It's not a picture. It's imagery. It's a composite.
This one's not a composite.
Yeah, it is a fucking composite. So let me look.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. I defy you that any of these are not imagery. Which one? The geocolor, true color, daytime, multispectral, IR at night? That one? That's the first one.
I believe so.
Yeah, that's the one I'm reading about. Apparently, you did not read it.
Yeah, none of these are photographs, dude. Right? It's data, right? That's interpreted. It's not like a photograph, right? There's not a camera on it.
Yeah. So here's what they use. Apparently, you did not read this. How is a geocolor product created? Created. You got that, Bird? Created. Yeah. Geocolor uses a total of 5 channels. So not a photo, a composite.
It doesn't say composite.
It fucking says a total of 5 channels. Do you not get this?
What does that mean?
Yeah, 5 different channels of different blue, red, all these different near IR first corrected for Rayleigh scattering.
I believe that's color correction.
Contrast between the clear sky and clouds. So it results in vibrant colors. Next, the green component is simulated. Got that? Simulated using
that means the color green.
Shut up. I'm reading. So that was built using data from the Himawari. So a composite, which does have a green channel at 0.51 UM. Finally, the green, red, blue components are combined. So what does that fucking mean? Combined to create a pseudo-true color RGB. What does pseudo-true color mean?
That means they messed with the colors.
It means it's not correct. Pseudo means created, artificial.
Yeah, the color.
Artificial.
They're talking about the color
artificially created.
The color is artificial.
The whole thing is artificially created. I just ran through the whole thing, how they created it. And you apparently just want to skip by those parts.
No. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Well, your religious paradigm failed. So you think these are
sure what that's
photos.
saying?
I just proved you wrong from the information from your fucking site.
You didn't prove anything.
And you want to deny it. You want to deny it. This is what it actually says, but you didn't fucking read it, did you? Or you don't understand the words that are used.
Why don't you explain the words?
Let me jump in for a second.
What the words are saying is that it's color corrected.
Yeah, you failed.
No. Hold on a second, Sonny. Just let me jump in for a second, right? And I don't think we need to be too combative. This guy's not being combative, right? He's just doesn't know, right? And he's not really like fighting with us or anything like that. We don't need to be grilling him. Right, but the information clearly says, right, that there aren't cameras on there, right? So the images of Earth are not like photos taken with a traditional camera. Instead, they're created using remote sensing technology, right? And it says that they're sensors, not cameras, right? So it says GOES satellites use instruments like radiometers, and they measure like electromagnetic radiation, visible light, infrared, etc., right? And then they get the data, right? And then they convert the data, and then they composite the data together into the images that you're seeing.
Okay, fair enough.
Right?
Yeah.
So look, at the end of the day, it's coming down to you having to trust NASA, right? If you look into the history of NASA, if you look into the fakery of NASA over the years, right, there's huge compilations of obvious blatant fakery, of them faking footage, using green screens, stitching together a lot of the images, right? The blue marble images that we see of the Earth, right? Literally stitching low altitude photos together, right? And telling you this is a photo of Earth, or presenting it as a photo of Earth, right? The same thing's happening with this, right? So it's just faith-based, right? You're going to have to choose whether you want to trust NASA or not. Right? What we would prefer to present to you is empirical evidence, right? So practical demonstrations that we've done here on Earth over large bodies of water where there has to be curvature, right? There has to be a specific rate of curvature over distance, over large bodies of water, if the Earth's a globe, like they tell us, and there has to be a geometric horizon at a particular distance depending on the height of the observer, right? So we have countless amounts of long-distance observations where we can see magnitudes further, thousands of % further than what you would be able to see on a globe. Right, long distance laser tests, right? And we got countless amounts of these. We can show you. You don't even have to take our word for it because you can go and test these things yourself, right? It's not like having to believe NASA is telling you the truth or not.
Okay. So let's say you go on top of a mountain. Why can't you just see until there's another mountain that's higher that blocks your view?
Okay, because so the atmosphere is opaque over distance, right? So when you're looking through the atmosphere, you have a distance that you can see due to the opacity of it, just like water has, right? So if you just go 200 meters down into the ocean, because of the opacity of the water, it's pitch black just 200 meters down into the ocean because the light can only push so far through a medium. Right,
okay.
So the air is like the less.
The moon?
Just let me finish the answer. I'm almost done.
No, I've heard this answer before. I understand it. I understand the claim.
Okay, well, just let me finish because it's not just the opacity, right? So the maximum. Just let me finish, dude.
I think
I'll be done. I would have been done by now.
Sorry, Ben.
So if there's other people listening on the live stream or something, maybe they want to hear the answer, right? So you can only, right, the maximum distance you can see on a perfectly clear day is 200 miles because of the opacity of the air. And we have convergence, right, perspective convergence, right, where everything will converge into a vanishing point based on the focal length of the optic that you're looking through, right? And then we have angular resolution limitations, right? So things will get smaller as they move away. They get below a particular size. It can be calculated, and when they're below 0.02 degrees, the human eye can no longer resolve them anymore, right? So it's a factor of things why we can't see, right? And if you already knew the answer, you wouldn't have had to ask the question.
I've heard that. I don't know if I'd call it like it's not conclusive to me. And how can you see the moon?
Because you're looking up, right? Firstly, we don't know the exact size of the moon. You would have to just trust NASA once again. Right?
It's more than 200 miles.
But,
okay, I mean, I don't know if you think it's 200 miles.
Well, let me answer, right? Because when you're looking up, you're not looking through the atmosphere, right? It's very different than when you're looking through the density of the atmosphere, right? Because it's more dense the lower you get to Earth. When you're looking straight up, you don't have all of that scattering of the light to block your view, basically, or to block the light getting back to your eyes from the object it's bouncing off. So yeah, that's why you can see.
Have you seen that video? That video of there were some flat Earth guys. They set up like these things with holes in them. I think they were along a beach, and they shined a flashlight. And it didn't make it through, and they held it up to account for the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, they were meant to use, right? Yeah, I know all about that. Well, hold on a second, right? So even like the top flat Earth debunkers, right? Guys like Fight the Flat Earth, right? He makes a living trying to debunk flat Earth, right? Even he admits that was dishonest the way that they portrayed that, right? Because that was just a hit piece, mockumentary against flat Earth on Netflix, right? Firstly, they were meant to use a laser, high-powered laser. And just before the experiment, right, the collimator on the laser actually broke, right? So because they had it all set up and whatnot, they decided to go ahead for some reason and use a flashlight, which is the wrong tool to use for that type of job. There's no confirmation they leveled the holes correctly as well, but that doesn't really matter because apparently everyone on the set walked away from that saying, right, that didn't really prove anything. It was kind of a flawed experiment. But what we do have, right, are huge distance laser tests, right? We've had literally teams of field engineers go out with a $30,000 laser and perform long-distance laser tests over huge bodies of water where they're able to hit a target on the other side of the body of water that should be hidden behind hundreds of feet of Earth curvature. And these tests have been repeated by many different people, right? Professionals in the field as well, like PhDs, right? Dr. John D., FE Corps, which is Field Engineers Corps, right? They had a whole team of people and they went out and did these laser tests. But we also have like long distance observations where we can see magnitudes further than you would be able to see on a globe.
Where can I find like an image like that?
Yeah, I can show you a quick one now in the side chat if you want. I've actually got one ready. And yeah, I can post links to all of the laser tests I was talking about. But first off, I'll go over something that's easy to, like you don't have to watch like a 30-minute video this way. But yeah, I'll just present this one quickly. Just give me 1 second. Right, here it is. I'll just post it in the side chat, right? So this is an observation taken off the at Santa Barbara in California. Can you see that? You'll see a GIF, and you'll see a couple of oil platforms, and then underneath the GIF is the full video. You can check it after, right? It shows like all the process from start to finish. Can you see that?
Yeah, this is supposed to be 10 miles.
Yeah, right. So okay, so this in this particular one, he's got the camera set up 8 foot above the surface of the water. And we have 2 oil platforms, right? So the second oil platform is called Platform Habitat, and it's confirmed to be 10.1 miles away, right, from the shoreline. And in the video, he shows you the Google Map proof that it is that distance. You can go on Google Map and look up the
No, I
location
believe
as
it's
well.
10 miles. I just don't think that really. I think
Yeah. So just let me explain it really quickly, right? So if the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, it means from 8-foot observer height, the horizon would have to be a particular distance away, right? So that's 3.46 miles if the Earth is a globe, right? So if the oil platforms weren't there, we wouldn't know how far away the horizon was, right? So the oil platforms are just there as distance markers, so we can confirm that the horizon is definitely behind the second oil platform.
Okay.
Okay, so on a globe, you have to have a horizon at 3.46 miles. It's like a physical geometric horizon, a place where they say boats go over.
What's the level? Like, what's the sea level?
8 foot.
At that.
Yeah, so it's just 8 foot above the sea level.
But what I'm saying, well, hold on. Is there something I can look up to find like what beach they're on?
Sorry, my wife was talking to me for a second. What did you say?
Well, what do you know what beach they're on, or what location?
Yeah, it's Santa Barbara. If you have a look at the video, he shows his exact location. Thanks.
I posted the original video in the chat. It's BM,
Well, that's not. Yeah, that's.
well, I know
that's
you
the
got
1
one
foot.
that's 8. Yeah.
It's a similar location, but if you have a look right at the start of the video, I posted the video underneath the GIF, right? So if you have a look right at the start of the video, he shows his exact location, and then he shows like the distance, right, on Google Maps to the oil platform.
Okay.
And the one Sonny posted underneath it, that's another good one as well. Like he didn't just do this one observation. He did it on different days, and he tried it from different observer heights and whatnot, as you should.
Yeah. So this is all like well and good. I don't know. I mean,
This is being able to see magnitudes further than you would be able to see on a globe. This is impossible on a globe, right? Because you have to have that geometric horizon at a particular distance based on the height of the observer, right? So what he did, right? This is a good one that I showed you because it's very clear, right? You can see the oil platforms reflecting light onto the surface of the water. If you have a look at the original video, you can see like birds landing on the platforms. It's very clear. Right, you can clearly see the horizon is way beyond the platforms. Right, it has to be those platforms on a globe would have to be behind the horizon. Right.
So how do you know how tall that thing is?
Yep. The second platform is called Platform Habitat. You can look it up. It's 77 feet tall, and that's above the height of the water. Right, so it's 77 feet off the surface of the water. And if you look at close-up pictures of it, it looks exactly the same as what we can see in this, right? And we know it's not hidden behind the horizon, obviously, because the horizon's behind it. But on a globe, it has to be behind the horizon, right? There's no getting around that. And the bottom 30 feet of the platform should be obstructed from an 8-foot observer height. If you do the math, right? You can just look that up on an Earth curve calculator.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if you want me to post the Earth curve calculator, but you just put in the distance and the height of the observer and whatnot, and it'll tell you the obstructed height is 29 foot, right? So the bottom 30 foot of the oil platform, the second oil platform, should be behind the horizon. Hidden. Yeah, obviously it's not though. Right, so he's actually done multiple videos from this location, right, on different days, different heights. We've had people go there, right, even from the Globe Earth side, right? We've had Matthew, who's a math professor. He comes in here regularly, right? He argues for the globe. He went there with his telescope, the same observation.
Yeah,
so it's not just this one, right? Yep.
I'm just looking up the distance of the platform habit. You said it's called platform habitat. I'm just seeing like how far that is offshore. Just
Yeah, no worries. If you have a look at the start of the video, right, he'll show you him. He does it live on Google Earth, right? He shows you the distance and exactly where he's standing.
Do you know platform A, B, C, Henry, and the Hill House? Any of those?
Yeah, Hill House is the closest, the closer one.
Okay.
It's 6 miles away.
So
so
none of those are the ones you're talking about, right?
Yeah, Hill House is the closer one you can see. Right, Hill House is about 90 something foot tall.
Oh, it's
That's
in the
why it
video.
looks taller.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, if you look at the video Sonny posted, I can take a screenshot. It actually shows you the platforms. When he zooms in, he shows you like close-up photos of the platforms. Yeah, have a look at the video Sonny posted, and it's right at the start of the video, right? He shows you the Google Map locations and photos of the platforms close up.
Holy shit, my phone is fucking freaking out. It's the government trying to fuck with me.
It is, bro.
Okay, so I asked a question earlier that seemed to strike a chord, maybe, because I was immediately taken into other stuff. No hate, but
yeah, go ahead, man.
What's up with the? Is it like possible to model the quote sun with the flat Earth model and have it correspond to what we see on Earth?
We all observe the same thing in the sky, right? And you can
like time zones and
yeah. So the time zones, right? Let me just cover time zones, right? On the globe, right? They're just a man-made construct, right? You don't have 24 time zones in the north and 24 time zones in the south, right? You've got China, which is bigger than America. It spans across 4 time zones, but they only use 1 time zone, right? And then you've got 30-something time zones in the south. Southern Hemisphere, right? They're just like political, like a man-made construct. It's got nothing to do with proving a globe.
Okay, yeah, but let's say someone's live streaming. We got like live streamers all over the fucking planet that are not live streamers, a live stream just showing, just pointed at the sun.
Yep.
As it like travels around the Earth. And then we take that, and then we figure out what it's going to look like. It looks a lot like, a ball around a rotating globe, some would say. And then you take a flat model, add a light source, and have it do the same thing we observe happening. Is that I've heard that it's impossible to replicate.
No, absolutely not. Right, so what we see in reality is what we're claiming, right? We see the sun move across the sky. On a globe, they say that from your perspective, the sun is stationary and you only see it setting because you're spinning backwards away from the sun, right? Around the speed of sound or faster than the speed of sound, right? So what we're claiming is that the sun is moving across the sky, right? That's what we experience in reality. So the sun will rise in the east and set in the west, depending on your personal perspective and where you're standing on the earth. Right, someone else, it will be rising for the east in their location and setting in the west, right, because of perspective. We don't claim to know exactly what the sun is, the exact size or location of the sun, because it's not something we can validate. So.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So all we're going off is what we observe in the sky, right? So our primary arguments are based mostly on the Earth. Right, testing the Earth for curvature, right? testing the Earth for certain things, right? Obviously, there's a lot more arguments than just that, but we try to stick with things that we can validate, test, and repeat, not something that we have to speculate or make assumptions about. Basically, we admit what we don't know. And, you know, just because there's an explanation for a certain thing from the globe side, right, that doesn't mean that we have to replace every single claim that the globe side makes, right? Because a lot of the globe side arguments or explanations are just based off assumptions, like Sonny was saying before, right? You have to assume this and that to have the explanation, right? You would have to assume things. Where we try not to go down that path where we're having to use quote unquote pseudoscience.
Okay, I'm trying to find this thing I saw. I don't think I'm gonna find it. But basically, to try to describe the thing I saw it. If you have do you believe what's like your map of the Earth look like?
Yeah, we don't claim to have a perfect map, right? All maps have issues, right? From the globe side, right? All maps, right? They're not created looking at the Earth from space or something like that, right? They're mapped here on Earth. But all maps have issues. Certain maps have particular purposes, right? But a lot of maps have big problems, right? Like the Mercator map shows crazy distortions in regards to the size of continents, but it serves its particular purpose. Different maps serve particular purposes, and we most certainly don't have the resources to map the entire Earth, right? We're just a bunch of people, right? We're not like a organization that has funding and all that sort of thing. So it's not something we have a perfect map for or anything like that. We don't claim to have a map or claim to know the shape of the Earth.
Okay.
We're definitely not claiming like a disk in space or anything like that. Like some people think of like a space disk planet that's flat. That's not what flat Earth is. That's not what any flat earthers claim. That's just propaganda. So yeah, we're not definitely not claiming to know the shape of the Earth or to have a model or a map. It's more that we're testing the surface of the Earth, testing the globe claims, right, and going with what we can validate empirically.
I get that. That's okay. Okay, cool.
Definitely don't claim to know everything.
Some do. Some flat earthers. Like, what do you think about Go ahead.
Yeah, you're always going to get some people like that in every group, right? Like there are certain flat earthers on TikTok or YouTube that do make some crazy claims, right? They'll claim to tell you that they know exactly how the sky works, right? Exactly what the sun does, and yeah, that's a recipe for disaster. But you're not going to find that from like 24/7 flat Earth. Like we have like a home server with 30,000 members, and we try to keep things real. Like we don't. If we're speculating about something, we'll tell you it's pure speculation. We're not just going to tell you something that we can't back up, right? We can pretty much back up every claim we make with practical demonstrations or, you know, smaller scale demonstrations, right? Or citations or whatnot. But we're not going to make outlandish claims about things we can't back up, because that would leave us wide open to getting destroyed, right, in one of these discussions, right, like some of these TikTok earthers do. TikTok flat earthers.
Okay, so I'm going to link something. It's from a Debunking Flat Earth website, and this describes the problem with the flat Earth and the observations we see from what we can observe the sun doing.
Oh, go ahead.
So, here we go.
What a lot of these debunkers do is they strawman us. Right? They'll say, "Oh, this is the flat Earth map that the flat Earthers are claiming," right? And then they'll show you like an AE globe projection map, which we don't claim is a flat Earth map, and they'll say, "Oh, and this is how it doesn't work on the flat Earth." Blah blah blah. We don't even claim to have a map, right? We don't claim a globe projection is the flat Earth map, right? That's an azimuth or equidistant globe projection map. So I'm guessing that's what this is going to have in it. Did you send a link?
I didn't send it because you pretty much described what it looks like, but I think the problem... I'll send it.
I just send it, man.
So it's just showing...
Oh, yeah. Okay, so that's a globe map.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a globe projection, right? It's called the AE globe projection. And in fairness to you and to this site, right, there are some silly flat earthers that have made the mistake of claiming that this is the flat Earth map, right? This is like a Gleason map, and it's a projection of the globe. So yeah, this is a straw man argument against us, right? We don't claim this.
I gotcha. I mean, is it possible for there to be... Is there any map that doesn't have a similar flaw, though?
I think all maps have flaws, but I mean, if someone can give us $10 billion and a fleet of ships and planes, then yeah, we can go try to make a map. Until then, we're just going to go off the, what we can, to be honest, right, with you.
Yeah.
And even if I did present a map, like, I mean, it would be hard to validate it for anyone to validate.
Because it's not a globe. The globe has no fucking problems with the size of countries on it, man. No, just fucking.
Yeah, but what have you really validated, right? So, I mean, the globe has to have curvature, right? We can't find the curvature. When we looked at the globe side throughout all of history, who measured the curvature of the Earth? Nobody measured the curvature of the Earth, right? It was just assumed to be a globe. And then they've done calculations based off these assumptions. Right? It's like a theoretical mathematical model that people are taught from a young age, and most people have never questioned it. They've never tested it. Right? Like teachers and whatnot, professors, many scientists, they're not lying about the globe. Right? They've never tested the globe, and to get the position that they have, they've just got very good at regurgitating the information from the textbooks that they had to regurgitate to get their degree, right? And we're told things like, "Oh, the Earth's so big, you can't see the curvature of the Earth," right? It's so big that you can't feel any motion of the Earth. So yeah, I mean, we all experience.
I mean, we know. The motion thing, I don't think is a problem. Like slightly, like if you're on a train's going, it can be going however fast. Once it's reached that speed, it's not accelerating. You can walk around. If it's going, smooth, you're not gonna feel it.
That's a straight line path inside a closed container. Look, I don't want to get into so the Earth is an open system. It's claimed to be spinning at 1,049 miles per hour. Then it's moving in a second vector, which is orbiting around the sun at 66.6 thousand miles per hour. Right? Then it's chasing the sun in a third vector at 500,000 miles per hour. And then that whole system's moving sideways, right? Orbiting around, I think, the great attractor, 1.3 million miles per hour. So it's kind of a bit of a false analogy. I do get your point. And right, let's just assume that you wouldn't be able to feel it moving. Right, so you can prove that the train's moving, right? You can prove very easily that you were moving in a car or a train or a plane or whatnot. But how do we prove that the Earth's moving? Right, we can't. It hasn't been validated. We see the lights in the sky, the celestial bodies moving in patterns in the sky, in cycles, right? So all the stars that you see in the sky will reset back into the same position each year after year, but they tell us that the globe is spinning through space, right, at millions of miles per hour, never to return to the same spot again. but we have these constellations, right, that reset in cycles. Like the sky's like a perfect clock above us.
So, where is Elon Musk trying to go? If Mars is just a light, where is he trying to go?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Hey, actually,
Yeah,
I got a
I'm not
response to that. My
Yeah,
response
someone
is he recently made a hand gesture that he was
I
so
know that
autistic.
shit's bullshit. I fucking hate that.
Hold on, listen to me. Hear me out. He recently made a hand gesture that he was so autistic he didn't realize that most people would think it's a hand gesture that means something else other than what he honestly thought it meant. You know, he just meant something different. And I think that may be an indicator that he may be so autistic that he himself may believe the vacuum of space is a real place you can go to, when in fact it's not.
He's definitely autistic, but he knew what the fuck he was doing with that hand gesture.
Yeah, look, that comes back to the gas pressure argument, right? It comes back to violating natural law, right? You can't have a gas pressure you can't have gas pressure without a container to begin with, right? The definition for gas pressure, right, says that the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is a container, right? And then you can't have gas pressure, right, high pressure system next to a 10 to the negative 17 torr space vacuum. Right, because gas fills space, right? So the gas would instantly and violently fill the available space, right? And it can't be demonstrated on a smaller scale. Like we can demonstrate our claims when it comes to gas pressure on a smaller scale. We have the gas laws, the citations, and the practical demonstrations that back up exactly how we say, you know, it works. But with the globe side, you kind of have to trust the model, right? You have to beg the question and say there's no way to test this on a smaller scale because you would have to have something the size of Earth to be able to test it. And, you know, it's not something that you can validate. You have to choose to believe or not believe.
All right. Do you ever question the flat Earth?
All the time. Yeah, most people, like, you know, I was like hating this for like a year and a half when I first heard about it. I heard about it from Eddie Bravo on the Joe Rogan Experience in like 2016 or 2017.
Yeah.
And yeah, I thought he was crazy, right? I was a huge fan of jiu-jitsu, Eddie Bravo. And I was like, damn, Eddie's lost his mind. But because I had respect for him, I knew he was like a pretty smart guy. So I looked into the videos that he was talking about. And then I went through about a year of like researching the globe model because I didn't realize how little I actually knew about the globe model. Right. So I started watching these long distance observations, looking at how the globe model is claimed to work, and then looking into the evidence of how they came up with their claims. Right. And I couldn't prove the globe. Right, and then I went out and I started doing long distance observations, right? I lived on the biggest salt lake in Australia. So we had like 18 kilometers across the lake and I had a boat. Right? So I bought a high powered camera, a zoom camera, and started doing observations, right? And I was able to set the camera up and zoom across the lake, right? From just off the surface and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Yeah, I went out like quite often, right? Just to keep testing it from different spots on the lake in different weather. And yeah, I could always see way further than what you would be able to see on a globe. But we always tell people it's like, yeah, it's like we're not trying to convince people, right? In fact, it's best don't believe anything we say. You know, you can go and test these things, do your own research, come to your own conclusions. But we're just kind of like trying to give people some information that they might not have been aware about in the past, because this isn't something that, you know, people know about until they talk to us and right look into this.
Do you believe that there's like a dome around the flat Earth?
Yeah, I wouldn't make any claims about a dome. What we do have is we have gas pressure, right? And to have gas pressure, right, we know that we need a container. Okay, so any smaller scale demonstration that we can do, as well as countless gas laws, right, you need a container to have gas pressure, right? So we know we have gas pressure, and the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is containment. If you look back throughout history, you'll see all the ancient cultures, right, or almost all the ancient cultures depicted a flat Earth inside a container, right? Like you could call it a dome or a firmament or something like that, right? But that's not proof, right? That's just depictions, what the ancients thought. And then you've got like biblical depictions, right? Like the ancient Hebrew depiction, right? It shows like a dome, right? It talks about it in the Bible and all that sort of thing. But that's not proof, right? That's just interesting evidence, I guess, or interesting facts.
Right. I got
we
one
do
last
have gas
question.
Yeah, go for it, man.
How how do satellites work? And please don't say they're held up by balloons.
Yeah, so, well, I have to touch on the balloon thing quickly, right? Because NASA's first satellite. Well, well, just let me cover the balloon thing really quickly, right? Because it's not a crazy claim, right? Because NASA's first satellite, Echo 1, was literally a big giant balloon, right? NASA is the world's largest consumer of helium, and they own most of the world's biggest helium companies, apparently, right? And they have a massive satellite balloon program, right? We have tons of footage of them launching satellites on balloons, and we have plenty of videos of balloons crashing to the Earth and having balloons attached to them, and we have videos of balloons orbiting the moon and appearing to cross right past the moon, right? So we can see big giant balloons with what look like satellites attached to them in the sky sometimes. Not saying that that's what all the satellites are, right? There's definitely technology in the sky, definitely not denying that. Something that looks like the ISS seems to be up there. Don't know exactly whether it's distance that they're telling us, right? That's what we can't confirm. If it's in the medium that they're telling us, or if it works exactly how they're telling us. Because once you look into the ISS, you'll find countless amounts of footage of them using green screens, harnesses, hairspray to make it look like their hair is in 0G, augmented reality like CGI, all sorts of compilations of them obviously faking footage. So why are they doing that? I don't know. But yeah, can't validate.
Okay,
right?
so-
You look up satellites in space. Well, last thing, look up pictures, photo of satellite in space. There's all these satellites up there, but when you Google image search for a satellite in space, all you get is obvious cartoons of satellites in space.
Have you seen a satellite launch? Recent
No,
satellite launch?
I've seen rockets launch, and we see rockets, go up and disappear out of our field of view, right? Due to their angular size, right, becoming small as they move away. Most of the time, they take a parabolic arc. Right? They look like they're coming back down again. Not sure because, right, they don't put cameras on them where you just get one camera view of the rocket doing its thing, right? They'll switch camera views like 20 times as it's going up. And a lot of the camera footage doesn't match the trajectory of the rocket. There's a lot of obvious fakery when it comes to rocket launches as well. So yeah, they're definitely launching rockets. Rockets exist.
What do you think they're doing it for? Just for like show? Just to
I'm not sure. NASA. I'm not sure. NASA. It could be damage control, right? Like imagine if the government got caught lying, right? People already don't trust the government. So if they came out and said, "Oh, sorry guys, we've actually been lying to you this whole time about space. The Earth is actually not a globe. We have to rewrite the entire education system and history books," right? They would crumble in one day, I reckon. But it might not just be that, right? NASA gets $93 million a day. About $70 million a day, something like that, of taxpayer money, right? They have to produce something, right? To, show, what are they doing with all that money, right? $70 million a day or something like that. It's a lot of money. So yeah, they're going to have to wow the people, wow the sheeple.
Okay, so if someone were to pay for you to go on one of those, have you seen like they're doing like trips now where they put people on the rocket,
like Blue Origin?
shoot them up into space real quick? Yeah.
Yeah. So even the people.
Let's say you could go on one, but you think it's just trickery?
No, I don't think they're going that very high, right? So even to the height that they're going to, like 300,000 feet, 350,000 feet max, right? There was a trained astronaut on the Blue Origin. She said she was disappointed that she didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth because apparently they didn't go high enough, right? She did an interview with Fox News about that. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson, I'm sure you know who he is, he came out and he said he did the math, and you shouldn't be able to see the curvature of the Earth even that height. He said that twice. I got the clip of him saying that here as well, if you want to see it.
Is it okay?
So, yeah.
If they do shoot people high enough so you can look out the window and see it, would you? And there's people going. You know someone. Let's say you know someone who went up and saw it. Would you believe? Would you believe then, or would you think they're still pulling the wool?
Apparently,
over?
so the height that we can get up to as civilians isn't even high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. So I mean, yeah. So what are they going to tell me?
Let's say they changed it. They changed it. Now, then they update it so now civilians can go high enough, and you know people who went up, and they tell you, "Hey, we went up, we saw it." Would that be
I'm not
enough
sure. I
to
mean,
convince you?
it would help, but I mean, how high would you have to go, right? So even from the height of the ISS, you can only see 3% of the surface of the Earth, right? So not even high enough to see the curvature from the height of the ISS, right? If you look at the Chinese space station footage, right, they got a bunch of main cameras on the Chinese space station that aren't fisheye lens cameras, and right, in all of the footage from these cameras, you have a perfectly flat horizon, right? And this Chinese space station height, right, is between 210 to 280 miles, depending on where it is at the time, allegedly. And they're showing a flat horizon, which is completely contradicts the footage that you see from the ISS, which is clearly using a fisheye lens if they are the height that they tell us they are, which they can't be because, once again, that violates the natural law.
Okay, I know I said that was the last question, but last thing, real. What would it take to convince you that the Earth is round?
Yeah, like testable, repeatable, practical demonstrations showing that the curvature of the Earth, right? Validating the radius value, geometric horizon, right? Because there should be drop over distance, right? So they would have to validate that. So there should be 66 foot of drop over 10 miles. Should be 6,665 foot of drop over 100 miles. And you can work it out, right? Depending on the distance that you're talking about. But yeah, they would have to validate that the Earth is a globe, right? Not something that I would have to blindly trust.
Okay,
I can't
so
validate. I don't trust them.
You're in England, I'm guessing, right? You're in England?
I'm in Poland at the moment, but I'm
Poland,
Australian.
okay.
I grew up in
You're
Australia.
Australian.
Yeah,
Got you. All right. So if I look up places in Poland where you can see the curve, the curve of the Earth. I'm just seeing if there's somewhere I can send you to go look.
No. Even look, I can show you a 360. I can show you now, right, from the top of Mount Everest, right? Someone takes a video and they turn around 360 degrees, completely flat horizon. We've sent up non-fisheye lens cameras on weather balloons up to 120,000 feet, right? And they show a completely flat horizon as well. So yeah, you can't see the curvature from any height that we can get to. Just kind of got to trust them. So yeah, I mean.
Well, it's fun talking to you, man. All the best.
Yeah, you too, man. Come back. Think of some more globe arguments and come back and present them. But yeah, good talking to you too. Anyway.
All right, see ya.
Sure, man. Right, did you find the curve yet? I'll take that as a no.
Concession.
Oh, we got 2 Jedis in the VC. Well, hello.
Oh my.
There's only fucking one.
That's right. There's only one. The one
I'm
true.
wondering if there should be a duel to see if we can determine who the Padawan is and who the true Jedi is. Though we all truly know who the true Jedi is, don't we? As you say, there can be only one.
One and only.
I mean, I can
The other
see
ones-
this. Why mine's spelt differently.
Your skull is different.
You got an L. You're Jedel.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
There we go.
And the L also is pronounced like a ua, so
Oh shit.
I have that going.
Those
for
are actual characters from a certain language.
Yeah. The D with the cross across it is actually Vietnamese, so it'd be a U.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's Jewel then. Sorry, I was slow to catch up to that turnip truck.
Oh, the E really throws everybody off. It throws me off too, so I don't even attempt to pronounce it. So, yeah. It's just another Jedi mind trick.
I definitely got caught in that spider web.
I mean, didn't we all? We all got caught in that spider web.
Yeah, I call it the globe. So I'll put a statement forward. What if I was to say to you that your horizon is circular? Would that make sense?
Yeah, of course.
Bet. So we stand in the middle, quote REM, stand in the place where you live now. I'll shut. So we look forward, we observe the radius from the very center out to the limits. We turn around, I was explaining this earlier today, we turn around, all of a sudden we have a diameter because we know the functions of a circle, and we can now apply that to how we see. And then to take a full 360-degree tour, as we turn around, we observe a big circle around us. And then we look up, see to the very tippy top. That would be the, I guess, the apex. I think that would be the top of the curve, that you could call it that. But what am I referring to actually? I call it the air structure. What do y'all think of that? The air structure. Silence! Withdrawn.
I know what you mean. You're just talking about like your field of view, like your dome of perspective or whatever, azimuth or grid of vision, celestial sphere. So what you're talking about?
Exactly. But like when I say air structure, like there's a method to my madness with this. What is the Greek word for air?
No idea. Oh, Atmo.
Right.
Is that right?
Atmo. Yeah. Boom. Atmo. It's not, or atmo to gas, right? Atmo to air. And then I think about sphere being a structure. And this is where I say air structure, right? Atmosphere. But yeah, just throwing out the little word play I was thinking about.
Can you grab me a cube of air?
Brother, I can hand you a tire of air. How about that?
Without a container.
Impossible. Unless we go to sea level and you allow me to show you the observed pressure at 14.7 psi, because then I can hand you an empty glass and say that that empty glass by default is filled with a pressure of 14.7 pounds per square inch, because that is the pressure that we observe locally at, again, sea level. Thank you for asking the question. Empty glass for the win. Let's go. Yeah, don't be jumping on DeGrasse's fat butt to quote anything. He gets pulled in all the time, as Brother Q said, as a hostile witness. You can't see the curve from... You can't.
Yeah, so Dumpster Baby, would you like to present any of Neil deGrasse Tyson's arguments against Flat Earth, specifically?
Oh my.
Video right there. Go ahead.
What's that, sorry?
I just posted the video right there. It makes like 4 of them. Go ahead. Go watch.
Yeah, okay, so explain. Pick the best one and explain it to us.
So we can do the, what was it called? The Well of Eratosthenes?
Yeah, sure, let's talk about that.
Yeah.
What do you know about Eratosthenes?
He makes the argument that the experiment that Eratosthenes made, 2 wells, could be explained by 2 things. Either a small close sun or a big faraway one. But if you add a 3rd well, the small close sun couldn't explain how the light behaves all 3 wells, while a big
Okay,
faraway
so
sun
did anyone do that? Did anyone do that test?
No, you can go do that if you want.
Or has anyone else done it?
No, you won't believe me if I say yes, so why don't you go do it? For yourself, so you can...
No. Okay, so because I'm here on Discord right now, and I've already...
Yeah, but like, no matter, like, if I say yes...
Okay, so nobody's done it, it's just a thought experiment, right? And they would also have to presume the Earth was a globe. They would still have to use assumptions, right? You can't even prove Eratosthenes existed in the first place, right? Let alone validating anything he did, right? So you've just admitted that the Eratosthenes... Hold on, let me finish. You've just admitted that the Eratosthenes doesn't validate a globe in any way, right? And now you're claiming there's a different way to do it, but nobody has done it, right? And you're not unable to present any evidence of anyone doing what you're claiming, right? And presenting the data that goes along with it.
Go ahead.
So nobody, are you admitting that nobody else has done it?
Isn't it kind of absurd that, like, you bring up, I can't prove Eratosthenes even existed? Like, how... you're just gonna, like, no matter the claim I make, all you're gonna do is say, well, you can't prove the Earth is round. It's like, that's not an argument, but okay.
No. You already admitted, right? Even if I grant you Eratosthenes existing, which you can't prove, right? It doesn't really matter, right? Because you admitted that doesn't validate a globe.
Yeah, this is why.
You're claiming there's a different. You're claiming there's a different test.
I lose brain cells.
You're claiming.
Holy fuck! Well, I'm just gonna disengage.
You're not. Yeah. Okay, but it's because you can't have an.
I'm staying in the side chat because I lose brain cells whenever I talk to you.
Okay, well, I'm gonna respond to your ludicrous argument, right? So you're suggesting that Eratosthenes doesn't prove a globe. Okay, but you're claiming that there's a different type. I thought you were going to the side chat.
No, but don't misrepresent me. Yeah, I said Neil deGrasse Tyson claims that.
Okay, so you don't claim that.
I don't know what I claim. Neil deGrasse Tyson claims that.
Oh, okay. So you're just parroting. Yeah. Okay, so does Neil deGrasse Tyson provide any practical demonstrations that anyone have done, so we can have a look at the experiment, go over the data?
You can go watch the video if you want to. If you want to know more.
Is there anything in the video?
No, if you want to know more, it's right there. Go ahead.
Okay, so I've seen it before. I don't need to watch
then you
it
should
again.
know. Then you should know. Why are you asking me?
No, I do. I already do know that he doesn't
provide any. Then why are you asking me?
Because I want you to concede that you don't have anything to present, right? You're just
I
parroting
won't
baseless...
concede anything to you, actually, because I know that's all you're here for. So I'm not giving you the satisfaction. I don't concede anything. You can go watch the video. Go ahead.
Damn, what a diva.
Yeah, bro. Yes, great argument, right? So an experiment that nobody's done proves the globe.
I have a great argument. Thank you.
Okay, an experiment that nobody has done before.
I appreciate that. Thank
proves
you.
the globe. Great one.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, a thought experiment proves the globe.
I appreciate it.
Okay, yeah, good job, bro.
Oh, I'm losing brain cells listening to you guys, but I'm still here in the VC listening to you guys.
Yeah, I was about to ask him, like, brother, why are you getting emotional about this?
Yeah.
It's an emotional topic when it's your religion
It's
in question.
Peter.
Like, from a standpoint of us asking for the evidence, right? And you're saying, hey, look at this video. But we're literally appealing to you, to your mind, to say, hey, I went to this video. This is what I took away from the video. And this is why I'm here in a VC to discuss what I saw in the video. Right? That's the whole idea of presenting, like, if you're going to have evidence and you've taken it upon yourself to consider it. That's all we're asking for, brother. An explanation of your evidence.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. All he did then was just throw Eratosthenes under the bus and then provide nothing to replace it with besides a thought experiment.
By the way, sidebar, but anyone find a birth certificate for that guy yet?
No, I was looking into that yesterday, right? And then, right, there's two people that spoke about him hundreds of years later. And then when you look into how did they get their information, right, about Eratosthenes, they're like, yeah, they basically have no idea. They say it could have just been through word of mouth, right? But they still don't even know that. Right? They say, oh, they may have had some documents. There's no way to validate it. It might have just been word of mouth.
So, like, we could potentially be pinning this entire thing on a game of telephone if you're saying we relied upon word of mouth. Potentially, correct?
Yep. Yep.
And
they
then
don't
from a
even know.
standpoint of... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, I was just saying, I didn't even know if it was word of mouth or anything. They don't know anything about it. They
So
don't
the
even
other
know
idea-
like how long a stadia is, right? They can't even agree on how long one stadia is.
So then the other idea is, like, they could potentially have just invented someone to pin a lie upon so no one actually had to go down with the lie, so to speak, in order for them to propagate said lie.
Yeah. Also, they say that Eratosthenes might represent a composite of various scholars' achievements rather than a single historical figure, given the lack of evidence. And then there's the two people that did speak about him. And one of them was Strabo, who was a geographer, I think. And another guy, what's his name? We saw something like Eusebius. Hold on, let me look it up. Eusebius, yeah, and he was like a Christian historian. But they say they have absolutely no idea how these guys even got the information about Eratosthenes.
Interesting.
Yeah, so when you look up, like, where did Eratosthenes write down his experiment? Where did he put his numbers down? There's nothing. There's no answer. They're like, we have no idea. We don't know. It wasn't until hundreds of years later that he was even mentioned.
That's a good question. Did he have a ledger? Did anyone find his ledger that he would have used to maybe record things, or...
No. There's absolutely zero primary documentation. Zero, yeah.
Oh my.
Says here, while we don't have his original writings or any personal artifacts, it's just they use the references, of him being spoken about by, I think, 3 other people later on, hundreds of years later. That's how they say that they know he was real.
So the astronauts are more real than Eratosthenes. Interesting.
Yep.
just unfortunate that the place that they went to is actually under question.
And apparently Eratosthenes thought the sun was, based off his calculations, he thought it was 500,000 miles away.
And from my understanding, for his claim to work, the sunlight would have to project versus just propagate, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I just know he assumed parallel sun rays.
Yeah, which would be projection of light, not propagation of light as a wave.
Hey, Jedi, are you there?
Which Jedi?
Amish?
Yeah, hey, what's up, man?
Hey, see this image in the side chat?
Let me take a look here. I see, yeah.
So do you think we would, like, in relation to perspective, would you say that we would see in like a dome of perspective, or would it be more like a triangle type thing, right? See, it looks like it's angling down, right? Or like a diamond, if you consider ramping right in it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, this is one of many things that I know the more I look into it and read, the less certain I become. You know, which is a contrast from a lot of globe heads that come in and think we have everything all figured out. So, you know, we approximate the scaling of perspective in a linear fashion, right? Things that are twice the distance or half the size, and so on. But in reality, it doesn't really work out that way. There's almost a logarithmic change, a hyperbolic change in the scaling factor. So things will scale. Geez, if I get this right, man, I'm trying to recall a paper I once read a couple years ago, where they had basically modeled your vision, where up to a certain distance it would scale at one factor, and then a distance beyond that it would scale another factor. Like things would scale linearly, I think, up to a certain close distance, and then it would scale non-linearly beyond that distance. And I think it even changes again even further off. But I also think the changes were so slight so as to not really be noticeable for most people, that that you can approximate it very closely with a linear scale. So, you know, people talk about the sphere of vision. Well, I mean, in a sense, you do have a limit to your sight, and you turn around 360 degrees, you can spin around and look up and look down. If you're sitting in free space, you do see in a circle, you do have and you see up to a certain limit, right? And that will trace a circle or even a sphere, I guess, everywhere you look. Because at that
I see that.
point,
like I know what you mean. Like if you're out in the ocean, right, and you mark the distance to the horizon, right, 360 degrees around you, it would make a circle around you. But it seems like when you look at like this image I posted with the clouds, it looks like that's like it's like a flat angle, two flat angles, right?
It's like looking. Sorry, it's like looking in a view of a backwards angle in that grid. But the view of like the celestials, obviously it's going to make a circle. Like if you was to point from the horizon upwards back to the horizon, you know, you make that celestial sphere or hemi. But that view that in the picture that you sent is like viewing from a backwards angle, like two straight lines, but they're converging, ain't it? Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. The grid lines on the sides converging are not accurate, but what I think you can do with an image like this is explain how information gets compressed. So if you look at that grid, right, and you were to say that each of those horizontal lines, from your feet going to the horizon and from the sky down to the horizon, each of those lines are equidistant, you can speak to the compression of information. You double the distance, you have the amount of information, or you double the distance, you have the size, and it's the same information compressed in half the size. And then you go twice the distance beyond that, and it continues to double and shrink and double and shrink. Eventually, you get to the point where minuscule changes close to the horizon can represent vast distances. There's a lot of information being compressed and a lot of information being lost. The closer and closer you get to the diffraction limit and beyond that, you're destroying information. Light is literally interfering with itself and is not able to be seen. Eventually, you'll get to like the Planck length of a wavelength and it'll blip out altogether.
Compression
Yeah,
over
that's
distance, right? Oh, sorry, brother.
Yeah. Oh, that's all right. I was going to say, yeah, that's a good point. Even with the black swan, when we can see the horizon far beyond the oil platforms, right? It's probably a huge distance, right? Because of what we were just talking about.
Yeah. So if the picture, like, let's say you print out the photograph and you take out a ruler and it's like 6 inches high, right? You slap a ruler down, and at the 3-inch mark is the horizon. The amount of information that is within this narrow band above and below that 3-inch mark could be the same amount of information that you have from your feet leading up to that point.
Yeah, exactly.
So this means you have also like all the waves, all the weather system changes, all the temperature changes, pressure changes, and everything else. All the shimmering, the haze, all of that information creates just this chaotic, soupy mess. And you wouldn't expect to see anything. You'd fully expect to see things disappear into that atmospheric fence, as you've heard people describe it.
Yeah, there's a lot of information squished into that limit of the angle.
Yeah.
That very limit of the angle is squished down, shrinking inside and trying to fit a lot of information within that small limit.
Right.
Of that angle. Yeah, it's too much. I get what you're saying.
It's just too much. Yep. So I think what you'll find is that you'll start objects will start to distort and disappear before the diffraction limit of your eyes due to atmospheric effects.
Yeah.
I think in very rare cases will you be able to actually see objects start to blip out. This is looking out in the natural world. But if you have like a vacuum environment, like if you could make a vacuum warehouse that's 3 miles long to accommodate your 6-foot observer height from the ground to the center of your eye, then you could probably test this in more ideal conditions, the diffraction limit of vision.
Yep, I agree.
I'm not 100% right now, so yeah. Normally I can give a pretty good off the cuff spiel on all this, but not feeling that great right now. Sorry. Between that and distractions and my real life. But anyway, I mean that's kind of the idea. Is the other thing to consider too is what's happening is the further away things are, the more the plane surface beneath your feet is doing a rotation. So like if you look straight down, you're looking at like if you could imagine like XYZ axes, you're looking straight down along the vertical axis to your feet. It's like a 90-degree orthogonal. Then if you look like at a 45-degree angle down to the floor visually in your space has rotated from being perfectly square, as it is when you look straight down at your feet, to being tilted at a 45-degree angle. You look even further away and the floor starts to appear more like at a 15-degree angle, and then a 10-degree angle, and then a 5-degree angle, and then 4, 3, 2, and eventually when that angle is like 0.02 degrees, things start to disappear in an ideal environment because that's the diffraction limit of your vision. That rotation factor is important to consider, especially when people start talking about claims of atmospheric refraction, where they're saying that rays of light are bending over the surface of the Earth. What this requires them to demonstrate is that the image should also not just bend but rotate. So you should treat yourself as if you're being lifted up in your current position to see that distant object better if there's terrestrial refraction over a globe. And this would open up and kind of tilt that angle of view a bit more and open up that angle of propagation to your eye so that you have more angles of light reaching your eye.
Yeah, that's interesting. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, exactly. Refraction is it's an interference, it's a distortion. So yeah, it's not going to curve light, but a deviation from straight, yeah, diffraction within mediums as well.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to hinder the path of the light and create specific effects depending on the vertical gradients.
What should be happening is you should be seeing more of the tops of objects in the distance if astronaut or terrestrial refraction is being claimed. So just as like, with the black swan, right? Like at 10 miles out, it's supposed to be about 66 feet drop behind the curve of the Earth. And then they say, well, refraction means you can see it lifted up into your point of view. Well, mathematically, this would be the same as if you were now not just 6 feet up, but you were 66 plus, 66 feet high. Let's say that you'd grown to 66 feet in height, and then you look out. You're basically high and you're towering over things, and you're able to see further down onto the tops of these objects. But terrestrial refraction doesn't show us the tops, like it doesn't tilt the angle of those distant objects more towards you. Like what I was saying earlier with describing if you're looking down at your feet, you're orthogonal to your feet, you're looking at it dead on 90 degrees, and then you look out 45 degrees away from you, a distance maybe 10 feet away. The ground is basically tilting in your visual space, tilting away from you. But if you're taller, that angle starts to rotate back towards you again. So if they're claiming terrestrial refraction, then that angle and for distant objects would be tilting towards you, which means you should be seeing like the tops of buildings a bit more. You should be seeing the tops of things a little bit more that are closer to the ground, but that's not how it appears. It's more of a panning motion, right? We see more of a panning and stretching of objects that are supposedly refracted. It's because the light isn't bending over a wall. It's a straight line propagation. Like refraction only bends light that was already there to begin with.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So the refraction, so you're saying from, let's just say 45 degrees angle down to right, that looking down to your feet.
Yeah.
To see that far, 10 miles, 66 foot, I think you said, the drop, you would have to be 66 foot tall to see down to your feet at that angle. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, and so if that's the case, then the entire floor going out to that distance should appear to be tilted a bit more up towards you. But it's not.
No, refraction is never going to bring it up 66 feet high. Crazy. And yeah, the Black Swan obviously proves that.
Yeah, also to have a geometric horizon distance of 10 miles, it would have to be, what did we work out? 65 feet high.
It didn't give it the radius of like 250,000 or something like that. It's basically like an arm's length to the moon. Well claimed.
Right, and I think understanding it from a geometric perspective kind of helps understand this at a deeper level.
Well, there's lots of things to understand when you're looking at things. So yeah, it's very important. There's other things that are important as well that you were talking about. how the light moves through the atmosphere between where it reflects from, let's say the building or the boat, and where it's received, like your eye. What happens to the light between you because of this gas that's in the way and the density of the gas? I was talking about it earlier quite extensively, actually, speaking about there's a limitation because the atmosphere isn't transparent, it's opaque, and that limitation is about 300 miles or so before the atmosphere is just too thick at that distance for the light to pass through and reach your eye. It's all very interesting and all very relevant stuff. It's important that everybody has like a basic understanding of these things, right?
Yeah, and how like light, when it interacts with gas molecules, it causes them to vibrate differently and sometimes change. And so the gas molecule basically like accepts the light and then rotates a little bit and bends it and then shoots it back out again. And then it can change, I guess, phase, and that can change color, and that's what causes like chromatic aberration.
Yeah, I think
light's also going in between gas molecules too. So different gases will have different, I guess, ways to bend light, depending on its energy state, its vibration, degrees of freedom, and all that. It's a complicated mess. I don't quite understand it all. It's where you get into like quantum mechanics of light interacting with gas. The electrical state change that it causes in the dipole.
Yeah, they're going to get rid of like there's a lot of people on here who will fight for the gravity or the globe through that kind of avenue, but they're going to do away with gravity in a way that people argue it very soon, or if not already have, just kind of implementing it. It's all about quantum.
It could be, man. So just released, it looks like there's an interview with Salvatore Pais, who is the Navy patent filer. I guess somebody found him to interview him. He's the guy that filed all these patents at the Navy about like anti-gravity propulsion devices that can maneuver through the air and water just as easily as, or any medium, and the transition between media. And I guess he gave a little interview. Somebody's been posting all over social media that I find fascinating. He's like, yeah, anti-gravity exists. We've invented it. And here's how it works. I've got like 40 patents filed when I worked at Department of Naval Research. Here it is. Like all this stuff is coming out right now, and nobody seems to be paying attention in the mainstream.
Well, are you talking about the? I think I've seen that interview. He's not really with like NASA or whoever it is anymore, but he used to be. Is it the same guy?
I think so. He's like an old man, kind of heavy set.
Okay. No, that's somebody else then. Yeah, I mean it's just not the future. Like, I mean, as much as people will argue for, it's just not the future. Nobody thinks you're going to be stuck here because you don't have enough mass to attract other things to you to give the apparent, it's not that I'm actually propelling myself. Nobody thinks that. Like, I'm going to get enough mass to be able to travel. No, that's not the future. It's enough energy, exchange of electrons, magnetism. That's the future. So it's a shame anybody fighting for this mass attracting mass gravity stuff. There's just nothing in it for them. There's no future there, because the catch is you need to have enough mass to create this, and in any kind of usable way. So. But yeah, the future would be, I think, and stuff like that, and just the mainstream's going to go towards quantum, which is just like emissions and absorption in the most basic level, right? It's just like an exchange, an emission, what emits energy, and the thing that absorbs it, and the resistance to that absorption, and so on and so forth. Yeah. And that's more down the, I guess, flat Earth avenue, as far as like if you were to compare it to relative density disequilibrium, that's kind of describing the same interaction. Like that, I don't know. Maybe you're okay with relative density disequilibrium, right? But those things are dependent on something else also. Like density is relative on, is dependent on other things. So it's really just like a baseline explanation, in my opinion.
Relative density applies to the object or objects and medium they reside within, right?
Yeah, it's just how it sounds. It would just be like somebody saying, "Well, why does water fall down, through air?" Well, it's denser than the air, it's denser relative to the air, and it's not at equilibrium, at being a state of rest.
Yeah, or why does wood fall through the air but float on water? Most wood.
Density.
Right. Yeah. But what's the so that's like step one, and then it's like, well, it can be the final step if you want, but then people might ask like, well, what's the reason for density, or like what's so the molecular bonding, or strong force, weak force, these type of things.
There also is the aspect of the surface area of it as well. So if you have, because like through air, there's aerodynamics. So a feather, for example, with the surface area that it has and the properties it has, where it kind of catches the air and its densities spread out rather than condensed into like a little cylindrical ball, or something that'll fall and have the air going around it, or like something that's aerodynamic, like say, if you're talking about like an arrow, right? You break off the feather part, right? And then you've also got the tip. Well, the tip is designed to flow through the air with the least resistance possible. So those things they definitely have to be taken into account for that. I don't believe there's any, at least I haven't seen any formulas regarding that. There's a lot of variables there. Newtonian physics is utilized a lot, but it's really just what is that, like a reverse engineering of just the properties of, I guess, weight or density, right?
Yeah. Like I don't even really have a problem with like the Newton's laws. I think they're pretty true. They're just true.
Yeah, I agree. It's Newton's gravitation that's kind of weird, right? Right, because Newton disavowed that, but like his laws on like motion are firmly upheld by classical mechanics.
Yeah, but they're not laws; they're more so rules. I would classify them more as rules and not as laws. Newton's
Right, 'cause
laws are
things
not
break
like
down.
control laws.
Yeah. Yeah, you find exceptions when you start zooming in.
You know, as for engineering too, I'm a builder. As for the engineering aspect of it, everything is severely over-engineered these days. You know, every 4 years or so, they'll put out another addition to the building code, and everything gets just a little bit more complicated and just a little bit more reinforced.
Did you just say the building code?
Yeah, building codes. Yeah, international building code.
Whereabouts are you located, brother? Without doxing yourself, of course.
I'm in Washington State, United States.
Yeah, brother.
And yeah, I think they came out with one 2018 and another one like 2022. So I think it's like an every 4 year thing. And it could be 6 years. I could totally be mistaken. Time has been flying, so yeah.
That's awesome, brother. I'm in Ontario, a building official myself, and work with the Ontario Building Code. So, yeah, we just got a new update ourselves that we're applying in the transition period now. But as of March, it launches. But yeah, when you flip through that any code book and you see the word level pop up, you're like, hey, there it is. I see you. But that's awesome, brother. Just had to say what's up to you when I heard building code. Well done.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, in all the engineering is as far as I know, all the utility, classical mechanics. It's already been reverse engineered and sorted out. So, they'll tell you later on in school that things don't actually work that way, but this is a good way to approximate the cause and effect of, just in general, the weight of it,
Well, I'll give you my wild conspiracy in regards to these updating the codes all the time. I think it's just to energize an economy. Just everybody redo your shit, and I think that's my theory.
I think there's some truth to that. Well, we also learn more as we go on. For example, at least down here in Washington State, you can't build a structure within 5 feet of the property line. That goes for both property lines, so there should be a minimum of 10 feet between buildings. If you want to get it closer to the building or to the property line, then you have to fireproof it, right? You got to put like what's called dense glass in there, and it's glass sheet you put on over your sheeting and then underneath your siding. So even if a fire your siding burns up, well, it's not going to get through, or it'll take a lot longer to get through into your sheeting, your main frame, your house or building. Also seismic, with earthquakes and everything, seismic ratings. And gosh, we used to build houses back when I started in 2005. Where we didn't have to use any exterior strapping. And that's all the houses I built now. There's some straps on it, so much hardware. It's like the hardware keeps piling on and piling on. So it's rough. It's rough for the builders.
Brother, quick question. Do you ever work with trusses?
Yeah, like pre-manufactured trusses?
Yeah, like roof trusses.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Have you ever read the installation not recommendations, but the installation manual?
Yes, I have. I skimmed through it again here because I got a copy of it in the trust report I built last edition.
And what's crazy
is nice house. last year.
What's crazy with that? I just want to say one quick thing. You read that documentation, and it states that the trusses must be installed level. I always read through. I see that word. I chuckle to myself, just because it's like we can't escape it, right? The built form requires it. Being part of the building code knowledge base, are able to appeal to it and understand it. So it's again a great observation.
Yeah, but a truss is like a triangle shape where it's higher in the middle. Are you saying that level is higher in the middle, Killian?
No, brother. The bottom chord of a truss. Do you know what the bottom chord is, brother?
I know.
Are you laughing, sir?
Yeah, I'm just kidding. I'm messing with you. Go ahead.
Well, I know you are, but like for the audience's sake, right? Like the bottom chord of a truss is actually the thing that runs parallel to the floor that it's on, or the floor that it's above. Sorry. So knowing that that bottom chord is installed to a level requirement or level profile, if you will, it necessitates that that thing is installed level, because the entire roof is based on that observation that, as you say, when you come to the rise and the run, the profile of that truss, it's installed correctly. So otherwise it'd be disastrous. But yeah, just to walk out your point.
Yeah, I mean, that's your goal. Level is definitely your goal. Nothing is perfect, especially in wood frame construction. So yeah, just a simple, like, stupid little point, but they want to have positive contact. Sometimes your building's not going to be level. If you built it off unlevel foundation, which it happens, right? I've had some pretty wonky foundations or ones with the big humps in them. Maybe where they poured the concrete where it was maybe too thick. Because the thinner you make it, and then using the big vibrator in there, essentially levels out. But yeah, concreters will snap lines inside of their stem wall forms and try to get that concrete to go right to that line, and then it does make the building process a whole lot easier. But it happens.
A mason line? Is that what you mean? Like a string line or a snap line?
It's a snap line usually, and a lot of them will tack little nails in there just as something tangible. Because you got line snapped on the inside of your form boards, but you go shooting concrete in there, and that can get fucked up real quick. So they'll have nails set that they'll try to get that are all on the same level.
Yeah, and I mean, the cool proof about the mason line is that it's a straight line. That's in reality the shortest distance between 2 points. So, for those who doubt that the level is a straight line, but yeah, I mean, within a tolerance. But yeah, I mean, if somebody says, "Well, I know I'm not level," I mean, they know that then it's based on that, perfectly level measurement.
Yeah, what does that level reference though?
Huh?
What is that measuring tool reference?
It references in the case of building, you're referencing the levels of things around you, or things that are around the building, like the road.
Yeah, but you're establishing level. You're establishing level with the tool, but what is the tool referencing?
Up and down, brother. It's all level you're showing you.
But I'm trying to. All right, when you use a tool, right? Like you're using that spirit level, right? Depends on what level you're using, but a spirit level. What is it? What is it referencing? Itself?
Yeah, it is the reference.
No,
it's horizontal.
Okay, how do you get horizontal?
Through water or fluid. So
what is water or fluid referencing?
True level.
which is based on
I mean,
what?
I think you're trying to get us to say sea level, but sea level is just that's just a datum.
I know, but
right?
all of this is referencing something. What is it referencing?
I've been posting this for days now.
I don't see why you guys are like flat earthers and don't understand this point. You need to get
I
this
understand
point
it
clear.
perfectly.
I don't think everybody else does.
They're controlled up.
You still haven't given the answer.
Are you
And I
saying
hear
it
a lot of
represents a
people saying
horizontal
things about
line?
tools and reference. You are not talking about what's being referenced here. You're only speaking of the things that we use to measure with.
That's the reference. What is the
No,
confusion?
it's not. It is
You
not.
reference the tool.
You're not reference. What is the tool reference?
Are you asking what the tool is contingent on?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a different question than what it's,
Well, then
it's
what is it?
referencing.
Yeah. No, it's not. It's the same shit.
I gave
It's
you the clue.
referencing something. What is it referencing?
Would it be the form? Would it
And
be
don't
the
be a
form
fake.
that?
Don't be a fake flat earther, man. If you don't know the answer, just say I don't know.
No, brother. I'm honestly asking the question and then
I'm
saying
not killing.
I don't know.
Like right now,
Okay.
honestly, if I don't get the answer from this, I'm just the category that you might be in right now is a flat earther who just believes the earth is flat and you don't know. So if you don't answer this question, it is specifically on the topic. So I'm going to ask once again, what is the tool referencing?
Hello? Am I coming through?
Yeah, you are too. But I want these guys who've been talking about level to actually give me the answer. I know you.
I was going to say the built form that it is attached to.
Listen, I don't know where
still
you get level is a change in the vertical, right? It's a different levels, different heights. It's dependent on down. So I mean, I don't know what you're looking for here.
I'm looking for what that tool is specifically referencing. It is not referencing itself.
No, the tool is a reference. Yeah, that's what
To
you
what?
reference, the tool.
To what?
If you're going to establish 2 points of equal elevation anywhere you want, you reference the tool.
How do you establish that, man? Not with the tool.
Yes, with the tool.
Okay, so if you're using a tool, what is the tool referencing?
The built form that is is.
Okay, so what is the form?
To.
What is the form on? What is it on?
Yeah.
The realm that we're investigating, the land
So
that
what
we're
is the realm?
investigating.
Okay, look. Why is this hard to? I don't know why everybody's dancing around the topic right now. Is there any flat earther that can answer my question?
Yeah, I can answer it. I'd love to answer that question.
Go ahead, Sonny.
Yeah, the answer is what that tool is referencing is it is mimicking sea level. It's a value based on sea level.
Why is it so hard for these guys? I don't get it. Because what is sea level? When you reference sea level, what is that like? What is that contingent upon?
All horizontal.
Horizontal.
All horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Not it. Why can I not get that answer? That was the answer right there. So if you say that the tool is referencing itself as a flat earther, you're not doing a good job at this argument. So Jedi gave you the answer. That is the answer. You're referencing the horizon. It's horizontal. You're establishing mean sea level. Sonny gave you that answer. It's all everything is the tool is all referencing that. You're not just establishing horizontal just because the tool says so. The tool is utilizing that plane of that horizon, plane of the horizon.
Yeah, everything's based off.
We gotta step it up, man. Like this. Listen, and this is the reason why I'm doing this. You guys got to step it up with these arguments. Otherwise, if you still think that the way we establish level is only using the tool, you're doing this wrong. That's why your arguments aren't effective. And these global
listen, my argument is pretty effective, and I don't bring up the ocean. I don't think it's necessary.
Because you're not going to get to the next level. You're going to keep it as a debate where they are saying,
no, I don't have.
Yes, you are. You want me to tell you how? I can show you. Because to them, the earth is curving. The surface is curving. You didn't establish that the earth is what we're referencing. You're establishing the tool is what we're referencing for level. And they're just fine with it. As long as you don't reference the earth, that's hunky-dory. But now that you made it the earth, well, they got problems with that. Because
it's not the earth.
Dude, it is the fucking earth. What are you talking about? Where do you get a horizon, dude, in the sky?
When if the,
dude,
you are
seriously, honestly, listen, no tanks. I have been listening to you, and you this is the numptiest argument that you've gotten. And if anybody follows suit with you, you're in the same category. You're mistaken. The only way we can establish
the difference is in my argument. I can prove, and I know, right, that horizontal and level are the same thing, and I can prove it in reality.
But you can't establish it by anything in reality because you're only referencing the tool.
I walk through the demonstration using the tool with people. I can even show them the photographs. I can show them the shortest distance. I can show them the angle. I can do this in reality.
They're not referencing the Earth, no tanks. So it doesn't matter.
In reality.
It doesn't matter. They're not referencing the Earth, so they don't give a shit. They'll be like, yeah, that's cool. You can walk me through anything you want. Yep. I still know the Earth is curved surface, so it doesn't matter what you say.
I walk them through that, and I show them how I measure elevation.
Dude.
So what?
Wow,
so
it's so weird.
No tanks. What makes it an orientation?
Yeah, down probably makes it the orientation.
This is bullshit, dude. He doesn't understand. Like he's in his numpty argument, thinking he's gonna. I don't know if Killian, if you're the same like him. If you believe what he's thinking, because he's incorrect to say that argument the way he does, because a glober will always reference back to saying the Earth is curved. And so you've only locally you've just established what horizontal means, and you know
locally. So now horizontal is local.
But hold on a second.
So when you start talking about the Earth, is the Earth being a place that you can establish from? Depends on what miles you want to talk about. So it doesn't matter if it's local, or it could extend horizontally for hundreds of miles. It will still be horizontal. It doesn't change.
Like so,
we're
yes. What I do,
the Earth.
in my process, what I do, I walk into the demonstration. I show them how I can measure the change in the dirt, in the grass, and the hills using this tool to reference.
I know that. Everybody knows that you can use a tool for that. But you're not establishing how the tool is referencing in reality the thing that makes it what sound to be horizontal. You can establish horizontal just by the tool. It has to be referencing something that you established horizontal by.
Let me just try to understand.
I don't see why I don't see why you're not understanding that point.
Let me just try to understand. You're saying that if all the water, like if all the oceans evaporated, then the tool wouldn't work?
No, I'm talking, dude. It doesn't matter. We'd always have. That's stupid. That's never going to happen. Water is like the fundamental makeup of reality. So that's a ridiculous argument.
I'm asking you if that's what you're imagining.
No, because reality, we got to stick to what that is. And because such, water is a definite way we understand. Then you wouldn't have any fucking water in that bubble level that you have, the spirit level. If water didn't exist, then we wouldn't exist. You freaking numpty.
I mean, I didn't say that.
So,
idiot,
to jump in, if I
your
can
level,
jump in.
right? That's another way to ask. What is it level with? It has to be level with something.
It's level with. I mean, it's level. It's parallel to all other levels that are ever established in reality.
That's fucking stupid, dude.
I mean, I can fucking prove it, dude.
I don't give a shit. You're still referencing another tool. And another tool references another tool. That's an idiotic argument. It's fucking idiotic. What you need to do is establish
you said that,
what the tool is referencing in reality. Like what outside in nature, how can nature respond to what the tool is exactly measuring? And if you say, well, the tool is just referencing the tool, that's stupid.
No, the tool is the reference. That's what you reference. You reference the tool. Like in three-dimensional reality, you reference the tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference to measure elevation change.
You're still not getting it.
Tanks. Yeah. What is the tool attached to, brother?
Not the Earth.
Oh my God.
What do you put the tool, when I talk about construction, what do you put the tool upon to verify the construction?
Like a post.
It goes on the floor, right?
No, it does not. No.
See?
Brother, this is what we're trying to bring forward from an idea of how you use the tool to verify what it is you're looking at. At least from my standpoint, when I use the principle of level, it's with respects to construction. Period. And again, Alpha, you called me out for that. That's what my appeal is within the confines of the observation of level, plumb, etc. Thank you.
I was going to say disagrees with what I posted in the side chat. That's from a CE engineering and construction company who helps to train people, budding engineers, right? Up and coming engineers and construction workers. He needs them to understand this principle.
Yes.
Before they.
Yeah, you're coming. I hear what you're saying, Tito, but you're chopping up. I don't know if your connection's messed up. I need Tanks to actually look at what Tito posted. In order for your argument
but
to be sound,
I did look at it. Yeah, but no, I didn't read
but
the
you're not
article. Just
saying
reading
that.
it.
You're not saying that. And in order for your argument to be sound, especially in here, you better fucking be saying that shit. Because that's what all of us say in here, because that's reality. Reality is what we're, the realm in which we all exist in. That's what it's referencing. Horizon. Not your tool. You're not looking at your tool.
My tool is
I know that
above
level's
the
level because of
horizon.
my tool.
Yeah.
Yeah, your tool is giving you level based on something else, based on something it's referencing.
It's just reality, man. I mean, it's just, are you saying reality is contingent on the horizon? I mean, the horizon exists in reality, but the reality is not contingent and dependent on the horizon.
No,
I don't understand your argument.
You're doing too much. Look at that. Just look at what he posted.
I did. Well, I did read.
What
I
does
read
it say, dude? Like, honestly, I could read it to you.
It says a straight line lies within a plane, or a straight line is a horizontal line, which is a level line. It doesn't say anything about the ocean.
Oh my God! Read the top of what he posted at 19 minutes after the hour.
Yeah, I totally agree with those things. Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't read it. Why? Because
I did
it's
read
damning
it the
to
first
your
time.
argument. Let me read it. Let me read it. Let me read it to everybody because you're too fucking shameful to even read it. What does level mean?
I got to click back and forth.
Level, shut up. What does level mean? Level is what you call a perfectly horizontal line. Horizontal means side to side. To be level with the world means to be parallel with the horizon. You freaking numpty.
Oh, I didn't see that. I mean, go look at that.
Oh, yeah, of course you didn't see that because it's damning to your argument.
Oh,
You're carrying this bullshit argument. What do you mean?
I mean, it doesn't. I told you before. I'm not saying that it's not parallel with the plane of the horizon. That's not a problem. I don't have an issue.
You just finished saying levels established by the tool. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Well, then I could just say that
the tool has to be referencing something in reality. What is it referencing? And that's what I was asking. You're like, what do you mean? What is it referencing? I don't know. That's not what you mean.
Listen, I just agree to disagree. That's all, man. I agree. I'll disagree with you.
Yeah, this isn't agree to disagree genre. It's right or wrong. Either no, it's not. It's not. Get your fucking argument straight, dude.
What's the argument?
You know what? I'm so surprised that a Glober that has been sitting in this chat hasn't shellacked you on this point. I'm surprised.
Come with it, Glovers. I mean,
come with it. Yeah, it's going to be a fucking 10-hour debate. It'll be a 10-hour debate, and you trying to prove level based on a tool.
What's the subject? You can prove level with a tool. You can carry a straight line over distance, and there will be no drop from level. You can prove it in reality, no problem. You can measure the shortest distance between the 2 points in the horizontal orientation.
You are persistent.
Perpendicular to the vertical.
That's
you can
never
do it in reality.
You can't close the argument. You'll never close the argument that way.
I do it all the time in reality, but not with lifelong anti-flat earthers.
Never
what are
heard
you
you
going to
debate
do?
a Glober on this point and actually get somewhere with them. It would always end up in a debate where they will say, well, okay, so level means that to you, but let me pull out the dictionary where level means following the liquid parts of the curved surface of the earth. And then
that's not an argument.
You're screwed. At that point, you're screwed. You're like, whoa,
what are you talking about?
That's what you think, sir.
No, there's no. That's what you think, sir. It's just demonstrate. Then they could then demonstrate that one point is lower than the other point. But what I'm showing is that what I can show in reality is that there's no point lower than the other point when there's a perpendicular. When you have an established horizontal perpendicular to the vertical. So they're going to if they make the claim that level is curved, they're going to have to demonstrate another point either higher or lower than the reference, which they
based
can't
on
do.
what? What do they reference? The tool, right?
Show it.
Yeah, the tool. Based on the tool.
Is the tool establishing a horizontal plane of reference?
Yeah, how? How is it doing that?
Yeah, I mean, yes or no. That's all.
How is it doing that?
Because it's just how it works in reality.
It's just how it works. Well, that's just what it is. It be what it be.
It is what it is. Yeah, you can show something in reality. Dude. Yeah, you don't need to even explain it any further. You just show reality.
Yes, you do. Because the globe thinks it's happening on a globe. That's why.
They think that water is forming horizontal planes on a globe. Then that's
horizontal planes. You never talked about that. You've only said that you're establishing level with a tool, not
No, I
with
said
a plane
with-
of the horizon. And that's the
Well, that's
that's
not
the
what
part
I
where you're screwed.
No, what I said was I can use a water level to establish a horizontal plane of reference. That's what I say all the time.
That's a no duh. But if somebody was to tell you, okay, that's cool, locally you're fine. But if we're
I mean,
still
that
on
has
the
no
globe.
meaning.
We're
They'd
still
have to
on the globe,
demonstrate
though.
what that even means. Locally, you're
But we're
fine.
still on
So
a glo-
locally,
we're
water's
still on a globe.
horizontal.
Yeah. Have you heard? You've never been around these guys. You don't know
Yeah,
what
they're
the
just
arguments
anti.
are?
They're just anti flat Earth. They're anti reality, I guess. Yeah. What can you do?
That's not the point. The point is that when they start presenting an argument like that and your argument is not sound, it will only be what you believe. Your belief
No, I
is
demonstrate.
that
That's why
level is level based on a tool. They're going to be like,
yeah, that's
that's
the
cool.
Well, that's the difference, right? You keep saying that anybody who can demonstrate that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, they can know it, right? I know it because I can demonstrate it in reality. I don't believe it. I know it to be the case.
Dude, you're missing the point. I mean, you can't see the forest through the trees, honestly, with this whole argument of yours.
Right, and then with the, I don't.
You're
That's what I
still
said.
not getting it.
Yeah,
This is
with
the
you
reason
before.
why I honestly think that you just believe the Earth is flat. You don't know it, because
sounds like a projection.
reality itself isn't the reference for everything that you establish horizontal with. It has to be the tool for you, and which means that a glober can. I mean, the glober's taking notes right now. They would be like, okay, I got it now. He thinks all you got to do is use that level he's using. Voila, that's it. But I can show him that that's fine because it's so minuscule. You wouldn't even notice it on a local level. You can establish level on whatever you're trying to build on. That's okay because it's not built on the rest of the world. It's just built right where you're at. And you can have, places on Earth where it doesn't, because it's a no-blade spheroid, so it's not really curved all the way. So you can have some like sort of flat spots, and you can measure with your tool, flat or whatever. That's fine, but you're still on an oblate spheroid.
Right, so let me
your
hear how you
argument goes up in smoke.
I mean,
and I'm surprised why that hasn't happened before.
That's what you think. So no, it doesn't go up in smoke. It just really doesn't. It's like unbeatable almost. I don't even.
It's not.
That's all right.
Dude. You're not establishing what it's on. You're only establishing based on the tool. The tool is referencing the tool. That's stupid.
No. The tool is what you reference.
Oh my god, dude!
There's a difference. There's a difference.
What's
yeah.
the tool?
Then you have to have 3-dimensional reality, right? And you have to leave the. What?
How does the tool work? What does it do?
Establishes 2 points at equal elevation. He's saying like the mechanics behind like pressure and whatnot, or like hydrostatic pressure, equilibrium, stuff like that, or just what does it do?
Yeah, how does it work? I understand it establishes these points. How? What's the mechanism? What's it doing?
It's finding down.
How?
Hydrostatic equilibrium, just down. Is that what you're asking, or are you asking how do I use the tool? Because I put it on something.
That's fine. So it's referencing down because we want to find what?
With the tool, we want to find 2 points of equal elevation.
Okay. And these 2 points of equal elevation have to be on the same horizontal plane, right?
Yeah, otherwise the water will flow. Yeah.
Okay, so we want to find horizontal, don't we?
Yeah, with the tool. Yeah, it's a tool.
Yeah. So
that,
we're finding horizontal with vertical.
Yeah, because there's a perpendicular relationship with vertical and horizontal. Yep.
Cool, awesome. Okay.
Hello, guys.
All right.
But when you reference a tool horizontal to the horizon, then that is referencing the horizontal plane or the ground to stand on.
Yeah, all horizontals are parallel.
Casey.
Yeah, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. That is true. Yeah.
You didn't say that though.
I mean that is true. It does. I don't understand how the
perpendicular and perpendicular to vertical.
Correct.
The whole full explanation. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, and all verticals are perpendicular 90 degrees to horizontal. Cool.
Yeah, can somebody demonstrate that? I mean, I agree because I can demonstrate it. I've demonstrated it, but is the argument just end at an assertion, or do you have a demonstration?
Okay, so all verticals being perpendicular to the horizon. Imagine
with me, you're out at sea, and you've got a plumb bob. You can turn around 360 degrees, and it will always be perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
Yeah, locally.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just like the argument I was told I would hear.
Are you
That's just
arguing
the
for globe
argument
then, or what?
It's just the argument I just told I would hear. Yeah, locally.
You're arguing for globe, right?
Sorry.
No, yeah, in that moment I am. Yeah.
What do we mean by locally?
Whatever Miggy meant. I don't know. That everywhere I go, it'll be vertical.
Yeah. So locally and practically, right? Now, this practical distance that we can use this is about 6,000 miles. For one observer inside this circle that they are observing, because of the way the horizon works when you turn around 360 degrees, finding this horizontal because things are perpendicular. So, yeah, everywhere. No distances.
Yeah, I mean, you could use the celestial navigation method, or to demonstrate this. Yeah, it would just need something further than the assertion, in my opinion.
Assertion.
Wouldn't it be something like if you're on a boat and you're wobbling about the place?
Well,
you've got a level, but if you want to find your level, you're not going to find it if you're wobbling about the place. So a good way to reference your level will be the horizon.
I'm struggling with this local thing. I'm sorry to interrupt again, but even in an aircraft at 32,000 feet, where we see horizon, let's say good atmospheric conditions, 200 miles away, and all verticals being perpendicular to the plane of that horizon, and that's locally, that's 200 miles.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just told that people will just say locally, and then that's it.
Yeah, I guess this is what I'm trying to pinpoint on the locally bit. So always everywhere, at all distances.
Well, dude, yeah. I mean, you want me to try to play the glober? I don't know, like the horizon rises.
Oh, you've been playing the glober. How about that? You've been playing the glober.
Well, I want to hear your full argument rather than the assertion. You saying you have a better argument than demonstrating
that
it.
Jedi is telling you that over 6,000 miles can be actually by one observer measured as from a horizontal plane perspective. Yeah, that's one hell of an assertion.
Well,
without any backup method to verify.
How? I thought you understood the answer. It was celestial navigation.
Oh, right, yeah. You could go. That's what I'm saying. You could go to, but then you got to demonstrate the celestial
He
navigation.
gets it, but he doesn't get it. Fucking.
Well, I didn't know if that was your answer too. I don't know what yours was.
Right, so that's the practical bit, right, where we actually use it to do something. That's figure out a distance between us and the ground position of a star. Distance is a horizontal measurement. The minimum elevation angle of 15 degrees above the horizon gives us a distance of somewhere about 550 miles, 6,000 miles, something like that, if we include the whole protractor. So it's a straight line distance, practical use. That line from the star meeting the horizon, that imaginary line, is the ground position of the star that we're measuring the distance to. So all verticals being perpendicular to the plane of the horizon practically used at these distances.
Assertion verified.
Yeah, it's a task. This is why I don't use the. I mean, I do use the argument when people like Bacon or somebody come into celestial navigation, no problem. But with a normal person, I guess, who isn't going to go out on a boat or a ship or go to the beach to measure it, what you can do with them is take them through a demonstration with a level to show that there's no drop of a horizontal line or a level to measure the shortest distance between two verticals, and they can demonstrate it. Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't finish the argument where it needs to be, referencing the horizon. You're not doing that. You're like, no, I just got to reference the tool. No, you don't. And I'm telling you right now, you're being walked through the reason why you can't just say that. Just leave it there.
What's the reason?
Dude, are you on?
That they'll say it's local, right? But I can extend a straight line segment in reality. Like I've done it in reality, right?
Fucking hell, dude. I don't know. Some days no tanks is just too much.
Am I coming through okay now?
Yeah, you sound better, T-Dub.
All right, so from that same article that I posted. All right. Just a quick read. straight lines and right angles are must-haves for any construction project, whether it's a wall, door, window, or entire frame. But straightness only goes so far. You can have a line that is perfectly straight, that is, not bending or curving, but if it's not oriented correctly, it can still result in slanted walls or a sloping floor. That's where level and plumb come in. Both measure straightness, but with a different relationship to the horizon.
Thank you.
That's from a builder, man, a CEO of a construction company, man.
Well, that's just his assertion, according to No Tanks. Freaking hell, dude. You're fumbling around with this argument. You should get it right by now. Everybody knows this. I think that's what everybody knows. I don't know. I mean, we have to do a pulse check to make sure everybody's on the right path here.
Yeah, listen, that's the argument you like to use.
Really?
It's not mine.
Yeah, because your shit argument is not going to get us to the fact that the person that you're talking to in this forum is going to understand that the world is utilized as flat. Yeah? Freaking hell, dude. This has to be something that flat earthers already, like, there's got to be like within like the day one to like maybe a couple months in, like they get this argument down. Like it has to be. This is one of the most basic arguments for flat earth.
Yeah, I mean, I
around as many years as you have, like a glober.
No, I'm not fumbling around. I asked you the last time, right? Like, what is it? Like, which I mean, I know the answer. It just didn't seem like you would give it to me. I don't know why, but like, what is it about? So you have the surveyors who make the marks above sea level, right? In reference to sea level, right? And they carry it around. But what is it that proves that those two markers are at equal elevation? What is it that proves it?
I mean, are you still asking the question?
I'm asking you in your, like, so, we make the statement that that surveyors will reference mean sea level to make their marks above the ground in reference to sea level at that point. And then they'll just do another point and another point. They'll say, well, that's in reference to sea level, right? Now people know that this is the case and they still believe in a globe. But what is it that now can prove that those points are at equal elevation?
My God, dude.
Well, the answer, in my opinion, the answer would be like similar to the one that Jedi gave, which would be the distance between the 2 points. The shortest possible distance being horizontal in orientation, like when you use celestial navigation to get from A to B.
And how do you establish that? By what? What do you utilize for that to establish that?
To establish what?
The plane of the horizon. What are you using to establish it?
What, the surveyors? What are they using?
Oh my God, dude.
You did.
I mean, I just walked through it. I said, listen.
Free Israel!
What? I said they're referencing sea. I went through the whole thing. They're referencing sea level and then elevation above sea level. Yeah, I know that, right? But then
Is
the global
assertion? Is that their assertion?
That's their assertion. Yeah.
Yeah, but they haven't proved it, right?
I mean, what would prove it? Yeah. I mean, there's people who hear that and they still believe they live on a globe. Is that not true?
I know that. What is the verification that they're not on a globe?
The distance between the markers.
Between the markers?
Yeah, between the if you make an elevation mark, say this building.
But you're only talking about locally. I'm talking about further out, expanding off into the distance. How do they know the Earth is not just at that specific point, only a small little flat spot on an oblate spheroid? How do they know it's flat straight across for hundreds, if not thousands of miles?
Yeah, how do they know the points are at the same elevation?
I'm asking you. Yeah. Don't ask me. I'm asking you.
I asked you, and I already gave the answer is because
give
of
me
the
the
distance.
Answer again. What did you say?
It's similar.
How are we verifying that's true?
it's similar to the reasoning that Jedi gave in Celestial Navigation.
No, I need you to tell me. Don't tell me what Jedi. I want you to say it verbally, that way you know it. How to say it. Go ahead.
I mean, didn't I say it already? Did anybody else hear me already say?
Don't worry about everybody else. I'm talking to you.
Okay, I'll
Go
repeat
ahead.
what I said. Yeah, I repeat what I said. So it's similar to the reasoning that Jedi gave, right? When you do celestial navigation, the point from A to B in a horizontal straight line distance, like miles, or 1 degree per 69 miles, or 69 miles is a statute linear distance. So the proof is in the distance between the 2 points being the.
Okay, so it's not an assertion, is it? It's verified by the way we establish horizontal planes on the surface of the earth. It's established. Quit fucking saying it's an assertion. That's just like, well, I'm just saying it's like this. I don't know. It just looks that way to me. It's more than that.
Yeah, it's reliant on the distance. Yeah, that's the proof.
All right. So do you believe you live on a flat earth, or do you know you live on a flat earth?
I mean, flat Earth, yeah, but
do you believe you live on a flat earth, or do you know you live on a flat earth?
No, thanks, man.
Go ahead. The simple answer. One of those two is going to be what you think the earth is by a belief, or you know.
Yeah, I told you, in my opinion, it's a conflation of terms. But I know that the shortest
It's not
distance.
a conflation of terms. Just answer the question. Do you believe you live on a flat earth, or do you know you live on a flat earth? Go ahead, no thanks. The silence is actually telling which one that is.
Actually, quite was.
You just believe it. Everybody here that speaks on the argument, go ahead, Jedi.
No, it's the protracted silence. I mean, you come in, you said it is telling, and I was sitting there thinking, "Oh, this is awkward." Just say.
Because
agreed
with you.
My kid came in the back door, but I'm not interested in the cult behavior, mate. I'm really not.
Right. I mean, I appreciate if your kids come in. Gives a reason for the protracted silence, because otherwise wouldn't have been when answering this question. I would have thought.
But he says he's not interested in my cult behavior. Really? Understanding the nature of reality is cult behavior. So what does that mean? What does that mean, No Tanks? Understanding reality for what it is cult behavior because you don't want to answer the question whether you know the earth is flat or whether you just believe it is.
Yeah, I told you it's a false dichotomy. That's all.
How is it false?
It's not. If he wants to know,
Acceptance without evidence. That's what belief is. Are you accepting without evidence that the earth is flat, or are you believing do you know that the earth is flat based on established ways that we measure it? This isn't a cult mentality. It's understanding the nature of reality. Belief or no? Which one is it?
Yeah, and listen, dude, I'm just not that interested in this.
So why don't you just bounce the fuck out of here and never come back? How about that?
Doesn't sound like a cult to me.
I'm just saying, if you want to be in here and other people we're going to give you the mic to explain to them horizontal planes establishing and referencing the earth being a flat earth, and then you're here, well, we can just believe it. Then the next moment that comes in here will be like, well, that's your belief. Let me argue mine then. Let me argue my belief against your belief.
I'm going to take Earth away from him, right? Now I want him to show me his horizontal.
Yo, how thick is the flat Earth?
It's thick as your mom.
Jedi.
I've never heard Jedi go out of pocket like that. That's cool.
God damn.
He's on the ball.
That was very well said, Jedi.
Pun intended there. No pun intended.
All I'm saying is that most the people that argue for flat Earth in here aren't saying what this clown is. He's saying I agree with Jedi. Well, if that was true, then he would know that the Earth is flat and not believe it.
Yeah, listen, I never gave you my answer on that.
Yeah, that's because you said I was a part of a cult.
Dude, listen. Do you believe you're a part of a cult, or do you know you're part of a cult? Just answer my question.
That's one hell of a loaded question.
Right, exactly.
Have you stopped beating your wife? Oh, you still
Yeah. That's
I like it, man. I like your arguments. I have no problem with it.
Yo, no tanks. I just want to say right quick, brother. I gotta say it's out of pocket for you to call him out like that, to say it's some kind of cult, right? We all know that this is the truth. This is the umbrella that we collect upon, and for you to come up here and say that, brother, you're straight out of pocket, brother.
Appreciate that. Thanks, man.
But if I got this correct, no tanks. I think what he's asking you that either A, do you believe that the tool was level, and that's it? You just believe it, proof without evidence, sort of thing.
I can prove.
Hold on.
It still needs reference to something.
Or B, you know it's flat because you're using the horizon as a horizontal plane to reference the ground that you're standing on.
Well, listen, I said this to Miggy last
Once
time.
you know that an angle can't have curves, you know it's not curving. You know it's flat. So just by your tool reference, or do you know because what your tool is referenced to?
It's not enough to just say horizontal is level. It has to be level with what? Itself, you reckon? It's level
with all other horizontals. It's parallel with all other horizontals.
Like the horizon, right? That like thing in nature that's given, that very thing that nature's, well, probably God, right, has given us in nature, right, to be able to say, hey, this is equal to that.
Yeah, it's parallel with the horizon, yeah. Oh, the plane of the horizon. Yeah.
So once again, do you know that it's flat, or do you believe that it's flat based on that?
Well, like I said, I know.
Answer the question.
I know. I can tell you what I know and what I don't know.
Do you know that? Just answer my question. Do you know if the Earth is flat based on the information you just said? Yes or no? I know your kid isn't coming to interrupt you now. You just protracted silence.
No, she's in the bathroom now. Yeah. Well.
You're just not answering now.
No, yeah. Because I'd like to just say.
I see how he chuckles. It's fun and games right now. Fucking classic Glober obfuscation bullshit. I have been having my eye on this guy. I have been, but he has been doing this with the arguments, and it's not cool, man. Because what he's just gonna keep everybody's wheels spinning. We'll never get to the bottom of whether the Glober can establish the world that they live in is a horizontal plane that they reference. We're never getting there with him. Just saying.
I mean, I hear you. I mean, I definitely hear what's been going on. I like No Frank. He's a good lad. I say with quotation marks that you can't see. He's all right, flat earther and stuff, but it's been a bit of a weird conversation. I mean, I only came in just to establish things, right? Define the terms that we use and so on. Understanding that water's being level is a freaking prerequisite for this freaking argument anyway, right? We know it's level. But yeah, the bit about belief and knowing, that struck me.
When it comes to like the arguments in here, when individuals, if we give him the floor to talk to these Globers and he's in there doing that, it carries to an extent with talking about using a level, right? I mean, it carries to an extent, but if he's not going to get them to realize the nature of reality is referencing the horizontal plane, then we're in trouble. So it's almost like giving the keys to your Lambo to your 13-year-old who thinks they can drive.
Throwing around this cult word is really tiresome because we can say the same thing about, tanks. Just say, you sound like you're from the Geo crowd. Like, it sounds like you're a part of the Geo cult. We could say the same thing because you are speaking the same things that they speak over there, over here.
You can say that about any people or group of people that agree, right? so they're in a cult because they agree with each other. And this is a little bit deeper than that, I think. Flat earthers like myself, Miggy, Flatsy, other people that are around this server channel, moderators and whatever. We're trying to get the good arguments out there, and people representing the flat earth, we want them to understand the good arguments and so on. Not maybe, I'm not directly pointing you at you, no thanks when I say this, but esoteric flat earthers that Alpha Veritas likes to call them, the airy-fairy ones, the ones that just have a belief and then like to argue from their beliefs about things. This is where we get ice walls from, extra lands, the possible and endless amounts of esoteric nonsense, woo. So we come into this a little bit differently. We want the good arguments out there. If someone's acting, and I'm not saying you are, no thanks at all. Like I said, I hold you in quite a high regard, but if someone's acting a little bit spuriously, coming from a belief and not a knowing about flat earth, then we want to address that in the best way possible. Doesn't always end up in the best way possible. People get upset, but you understand what I'm saying.
I hold this place as a place for intellectual honesty and for people who understand the nature of reality to be what it is. So it's of high regard to me. I don't like individuals in here who have been hearing others being talked about, like when the Globers come in here, or like they've been talked down to, and they've been, I always say this, right? That's the reason why I guard, a place that's been curated like this, because we should all feel the freedom to understand the nature of reality and ask questions. When it comes down to like somebody carrying an argument where they don't know whether or not the argument they're carrying is able to be pointing them to the truth, then it's like you're leading them to, basically like a cliff where they're just going to fall over it. Like no one can reach a conclusion with your argument. There's never going to be a conclusion. You're going to be like, well, I don't know. I'm just saying you could measure things on a local surface level. That's fine. That's all I can say. I don't know if the earth is flat. Can't say that. That's you all day. And we're not saying that. Because if that's true, then it's anybody's guess what the earth is. Could be a globe. Is that true? No thanks. Could it be a globe still?
Listen, it
Answer the
can't.
question. Answer the question. Could it be a globe?
Yes, it could be a globe because it is a globe.
Not talking to you, dude.
Oh, you are talking to me now.
Silence.
Silence.
Yeah, so you can't. So there's a syllogism for it, right? I could get the syllogism for it, right?
I don't need a syllogism. I need you to answer the question. No thanks.
To just answer it without any proof or out logic, because that's what I'm saying. You keep asking me for these terrible things.
Yeah, I don't. Could the Earth be a globe? Yes or no?
It would just be my
position
opinion.
even.
You keep on asking me for my opinion.
No, I don't want to hear anything else. Just a close-ended question being answered. Yes or no? Could the Earth be a globe?
No, the Earth is not a globe. Provably.
I'm
Provably not a
asking
globe.
you a question. Just answer yes or no. Could the Earth be a globe?
In this reality that we live in, it's provably not a globe.
What other reality? No tanks?
There is no other one. There's just this one.
Okay, so just real quick, yes or no? Could the Earth be a globe?
Oh my God! I literally just gave the answer. It's
can't you say
provably
yes or
not
no
a
to that?
globe. If it's impossible, then it's not possible that it's a globe. If you can prove that it's not a globe, it can't also be a globe and not a globe.
If it's not, if the Earth, go ahead.
Sorry. So, do you know it's flat then, or do you just believe it's flat?
Yeah, so that's not one of the beliefs that I hold. Yeah.
But just answer his question. Do you know it's flat, or do you believe it's flat?
Yeah, well, that's the part where I don't like the language, so I'm not going to agree to what you want me to agree to. Because I measure the earth, the dirt, to not be flat. That's my issue. Jenna goes to the abyssal plains. It's a good argument if somebody measured the abyssal plains. I haven't.
Well, do you know if it's flat, or do you just believe it is?
In regards to the abyssal plains?
No, in regards to the earth.
Yeah, again, I keep on giving you the same answer.
which is
at the water level and horizontal, and the axioms that we use.
You're playing like
the distance between the. I mean that's the proof.
Why are you so scared of the word flat having a different, similar meaning, but like a meaning in a different context? Like as in an orientation, that being synonymous with horizontal? I don't understand.
Like I said,
it's common knowledge.
In my opinion, you can't prove anything with just saying everything's flat. Like the Earth is all flat everywhere.
Ah, there it is. Finally, doesn't that feel good to say that? Feels good, huh?
Oh, that's right. I mean,
finally comes out. So the Earth is not flat everywhere. Where is it not flat? No,
everywhere. Like almost everywhere.
No,
like the abyssal plains, I guess you could say, are flat.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. That's not you're trying to get elevation change from land topography as it being not flat. That sounds like a Bev argument.
But that's the only reality that we have.
Sorry,
dude. This
is this now because the gradation of hills exist and the slopes everywhere. Is this where we've gotten to? The Earth's not flat because of a slope. There's a pebble here.
We got hills, man. It ain't flat.
Oh dear, I'm gonna go.
That's what I mean. That's what I asked. Mickey to turn the whole thing around and tell me then how just to use the horizon makes everything flat. Like give me the whole argument so I can.
Jedi just walk you through it. Like you agreed with him, which is the most astounding part. It's the most astounding part is you agreed with him. You're like, yeah, I agree with what Jedi is saying. If
all right,
that were true.
Your proof is the celestial navigation then, and the application and practicality of it.
Okay, so not just, but definitely up to and including, because it's how we measure the world. But the water bit, the mean sea level is a prerequisite. So it is horizontal for us to measure the world and use the world in the way that we do. Mean sea level, the horizontal reference for you to have your elevation of your mountain or the slope gradient of your hill from top to bottom. It's all referencing horizontal. The surface of the Earth will be referenced from mean sea level. Elevation and depth taken from mean sea level. Height, depth, feet, meters.
Mean sea level. Same answer. That means that is flat Earth.
Yeah, that's
not hills and mountains and valleys and all that. That's a Bev argument right there. You're not a Bevite, at least I don't think you are. You're just confused. So that's flat Earth. I mean, we've said this many times. You've been in this channel when we're saying this over and over again. Do you understand what we're saying about flat Earth?
Yeah, I tell you, I always understand it. You just keep on asking me this.
You said because we have hills and stuff. So it sounds like you don't get it.
Yeah, but you want me to? You hear my argument that we can reference like a water level or horizontal, the shortest distance between two verticals, right? Being in a horizontal orientation. You hear my argument. We can reference this to measure elevation change from mean sea level in celestial navigation using dip angle, dip correction, height above sea, the angle to stars. All of these things require elevation change measured from a established horizontal anywhere that you want to establish it.
Two surfaces of liquid.
Yeah, the ocean's one large communicating body of water, just like a water level. I see the relevance. I get it. Yep.
And you're saying the Earth's definitely not a globe. There's no curving surface, but I don't know if it's flat.
There's plenty of curving surfaces. They're everywhere I go, right? But horizontal and level, a water tool, sea level. These are the things that we use to establish it. Therefore, the Earth can't be a globe. And we're saying the same thing. I don't know why you insist I say
we're
dirt
not
is
saying
flat.
the same thing. You're unsure if the Earth is flat.
No, I can prove it in reality.
You've just formed. He formed a logical syllogism. He formed it in the last 30 seconds. So the surface of the Earth is primarily water, 70%. So we're told. Premise 1: water is observed, measured, and practically used as a horizontal reference datum. Therefore, you can get two answers out of this. The surface can't be curving, so not a sphere, or is measured flat.
Well, like the horizontal part's going to be relative, isn't it?
And what is the conclusion then? The conclusion is the Earth is flat. That's how we wrap it up. No tanks.
Wrap it up. Yeah.
Which
Yeah,
you
you're
didn't
saying
do because you
you're
didn't
saying
want to
it's
say
not
that the
flat,
Earth
no
is flat.
tanks. But then you said you proved it to be flat. That is
That's
kind of
confusing.
weird. Like in the same sentence, it does seem kind of weird.
No, like what I can prove, right, is that the dirt that goes up and down everywhere is not flat using a reference, which would be like a water level, or you can use the horizon
Which
and
is
parallel
flat.
to the horizon,
Which is flat.
which is flat, yeah, which sits on
Okay.
bumpy water, yeah. I mean bumpy
So
land,
we're talking about flat Earth, which is the horizontal plane that we reference to establish that we understand what flat Earth is, not the hills and valleys.
yeah. You got the
For
whole. I
God's
know. I
sakes.
don't talk. I should say I don't talk about the whole Earth and pretend to know the whole Earth in its entirety to give
It's
these
okay.
things.
Wait a
the
minute.
argument.
No. You're what you're getting wrong here is I don't pretend to talk about the whole Earth. It doesn't matter where you are on Earth. Elevation change is established from the horizontal plane, which is flat everywhere. Do you get it? So it
Yeah,
doesn't matter if there's a slope, a rate of change of slope. We still have the horizontal plane that rate of change of slope references.
Yeah, I don't know why you
know,
bust my
flat
balls
Earth?
all the time. I know the arguments. No problem. I just don't use the terminology.
But you don't because you're like, well, I can't say it's flat because I don't know the whole Earth is because we see, rate of change of slope. We see elevation change. Yeah, no, duh.
Yeah. I just know. I said I don't say. Well, the Earth is like all of Earth, all of. I mean, is there
Why not?
anything other
Why
than
not?
Earth in reality?
Why not? Everything
then
that you've seen, everything that we've seen in reality references horizontal plane. Yeah? Where in nature has anybody witnessed that that's not the case? You point out to me, where can we go on Earth that somebody says, wait a minute, we didn't go to, I don't know, some obscure part of the Earth that we've never been. Let's go travel over there. All right, let's go over there. Let's go try somewhere you've never been. Once you get there, can you establish that the Earth is flat? Can you establish that the horizon is what we're referencing for horizontal planes to understand that we can reference the mean sea level? You bet your ass we can. Everywhere. So until you're saying, well, I don't know the extent of the Earth, that's not what's in contention here. We're only talking about places where people have been. If we're on the back of a giant turtle, who gives a shit? We're talking about the Earth as we know it. You're trying to say, well, I don't know if we're like on the back of an elephant, so nobody's talking about that. We're talking about the Earth as it is established with the realm in which we all exist in. And practically it can be used as flat. Nature references this. It all makes perfect sense for us to establish the physical and natural world in this way. So I don't know, man. You're trying to make an argument for the whole entire Earth, which what we're saying is, yeah, everywhere we've been, you damn straight it's flat.
Yeah, everywhere I've been, horizontals
Not you,
can be
everybody.
established. Anybody, yeah.
Not just you.
Yeah.
It's not just you. You're not the only human on this Earth. Everywhere, everybody's been.
Right. No problem. Yeah.
So that means
I just don't like the terminology you use.
Yeah,
and you keep
why?
asking me to use
Why?
it. Because it sounds strange.
Why?
Yeah.
Why does it sound strange?
For a couple reasons. A, it sounds strange. B, it gets confusing when I talk.
Why? No, you're not. There's no argument
It was
for
a
why
B.
it sounds strange. Why does it sound strange? Make an argument.
Yeah, I wouldn't think it sounds strange.
Well,
Why
it
is it
sounds strange. It sounds strange because when I speak with with just regular people, and I start to mention to them like two-dimension flat reality, they can't separate that from the globe. They think that the globe is the third dimension. That there's longitude, latitude, and globitude.
So what you're
right?
saying is because it sounds strange because you're ill-equipped to have the argument in real life.
In real life, it comes across to people as not right.
It's not our fault that It's not our fault that you can't carry the point correctly, and that you're doing a shit job of it. That's not our fault. You can't say it's strange because of it.
That's what I told you. Everybody I speak to in off of the internet and pretty much on the internet, but off the internet, they get on board real quick. I don't have a problem in real life.
Yeah, when you don't talk about the Earth as a whole, which is of course what they want. And what you're seeing is easier to do. Let's not just talk about the whole Earth, because that gets a little wacky, a little confusing. We don't want to do that. Yeah,
then
we
they'll
do.
start. Then they'll start jumping to plane flights, and what about great circle
I know
routes?
that.
And this,
That's the whole point. No tanks. You want to go to that argument. What are you talking about? We want them to understand the nature of reality is representing itself as a flat and stationary plane. And if you can't do that, and you're too afraid because let's just stick locally because that's easier. No, we want to talk about nature everywhere. That's what we're doing in here.
Right, yeah. I mean, I can make great circle arguments, right? All that stuff. Coriolis, aiming for distances, for an airplane, all that stuff. It leads into a bunch of shit that they can't prove. I can't prove because I can give them the, things that we would use in reality to measure a distance, etc. But then they're going to go reference flight paths, etc. So in my experience, showing them things that they can demonstrate in reality to prove it to themselves in reality, it does work. And it's pretty useful. Going to the Habersign formula and great circle routes and theorems, they just say, you know what, I'm done with this. I'll never know. I can't know anything. You're telling me that things are flat, two-dimensional. I'm out. That's just what happens.
People end up walking away thinking that you're explaining the Earth as two-dimensional.
It does happen.
Okay.
Well, that shouldn't happen.
I don't understand how anybody could think that we live in a two-dimensional reality. Our reality is three-dimensional. Height, width, and length.
Right, but they've been told that they live on a globe their whole lives. I mean, listen, I'm just giving you from their point of view. I've heard it from people before.
And it has no edge. And they say it's got no edge. And they say, get on it. These people are like, it's not that physics are going to help them. All they're going to do is repeat. I was listening a minute ago. So big, so big, so big. Have you been on a plane? No matter what I tell them, I'm like, a plane doesn't measure the planet. The horizon is the very meaning of the word horizontal to get the datum or the reference of that thing. Horizontal. And it doesn't. They're like, yeah, but have you been on a plane? I'm like, dude, I got hours of footage from planes. What is that going to help you do? It shows flat. Pilots tell you it's flat. How is an airplane measuring? If you can measure my house from your airplane, show me how. What the fuck are you like? We don't measure stuff from airplanes, not like that. And the reference of horizontal being the gradient that water, oil, liquid, elevation, voltage, everything follows these gradients. The gradient of horizontal, right? Everything that's like a set thing, right? Temperature can be different and dispersed in different amounts and dispatched everywhere. So temperature doesn't have to follow a gradient, right? But the idea of voltage does. Elevation does. Elevation is a fine line. It's the smallest line you can imagine in your mind from one point to the next, just like the little markers on the ruler. Elevation, mean line, horizontal, that's what they stand for. This is so simple. But then they're like, so big. I'm like, so what are you talking about? So big what? The so big word is just an imagination in your mind when you don't even know what so big is, and you have been given a size for your ball. It wasn't said to be so big. It's said to be a certain size. I'm not saying it's big or small. I'm just saying so big wasn't the answer. 24,901 is supposed to be the answer.
So big that horizontal drops from horizontal.
Yes. Yes. I said, how can you walk down the stairway to the bottom stair and still be on the top stair? How are you still at that same height? You can't, we're not airplanes, no one does this. It doesn't matter. The word so big doesn't even help with this. How can you go down? Yeah.
I wanted to poo-poo your point because we reviewed yesterday's conversation, but actually QE chewed us out because that was a good ass point. Because I knew what you were saying, but I was like, yeah, but the way ballers always find a way to act like what because basically all you did
was give them an equivalent analogy. Something, because that's basically what he's saying. Okay, I'm actually turning with the ball because the ball is dropping in elevation because that's what 8 inches per mile squared is, but I'm not actually dropping. So what you said is basically the same thing.
Exactly. They think they're standing at the top of a stairway and you can walk all the way to the bottom, but they haven't went anywhere, but they've actually traversed the distance and went down, but stayed the same height. Are you fucking kidding me? How can this physically be diluted to as a fact or a demonstrable thing? Like this can be like, and where do you need to do this at if everywhere the airplane can do it?
2D. Yeah, the globe is flat. That's the globe is 2D. Yep. I mean, that's the issue I came in contact with DMOC like years ago. That the globers are describing a 2-dimensional globe reality where you don't change in elevation
They're
when
the
you drop
reference
over
frame.
distance. That's
They're the
crazy.
reference frame, not the Earth. They're the reference frame. They can't move. The Earth spins underneath them. They're the height away from it they are. They're the reference frame in their computer screen world. Yeah, 100%. They're not rising. They're not going lower. They're not staying. They're doing all three at the same time in the computer reality they live in. They're their reference frame.
Correct. Yeah, that's why I took on the argument that I took on, because this is where I saw people get stuck. Like, I wouldn't say good people, bad people. I just see people get stuck there. Yeah. The flat globe.
I even got the orange out, dude. I even went and got an orange, brought it into work with a toothpick, and showed them the diagonal line, the horizontal, everything. And they still say, so big. I'm like, what the fuck? Oh my God. I don't know.
Yeah, once you've got a minimum elevation angle to Polaris, and you create an equatorial plane from that point, from the minimum angle, you've got a big plane there. Now, how big is this Earth map? That's locally. I don't know how many miles that is from north to the equatorial plane.
Well, think about this. You can break it down to where it can't make sense for them any fucking way, right? If the deepest part of the ocean is 8 miles, and that deep part of the ocean is sitting on a curve, and then the water drops down at that point of 8 miles, is that only 8 miles deep of water now that drop below 8 miles? Because I'm kind of lost. How can they have a hump of water bigger than the amount of ocean that's the deepest? Do you understand what I'm saying? At a certain distance, so many miles from me to you, 66 feet after 10 miles. At a certain distance from me to you, there's supposed to be 10 miles of drop. 10 miles of drop of ocean.
Yeah, you should be able to swim down and come up while swimming down.
Right, right. That's my point. The diagonal line. But listen to what I'm saying though. Pay attention to this part. This is death to their globe. The deepest part of their ocean is only 8 miles supposedly, but you can have a 10-mile portion of water, a 10-mile hump. I'm going to say this again, man. You can have a 10-mile wall, 10-mile high wall of water between me and you, but the deepest part of the ocean is only 8. How the fuck? We can have a 1,000-mile wall of water between me and you, but the ocean is only 8 miles deep. How does the math on that?
Yeah, exactly. It does not work out. 8 miles down, but the drop is meant to be what? A lot?
24,000 all the way down, round back to itself.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
24,901 mile deep ocean.
That's
No matter how you fucking slice the pie. We'll go with 12,000. I'll just give them half. We'll go with the fourth of that. 4,000 mile deep ocean. Nope, we only got an 8 mile deep one. Sorry, Globe. Can't curve. Literally, if you draw an L off of any sphere, no matter what size, they're all 360. And then you make a stairway. You draw a right 90, and you draw a horizontal. You draw a straight vertical line down and a straight horizontal line over. And you draw a stairway from the top line to the bottom. That's the globe stairway to heaven. Walking down. Walking
yeah, no
down to
matter
the
what.
left. It's crazy.
Yeah, no matter what. As soon as you put that L on the orange, you're going to have a drop over distance from A to B. Now, you're going to have to drop over distance if it's really there. But you can't stay at the same elevation without doing that drop if they're there. If that drop is there.
Well, I'm not actually putting the L on the globe. I'm taking the corner. I'm not going to put the horizontal part on the globe. I'm taking the corner, the very corner, and I'm just going to touch the corner to the orange or the sphere, right? And I'm going to put it around 2 o'clock, and then I'm going to draw my stairway, or put it around 3 o'clock to where the top part even kind of measures up with the top part of the ball. No matter where I put this L, the vertical part and the horizontal part increase in elevation at the same rate. The same rate. Elevation, not just distance. I'm literally talking elevation, not distance around the ball. Distance from that one point. So from going out, your distance should be an elevation increase on a sphere, a horizontal elevation increase. Because eventually, if you keep going horizontal, that becomes vertical to me, and now you're rising in elevation. Where the fuck does the altimeter or the elevation reader know where to change from vertical to horizontal, and when can you do that? When can you switch your flying up altimeter to go the other way and increase in elevation? How do you do that?
Yeah, exactly. Like we were saying with the stairs. If you did a horizontal across the top of the stairs, there's no way you're going to be at the bottom of the stairs without an elevation change. It's about the elevation. You can't get to the bottom if you're going horizontal.
Well,
You're
if
going to
you
have to.
also if you draw a square around the sphere, just the closest lines on it, like a line on top, line on the right, line on the bottom, line on the left. Around a circle, you just draw a square, right?
Yeah, exactly. I get you.
Yeah. Those lines intersect. Where they intersect, my horizontal becomes your vertical. Your vertical becomes my horizontal. I want to know where that intersecting line point is. Where's that point at? I want to know when an airplane can go past the fucking dirt, past the horizon 10 foot. Just 10 foot. I want to know when a rocket can go past the horizon 10 foot. And how does it know it's gone past the horizon 10 foot? How does a rocket know when it's increasing in elevation versus when it was going up? Now it's going down. So as far as the rocket knows, it's decreasing in elevation. At what point in time during the decrease does it start to increase again? Where's this at? Kamikaze on a globe is up. after after you fall so far? Down becomes up on a ball in some magic area or location. Horizontal is supposed to rise in elevation on a ball, but horizontal does not. Horizontal keeps itself at nothing, zero increase.
Well, that don't happen. No one's gone horizontal and increased in elevation.
Correct, and that's what they have to do to claim they're on a ball. They have to be able to do that. I'm not talking increasing your length and distance across the surface. I'm talking as soon as you leave that surface, you're increasing elevation going to space. Because from last time I checked, going to space is an increase in elevation or air. Can't fly down to the air, can you? Who the hell is flying diagonally down to 35,000 feet? Which airplane pilot wants to show this? Come on, man. I want to save money. You know how to save money? Diagonal line, baby. Cut corners on the globe. I'm here to show pilots how to cut the corners on their sphere. No more flying horizontally. Now you can dive, kamikaze, or diagonal. Save gas. You don't have to fly like you're flying over a square and go up and over and then down to the next up thing. You can go up and then diagonally straight to your point of contention. Cut through it like butter, baby.
I wouldn't tell them that. You're going to cause a lot of crashes.
Well, I'm just saying, wouldn't you do that in water too if you're trying to win the race? Why would you go across the curve, water across the top? Why wouldn't you just go across the bottom and win the race every time? Horizontal line, straight line. The smartest man in the world will swim in a straight line and beat every man that's on the surface swimming the curve. How fast is a torpedo across the top of water like a boat versus diagonally down through it? Should be faster going down through it diagonally and hit his target. Submarines shouldn't be aiming forward. They should be aiming down diagonally to hit their boats. What the fuck? Why are submarines aiming horizontal or diagonally up? They should never have to aim diagonally up to get out of water either. They should shoot horizontally straight to shoot out of water, and they should shoot down to hit the target before it gets to the curb and even sees them.
Yeah, you're saying they should be aiming at a chord line through the globe if it's really there.
Yeah. Just sit your submarine on top of the water. Go in at an angle diagonal, sit right like that, and any enemy that's coming around that part is doom, diagonally, blaze them.
Yep. Yeah. I was in the Navy. I worked on submarines. And not to give away any state secrets, of course, but submarines use level indicators. So they like have what's akin to a bubble level to see the attitude of the submarine when it's underwater is mimicking the top of the sea level horizontal, just like Alpha was saying earlier. They also have gyroscopes in submarines. Along with those level indicators, gyroscopes stay rigid in space. That's another way to determine the attitude of the ship as it's underwater, because you don't have the reference anymore of the top of the surface like a surface ship does. You have to rely on level indicators. So they're not level curve indicators. That means 100 miles, like what you were saying, Denmark. In 100 miles distance, and this can go further with jet aircraft pilots that are traveling at about 1,000 miles per hour, but we'll just stick with submarines. So at 100 miles, the curvature of that globe at 3959 at 100 miles should be 6,667 feet of drop over that distance. Over a mile of drop in 100 miles. And also, that's why I like asking Globers, like, bring me any technology that uses the globe Earth. So submarines are not one of them. Aircraft are not one. And you talked about torpedoes. Torpedoes also have gyroscopes in them as well. Right. That keep them so they know the reference that they're going horizontally. And then they make slight
but they can
changes.
but they can never go horizontally out of the surface of water. That's what we're looking for. Yes. All that submarine can do is horizontally pop in and hit dirt. If it goes 1 foot under any water, all it can do is hit mud.
Yep.
That debunks the globe right there.
So the thing that the Globers want to deny or avoid the topic is, at any given location, your horizontal, if it was on a globe, there is no horizontal on the globe, but at every location, no matter where you're at, any different location, it's going to be a lower elevation and angularly different than the first location. So not only lower in elevation, but tilted at an angle specific to that distance for that curvature. That's ridiculous. What a wonky world that would be.
What's the submarine do when they're facing directly to the bottom of the water?
Yeah. They're freaking sinking. They're sinking. So I referenced the USS Scorpion, one of the submarines that sunk and killed everybody.
Well, if they were on a ball, wouldn't that be the fastest way to drop down to the bottom?
Yeah, to come out water? To come out off to the side of the curved water. Yeah, you should be able to go down and then come out of the water. You're right.
Yeah, you should be able to drop a rock and do the same thing.
Yeah, drop a rock, and the rock that's going down to the bottom of the ocean, like at one place, like if you're near the equator, especially, you should be able to drop the rock. It should be dropping out of the water
out of the water. Yeah, somebody should see it fly up. Like what the fuck? Yeah, it's magic.
Wait, you think if I dropped a rock?
No, I don't think. I know for a fact if I drop water, it goes to the bottom of where it's at. I don't think. I know for a fact.
Wait. What is the claim? I'm confused.
Water. You don't think so?
I'm confused on what your claim is.
Rocks drop in water.
Yeah.
What's your claim?
Rocks sink due to water pressure and gravity. Yeah.
So rocks drop in water, correct?
Yeah.
So when can it drop to the surface of the curved water, stupid?
When can it drop to the surface of the curved water?
Curved water, dumbass. Curved on top of the rock, curved on the bottom. What the fuck is so funny? You don't know what a straight line is? What is wrong with you? Are you okay?
Yo, Unc, why are you calling me dumbass, Unc?
Dude, get a curved aquarium. You want me to show you? Take the walls off of it.
Curved aquarium? I'm confused.
Yeah, and then take the walls off of it and drop your rock. Yeah, it's gonna go right out of it.
Unc, I think you're a dumbass.
Drop a rock through a ball of Jello. It's gonna go right through it, dummy. What's wrong with you, brother? You don't know physics?
Wait, what is your claim? I'm
What
just
are you scared
confused.
of? Rocks drop in water, dude. What the fuck?
Okay, nobody's disagreeing with that. What are you talking about?
Okay, then where's the fucking rock dropping out the other side of this curved water?
You know there's sediment at the bottom of the ocean, right?
We're not talking about the bottom, you dumb son of a bitch. We're talking about curved water. There is no bottom of curved water but the surface of itself. You
Stop being a dumbass and use your brain. Stop being a dumbass and use your brain, man. Come on.
Draw curved water on the fucking on a board for me, dude.
Where do you? If I drop a rock, where do you think it goes?
Shut up and draw a ball of water.
Where do you think that rock? Where are you saying that rock goes? Where are you saying that it goes?
You drop the rock from on top of the ball of water, and it falls through the bottom, from the top through the bottom.
So where do you think the rock goes? I'm confused. Like in this situation.
So let's clear this
out of the water.
Let me clear this up a little bit. So I appreciate what Denmark's saying, but listen, Jay, here's the deal. If you drop a rock in the water, it goes basically straight down to the bottom, right?
For sure.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So take that first location, we'll name it A. So at location A, we drop the rock, it goes straight down to the bottom.
Okay.
So vertically down. Now, freeze that location A in time. So we're at location A. Now, we're going to move to location B, which is any given distance away from location A. Okay. If we drop the rock in the water at location B, let's say 100 miles away from location A, in relationship to location A, when you drop the rock at location B, it would be going sideways or at some angle down to the bottom versus where you're at location A, it's going straight down. Now compare location B to location A. When you drop the rock at location B, the rock would be going at some angle different than the horizontal. It would be going sideways because if the Earth is a curved ball at any given location, the water at location B is at an angle different than location A and also tilted, so it's tilted away and it's lower in elevation. So if you drop a rock at location B, the rock is going to be going sideways at some point.
Gravity
compared
doesn't
to
flow
A.
sideways.
So this is not reality. So we know that at every location, water is horizontal on the top. So wherever you drop a rock, no matter where you are, they all go down. This down or vertical drop of the rock are always at the same angle, no matter where you are. And I'll reference sea level, every level of ocean water, all those lines of sea level are parallel to each other. So that means all the perpendiculars to the horizon, dropping the rock in the ocean, no matter where you are, they're going to go down to the bottom, straight down. That straight down vector is not different at any location as it would have to be on a globe. I rest my case.
I have a question. Like, are we just assuming that like water pressure and currents are no longer, because nothing, if you drop because of like water pressure and things like that, like if I drop the rock in like the ocean, it wouldn't just go straight down, right? Water currents, water pressure, it would move, it would do things.
We're
So are we
talking like
just
an ideal,
in a
we're
world
talking
with no
about
water
like an,
pressure, like
We're talking. Oh, okay. So hydrostatic equilibrium is what we're talking about.
yeah,
Understand what I mean when I say that, right? Hydrostatic equilibrium.
Can you elaborate?
So water, when contained at rest, is level on the surface. Hydrostatic equilibrium.
That's irrelevant.
We're talking about the surface of water and it being horizontal.
That's irrelevant.
Why we're talking about the surface of the Earth.
That's irrelevant to the rock falling down. That's
no,
down.
It's not really.
Or sinking down. That's irrelevant.
Down. So it's very relevant.
Downwards.
Yeah, so downwards, perpendicular to horizontal. Downwards being vertical. Horizontal being 90 degrees from vertical. So if if you're talking about dropping something down, like a plumb bob, or draw an imaginary line down from a star, yeah, they're all vertical, parallel with each other.
That's still irrelevant. All
It's
these
not.
claims that you're saying is irrelevant to a rock actually sinking downwards.
Down.
Yeah. That even though it's like you know, it's in the same, you might say, oh, these words are the same, but whatever you're spewing is irrelevant to this claim or to this topic that we're talking about.
I'll tell you what, we'll carry on and we'll find out. So carry on.
I was just waiting on my question. I thought you were gonna like wrap it up.
Sonny?
Okay. Yeah. So since you mentioned you're talking about a perfect situation where there's no currents and no differences, like no currents, no tides, no waves. So let's take an aquarium at location A. Like, let's make an aquarium like a tube of glass, 10 feet
You
tall.
still have water pressure in aquariums and things like.
Okay.
Well,
We're talking about now we're talking about a perfect situation where the water is
I'm
completely
asking if we're just like
still.
removing, but if we like, I'm asking like, are we just removing that from like said equation, or like how's that working?
No, we're just talking about reality here. We're not talking about equations. We're talking about what happens when
I
you
know,
do,
but if we're
you
talking
do
about
this.
reality, then like, how do we ignore water pressure and things like that? That's why I'm asking the situation.
Okay, I'm trying to present to you a situation that would require the rock to drop at a different angle at different locations. Do you understand that?
Sure.
Okay, so let's say you're at one location on Earth. You drop the rock down in the aquarium, it goes straight down to the bottom. Okay? Or make it a ball bearing. I don't care. Make it something that's aqua dynamic. So it just goes straight down. As best as we can figure. Okay, so it's pretty much going to go straight down, vertical, perpendicular to the horizontal, which is the top surface of the water. So at location A, we drop the ball bearing. It goes straight down. Now, let's take another location that is, let's say, 10,000 miles away or 8,000 miles away from location B, and we have the same setup.
60 miles. 1 degree.
Right. So, we have a distance away. Now, the second aquarium would be angularly different. All things being equal, we're on a globe. If at every location, we can have it locally be down, vertical from the surface, because that's what the globers say. So the thing is, at location A, we drop the ball bearing, it goes straight down. At location B, there would be an angular difference to the direction that ball bearing is falling down compared to location A. It would be angularly different. So if you were at one place and then you were at the equator, it basically, the ball bearing would be going sideways compared to location A.
Wouldn't it be true regardless if the Earth was round or flat? That
No.
If I dropped a rock at two different points, it would. You're at different places on this like whatever map, globe, whatever you're trying to reference. So I mean, I feel like that would make sense. No.
Just talk about the two comparative models.
Yep.
So I mean, you have air pressure, you have space, you have the atmosphere. Like it's not.
So
you have,
hold
like,
on,
lunar
hold
tides.
on. Just hold on.
I'm just trying to make the point that you have all these different things that go into like how the rock would fall, what would happen to it. I feel like it'd be impossible to replicate that exactly.
Yeah, but now I presented it in an ideal situation where you have perfectly calm water.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even then, like you have
So
a
no
lot of
currents.
factors that would change where how the rock would fall, no matter if
No air.
flat.
We have no air motion. It's completely still. The water is completely still. So at one place you drop so the way reality actually is, at every location on Earth. So let's say here I'm in California, Southern California, and I have the aquarium and I drop a ball bearing in the aquarium. It's going to drop straight down to the bottom. If I'm across the ocean in Japan, across the entire Pacific and I drop a ball bearing in an identical aquarium, it's going to go straight down as well. Both of those locations, A and B, one in California, one in Japan, both of those locations, the vertical is exactly the same. It's not angularly different, which would be required on your globe. Do you see the point? We know this doesn't happen.
I'm trying to imagine I'm imagining myself dropping a rock in a globe. I'm sorry, a rock in an aquarium. And I'm imagining myself doing that with two different rocks in the same like aquarium set. I don't see that rock curving differently. I feel like
it's not about the curve. It's
or
about
not curving differently, but whatever your point is about how it's like going to be angled differently.
Okay. So on a globe, if you were to be on two different locations, if you could theoretically drop something to the center of the ball, then your two stones would meet at the center. Your radials would meet because it's a sphere. They wouldn't meet
at the center. No.
They would.
If I dropped two rocks in like Japan and California, they would not. Assuming they would just fall straight down, they wouldn't meet at the center.
Okay. I don't think you're picking up what we're putting down then.
How? Explain to me why they would meet at the center.
Because if you're on the outside of a sphere, the Earth, then from the center, where you draw radiuses, and you're on the exterior of the curve, if you were to drop things down in a straight line following these radii that were from the point where these vertices met, so where the straight lines met at the vertices, then this is exactly what would happen. They would meet. But Sonny's pointed out, when you drop something down in different locations, down is parallel. Just like all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, all verticals are parallel with each other at 90 degrees to the horizon, no matter where you measure it. So we'll get into the why down later, but we have to understand what down is and what it's relative to. Like I said at the beginning, down being relative to horizontal. Whereas in these two positions on the globe, they wouldn't be on the same horizontal. They'd rotated 90 degrees from one position to the other, from north to the equator. It's not the same horizontal tangents now all of a sudden.
I just feel like it's a moot point on either end of the spectrum where you land. So what do flat earthers believe about how these rocks would function?
Why?
Would they fall through the planet, or like how would that work?
Yeah, I don't think we think that the floor's got much to do with the reason why the rocks fall into the floor.
No, I'm saying where would the rocks end up in the flat Earth world model? How would they function? Do they fall through the Earth, or?
Yeah, don't know. Like I tried to explain, I don't know. There's no scientific experiment or observation that could show where the rocks go or why the rocks go down.
So you believe you have no scientific explanation as to why rocks fall down in water?
Yeah. So apart from relative density disequilibrium, those things that we can
vary. What does equilibrium have to do with gravity in this situation?
Things going up and down and being at rest, depending on the state of matter.
Do you believe in gravity?
What's gravity?
I said, do you believe in gravity?
I've asked you to define what that is.
Jay. We can Google a definition so I don't give you something incorrect.
Jay.
What's up?
Well, the answer, I'm sorry, because we kind of moved on, but see, the thing is, when you say we don't believe in gravity, listen. All right, now I gotta mute him because I want to respond. And he wants to keep on mumbling through. You think that's some big gotcha? We don't believe in gravity.
Why are you upset?
You don't have to believe in things falling to the ground. You weren't the one that interrupted, were you?
No, I said, do you believe in gravity? Why are you acting like I was mad? I said,
you weren't the one that interrupted, did you? Right?
No, it was the other guy.
Okay, good. So I wasn't talking to you. So anyway, back to what I was saying. Believe. Now I know that things fall to the ground. I was asking Jedi what happens on flat Earth. Well, I guess if I dropped a rock from a boat and there were no currents or no anything, guess what? It would land somewhere on the ocean floor, 90 degrees, directly beneath me. That's the answer to that. Now, this whole thing about do you believe in gravity? We already know that rocks fall to the bottom of the ocean. It's not like I don't believe that. You don't have to believe that. That's something we all know. Here's the thing. Religiously, though, some people believe that we live on a globe, and because of the size of the globe, there's gravity. Universal force of gravity is pulling everything inward to the center of the earth, which is why Jedi told you about the radial lines, because you don't have down, you have inward. But foregoing those semantics, the bottom line is if there's a force pulling things inward universally for all masses, gases included, all you got to do is show us that that's the case. Because I know you believe that's the case, but it's not. Now, you can go ahead and try to make your case. That's the best that we can do at this point.
Was that just an irrelevant word salad?
I don't know. I got muted and stopped listening.
It wasn't.
Bro got upset
It
about what I
wasn't
was about to
relevant.
say, I guess. I don't know.
Well,
He made like 40 different points, and I don't even know.
It was an irrelevant word salad.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like when you argue with somebody and they just start preaching instead of having a debate.
I hear a lot of those in here.
Well, sorry.
You asked if Jedi believed in gravity,
Yeah, I
and
don't
then he
know.
asked you what it was, and then you said, I don't know, I'll go look it up. So why do you believe in
I
it?
didn't say I don't know,
If you
but
don't
I want to
believe
give an exact definition. I don't want to just like spew some
A
random,
definition of what?
Gravity.
Of what? From who?
Gravity. Google.
Whose definition?
I mean, whose definition?
Yeah, whose definition of gravity is it?
Here, I'll look it up and then we can all find out together. How about that?
Yeah, you should know who you're fucking talking about if you're repeating them like a pope. What the hell, dude? If it's your pope, you should know who you're talking
Yo, why do you get so mad, bro?
hey, truth is not mad. It's laughing
Bro,
at
you're
you.
a little mad, bro.
No, you sound a little happy mad and sad. You sound like you're ignorantly sad right now. That's
No,
what
I'm just
sad
playing the
people sound
game,
like.
bro. You get mad. It's funny.
You get sad. It's funny. Sad laughter.
Okay, can you give me the definition for inertia right now?
Not gravity.
I mean, that's not the definition of inertia. You see how we can just look something up and then discuss.
Brother, I'm not going to make stupid shit up for. Listen, Catchphrase Jones. Catchphrases aren't going to help you. Bananaville. Ambiguously stupid duo. So, if you're not ambiguously stupid and catchphrases don't fucking help you, do you know who made the term that you're looking for, gravity? Who put that in there?
Do I know who made up? What do you mean made up the term? Like the definition?
Yeah, Goofy.
Might have been Isaac Newton.
He made it up. So he made gravity
He's
up.
the one that popularized the definition.
You sure he didn't put in there? Don't assign me to that goofy garbage. Are you sure?
What does that mean? Goopy garbage.
Newton said, "Don't assign any of this garbage to me."
What did he say?
And then he had a group of people that wrote something called the Principia or
the what?
The Principia, right? That wasn't he didn't write that. That was written, and it took up to 20 years, and a group of people wrote that, and it wasn't him.
A group of people. What did they write?
His Principia.
What?
His Principia.
What? His what?
Brother, I'm sorry you don't know word salad, boy. What the fuck?
What the fuck is that?
Newtonian physics.
So I'm asking, do you believe in gravity, Unc? Is this like, or
brother? I don't know. I don't believe in cartoon fairy tale shit unless you can demonstrate something.
Not even just like the popularized.
No, listen.
Just any version, any form.
Listen, I believe in the.
No, hold on, Denmark. You made a good point. Like, here's the part where instead of us getting frustrated, we just laugh at the fact that he's sitting here religiously talking about gravity. He probably thinks it was scientifically, experimentally validated.
Here we go.
Which would mean the hypothesis would have come from the man who proposed it himself in the Principia when it was written. But he doesn't even know what the fuck that is. Now that's hilarious.
Unk's yapping again. Here we go.
That's super hilarious.
I mean,
Because I don't know what the Principia, whatever the fuck that is, says, I don't know what gravity means. What is your point?
well, both are you failed to define it. So, have you found a definition that suits your argument?
I've asked. I'm not looking for a definition that suits my argument. I'm asking, do you want us to Google the definition of gravity? I'm not.
You should be, Jay, because you questioned these people on that. So if you're
I questioned them. I said, "Do you know what gravity is?" He said, "No." I said,
"You're questioning these guys on a particular." Did he just earphone himself so he doesn't want to listen?
Apparently so.
Oh dear.
Well, soon. Let's see. I don't know. Can I disconnect him? Is that a function?
Actually, hold on. He doesn't know. We'll just hold on. We'll just see if he plays the game.
Because at the end of the day, these guys are like, just gravity. Do you believe? All right, so let me respond to your
"Bro, if
question.
you're just gonna mute me, I'm not gonna keep talking."
Okay, Jay, listen.
Well, let me respond. Well, give me a second, bro, please.
You can talk, but like if you're just gonna mute me every time I say 4 words that just like disagree with you, and then you're gonna like a
stop
tangent
talking.
for 20 minutes.
If
it's
you
annoying.
earphone yourself, you will get booted by the moderators. Do you
What the fuck are you
comprehend
talking
this?
about?
Just don't
He doesn't
definitely.
want to listen.
Yeah, do you guys want me to look up the definition or no? Like you're going on
The
tangents
reason,
for no reason.
they wanted you to look up the definition, if you come in arguing against someone asking what you believe in, you have to stand on something yourself. You've come here empty-handed, mate.
I've come in empty-handed.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'll tell you.
No.
I
I want him to elaborate on what does that mean.
I will elaborate because I've been trying to tell you why.
Bro, you guys are both going on tangents. Let me like respond to one thing.
It's not a tangent. I'm going to give you why he's saying what he's saying because you're asking it from him. I'm just going to tell you. I mean, this is why I mute you. You're either going to listen or you're not, but you're not going to talk through me.
No, I'm not going to listen. If you're going to talk for 20 minutes and then I talk for 2 seconds.
Get out of here, little bitch. Goodbye, little bitch. You're either going to succumb or you're not. I don't give a shit. Somebody else is going to come next week, next month, next minute. Same shit. But it's so stupid when these college kids or whatever the fuck they are, high school dropouts, come out here because when we ask them which gravity, and they're like, "Oh, he sounds so stupid." Well, there's Newtonian mechanics, there's Einsteinian physics, there's special gravity, whatever they call that. There are the other models of gravity from university that no one talks about. There's so many. So we just want you to know what the fuck they're talking about when you come in here. Actually smart in front of flat earth.
It got to a point where he's claimed gravity, and then he's asked what's gravity, and then he's like, I don't know, we could slip it up. So if you can't prove what you're claiming, how do you know your claim is valid if you don't know it yourself?
It's not even that. He's asking us if we believe in something that he couldn't define. It's that simple. Just asking him to define something and he couldn't. What do you mean by the word that you say? You're asking me to believe in this thing. What is it? Okay.
Yeah, exactly. That's as far as it gets.
Oh well, these people. I hope I'm continually disappointed.
Happened.
It's got that crazy feedback. Is that you, Eli?
That's me. Sorry.
Oh, that's right.
Did somebody just ask what happened?
Yeah.
Are you a Glober?
What do you mean by that?
Oh, okay. Here's what happened because you already answered with that response. My patience fuse has run short. So The first troll is out of here. You guys, you don't make the rules. This is our server. This is our section of the server. And so if I want to say something without someone chirping through me, I will mute them. If that person decides to deafen, they will be kicked. So that's what happened. And on top of that, again, matter of fact, no on top of that. As long as you're respectful, you can ask questions and then wait for the answer, we'll be good.
Okay.
Are you a Glober though? Man, he's just coming asking questions. I guess we'll never know.
It's a secret.
It must be.
Hey, Demok, you still there?
Yeah.
Yeah, see how you were saying earlier about the submarine diving underwater, going on a straight line, and then coming out the other side? I just modelled that out on CAD drawing, allowing for an 8-mile water depth, 500 miles, or just under 500 miles, it'd be able to go in a straight line. So it's at one spot, goes dead straight, doesn't change its direction in any way, shape, or form, and just scrapes the bottom of the ocean, keeps going dead straight, comes back out 500 miles. That's it, based on an 8-mile depth.
Exactly. And they can do it diagonal way less. Like, you know how they say the boat's going down below the curve of water, like a boat out in your view in the distance, right? You could have a scuba diver on a pier right before the boat gets dropped down over the distance, and you say, "Hey, Scuba Steve," and he goes, "Yep, check. The boat's down over the curve for me. Dive diagonally under, down, past the boat, and pop out the surface on the other side." If you can't, Scuba Steve, no glow. It shortens the distance by so much, because now all you got to do is just do a diagonal line underneath the boat and pop out the surface.
I think it's called a chord. So
Yeah, right. What? Yeah, chord.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, chord. So swim in a chord. Well, I just use diagonal because some people don't even know what diagonal. Yeah, Yeah, I don't know. Globers think horizontal is vertical and all this other dumb shit. But yeah, chord. A slice through it, just slice straight through.
The sad part is,
You shouldn't need 500 miles.
I'd love to give you the angle that you'd go in at, but guess what? You can't get an angle off a fucking curve, even in CAD programs.
Well, you just use the dock. The dock is your reference.
Sorry, Matrix. Does it tell you when you try to get the angle from the curved line that the function isn't available?
It just doesn't do anything. It just sits there acting dumb, like as if nothing's happening at all.
Help the world.
Computer says nothing.
No chord, no
Stand by. I'll give it a crack and see if it actually does something. But yeah, I don't think it gives an angle. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. It can't.
We'll just have to demonstrate that to the Glober who comes in next time arguing that you can measure an angle. We'll ask the computer if you can. Computer just won't fucking respond to you. You stupid idiot. The computer won't waste its time. No angle here. But yeah, I think it's a chord that it's called.
Yeah, it's a chord. So I go info, angle between two lines. That's correct. So it says select, specify first line. Okay, so if I click on the chord, it just says lines are parallel. There you go. It thinks the lines are parallel. even though you can clearly see that it's a cord running across. So it just has a spaz out. That's all it's doing. Because it's not a straight line. It just thinks I'm an idiot.
The computer's looking at you blankly. What the fuck are you doing, mate?
What it needs to have is a what's that? Where kids at school go duh every time you do something stupid.
I've seen that on some CAD programs that it does come up and tell you that this function is not available. Seen that before.
Well, the one I'm using is a free one called LibreCAD. So yeah, that's what I do all my little things on.
Somebody in the chat called Sir Deaf Steve. Were we speaking to him earlier? Or was he new? The Duck is in the chat. Don't know if he's spoken to you. Excuse me. Who else we got? Flegman. Don't know if he's spoken to you. Who else we got in the Matrix?
Down the list,
Somebody called Hush.
Black Ice Die. Don't know that one. We got Hush. I know Ice Cube. He's a menace at the best of times. Hey, Ice Cube.
Has Ice Cube spoken before? I've only ever seen him in chat.
Yes, he's been kicked around a bit.
Oh, good.
Travis Clark, The Duck. I've seen all the rest of them.
Yeah, man. Lots of flat earthers. Good to see you all. It's good to hear Sonny earlier. Shout out to you, my friend.
Thank you very much. I thought that was hilarious. Was that Matrix with his computer? So the computer looked at you cross-eyed and said, "You would have to live on a globe for that to be true." Ha 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 ha.
Actually, that would be better if it said just goes Globetard, the same as the
I know, right?
soundboard back home.
Yeah, guess what? Probably that's going to happen sometime in the future. People are going to start programming that. Globetard.
I see it's all kicking off in the side chat between Kiwi and Black Ice. Arguing about coordinate systems, and Black Ice says they're based on spherical geometry. Oh dear. Can you imagine what he says next?
Speaking the VC Black Ice.
Trying to gaslight him. Maybe Black Ice Die prefers to be called by their full name. So, Black Ice Die, we're talking to you. I mean, the microphone's open, my friend, if you want to have a conversation with Kiwi about coordinate systems and spherical geometry.
He's equivocating latitude and longitude with globe, terrestrial globe.
Here's so.
Well, that's a mistake.
I guess it'd be interesting to find out together how these things were measured and derived. That'd be fun.
I don't know if anybody's noticed. I suppose you guys have noticed. I've noticed that we get to that part, how things are derived, and they just don't answer. Yeah, how are the globe dimensions derived? My planets.
Yeah, but spherical coordinate systems and longitude and latitude, they wrap around a ball. Ice Cube seems very upsetting, chap.
Okay, go ahead, Ice Cube. You take it then, because Black Eyed whatever is too afraid.
Oh well, the gas light is not working.
What flat map is he trying to reconstruct? And when you yeah, go ahead.
He's using a nautical almanac app.
So when he reconstructs what they have there, is he going to actually follow the same steps that they used to get it in the first place, or is he just doing something else?
Well, he says he finds 4 points with 6 equal distances between them. I mean, I'd love for him to come and express his point.
Yeah, he's saying the longitude and latitude are spherical. I'd like to see that then.
Lots of coping.
Hey, DJ, you there?
Yeah, man. I got that French guy's going crazy in my DMs right now.
Or
It's
check
hilarious.
it out. Where he first says hi, instead of you saying hi there, look, I'm going to be rude, I'd have just gone, bonjour, cunt. I wouldn't have
He's
been able to
sending
myself.
50 messages. I'm like, I didn't even ban you, dude. I'm like, why are you going crazy? You did ban me.
You're being racist by saying that bonjour statement.
Holy shit, that's funny.
Why are you so afraid?
nautical sky miles formula. So not a terrestrial sphere. Okay.
Hello. Hey. Hi.
All right.
So, are you guys flat earthers?
Bro, can you talk normally?
It's the same troll. This guy comes here to troll.
What?
Everyone is by default.
He comes with his friend Snot Slime to troll.
Well, I mean, it's schizo racist.
What?
It's not slime, so.
Well, so I mentioned some goofy names. What's wrong with that?
Who is this idiot?
I think you just answered. I think you just answered your own question.
Really? What was the answer? Like, I'm not allowed to be goofy? Be silly?
Probably not. We'll just
Goofing
mute you.
around. I think these guys are looking for serious people. These are some serious fellas.
Two of these morons at once is too much. Let's see if Snot Slime.
already. What did I do? I haven't done anything.
Guys, I got my globe model already.
No, there was two of you.
Wait, what did
That's all.
What did Schizo do?
He spoke when you were trying to speak.
You were both talking over each other. That's all.
Oh, I don't think it was intentional.
Oh, well, too bad.
No.
Yeah, but he's a complete moron anyway, so it's better off without him.
Whoa, whoa.
Over.
It's not true.
Do you have any comments, questions, opinions, thoughts on the channel topic?
I do. I do not think the Earth is flat. If I can be honest with you.
Don't talk, Lopez. Kick him.
Hold on a minute. That was two statements.
I'm not allowed to believe that in here? Oh, my bad.
Believe?
Wait, I'm not allowed to think that here?
You can think whatever you want, mate. Whatever you believe is up to you.
Am I allowed to say it here?
Yeah,
that the Earth is not flat?
You can say that. You've said that twice, maybe 3 times now.
Okay, but it was met with some...
But you understand that that's the subject matter of the room, right?
Yeah. Well, is it whether or not it's flat? Or so what's the subject matter? Is it whether or not it's flat, or... Fill me in?
No, it's dealing with objective truths and people's subjective opinions about these objective truths. It's not a debate. The objective truth is the Earth is measured flat. So the Earth is flat. Whether you believe it's a globe or not, that's up to you.
Wait, how do you know that it's the objective truth?
Because it's measured that way.
Measured how?
So you understand what an orientation is. For example, vertical, horizontal.
Sure, yeah.
Cool. You understand that water lays horizontally on the surface when level and contained?
Sure, yeah.
Awesome stuff. And you also know that 70% of the Earth is water, right?
Wait, you're cutting out a lot.
70% of the surface of the Earth is water?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. So being as water is observed and measured, use the horizontal reference, then the Earth is measured flat.
Well,
wait. So if our body is 70% water, how does it keep the water stuck to it?
It's irrelevant to the subject of the room. We're not talking about your body. We're talking about the surface of the Earth.
Sorry, I was referencing 70% water, Earth, 70% water, human. My bad. Didn't mean to make anything.
Well,
make
what
sense.
what about gravity? What about that?
it?
Sorry, what's gravity?
The force that pushes things towards the center.
The force that
of
pushes
the Earth at 9.81 meters per second squared.
Okay. So the force that pushes. So what about it?
Well, that's why the water doesn't fall, even though the Earth is a sphere.
No,
or spherical.
Sorry, the water.
Yeah, like the oceans, like that you were talking about.
I'll give you that something makes other things like rocks when you drop them or rain fall vertically, but vertical is perpendicular to horizontal. So we use the water as the horizontal reference frame.
Well, rain does not fall exactly vertically. It can fall.
But without the wind and all of these things, you understand what I'm trying to say.
You see, gravity is one of those things too. You know?
Yeah. So gravity, you're saying, pulls things into the center of a radius.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. No, because the Earth is measured flat.
Well, no, but gravity has to do with mass. You see, like mass is what creates gravity.
Yeah, I understand that. And now you're off into the Earth as a fixed amount of mass because it's a sphere, but the Earth isn't measured to be a sphere. The surface is measured flat.
I mean, I'm sure you wouldn't trust any of the sources, but...
What do you mean, any of the sources?
Well, any of the sources that measure it to be a sphere.
They measure it to be a sphere, do they? How do they do that?
Well, with some of them, even with images. But, you know, so like even observationally, you can see it being, you know, not flat. You can just look at it. But I'm sure you don't believe those because then you wouldn't believe that it's flat. So
excuse me. The surface of water. We have to talk about pictures. If we're talking about the surface of water, you're saying we can see it's not flat.
The Earth, in some, yeah, like NASA's taken pictures that can show that pretty clearly.
I get your NASA's pictures. We'll get your NASA's pictures in a minute. But you're saying that the surface of the water doesn't look flat.
The surface of the water? Well, if you go far out enough, you can see that it's not. Like in some of those pictures, you can see the curve, and you can see, you know, the water between the land is curved.
You see the water between the land and the sky. So the water.
No, like okay, so like even though you don't believe, like just so you can see what I mean. Like hold on.
What's the definition? I tried to point this out earlier. What's the definition of horizon? What's the definition of horizon?
Of the horizon? I mean, you're talking about like sunsets, stuff like that? Like that line?
Yeah, where the surface of the Earth appears to meet the sky. Yeah, that over there. What's that?
The horizon? Sure, yeah, it's the horizon.
Okay. So would you agree it's horizontal?
When you look at a small piece of it, yeah.
So we're just looking at the horizon.
Yeah, like with my naked eye, like standing on the ground, it appears that way, yes.
Yeah, with your naked eye, yeah. And would you agree that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon?
That all what you said?
All horizontals, you know what horizontal is, right?
Yeah.
So all horizontals are parallel. You know what parallel is, right?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
To the plane of the horizon. So the horizon, the surface of the water, is horizontal. Parallel to all other horizontals. Horizontal.
Like if I held up a sheet of paper horizontally, that they would be parallel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd understand.
I mean, yeah, from that very small perspective, limited because I'm on the ground. Yeah.
Yeah, or at any altitude, say 32,000 feet in an aircraft.
Not at any altitude. In the aircraft, yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, in the aircraft, yes. At that one, yes.
Yeah, so again, if you were to turn around 360 degrees. Okay, I get you want to go to space. We'll get to space in a minute. I'm just trying to define what the horizon is before you invoke it. It curves from up there in the sky. But the horizontal plane of the horizon is parallel to all horizontals and perpendicular to vertical. 90 degrees, right? You know what vertical is?
Sure, yeah.
Cool. So that's what the plane of the horizon is. Everything in the interior of that circle of vision around the observer, is a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is how we use the water that we navigate. There's a horizontal plane of reference. Water is observed and measured to be horizontal. There's no curve here, no curve here, no ball. No ball for you to ask the question, how does gravity work?
Wait, why can't I ask how gravity works?
Because it's not applicable to a flat Earth. Gravity being either the centre of mass, you have no centre of mass, you don't have a ball, or gravity being a body of mass in a space-time fabric and bending and distorting it, you have
Wait a
no
minute, wait.
pull.
I'm missing something here. Wait, so you do believe in gravity, or you do not believe in gravity?
Gravity is only required on a ball.
It's what?
Only required on a ball, Earth, a sphere.
Wait, so yes or no? Do we have gravity?
No.
Really? So okay. So why, when I jump, do I come back down?
Okay, understanding that the Earth is not a sphere, I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you come back down?
Why would I? No, not why wouldn't I? That's not the question. I've applied force upwards, right? What's the force pushing me back down? Yeah. So, I mean, my answer is gravity. What's yours?
Okay, so as far as we can scientifically demonstrate, it's relative density disequilibrium. That means that the only
say that again?
Relative density disequilibrium. So depending on the object.
So density is not equal? Yeah, no, I understand. So because two densities are not equal, I come back down suddenly?
This is all that we vary and manipulate. You said that you apply the force. And the atmosphere isn't dense enough to hold you. If it was thicker, if it was made of jelly, maybe it might be. If its density structure was different.
Wait a minute. Okay, now I get what you're saying now, but so let me ask you this question. Right? Do you agree with like the Newton's law, like an object in motion stays in let's assume we have a frictionless plane, and I roll a ball on that frictionless plane. That ball will roll forever, right? Like, do you agree with that?
Yeah, we can agree to certain principles. Yeah, I will for this.
Okay, but so then, right? So like, if you can agree to that. And the atmosphere is invisible, like it's clearly not jelly. Like I can wave my arms through the air. You can do plenty of tests to confirm, like just with your own body right now in your chair or whatever. You can confirm that there's not some drastic change in density from where you're sitting to 5 feet above where you're sitting. So then why is it that when you apply a considerable amount of force, like going upwards, launching your body upwards, that you just come back down?
Again, I don't know, because we can't vary and manipulate the thing that is causing it. We can't turn that on and off again. We can only vary and manipulate the things that we have available to us. So, it's relative.
Wait, I don't understand what you're saying, because we can't vary and manipulate things?
Okay, let me ask you like this. You say gravity, yeah?
Yeah.
Cool.
Sure do, yeah.
So give me a hypothesis that includes gravity, where at the end of the hypothesis you do an experiment.
I do an experiment?
Yeah, where you vary and manipulate gravity, whatever that is.
Where I vary and manipulate gravity. Wait, I'm not understanding what you're asking me to do.
Let me help you along then. Of gravity. Let me help you along. We'll form the hypothesis together based on the same observation. You pick something up and you drop it. So we have the phenomena of it goes down. So that's the dependent variable. What's your presumed cause of it goes down?
Gravity.
Okay. Now what's gravity?
The force pulling towards a large center of mass.
Okay. So what you're going to need to do, vary and manipulate. Oh, no. You've still given me a presupposition of a phenomena towards the center of mass. You've used another word. Now, what's mass?
Oh, boy. Wait, so I mean, you know what I mean?
No, because you're charging me with this standard, right?
I mean, I can define it, but the amount of matter, right? Isn't that what it is?
The amount of substance in a space. Yeah?
Yeah, like a gigantic amount of substance. Mass. Mass. Let's call it mass.
Okay.
Or matter, rather.
What you're telling us, like Newton refused to tell us, is that a body of, substance in space is causing an acceleration in another substance in space at distance. Yeah?
Sure. Well, I know a lot less about this than. But I mean, sure. Yeah.
Okay. Next question: how?
There is traction, and I mean, I know that there is traction, but I am not very well equipped to explain it.
Okay. So we understand that when we're doing science, we're dealing with the how and the why. So I'm giving you your definition of the amount of substance in the space, and I'm asking you, well, how does this work? How does it cause the acceleration of another amount of substance in a space? You've defined them as two spheres.
Let me see. How does the Earth, for example, make the moon revolve around it?
It's a slightly different question. We're trying to get to the bottom. We're trying to get to. Well, I'm trying to help you get to the understanding that. Excuse me. There's no scientific experiment that proves gravity, whichever one you want to talk about. I'm not going to offer you something that I can't very manipulate. You've been sold gravity as scientific, where there's no very manipulation of whatever gravity is. There's no scientific experiment that proves it, dude.
Well, I mean, you can observe that
stuff goes down.
The moon, you can observe it going around the Earth.
But that's a different
you can observe.
phenomenon.
Well, yeah, but it does prove differences of gravity. Because then the Earth goes around the sun, and so you can see that the smaller thing goes around the medium-sized thing, which goes around the much bigger thing. And you can see that.
I'm going to help you out again. So the physics that you're talking about, Newtonian physics, mass attracting mass, for what you're now talking about, different phenomena of things going around in the sky, this was superseded in 1915. Einstein, right? General relativity. It's not mass attracting mass that's causing this.
Well, okay.
You understand that we're now going to be talking about a different type of gravity, not the one that you were just talking about.
I mean, it definitely still is gravity, though. It is gravitational force pulling the moon towards Earth.
Again, so this is why I asked you to define it, because now you're going to have to drop the first definition and now pick up another definition for whatever gravity is.
I mean, that's just for one example. Well, let's stick with let's stick with the first one. I drop a pen, I release a pen from my hand, and it goes down towards the ground because of gravity.
Okay, so in an experiment, now that you've formed your hypothesis for whatever gravity is, the amount of substance in the space, you're going to have to vary the amount of substance in the space to see if it causes a phenomena, the thing that you dropped.
Well, I don't have anything as big or anywhere near as big as the Earth to drop.
Okay. So again, and I'm glad you got there at the end. Well, very quickly to the end. That there's no experiment, like I tried to point out.
Well, the moon is pretty big, but it's not quite as big, so that's why it revolves the way it does.
Okay.
That's kind of why I went there.
Yeah, you understand that all of these ideas that you're giving to me about gravity are only working on the Earth if it's a sphere. The Earth's not a sphere; it's measured to be horizontal. Kind of tried to point this out. So,
well, yeah, but I believe the Earth is a sphere.
I get what you believe.
Yeah, but why would I? I don't see why I would assume the Earth is flat.
Because it's measured that way.
But how is it measured that way?
So again, using water as a horizontal reference, we've been through this.
Right, and then I mentioned how you can see limited things from your limited perspective, right? Like if you're, if you are inside of the water, then it's not flat because now you have a different perspective. But then if you bring your head just above the water, you see, if you're in the water, then it's not flat. Yeah, that's right, because you're in the water. But then if you pop your head above the water, you can see some of the water. But then if you go on top of a 10-story building, then you can see more of the water. And then if you go into outer space, you can see so much of the water that you can see that there's a curve.
You've been to outer space, have you?
I've seen pictures.
You've seen pictures, okay, cool.
Yeah.
But you understand before you start getting into the water that we're talking about the surface of the water.
And you're saying that when you get into the water, the surface isn't flat?
Well, but let's put just consider if you draw a line like 10,000 miles long, like literally 10,000 miles long as a line, with just the very ever so slightest curve, and then you stand right next to it, you're not going to see the curve, because the curve is too slight for you to see from your perspective. But then if you go to outer space, then you can see that the Earth is curved.
Okay. You understand that even if defining the very large rate of change of slope or very small rate of change of slope because the radius is so large, then you're still talking about a deviation from the horizontal. Whether you can perceive it or not, it's kind of irrelevant. It's dependent on how it's measured.
I don't understand what that has to do, though, with being able to just visually, quickly, and easily observe, the curve. When you look at any of those pictures,
35,000 feet anyway. You don't need to be in space to see it.
You said quickly and easily, but you haven't been to space. What's this quickly and easily you're talking about?
So let me
35,000 feet.
Wait. So let me ask you this question, right? If you were brought to space, let's just assume that assuming that I'm right for a second. I know you don't think I am, but assuming I am, and if you were brought to space and you saw something that looks like what NASA showed, right? Like in all those pictures where the Earth is clearly a sphere. From NASA, if you saw something similar to that with your own eyes, would you still believe the Earth is flat?
Okay, you're not going to know the answer to this question.
Why?
Because first I'm going to ask you to define what space is, because you're not going to be taking a place called space because it doesn't exist in the first place.
Wait, okay. So if you went into let me redefine this question then for you, so that we don't have to even do that. If you went into some sort of chamber with windows, and you went really, 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 really high, really, really, really far away from whatever it is that we're standing on today, and you saw something that looks like what NASA showed, then would you believe that the Earth is flat still?
My observation, hypothetical, would contradict what I've measured if they were to show me the in this hypothetical observation.
So you would no longer believe the Earth is flat?
It would have to be an extremely fucking big ball.
A big what, you said?
Ball.
Pole, or sure, yeah, whatever it is.
A ball the size of Jupiter.
Whatever it is that brought you up, I don't know, in this question, but if it brought you up so high, and you saw something that looked like NASA pictures, then you would believe that the Earth is round. Yes or no?
Yeah, again, within this hypothetical, and a few ifs jumped in there. So, within this hypothetical,
that confirms for me that you don't... Oh, sorry, go ahead. You're cutting out a bunch. I didn't realize you were talking. Go ahead.
All right, if I'm cutting out, then I do apologise. Maybe it's you clipping. But
Hey, I got a quick question for you. Wait, you're kind of breaking up, Jedi. Can you go to a place that does not exist, yes or no?
No.
All right. So do you know that the vacuum of space exists?
I believe it does.
All right. Well, now we're kind of getting into the real meat and potatoes of it. See, I don't believe in the vacuum of space. I used to believe in the vacuum of space. I don't anymore, because now I've been faced with evidence to the contrary of its existence. And so what I'm saying to you is you asking him that question is basically the intellectual equivalent of me asking you, hey, if I walked with you through my closet into Narnia, would you believe that Narnia is real? See how silly of a question that is? It's an intellectual equivalent of what you just asked him.
I disagree, because
wait, hold on.
Many people, honestly, think of it like this: if you were arguing with a Christian, let's say,
it's real. You just said you took me to Narnia.
Yeah, if I were taken to Narnia, then I would believe that Narnia is real. Yeah.
No, do you believe it's real before you go?
No.
Before you go in the closet, do you believe Narnia is really in there? So when you get in the closet and everybody can go in their closet and all they find is clothes and the back wall, now do you believe Narnia is there?
No, I do not.
Okay. So when something's not real, it's just not real because you demonstrated it. It's not real. How would you be able to demonstrate the vacuum of space is real?
Well, but I can't just go around only believing things that I can observe with my naked eye. I mean, I could, but I do not.
That's all you're doing right now because you can't verify what you're believing. You have a belief in the space pope religious space god word, but you don't know what it is or the vacuum, right? Like, have you go to space? You don't know what it is. It's like a god to you right now, as we know, because you have no proof for it.
And by the way, I wouldn't compare. Hold on, buddy. I wouldn't compare all beliefs to all other beliefs because there are extraordinary beliefs and there are not extraordinary beliefs. I live in the Pacific Northwest. If I were to tell you that I'm very close to an apple tree, that wouldn't be an extraordinary claim. All right. So like, there's extraordinary claims and there's not extraordinary. Like if I were to tell
verification.
you fly like Superman, that would be an extraordinary claim.
Right. Verification versus non-verification. Extraordinary claims don't have verification. They have very extraordinary stories.
I assume all of you then are also not religious, right? Is that fair to assume?
No.
Most are religious. About half of us are not religious.
But
wait, so do you believe
it's not about religion?
Wait a minute. Well,
this is about what you can verify. Do you understand that word?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So how do you verify space vacuum?
Wait. How do you verify God? Because if you
brother, hold on, stop. This is not a room about religion.
Yeah,
there's other rooms for religion. You can go talk to other people about religion. What we're saying is, how can you verify the physics of fucking space? Who's done that for you?
That's worth pointing out. You may be religious and not even realize it.
That's the main topic. Before you go off to like God and stuff like that, it's just asking you, how can you verify the vacuum of space? That's all you got.
I mean, I don't know. People have been there. Many of them.
Been where?
Do you realise it violates...
Far away from the Earth.
But the image that you're showing you violates...
really far from Earth.
My grandma's house is far away from your house, and now are we in space? Don't be stupid.
No, really far away from Earth is what I said.
Don't be stupid. What's that mean?
I think you're stupid because you don't understand the difference between far away from Earth and one house being far from another. That's
you're
actually
the one
really
that can't
stupid.
demonstrate what far means.
That's so stupid.
Ambiguously catchphrase Jones word, dude. So far, so
far away from Earth. Well, let me make it clear the difference between what you said and what I said. If you have like one ball, right, and you can travel away from that ball,
you should stop ifing
really far.
That's your problem.
Okay. If you have a tennis ball,
okay, so
right?
Snots, hold on. How about
when you have a tennis ball?
How about we start without an if? We're not doing hypotheticals. We're dealing with reality.
When, there you go. When you put down a tennis ball, you can travel away from that tennis ball in more... No. Oh, hey, look, I just put down a tennis ball, and now I have the ability to travel away from it in more than two directions.
Is it in a vacuum with water on it? Don't do half-assed
I could dip it in water.
Brother.
I could dip it in water.
No, we're not.
Sure. I just dipped it in water.
Slow down there, Gimbo. You don't know what I'm going to finish with. Then put it in a vacuum chamber, Gimpy, and let's see it spin around and hold water.
On a vacuum?
No, vacuum chamber. Get it to about 10 to the negative 17 torr. You can stand in there with it if you want.
I mean, you can go on that ride, like at the amusement parks.
What ride?
With, the rides at the amusement parks where they simulate.
Shut up! We're not talking about a ride.
No, like not space. The Gravitron.
No, we're talking about a vacuum chamber. Stupid ass.
Yep. You are retarded. Oh
no, you just said a fucking Gravitron is a vacuum chamber.
No. Like,
dude,
I might disagree with some of you, but whoever this guy is absolutely
you just
retarded.
Said the Gravitron
absolutely
at the fair is a vacuum
This guy
chamber.
is just retarded. Oh my god. It is so harmful to all of you that he defends what you believe because he's retarded. That's crazy.
Said the guy with no vacuum chamber. Okay,
anyway, when you go on the Gravitron at an amusement park,
asking you how you
get
the
held
vacuum,
in place.
You retard.
I'm answering your question, but you're just too
stupid. So you're going to go into the fair? You're going to go to the
idiot.
fairgrounds? That's how you're going to prove a vacuum?
Stupid. You are retarded.
I'm not the one saying I'm going to go to the fairgrounds to prove a vacuum of space.
All right, so it's not slime. What he's trying to point out to you is that a vacuum chamber isn't comparable to the graviton that you're fair. You understand this? Oh, he's gone. Nah, forget it.
He's run away.
Just run
He's
away.
jumping off topic straight away. He's can't keep up.
I was just trying to hold him to the vacuum thing because that's like, how do we demonstrate the differential from 14 to vacuum? No, they've never done that.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. I'm trying to bring him back to that point where he's claiming if you go higher into this vacuum, he's going to see an image of a ball violating that natural law. So I tried to get him back to that point. He's got to prove the vacuum first before he displays his own image.
Fucking hypotheticals.
Where's their footage? Why are we waiting? Why do they have so many hypotheticals but all this fucking imagined proof? All this proof should be just proof. Ball, only ball. How can you mess up putting a ball earth, mapping it on a ball? How could you mess that up? How could a globe person in 2024, 25, I'm sorry, in 2025, how could you mess up mapping a ball to a ball? This to me blows my mind.
Yeah, all he's doing is putting a tennis ball on the floor and saying, look, I believe it's a ball. And he thinks that's equivalent to the argument.
There's no water on it, no people, no little boats, no airplanes going around it. It's not spinning around a hot source. It's not in a vacuum. Right.
No, he didn't want to get to that point. He's going to move on to do you believe in God now from that point. You know, he's just going off topic.
Well, he's the one that believes in the vacuum chamber God or the ball holding water while it's spinning God. He's going to show
we
you
got the Big Bang. The Big Bang theory created by a Catholic priest in the 1920s.
Right. That's why I compared it to God for him, just like gravity. It's everywhere and nowhere at the same time. It's faster and slower than the speed of light. It's stronger but weaker than everything. You know, gravity. Doesn't have a starter or beginning. It doesn't come from anywhere. It doesn't go anywhere. But it's a direction. Go fucking figure. It's a direction down, but it doesn't go or come from anywhere.
Okay, Avery, what's gravity?
Gravity exists, says Avery from the side chat.
Well, it must be something then. What is it?
It exists. Look, I dropped my pen. Can't you see? Don't you believe? It exists.
A pen dropping scientist.
I'm a believer. He's convinced me now.
So a goofy scientist that can't hold on to his fucking pen is the proof of gravity?
What is gravity, Avery?
Yeah, if you pick up a pen and you drop it, you know how the moon works.
You know how gases are held into a sphere. Gases are held into a sphere because you dropped the pencil.
Gravity, yeah, we'll just call you Gravity. What's gravity?
Glad you pointed that out. You know, things that make my pen go down. Look at the moon. These people with their funny stories.
What does looking at a light in the sky exactly tell you?
Mars.
Oh yeah, Canada.
What time of year it is? What time of day?
Fuck?
Where you are? Tell you a lot of things.
It's getting late.
Depending on how long you're looking at it, it can tell you a lot of things. If you're born today and look up, you probably wouldn't know shit. Just depends, brother. If you took note and saw that it happened post-diction, it means a lot of things. It's like if you see a lot of signs. What do those twinkly signs mean on your road that tell you the streets and the directions?
Yeah, but those signs don't tell me that there's a magical force called gravity holding things to the earth.
Oh, shit. I'm not talking about gravity, dude. I'm just talking about saying if a light's over there and the city's over there too, directly under it, let's go that way and get to that city. we use that light. And even if we go off a little bit, we'll still find it. When we get close enough, head towards the light. Then you'll see the city. Then go to what part of the city you want, which shore part. Then you're good to go. Yeah, I wasn't saying the lights in the sky were gravity at all. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know what gravity is. I've never seen it. I've never got it to do anything. I've never been able to work with it. Never shook its hand and never talked to it. I never saw gravity do any work. Why would you need all these robot machines and drones to do all this work if gravity does it for you? Gravity, bring me my pizza.
Can we get a Glober to tell us what the fuck gravity is? No, they only want to interrupt conversations that are already going on. Supreme Canis, maybe you know what gravity is.
Yeah, I know what gravity is.
Cool. What?
It's that shit that pulls you down.
It's the shit that pulls you down, bro.
It's the shit.
It's the shit, dog. You know what I'm saying?
Are you getting pulled down by shit?
Unfortunately, yes, we do understand what you are saying. Not good for you.
That's what I'm talking about.
Pulls you down to what?
Pulls you down towards the center.
The center. Okay. The center of a ball, has that been measured? The ball?
I don't know. Why the fuck would I know that?
Okay.
Because it's what you believe. You believe the Earth is a ball.
Yeah, you claim it's being brought to a centre. Have you been to the centre to verify?
No.
So how do you know it's doing that? And what is it?
That's a good question.
Would you consider yourself a critical thinker?
Of course not.
Oh, okay. I don't know then whether
I believe the Earth is concave, actually.
But you're not a critical thinker.
No, the Earth is concave.
It's interesting too.
I don't even know what y'all are talking about. The Earth is concave. Like, whatever y'all are talking about is completely wrong.
So why doesn't it come up on the shore at you all the time and keep going?
What are you talking about? I said the Earth
Supposed
is
to go
concave.
up the shore one way and up the shore the other way. Up a ball,
No.
right? Don't ask me what I'm
No.
talking about inside of a ball, guy. I'm
We're
explaining the
inside
inside
of
of
a
a ball
ball.
to you.
We're inside of a ball.
Ball. So now where does the water come to
and
the inside of the ball? How does
the
that work when
universe
you're on the
is in the
beach?
middle, in the center.
You're in the center of the ball? On what?
No, we're on the outside of the ball.
So how does the water work on the beach?
Well, we're inside of the ball, though.
How does the water
So
work on the beach?
everything is all on the very, very center, up in space.
Okay.
You just said you're on the
And
outside
our
of the ball.
eyeballs don't allow us to see the other
How do you
side
have
of
a
the Earth.
tide? Show me a tide inside a ball of spinning water.
He's not a
So the ball is spinning so fast that all the water stays to the wall of the ball.
You have to demonstrate that, Sunshine.
No, I don't.
You don't have to demonstrate that, retardo?
Of course
just
not,
said
dude. Are you stupid?
You just
This is
said you're
common
on the
sense.
inside
Everybody
of the
knows
ball.
this.
Sorry, if you're making a claim about
We live inside of a ball. You're fucking stupid,
idiot.
bud.
Idiot. If you're making a claim about physical reality, you should be able to demonstrate the physical reality. Shouldn't you?
No, it's
No.
quite simple. It's
No,
very
we can't
common.
see-
It's very common
we can't
sense.
see physical
It's
reality, but it is
quite
reality.
insane that you can't think of it yourself.
Okay,
You should already know this.
Hold on, how
This
does
is
this
so
make sense? Because
simple. Even a
you just
toddler
said we're on
knows
the
this
inside
stuff.
of a ball, but we're on the outside of a ball. How does that make sense?
We're not on the outside of the ball. We're on the outside, but we're on the inside of the ball.
Yeah, how does that make sense? How can you be on
So
the
the space
outside
is
and the
in the
inside?
middle of the ball.
It's a
Everything
contradiction.
else is in the middle of the ball, and we are surrounding everything.
So you're on the outside of the ball, but you're on the inside of the ball. How does
Yeah,
that
there
make
is
sense?
no outside of the ball. The ball is the inside. We are
He's
inside the
inside the
ball.
ball
The
on the
outside of the
outs
ball
on
is
the
the
edge.
inside.
He's in. Hold on, brother. He's inside the ball while the ball is spinning on the edge of the ball. While it's spinning, he's against that surface. While it's spinning, like the idea of the gravitron. That's what he's trying to explain to you. Like that's the
Inside the
idea of
ball.
what he's saying. So what he's saying is, on the inside of that ball, he has water that's riding along that edge as the ball spins. But he needs to demonstrate this.
Oh, he's not going to be able to demonstrate that on the Earth. There'll be a difference at the poles.
No, the
Zero.
poles are inverted.
Yeah, I know, but if you're claiming that the sphere is rotating that we're standing on, then that cause of gravity is going to show a differential depending on where you are oriented to the axis of rotation.
No, because the gravity is in the middle of it.
Gravity's in the middle of it. Does it have anything? Does it have anything? So is gravity pushing?
So imagine like a basketball.
Yeah, okay.
We're inside that basketball.
Okay. Is the ball spinning?
Yeah, always.
Why?
Just for no reason.
So it doesn't produce any
We
phenomenon.
don't know that yet, but like it just spins.
Don't know that. We don't know that. Okay.
What's your ball inside of?
You don't know that yet.
So you're in a ball that's spinning, and you don't know, like, you don't know what it's spinning inside in.
Devoch, I got a question. What happens when you grab something and you compress it down very, very small? Is it the same weight, or is it lighter, or is it heavier?
This guy was just vouching for gravity. How does gravity work on a concave Earth?
It's in the middle.
It's in the middle while you're stuck to the edge.
Yes, because you're pushing everything together.
You're pushing it together, or it
You're
is
getting
the magic
pressurized.
it?
You're getting pressurized.
It's weird.
Everything expands out from the middle.
All I got was he was on the outside, but you're on the inside. And I don't get
All I got, I switched off after he said, "I'm not a critical thinker. I think the Earth's concaved." I switched off.
No, the Earth is concave.
But you're not a critical thinker.
No, of course not.
So,
No, I'm American.
You're an idiot.
No,
I
I'm
agree with that.
American.
I agree with that statement.
So what were you asking me if you compress
So what were you asking about where the
Press
ball was
something
at?
smaller.
So what you're asking about where the
Or
ball
is it
was?
heavier?
Is it in your hand the whole time while you're weighing it and compressing it and moving it?
Okay, if you grab something, and you compress it very, very small, and you put it in, for example, you put it on a scale before, you put it on a scale after, is it the same weight, or is it heavier or lighter?
Is it on a moving scale or a still scale?
It's on a scale, a regular scale.
And it's not moving. The scale's not moving?
No, nothing's moving. It stays
So
on
you
the
took
scale.
a piece of paper and you weighed the piece of paper, then you wadded the piece of paper up, and then you weighed the piece of paper.
Yes, is it going to be the same weight, heavier or lighter?
I don't know what the piece of paper, I don't know how you found the weight in the first place.
Doesn't matter. I'm doing this as
Doesn't
theoretical.
matter.
If
What
you
is
were
the
to
weight
compress
we're looking to
something-
match?
No, if you were
Idiot.
to the same weight, the paper.
What
You're
weight?
weighing the paper.
Crunched up or not?
I
He
did.
said-
If you grab something, you crunch
If
it
you're
up.
telling me something weighs different, the same object, because you played with it,
Yes, because
then
it
what
gets
the
a
fuck are
denser
we talking
mass.
about?
It gets a denser mass because you compress it to something smaller. It is denser.
So you're saying a smaller object weighs more?
No, it weighs the exact same.
So you're saying it weighs the same?
Yes, I just
Let me
asked
see
you
you
that
weigh the
question.
paper while it's sitting out on the scale flat. Then let me see you to weigh it on the scale as a ball. Let's see it.
Okay.
How big's your scale?
Yeah, I just wanted to say he said he was measuring something on Earth on a scale, and it wasn't moving. Welcome to
Exactly.
flat Earth. You're right. It's not fucking moving. You're on Earth
Exactly.
and it's not moving. Good job.
What's this
Thank
guy's
you.
argument? What's his argument?
His argument is you have to sit stuff on a scale that's not moving to get its weight, and I agree. Welcome to flat Earth.
No, I know, but what's the premise? What's he arguing
Oh,
for?
he was
Just
trying. Oh,
main
I'm
things on
sorry.
scales?
I got you. He was trying to say if he squeezes something real hard, like a piece of paper, it's going to weigh different or the same. He doesn't know. He was wondering if he squeezes an object, does it weigh different?
I know, but like, just for the sake of having that argument, there's no real connection to the topic. I don't think. It's
Right. That's why I couldn't understand what he was going. So that's why I brought it to like, is the scale still or not?
okay. He left anyways. It looks like, but yeah,
I mean,
just
to be honest,
usually
we have different things that act different. So I couldn't tell you the variance of everything on how it's going to act with a scale, depending on what you do to it or how you increase or decrease something, or like or impart a little bit of energy. So I think some things can be an exception. So I can't answer all of it. That's all. That's just my point.
yeah. The only thing is, whenever we engage with somebody, we have to know their premise, like the reason why they want to have an argument. It can't just be just an argument to talk about avocados or something. Like we have to know
No, you're
why
right.
they're
You're
using.
100% correct. That's why I was asking him what he did and how he weighed the paper in the first place. I was just trying to get to some point. Yeah. But he's.
Yes, either
So it
one.
sounded like a road to nowhere.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
let's just say the paper weighed more when it was crunched up. Maybe because the distribution of the weight is not over the whole scale. But then again, the whole point is, even if it was, then what? Therefore,
Right. That's what I was trying to get at. Even if you weigh it, then what? What does that mean?
I guess we'll never know because he left.
Little fucker.
We got some new people in here. I know Sep Sawaz is a Glober for sure.
I think you said if one more person comes in here speaking up and they're telling the truth, I'm leaving.
Oh, you said that?
No, I'm making that up.
He said, I want to see compressed gravity versus regular gravity. Or, I mean, compressed helium versus regular helium. Oh, you can't compress gravity. That's off the table. Shit.
No, it's funny though, but they always try to compress everything that they talk about, like the images. Well, that's a curved surface. You just got to compress the image. There it is, curved.
Make it smaller to make it a curve, but it's a big Earth. And that's why it's horizontal.
Yeah, mostly it's just reaching. They're grasping at straws, trying to make an argument sound, but it's not.
I know those slick talking mother effers, they almost got me, man. And like every once in a while I'll be talking to certain ones like Eggshells was pretty slick. Not that he got me with anything, but just the way, the scientists and the people like want to double speak. And you could catch them in the middle of it, like you're like, what the hell? Hold on. He just said the opposite. And then I almost fell for that shit. Now he's explaining that that's not the case. And I'm like, if I wouldn't have listened just long enough, I would have thought I was stupid or the people that explained something to me was stupid, right? But when you listen to the whole thing, you pay attention to all the stuff like the airplane flight data and everything. You got to ask about all the stuff. Because if you leave one little thing out, and that's the one thing you need, that's the one thing you needed. It's the one information to drop, the pitch, and they don't have. Like what? So you got to pay attention to what they say all the way through, because they'll talk you. They'll say all the other shit that they have to that could be 100% true, and then they add their magical part. Globe, so big, and then you can't tell. You know all the catchphrases.
We got Ice Cube in here. I know he's a Glober. Nick Fixed is a Glober. Who else? We'll start calling them out. Sepawaz is a Glober.
What'd you say, Nick? What?
Nick Fixed.
Oh, I thought you said Nick Pinkston.
No.
I'm sorry, I misheard you. I was like, I know a dude with that name. I was like, he better not be no damn Glober.
No, he's. Oh, they don't chime in. They just lurk. It's all right that we need an audience, a Globe audience, to hear the ones who can muster up some fortitude to come and stand for the Globe, so you can hear them get shellacked in the room. Because their failed attempts didn't work, so.
They've always got some weird questions too that don't like the last one. Like they'll be like, "Have you seen an airplane?" I'm like, "Yeah."
Yeah, they usually say real obscure arguments like, all right, so imagine balancing an avocado on a spoon. Now just hear me out. I'm like, dude, we're not going to hear you out. Like, it's stupid to start with, because like, their arguments are dumb. You have to start with the premise of asserting that any of the claims that have been said about the Earth being a globe have any validity. Not like, well, if you hop on 1 foot, 3 paces ahead, you might, it's like, dude, your incoherent arguments are not going to get us to the conclusion that the Earth is a globe in any way. But
right,
they try.
Right, and then when you're face to face, they're like so big, so big, so big. Even, dude, I've showed these dudes so many things. I explained them elevation. I explained them everything. I was like, we do not increase. And they still look at me like, I don't understand reality. I'm like, it's crazy, man. It is crazy, the brainwashing. It's crazy.
Yeah, the amount of straws they have to grasp in order for their idea of Earth as a globe to be true it's insane.
Yeah, they were like satellites, P-brain, something. I said, hold on a minute there. You slow that shit down. And they looked at me, and I said, you know what the fuck a satellite is? It's called a CubeSat. It's a little square, and they put it on a balloon. I said, what I need is some footage of the ISS from an airplane. And the dude goes, I'll try to get it for you. I said, yeah, you'd be the first human ever. I'll be waiting. I mean, above the airplane, not at the same, not looking across at it horizontally. I'm talking about up in the air. Like, get down on the ground in the airplane or lay your head on the seat and look up and then see that thing fly above past.
Has Avery spoke? AVRY?
Not that I know of.
Avery, if you're there, what do you think about the topic of the room? Maybe not. So what did No Tank say after all, Jedi? He's still hanging on to his. He's confused, bro. I'll tell you what. I had to leave because I had a phone call and then I got tied up with stuff out here. But
nothing really happened after you left, man. To be fair, we got onto other people. Yeah.
Because
definitely confused.
He's confused. He's confused because he agrees with everything you say, but if he did, he would affirm that he knows that the Earth is flat. He wouldn't just say, well, I know it's not a globe. It's like, dude, if it's not curving, what else can it be? Like, there's no curve to the Earth. Like, if you're saying that over long distances, the Earth doesn't display any convexity, then what? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I think the word flat plane or the sentence flat plane of reference is just too hard for them to comprehend. You know what I mean? They need their sandbox to not have any, they got to have a smooth sandbox to call it flat, and they got to have a smooth sandbox to call it round. So either way, they're all just messed up.
What he was telling me too was a problem with it was the way he tells his friends. It's like, well, normal people. He says normal people. When you tell them, it's really hard for them to understand when you talk about the Earth. I'm like, that's the whole fucking point. We want them to know that it's not just a local area; it's everywhere. So it's like weird, right? Because the Glober will conceptualize the whole Earth. And their idea of the whole Earth is everywhere we've ever been. That's their conceptualization of it, right? And they make a globe out of it. But when we say the whole Earth, they're like, well, wait a minute. How do you know the whole Earth? I'm like, bro, isn't that the fucking same thing that you're saying? You're saying everywhere we've been, that's the whole Earth. Well, that's what I'm saying.
Right. And they say edge. I'm like, well, hold on a minute. The globe has a known function called an edge or a radius or circumference from those 2 points A to B, right? That's the value of the edge. Flat Earth, so far as I know what the fucking edge is. Now, you guys can stick to there's no edge to a ball, but we know it has a regulated size. Horizontally, it doesn't do that. And the person concedes, and I'm like, okay, well, horizontally on the flat Earth, so far as we know, no one's been to an edge. I'm not saying it could be. I'm not saying it couldn't be. I'm not saying it doesn't or does have to be. I'm saying ain't nobody fucking been far enough to see no edge of flat Earth that I know of. So just asking or saying something about it is stupid because it's like talking about Narnia so far.
Well, there's clearly things beyond what we've seen.
Wait, what?
Yeah, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
The awareness is the edge.
Wait, what?
What edge?
The edge of awareness is
the edge of awareness.
What it is.
He's the edge of awareness.
That's not even. All right, dude.
You high, man?
He lives within his conscious mind. He's a metaverser.
Yeah, are you a brain in a jar?
If you go further than what's mapped, I guarantee there's more out there.
Yeah, do you think you're a brain in a jar sitting on a shelf somewhere?
More at where?
Very unlikely.
Very unlikely.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a possibility?
Very unlikely.
Is there a possibility?
Probably not, in all actuality.
That's still suggestive. Probably not as suggestive.
Yeah, I could be wrong, but I'm...
So that means you could be a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere, right?
Yeah, like 99.999% that we're not on a globe. it's just math.
But you're on a shelf in a jar.
I still wouldn't know what's beyond my perception.
I love it.
Is there gravity in the shelf on the jar?
Like, you do know the equator is imaginary?
How was it measured? How was it measured?
It's not.
What? It's not measured.
Imaginary, he said it, didn't he?
Sorry. This line of latitude isn't measured.
Yeah.
That's just not true. To have lines of latitude, they must be measured. It's how we have lines of latitude. Because
in imagination land.
Not imagination land, what are you talking about?
What do you think the Earth is?
There's nobody with a tape measure.
What do you think the Earth is? Dream skull.
Measuring the equator.
Dream skull. What do you think? What do you think the Earth is?
Doesn't even know what the equator is.
I think it's actually what we've known. What we know about is like just a small segment of the Earth.
What's he on about?
What is it, dude?
It could be anything, actually.
Could be anything.
All right.
Could be anything.
Is it the edge of your awareness?
No, because I clearly go beyond your awareness.
All right.
Who is this clown? What's going on?
This guy's really off the reservation, man. And we get every now and again you'll get somebody that's really obscure, that's like in his own head. He lives in his own head. Like he thinks everybody needs to understand his deep thoughts. Like
a lot of people like to think that flat Earth. We're talking about flat Earth, like being flat. It's not the case.
yeah, what is the case?
That we're in a prison that they've mathematically cordoned off because they haven't conquered the world yet.
The prison floor. What's that?
Well, we're just allowed this segment of what exists.
Okay.
And
Really?
we won't ever be allowed anywhere else until somebody
Segment.
conquers what's in existence.
Okay, so the segment of known reality.
Yeah.
The
Well,
surface.
no, actually, no, it's not. It's all of known reality, but it's
Yeah.
segmented from what we could know.
Okay. So the surface of the segment of all known reality. Is it
No,
flat?
all known reality. All known reality. Literally,
Okay.
literally. All reality has been basically put under lock and key until somebody conquers that all of that exists.
Okay, but this segment that we can experience.
What are you talking about?
The
We
surface of
exist as a part of it.
Yeah, the surface of it.
We're not
How is-
separated from it entirely.
The surface of this reality. How is it orientated?
All right, so look. So all that we've mapped and all that we've made, we've just mathematically like wrapped it around itself.
Yeah, I know what you've mathematically done when you say you've wrapped around it.
So like the equator is just the halfway point.
Good enough.
So they
I'm
can
asking-
extend it or shrink it depending on what they want you to know about.
Okay, that's nice. How's it measured, the surface?
It's not measured except imaginarily.
Sorry, we don't measure the surface of the Earth?
We don't measure the equator.
We don't, sorry. Yes, we do.
No, we don't.
Sorry, how do we derive the equator?
We've done it mathematically.
Yeah, how? Based upon what observations?
Based on the known confine.
Yeah, based upon what observations, specifically latitude?
The equator will always be halfway point. It'll never not be.
He just
halfway point.
he doesn't know what he's talking about. Dude, he's talking out his ass.
Yeah, I do.
How
I know
did you
exactly what I'm
establish
talking
the
about.
halfway point? How do you establish this halfway point? What did you do to get it?
We basically made a cutoff point.
Yeah, how?
It's all arbitrary, okay? Based on what we actually have. So this is
Yeah,
all
what
we
do we-
have. What's the halfway point of half of what we have? That's the equator.
Mr. Shouty. Okay, so what we actually have, what do we actually reference to derive where the equator is?
The full spectrum of what we have, this is half of it. That's the equator. That's
You're
literally how it
talking-
was done.
You're talking bollocks.
No,
dude.
I'm not. I'm not
Yes,
at
you
all.
are. You
I'm not.
haven't. Sorry, you haven't answered the question.
Did you know the
anywhere
equator isn't the hottest point on the Earth? Did you know that?
Did you know how the equator's measured?
It's not measured.
Sorry, do you know the equator's a line of latitude?
Yeah, it's imaginary.
Okay, and you understand what lines of latitude are, right?
Uh-huh. So, yeah, I do.
How are they measured and in reference
So
to
who
what?
decided how many points of latitude there were? Longitude there were.
Well, if you knew how they were measured, you'd understand there was a finite number.
Yeah,
If you,
because
if
they
you-
need it
if-
for
if
a
you-
metric.
We're talking about the methodology that whoever they are, used. So how?
English, that's right.
So how, using what method, do we derive latitude?
Latitude is basically time. Longitude is basically spatial.
No, longitude is time.
You said
Lines of-
latitude.
Yeah, I know. You false equivocated.
Latitude is time.
No, longitude
is spatial.
No, longitude is time.
No,
lines
it's not.
lines of meridian derived by the sun. Now I've given you a clue. How do we derive? What do we reference for latitude?
So I'm correct. Yes, I understand that.
No, you're not. So
Thank you.
how?
Thank
no,
you.
you're not.
Thank
Dude, this isn't you running away, jumping up and they're going, "I won." What you
If it's
demonstrate
solar,
to
it's
me-
based on time. Sorry.
dude. Longitude is time, isn't it?
It's actually more spatial, but if it's based off of the latitude sun bullshit, then yeah, it's time.
Sorry, longitude is time. Latitude is not based off the sun bullshit. Latitude is based off the Polaris bullshit.
I want you to understand that you can't really divorce time from space or space from time.
That's lovely. We're talking about latitude.
Yeah, which is 100% based on time.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. It's an elevation angle to a star.
Oh my goodness, you want to overcomplicate it, but there's 24.
Lines of longitude.
Latitude.
Not latitude.
Latitude.
Longitude.
Longitude is the horizontal.
No, longitude's the vertical line from pole to pole.
I don't think so.
Latitudes are the circles of equal altitude around the ground position of Polaris, because latitude is measured by the
So
elevation.
why aren't we using a Polaris standard?
Because that's what latitude is.
See, we aren't using a Polaris standard. Though.
Dumb fuck. Stupid, ignorant
We
person.
aren't actually using a Polaris standard, though.
Stupid, ignorant person. Trying to tell you how your equator, a line or circle of latitude is derived. It is a circle around the ground position of a star because it's measured by the elevation angle.
Right. So if everything's based around the sun and we got the Polaris up in the sky that doesn't move, that means the sun doesn't move around anything else. It moves around Polaris, just the same.
Not capable of listening.
You're not capable of listening. Everything that we got, everything that we do is based around the sun, which is time specific, correct? Around the sun. But if it's based around the Polaris standard, it would be entirely different, wouldn't it?
Talking about lines of latitude, you ignorant idiot.
Oh, yeah. I get it.
You clearly don't understand what's being spoken to you, or even the words.
I do. I actually do. You just want to confuse it.
Okay, how do we measure a line of longitude?
We don't.
We do. It's derived from a measurement, you idiot.
We don't, though.
We don't. So if I was to, for example, get an angle measuring device known as a sextant and measure the elevation angle of Polaris above
It's not a Polaris standard, though.
Latitude is.
It's based on the sun.
No, longitude is based on the sun.
So here's what you need to understand. The time and the space, those are two different things that have two different dimensions, right? We have the one that goes up and the one that goes across. Right? So one takes that and the other takes the other. But they cannot be divorced from each other. You say Polaris or whatever the heck, but we're not using Polaris as the actual standard.
We're measuring an angle to it.
You just said it was solar.
Yeah, this guy doesn't know anything he's talking about.
Yeah, I do, actually.
It's going to let other people dig into. Dude, you're not going to waste my time.
So the halfway point is arbitrary, based on the whole.
Halfway point between what?
The whole.
Which is?
As far as we got, the confine.
Okay, let's try it in
position.
English. What's your favourite flavoured crayon?
I don't have a favorite crayon.
He likes them all.
They don't have a preference.
He's a crayon.
And dude said that he doesn't. He said that we're living in a world where we're in a prison due to the fact that we don't know the extent. And now he's telling us, well, there is an extent.
There isn't an extent. We could go any arbitrary standard we want, but for some reason, this is the one.
How do you know? How do you know that there is no extent? How do you know that?
Because the equator is not the hottest point on the Earth.
What is?
Oh, yeah, it's for you to find out. Go look it up.
You to find out. Shut the fuck up, dude. With your dumb ass. It's your claim. You're supposed to provide the evidence, idiot.
I don't have to, though.
It's not place. Well, which is? Well, it's for you to find out. What the fuck?
If I answer all your fucking questions, you'll never question a damn thing in your life.
Out. Shut up.
It's simple. You'll never question any single thing if I...
Shut the fuck up, dude.
Another retarded Glober. Oh, my God.
I mean, it's his claim. He's like, Well, there is a hotter. There's a place hotter than the equator. Yeah, which one? That's for you to find out. What the fuck?
You'll never question anything.
You're supposed to explain it.
How the shit does he reckon we got in here? By not questioning things. Hello, McFly.
Dream Skull. I mean, this is the kind of people that we deal with because the other guys aren't chiming in. I'll mute them in a little bit if we just go through the room. I only mute them. I don't give a shit. We can keep them in here. He'll be content for somebody else.
We can make use of it.
Speaking of content, how's everybody doing?
No, we don't want to talk to you, man.
Oh, okay. I can mute up.
Bugger off.
Go play your guitar somewhere.
Bye. Why do you think I'm a guitarist?
Without looking
I
at
don't
that,
understand it.
that Grandpa Fiddle, whatever his name is.
Yeah, I'm not Grandpa Fiddlebone.
If you don't find anybody else, there's Castle King. I don't know if you guys want to talk to him. And then, of course, unmute that one numpty.
Castle King's really boring. He just does the same thing the entire conversation. He just acts like he's stunned and just like, what? No, you gotta be kidding me.
I just made too much sense for you guys.
Samoa.
He's putting on an act. That's why.
The castle queen, the queen of the castle.
Every single day I come in here, I hear you guys insult the Globers.
Yeah, that's stupid.
No,
don't act surprised.
Right, with all due respect, my friend, if you'd listen to these people, you'd understand that after a while, we have no option but to classify them as fucking stupid. Especially the last few people we've spoken to. Fucking stupid people.
Let me ask you something. Do you believe in God?
No.
Do I believe in God? Yes.
Yeah. Do you believe in God? Now, what if somebody said that you were stupid because you believed in God?
Okay. That happens quite a lot, and?
Thank you.
Yeah. That's what happens with you guys. If you run across somebody who doesn't believe in your flat Earth, you call them stupid.
What you guys are always doing is this. That's how you talk.
The reason why that we call it flat Earth is to differentiate it from the idea that you think it's a globe. But in all actuality, it's a false dichotomy. It's only just Earth. But you only think of it as this imaginary fantasy globe that it's not. That's the reason why we use it. But it's like I'm telling you, a false dichotomy. It's just the Earth. The nature of reality is what it is. Regardless if your numpty opinions come forward tomorrow and be like, hey, you know what? I think the Earth is a donut. Doesn't matter. The Earth is what it's going to be always. And Bong was telling you that when you first started coming in here, dude. Being somebody from Samoa, should know that. Should learn from your ancient elders, man. That they taught you, at least they should have taught you, how to think about it. But I guess not.
You know, if you and I were walking outside, the Vegas Strip, and you got jumped, I would back you up. It wouldn't matter if the Earth was flat or round at that point.
Yeah, I'd try. I don't know how much I could actually do, but
I mean,
why? Because you're a superhero.
Yeah, because I'm that guy.
You're a bouncer. You get paid. You get paid to do that. You don't do that for free, do you? Because I've got a club here. I need a Superman to bounce.
I do.
Yeah, you do it for money.
I do it even when I'm.
Yeah, but you're not a firefighter, right? You're not a cop. Okay, you're just a bouncer.
I'm just a dude out here that's willing to put my life on the line for anybody else out there who needs help.
Yeah, but look, man, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the world being lied to. Okay, about what God created. Okay, about who God is. Okay, it's flat and level. And if you don't know how to use the stars as flat and level the way they're supposed to be used to navigate the world, then what God do you? What world and what God do you worship? I'm sorry. Go ahead, guys.
Well, I'm glad that he helps people. I mean, that's good. It's good to know that I would probably do the same thing, regardless of what the person is. I don't stop. I don't.
That was
That was kind.
Hold on a second.
Kind
I don't stop.
gesture.
I don't stop to ask people what they are. Hey, what are you before I help you? Because you might die. What do you? No, that's not. I don't think that has anything to do with that, though, right?
I'm just surprised at the Vegas Strip that you need bodyguards just to walk on it. Because last time I was there, you just walk down the street.
You protect.
Yeah, but the last time you were there, it was
protect-
horse and buggies, right?
You protect people who go waste their money and their time to party, get drunk, act stupid. That's who you protect. Okay, you're not protecting, moms and grandmas that are trying to get their shopping done for the week. You're protecting a bunch of fucking assholes that probably don't deserve your service. That's all I'm saying, man. Maybe you should choose a better line of service. Like be a firefighter if you want to be a superhero, but it doesn't make you better than any of us. We would help anybody just like you would. Okay, so let's put that aside, right? And let's focus on what we're really talking about. Because you're always trying to sidestep with this, love, but so do Satans. So do Satanists. So do Luciferians. They love people too. They love their own. Sorry, guys. Sorry.
Well, the government doesn't love you. The government's not gonna save you. The government official people, the guy who brought you what they think stars are, or what all this space stuff is, or all these technicians, you can't even trust them because their allegiance is not to just regular people walking down the street. It's to who's paying their fucking bills, right? Who made them sign that contract, or else, right? I get all your shit back. So when you guys are like, oh, love, the government ain't doing that. Scientists ain't doing that. Neil deGrasse ain't doing that. He's doing the opposite of that. They're all doing the opposite.
Are the flat earthers doing that?
I'll tell you what, though, man, we were warned by Heretic. He said whenever we engage with him, it's going to be meta. He already said that. He's like, it's just going to be meta as soon as we start talking. And it's true, man. All you got is meta. Castle King, you don't know like if the earth is a globe or not. You defend it religiously because that's all you know, man. And you think everybody else is foolish for thinking otherwise.
I don't think you're full of that. I just think you have a.
That's of it right there, isn't it?
You just have a rare opinion.
Nah, bro. You can't come out sounding like you're being charitable to our position. When I know in your heart of hearts, like Bomb claiming, you really think that this is foolish, don't you?
No, I don't. That's why I brought up the religion thing to that guy. If he believes in God,
So you think we're doing God's work? You think we're doing God's work in here?
It's possible, but I'm saying I don't believe your religion.
Okay.
It doesn't mean you're foolish or you're stupid. It doesn't mean that I think less of you. It just means that I don't believe what you believe.
I sent you on a mission the last time I spoke to you. I told you, go check they measured the surface of the earth. I think you were going to look into it. He's like, man, I don't know how they measured it. You were kind of stumped at the time, if you were being genuine about it. So you were going to go away and say, all right, I'm going to go check it out. But I bet you dollars to donuts you didn't look into it as soon as you left. You probably forgot.
The first video that came to my attention was Lord Jamar versus Professor Dave, and how Professor Dave slaughtered this dude so bad that Lord Jamar turned on his own friend Godfrey. That's what I saw.
All right, let's talk about why you're not investigating the claim that you said you thought already was found out. The size of the earth. Man, who gives a fuck about those guys you just mentioned? Because nobody does. Who gives a fuck about those guys? We're talking about, from academic standpoint, they've been telling you and me and everybody else that the globe, it's measured, it's understood, traveled, and all that shit. So I asked you to go research how that's been done, bro. You're coming at me with some debate bullshit that you've seen on the internet that somehow turned you up and like, oh man, this guy had a point. No one cares, dude. It's not the mainstream. It's not the mainstream narrative. You follow? The mainstream.
I understand you're upset. I follow that part.
Yeah, because you just want to look at like what's your bias, bro. Man, who's in the background, yo? Someone's in right now, and like somebody needs to mute their mic. Hey,
It's all good, man.
So you just want what's gonna, you just want what's gonna like confirm your bias, bro. What we're telling you is, you might sound genuine and you're like a people person yeah, that's good. But even persons get taken advantage of, like the idea that this narrative has been taking advantage of your mind, which is what we're telling you. You're not doing anything to investigate any of these claims that we've been telling you thus far. You're taking them off for foregone conclusions, and then we're just numpties over here talking about. You're like, yeah. That's what. I'm just gonna go see who's arguing against you guys. Man, you should go be looking at what academic papers are saying about the Earth being a globe, and then come back in here and say, look, man, this is what it says. Harvard or whatever. You should come at us with that. You're not doing that, dude. Doesn't that tell you something? You want it to be a globe. It's not that you want to disprove it or be unbiased. You hope that it sure is, and this is somebody arguing for it. That's what you're looking for, man.
I'm saying whether it's a globe or flat, it's not going to affect my daily life or the way I treat people.
No, I'm not saying that, but did you go and find out how the Earth was measured? And if you did, what did you find out?
How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet it will? How much you want to bet it'll change your life and the way you treat people? How much you want to bet? Well, first, it makes the Bible real and makes everything else fake, false, and you're gonna know that. You're gonna know that the Bible was telling you the truth. Okay, and it's totally gonna change the way. Hey, everybody says that. Yeah. You've been saying that the whole time you've been here. You've been saying you're Psalm 1 and you believe in Jesus and you have shown, so what? Everyone says that. Donald Trump says that. Does he look like he believes in Jesus? Does he look like he's whatever he's claiming he is? Is he for the people of the United States of America? Does he care about you and
Donald Trump
yours?
Converted to Judaism in 2017.
The point I'm making is you can't just go around saying you believe in Jesus when you don't even. Okay, Jesus in Genesis 1. Okay, Jesus told Moses, "Hey Moses, write this down in the beginning." Okay, you don't believe that. So how can you say you believe in Jesus when you don't believe what Moses wrote down from Jesus? Jesus is the Word that became flesh. God's Word became flesh. You don't believe in Jesus. Christians that say they believe in Jesus and don't believe the book of Moses, what Moses is saying, do not believe in Jesus. What? Hypocrites, right?
Bill, 70% and 80% of the Christians aren't real Christians anyway.
Yeah, that's a provocative statement. You know what I'm saying? That what he just said right now? It's provocative, but you know why? Because people say that a language in certain contexts is allegory, is poetic. He's saying that, but he don't mean it like that. So they're taking things that it says, basically, for what it says, outright, not what it's saying. And he doesn't mean exactly that. He didn't create the earth in 6 days and then rested on the seventh. He didn't do all of that. That's what it says there. It took millennia. It took billions of years. So you've got people telling you a story, and you're superimposing that story on top of the word. If you're saying what Bong is saying, that essentially you're trusting what God's saying, at the same time you're not, because man's got it right. God is just it's an ancient book you read. It has no real intrinsic value of how you interpret the physical and natural world. But that's what Bong was saying. It wasn't through the Bible he understood. It was through the truth of reality. Actually, what the Creator has made him realize that what people were saying about what the Creator has made, very true. So now he understands that creation is what it is, no matter if somebody says, hey man, the earth's a ball. He's like, dude, I don't see that. There's nowhere that the earth looks like that to me, nor can I measure it. So if that's true, then how are people running around saying that it's been measured that way? And we got pictures and videos. You don't have to, those are the important questions, man. That's why he said his faith has been boosted, because now he's like, I see what it says here. It's not just poetic language. It really means what it says in that word.
Jesus
I don't know how far you're going to take this, man.
Jesus said, men have taken the things of God and turned it into traditions of men. You can see that. I mean, all these denominations, all these holy days, Christmas, Easter, none of that is in the Bible.
Actually,
you know what's even
Christmas
crazier?
is from Saturnalia, which was a pagan celebration.
That's true. But listen, the reason why what he's saying is also correct is because the tradition of believing the earth is a globe is also handed down to you from generation to generation. Indeed, you will be telling your family, that's your young ones, that the earth is a globe, and for them to believe just like you have. So you're going to tell them to put the same kind of faith in the earth being a globe as you did. You're perpetuating the tradition that it spoke clearly in the word to stay warned against. Now that should bring some conviction to you, man. At least somewhat in the form of you looking into things. And if not, you know what? That's you. You do you, man. But the word's supposed to convict hearts. It's supposed to make you look inward and say, like, man, am I actually doing that? Is that me?
You guys gotta remember the Castle King. He's an actor. He's being paid by Hollywood to act, so he's good at it, right, Castle King?
I wouldn't say that. I've done background for TV shows, but I wouldn't say I'm a good actor.
You try to act, and that's why we can tell. That's why people can tell that you're acting, because you're not that good at it.
Oh, okay. Just like the Uso Dwayne.
It's like a bad LARP. It's like a bad LARP.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man. But it's like, like we're not keeping it. Like, but God is basically saying in the Bible, people are not being real with God. You know what I mean? Like, you say you go to church, you just carry. Like, God said He doesn't want religion. You know, He said if you want real religion, right, go feed the poor and the widows and the orphans. Look after them if you want religion. Right, but God wants a relationship with them. So how can we have a relationship with God when we don't even believe what He says about His own creation, the habitat that He built for us? Go ahead, me.
Which in the first part of the book, it states that because the cosmological aspect of the idea that the Earth is in a solar system, it doesn't jive. Because what we see in there, it says that the Earth was around in the days of creation prior to that the sun, moon, and stars were created. So they're telling you that it's a heliocentric solar system, right? And that's redundant what I just said. But they're saying that you're going around this, this supposed star, all of this kind of things. But then you read in the Bible that on the fourth day, the sun, moon, and stars were created. And the purpose of why they were created for what purpose as well. So now the purpose they serve. And not only that they were created on the fourth day. So it's not a Big Bang cosmology, man. Yeah, you choose to believe that's the case.
No,
but
I
it
don't
says
believe
right
the
there
Big
they
Bang.
were created on the fourth day. But then how do you suppose that if they tell you you're in a solar system, that the Earth was created, that the sun was created on the fourth day in the Genesis account? How's that possible?
Let me ask you something. Do you know everything about the solar system? The one that you believe?
Yeah, but
that
you're not addressing. You see how you're not addressing what I just said?
I'm saying I don't need to know every single detail to understand that God created
That's
everything.
not the point. You need to confront your own bias. If you say you trust in the word and you believe, like Bill G was saying, if you trust in the word and you believe what God's saying, then why aren't you trusting Him right here? Why are you right now running away from what I'm telling you? Because if you
I'm
don't
not
want to
sure
run
that
away,
God said the place is flat.
Yo, Castle, would you mind if I ask AV a question, please?
that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. Cosmological aspect of being in the solar system, dude.
I just have a very quick question for AV. Is it your position that the creation story of the universe and the Big Bang Theory are completely incompatible?
I'll answer that in a minute.
Okay.
I do want to talk to this guy though. I do want to talk to him. That's what I do want to do. So I don't mind answering your question. I do want to.
I uploaded the verses that you can check. Can you see that? Mickey, Castle King, you can download that and check all those verses. Thanks.
Yeah, it's right. It's right from the jump, dude. From the beginning, in the beginning, and from the beginning of the Bible. It's like if you're saying all this that you're trusting, maybe it's hard for you to hear what we were saying. But if you're going more from an aspect of being like faith-based and you trust in God and all that, well, if you do all of that, then you would abide by what it says in His Word, if that is true. Now, if you don't even abide by what it says in His Word, then I don't even think you have faith in what you think you have. That's another thing. That's another problem for you, outside of you not even admonishing that the earth is flat and stationary. Outside of that, your faith in the Creator is now waning because you think that it's a heliocentric, solar system stuff.
This is what you think the world looks like?
It's not what we think. It's not what we think. It's what is being said. Outside of what we think, the word is interpreted a specific way. It can only be interpreted a specific way. So if God said that He didn't make the sun, moon, and stars until the fourth day, what do you think that means?
Oh my God.
Hello?
Yeah. I'm baffled at this illustration. It's got the snake at the bottom of Sheol.
Man,
Read about a snake.
look out, man. I'm trying to tell you to look at what I'm saying, though. That's another thing to look at. But I'm telling you right now, from what I'm saying to you, how is it possible that God's telling you in His Word that the sun, moon, and stars were created on the fourth day? You're now saying, no, we've always been revolving around the sun. That's blatantly going against what it says in His Word, which means, what that means is that you don't trust what the Word says.
You know what I believe? I believe that God created everything. Period.
Yeah, but do you not see his point, Castle? Because in the Bible,
he's not seeing my point, though.
If God said He created these things, your globe comes with a Big Bang cosmology. It goes completely against what's been said.
I don't believe in the Big Bang. If there was a Big Bang, it was when God spoke. That's what I believe.
That's
you would
what
agree
I believe
the best
too.
evidence of the flat
That's
Earth
what
is in the
we
Bible,
all
right?
also try to put that together. Like how does science and God work together? How does the globe, right? How did God create the globe? Okay. So we worked it out too, right? The only way is God, when God said, let there be light, boom, right? But that's not how the Bible describes it. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Get it? That's how God made it. Yeah. You can't reconcile these two ideas, right? The globe and the Bible, because the globe opposes the Bible in every way. You know what I'm saying? The globe is about worshiping the stars, about worshiping the sun. That's what the globe is about, sun worship. Okay, like this God, and this God of Christmas, this Jesus, the Son of God that they worship. It happens during something called the winter solstice, the longest night, and when the sun comes back, right? The unconquerable sun is what they call it. This is what Christmas is. This is what Christmas represents. It has nothing to do with the birth of Jesus. That's a front story. This Jesus that they talk about, with the Mary, Mother of God, that's the Antichrist. So when you say you believe in Jesus, you're talking about the Antichrist. You're not talking about the Jesus of Abraham, Moses, Isaac, and Jacob, Israel. You're talking about the Antichrist. You're talking about the J's, Jesus. You're talking about. Do you know who I'm talking about? The Society of Jesus. Those are the guys that run the world, the Jesuits. You're talking about that Jesus. You're talking about the Jesus of the Catholics. You're talking about Babylon. You're talking about Nimrod and his mom, Semiramis. You're talking about those guys. That's the false Christ. So that's why it's important. That's why it's a salvation issue for me.
I'm talking about John 3:16. For God so loved the world that He gave His only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in Him shall not perish but have everlasting life. That's what I'm
fine.
talking
That's fine.
about.
Everybody, listen. Everybody on Earth can recite that, right? Everybody on Earth can recite that, but it's not enough just to recite that verse. You don't understand the meaning behind that. You hear it, and it sounds like a poetic love letter. You could put it down on a tattoo or whatever you want to do with it, right? That doesn't mean you comprehend the meaning behind it, and I think that's escaping you right now. Because in context, to love God, if you love somebody, you obey, right? What they say and what they want you to do. Love is not, okay, I hear what it says here, but I'm gonna do my own thing. Is that cool? That's not what it is, dude. If you love him, then obey him. That's what he says. Obedience is love. But you're not obeying. You're disobedient. That's important, man.
In Australia.
Bible Talk Friday.
Sounds like some domestic violence shit.
I mean, today's the best day for alliteration on Flat Earth. You have Flat Earth.
I'm only using this. Listen, I have a point. I have a method to my madness. I know why I'm doing this, because he thinks that he wants to shoehorn the religious aspect to the idea that the Earth is a globe, and say that he wants to justify that it's still okay to think that way. And even from that viewpoint, he's incorrect. Because if it was true, then he would believe the word to be true, but also that the Earth is flat. So it's a special connotation. So I'm not just like some religious nut out here saying something crazy. I have a method to what I do.
But for me, the big thing for Christians, right, is if they do not accept that the Earth is flat, they're never going to look into the math and into the science and into the knowledge, right? My people perish for lack of knowledge. So people like you, Castle King, okay, if you never understand, if you don't understand that the Earth is flat, you're never going to look into it. You're always going to trust these priests, these so-called scientists, to tell you what the truth is, what the Bible is saying. No. Did God really say that you can't eat from any tree in the garden? Well, no. It's not really. It's actually a ball, because what Moses was smoking. You know what I'm saying?
They weren't even talking about the shape of the Earth.
When you understand, listen.
They were in the Garden of Eden.
When you understand, listen. When Christians understand that the Earth is not a ball, that's when they will take a science seriously, their experience seriously, what they think reality is seriously, the Bible seriously. Things will change in their lives. But if they don't understand that the Earth is not a ball, then they're just going to keep relying on scientists and these people to lie to them. So it's to wake up the sleeper. That's why I think it's important. But yeah, we shouldn't get too much into the weeds. What's important is that you understand and accept that the Earth is not a ball. You understand? So we that's why we drill that. Okay, because it took years for you going to school, being brainwashed, it being drilled into your head that it's a ball. So it's going to take some time for it to unlearn, to get it out of your head and replace it with unlearning bad habits, Live with your legs, not with your back.
If I believe that the world is flat, then I can believe in Jesus, the right one?
Yeah, hold on. Listen.
My God, dude. Just going to go nowhere with this guy.
Check this out. So when they went to Antarctica and they were worshiping the sun, isn't that what they were doing? So Bill G is right. They were just worshiping the sun, remember?
When they went to Antarctica, they were proving that the sun was up there for 24 hours.
Yeah. And they worshipped it for 24 hours.
Yeah. This is sun worship, okay? Because that's not, in their minds, the sun is in the center of the universe, of the solar system, and everything revolves around it. Why? Because the lesser should serve the greater. So by doing this, everybody's seeing, oh, look, the sun is the center. But that's not how the sun works. If you knew how everything worked, right, how navigation worked, that you required a flat plane and the stuff in the sky is moving, the stuff in the sky is a dome. I mean, is the sphere, the curve is in the sky, not on the ground. If you understood all that, then you would understand how the lights are working. But no, you want to think it's a ball. So, and that's why it's important to understand. these things. It's important just for you to walk from here to there. You want food? You want to go fishing because you live on an island? Well, good luck. Where are you going to go get fish? Right?
In the ocean.
You want to travel the ocean? Oh, you want to navigate the ocean? Oh, how are you going to do that? See, it's important.
Get in a boat.
Especially for people who live in the middle of the ocean. It's important that they learn how to navigate. And it starts with understanding what you're on.
That the earth is flat?
That the earth is not moving. It's flat and level, right? The ocean is pretty flat and level because it's water, bro. Right? And it's not spinning, it's not moving, or else it'll be sloshing around, maybe flying off.
If it was flat and level, then how come when I took that boat from Upolu to Hawaii, we were rocking back and forth?
It's not finished. Now, that's just waves and currents, man. Just like the air, you got air, you have wind. When you're in the airplane, you rock back and forth.
When we say flat, we don't mean like a billiard table, mate. We only say that because it's easier to say flat than it is planar with topography. So we know that there's hills and valleys and rivers and waves. It's not perfectly flat. All right? So when we say flat, we're not thinking, hey, look, it's so flat, it's shiny. No, it's not flat like that, man.
Well, the other guy was saying if you point to Samoa and your brother points back at you, you'd be pointing right at each other.
That's correct.
Come on, man.
Why? Why is that so hard to believe?
Because.
Why is that hard? Okay, hold up. Let's say we're right in front of each other and we start backing up, right? Hypothetically, we can walk on water. And you back up all the way to Samoa, and I back up all the way to Australia, and now we're pointing at each other. Like, what has changed? It still feels flat underneath our feet. The horizon hasn't moved. I mean, it's still there. Our fingers up. What has changed? Nothing. We didn't back up around a ball, did we? It doesn't feel like it. Doesn't look like it.
Are we going straight through all the land masses, the hills, the trees, and everything that's blocking our path?
You don't have to be concerned with all that, dude. Like, honestly.
If you're pointing to each other, you're supposed to be as far above your head, you've got the ground beneath your feet, you're just pointing at each other. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, we're on a boat. Okay, we're on boats. We're on the ocean. Yeah, we're on the ocean, and our boats are pointing away from each other, and we're pointing at each other. And one boat goes to Australia, another boat goes to Samoa. And we're pointing at each other. What has changed? This ocean is flat and level. Of course, we're still pointing at each other. But why can't you see me, and why can't I see you? Do you understand? That's perspective.
Because
you're too close to the ground, to the ocean.
You went over the horizon as the world curves?
No. I'm trying to explain it.
You can't go over something that isn't physical.
It's your perspective. When you're standing under the basketball rim, I was explaining this is how I explain it to my son. See the basketball rim? Because we play basketball. Okay, now we're gonna walk away and stand at the free throw line. See how the basketball rim went from above us? Now it's over there, right? 45 degrees from the ground. It was 90 degrees above us. Now it's 45 degrees because we're looking at it from the free throw. As we walk farther and farther away from the basketball rim, it starts falling down, setting. It's like the sun. It's setting, and now it hits the horizon, and it disappears into the horizon. And it's not because the ground was curved, right? It's perspective. We're too close to the ground. You get that, right?
When did the basketball rim disappear? How far back did you walk?
Like maybe a couple miles. I don't know. Yeah.
Bill G, he's not understanding.
Like a mile.
Do you understand what he just said though?
Playing basketball, dude. He doesn't get anything.
Drop down. No, I got it. Here's perfect. Here's a perfect one. Okay, go all the way to the other side of the basketball court, full court, right? Lie down to the ground, right, and put your eye right up to the ground and look. You're gonna see the bottom of the basketball rim start to disappear. And oh, look, the basketball rim might be right next to the ground because the ground is your horizon now. It's blocking everything. But you know that basketball court is flat. See? That's called perspective. And as you start to stand up again, boom, you see the basketball rim, you see everything. And as you stand up higher and higher, it looks like the basketball, it appears again. So the idea is if you go farther and farther back, right, the ground will rise up to block, just like it blocked it when you put your face to the ground. Okay, that's called perspective. Okay, all you gotta do is go up and you'll see it again. You're an artist. You should understand this, right?
Ask him if he actually got any of that.
Yeah.
So let me get this straight. You backed up all the way full court, then you laid down, put your eye to the ground, and that's when you can see the rim.
Well, I don't know if that's how far it'll take. You'll probably have to back. You got to keep going back until it does block the rim. You know, until it'll happen. You'll see it. You can do it with a coin on your table, something like that. You know what I mean?
Your
So
first
well,
example
it's
is
the
good,
ground.
Bill.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
Your
go
first
ahead.
example was good.
Can you
just-
carry it on? Yeah.
Yeah, your
Go
first
ahead.
example is good. He just obfuscated from it, and he's trying to make a point. But what he was saying is that the angle of degrees at which you see it has changed. Did you understand that?
I think so.
Okay, so you know that if you're standing underneath a basketball rim, it's 90 degrees from right above on top of your head. That sound all right?
Yeah. Am I looking right at it? Did I
No,
turn
it's
my?
above your head,
Uh-huh.
directly above your head.
All right.
Okay.
Am I looking at it from underneath the rim?
Yeah, of course. You see it above your head.
Up at it, dummy.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now I'm gonna back up with my eyes still set on the rim.
Yep.
To full
Now-
court.
No, we can go full
Yeah.
court, or you can go half court, or you can just go from the free throw line. It doesn't really matter. What's going to happen? You can use them all. Actually, stop at each one.
Do
of
you
those points.
understand?
So,
do you understand when you were under the rim what 90 degrees means? It's like the floor, right? And you mix the 90 degrees. And as you back away from the rim, your eyes looking at the rim, that's a line, and the floor being another line. And it forms an angle, right? So that 90 degrees as you back away from the rim slowly goes down until you're at half court. Okay, now that line from your eyes to the rim and the ground might be 45 degrees. It gets lower, right? And as you back away from the rim, it gets lower and lower until the rim disappears into the horizon, into the ground. So that's how the sun,
you know,
the moon,
you know what that's called,
and
right?
the stars. That's what they're doing.
Castle. Castle.
What?
You know what that's called?
Yeah, what?
Convergence. You notice that? Yeah, it's the same thing that happens when you see railroad tracks at a far distance. It looks like everything's converging at the eye line. Can you make heads or
Okay.
tails of what I'm saying, or no?
Yeah, I can imagine that.
All right. So the same thing. They're not really connecting somewhere off in the distance. It's just what your eyes make it seem like it's doing. So it's not really what's happening, right?
Right.
So
Guys,
when you move away-
I don't know if you know this. I don't know if you know this, but Castle King has said himself that when he speaks to people in here, you guys, he say, you guys, when I speak to you guys, it's like I'm speaking to transgenders or the atheist. He's when you're talking to him, he's looking at you like you are an atheist or a transgender, and he's taking you as serious as those people.
I think it's starting to change. I think he might start looking at Globers like that now after this.
Well, either way, it's just a great way for us to get this content out. He's basically just he's a canvas for us to do our painting. All right, so if we're doing this right, moving back away from the basketball rim, you notice that the angle at which you see that basketball rim and the floor, it's a flat floor. You don't disagree with that, right, Caso? It's a flat floor.
Ah. Yeah.
Okay.
Flat
floor. That means you have an angle. The baseline of that angle is a flat line from the where the basketball rim is to where your feet are. That floor you're standing on, that's the baseline. Now the angle at which you see the rim, that's different. That's going to change, but the baseline is going to remain. So what's changing right now is the perspective at which you see that basketball rim. So when you were underneath it, it was 90 degrees. You move away from it, the free throw line, it's moving lower in your perspective. Further still, it's going to keep reducing in its angle. So that you go further out to full court, it'll reduce even much farther than the angle you had when you were half court or when you were at free throw line. So what we have here is an angle that your perspective is noticing converge to the eye line as you back away. Now, this is important, right? Because you can only see things to a certain extent. There's a lot of stuff that happens when you start backing away too far. Some things like, depending on the day, atmospheric distortion. A really hot day will cause a lot of atmospheric turbulence in which you can see things look really wavy. You know, like it's, like a really hot day will show you like everything looks really wavy and distorted. That's going to cause your vision not to be able to reconcile things in the far distance. You got how far you can see with your eyes. Maybe you don't have really good vision. There's a lot of things to consider.
You know, when I went to Venice Beach for the first time last year, I pulled up in the parking lot and I looked out to my left and I saw the basketball courts, the famous basketball courts that Venice Beach is known for. And it just looked like they were far away. They were small. Well, as I got closer, as I was walking towards it, they got bigger and bigger.
Did their angle
Until
change?
finally, when I was right there next to the basketball court, it looked like the normal basketball court.
No, listen, did the angle change at which you saw the rim?
Here, that's too complicated. The question is, when you saw him from far away, were you looking forward or were you looking directly up in the sky at them?
I was looking forward.
Oh, so they were lower in the sky.
So you could demonstrate yourself, Castle King, just by standing underneath that basketball rim and just point at it with your finger, and then back away and keep pointing at it, and your hand will do the angle change.
And notice, no, I want you to notice something though. Notice that it doesn't matter how far you backed away from that rim, you still see it at a lower angle. But the important thing to remember is that the rim to the ground never changes. It's the same. The rim is at the same distance to the ground as it was when you were up close, as it was when you were as far away as you can think of possible. That's never going to change. The rim to the ground will always be the same. So the rim doesn't go into the ground. Doesn't go into the ground because it can't.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. So if you take that rim, so instead of you moving, right? Let's say we move the rim, right? Let's say we move the rim front and back. If we move the rim towards us, it'll start looking like the rim is coming up over our head. Now we gotta look up at it, right? Like the sun. And if we move the rim away from us towards the horizon, it looks like the rim disappeared into the horizon.
Buddy, are you high?
Up. But if we move the rim all the way up to where the sun would be, okay, we're looking directly at it, which means this is the least amount of air stuff between us and the rim when we're looking at it. So it looks a certain size, okay? And if we move the rim away from us, all the way up there, now there's more stuff between us and the rim. Okay, and in that air is water, and that water will magnify the rim like a magnifying glass, making the rim look like it hasn't changed size, right? It looks like it's the same size. But if there's not a lot of water, in the air, it's going to start shrinking in size. The way the rim looked small to you from far away and looked big when you got closer, right? If that rim was higher in the sky like the sun, okay, it would be different because there's a lot of air between you and the sun or the rim, okay? And that air has water that changes it, okay, into a magnifying glass. Lensing. It's called
This is ridiculous. No, it was just
called
be gone.
lensing. It's science, bro. Listen, it's called atmospheric lensing. I call it atmos lensing, air lensing, right? Because it's not a sphere, but
The point is huge and it's far away.
No, it's explaining everything, okay, on a flat surface, and it is science. It's science, okay? A 93 million mile away sun is not science, and a ball beneath our feet is not science. What we are explaining to you is actual science in the real world. It's not our theory. We didn't make anything up. This is what is, bro.
This is ridiculous.
No, it's not. This is how it works. This is how our eyes work. When you go study eyes and how we're seeing things and why does the sun appear, blah, 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 blah. This is the explanation. Because there's moisture in the air. You know, mirages and stuff like that. These are the effects.
There's moisture in your brain right now.
Refraction and all this shit, okay? They even try to use refraction as an argument. You don't even understand refraction, do you? But do you get what I'm saying? It's perspective. Do you perspective. Okay, the point is perspective. Okay, do you understand?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
The explanation, how the sun. Yeah, so when the sun moves away from us, right? It's not the ground that's moving, right? The sun, like the railroad, like the the lights on the street lights, street lights. Yeah, it's going.
I understand.
Going away, right, and it's going out of our field of vision. Okay, this angle that we were talking about. If we go up in the sky, we'll see the sun again. So after the sun sets, you can go up and see another sunset. And the higher you go, the more sunsets you can see. I don't know how high you can go, but
you're describing a globe.
But no, you're not listening. The angle that we look at the rim, okay? If the rim goes away and disappears into the horizon, listen, let me finish what I'm saying. Listen. You're not paying attention. You're thinking about a globe. Listen. Empty your mind, okay? You're trying to
my
taste.
Mind?
Listen, you have a cup, and in that cup is globe tea. All right. I have a teapot, and in this teapot is flat Earth tea. I want you to
sip on that tea.
No, I want you to empty your globe tea so I can pour my flat Earth tea into it, and you can so you can taste it. Yes, I want you to taste it, but you need to empty your cup. You can't be thinking about how the sun works on a globe. You need to pay attention to what we're explaining to you. You know, how we see things on a plane is the way an artist sees things. Okay. They're converged, there are lines, there are vanishing points, okay, where straight lines will converge, right? You understand that by looking at it, right? At the paper. You understand that. That's because it's flat. That's because in the world of the artist on the paper, it has to be flat. And as you go up, these lines are also converging down into the horizon where the plane meets the sky. Okay, where the ground meets the sky.
You live in a 2D reality.
No.
Yeah, exactly. You got it. That's exactly what he's saying.
Just stop, man. First of all, I want you to recognize.
Welcome.
I want you to recognize how. Wait.
To the earth.
How stupid what you just said is. Okay, there is no such thing as a 2D reality. Okay, there's a ground beneath our feet.
What?
Okay? There's a plane beneath our feet. And if that plane can be really big, okay, that doesn't mean it's 2D. When you look at the sky, it meets the ground. That's called the horizon. All right? You understand?
Yeah, I think so.
Bro? All right.
I think he said
is your cup still empty? Okay, stop putting the globe tea back in. You need to think about flatness. About working with a plane. Okay, imagine you're on a football field.
But it is sweet tea.
Okay? Or basketball, it's flat. Okay, the ocean is flat. Can you imagine the ocean being flat and not bending?
Yeah, I could do that.
The surface.
All right, welcome to
Because it is flat. Yeah, because
go to the next guy.
Yeah, exactly. Beautiful. It's beautiful.
Fentanyl Kings.
What can I say except you're welcome?
So
when the sun goes down
he should be able
on my side of town, that lonesome feeling comes to my door, and the whole world turns.
Hey, singer, you should be able to imagine
What is it,
yourself
man?
pointing at the island now.
We were talking about the sun going down and railroad tracks. I thought of Neon Moon.
Oh no, man. If the sun went down on railroad tracks, it will melt them. That's a fact.
We do have Joseph Wall.
That's how it happens in Samoa.
We got
You didn't answer my question before there, AV.
Oh shit. Yeah, go ahead. It was you? I didn't know it was you. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. It was me. I asked, is your conceptualization of the creation story of the universe incompatible with the statements of the Big Bang Theory?
According to
Well, you see, it started with a big bada boom a long time ago.
There is, however, conflation as to why people believe that it is that way, saying that the Earth was brought out of a Big Bang, but it's only that God who banged it out.
Yeah, well, it's like my idea being like, if you were to ask me, Rich, how do you know there was a Big Bang? I would bring up the red and blue light shifts of the stars, right? Like that's the evidence that I believe was the first to really show that the Big Bang actually happened.
Yeah,
Oh, I didn't know that guy could sing techno.
Gemsy roboting, dude, pretty hard.
Oh, that wasn't Castle? That was Gemsy?
No, that was Gemsy. But
That's
check this
funny.
out, man. So that theory, did you know that it only came about, I think, in the early 19th century? That one.
Yeah.
Red and blue shift.
Oh, really? I got to look into what actually Lemaitre
Well, I don't know if it was
looking at.
I don't know if it was Lemaitre. I think the what that disproved. He was kind of is going to throw you for a loop. That disproved Einstein's gravitational constant.
I'd love his thoughts on that.
Well, I'm just saying when I was looking into this, I think it was in the 1920. If I'm, don't quote me, and I'm kind of remembering when I was studying this, it was saying that that through the I guess that's when the educational system was really taking a hold in America. They were really getting all these academics to converge on the fact that what they were going to settle with in regards to astronomy. So I think that was partly one of the running theories at the time. The red and blue shift was debunking, because Einstein, I guess he was not saying that the universe is expanding. He was not saying that. Did you know that? Because that's what he was not saying. So according to this red and blue shift,
no, I just read that. Yeah, the initial state that Lemaitre proposed for the universe in his 1927 paper was Einstein's model of a static universe with a cosmological
which is really weird, dude, because a lot of people don't know that.
Yeah,
they don't know that.
That's I like learning, so
well,
I'm not. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, but people argue when they come in here. They're arguing the fact that he was the father of, cosmology, and it's like not if you take in consideration that the universe is expanding, because you'd have to look elsewhere. You couldn't bank on Einstein helping you out there. Anyway, but yeah, it's
the Big Bang. Wasn't it? Are you guys talking about the Big Bang?
I guess it was more so just red and blue light shift was an evidence towards the Big Bang Theory.
Well, and Lemaitre was kind of like championing that theory, so it was actually debunking the static cosmology, which was what I guess Einstein had his theory on.
If I could just say one thing a bit off the cuff, I know you guys have certain feelings about the Catholic Church, and you're more than welcome to feel that way about the Catholic Church. But pointing out to even atheists,
who's you guys? Who's that? You guys?
The moderators within this channel.
You know every feeling that you guys feel in here. You know all of those feelings.
I think there's an average amount of resentment.
About people's feelings?
I think there's an average amount of resentment against the Catholic Church in this room.
Before you say anything about, it's not just.
Hey, I grew up in the Catholic Church, and I had good experiences, and I don't complain about the Catholic Church. So stop talking about you guys.
Gemsy aside, I've heard some negative views about the Catholic Church from certain people within this room who are here quite often, and pointing out to someone like myself as an atheist.
There's only one person who even brings him up, and he's not a mod.
You're misunderstanding. You're misunderstanding. Before you say that, no, it's because it's based on something that you misunderstand. Okay, let me explain it real quick. Okay, it's not just the Catholic Church. Any church that exists that's recognized by the state is probably also part of the Catholic Church. Do you know why? Because they probably believe the earth is a ball. And if you go there, and if you go to that church and you talk to their members about flat Earth, shift, you'll probably get kicked out of the church. So if it's a Globe Earth Christian church, it's exactly the same as the Catholic Church. It's exactly the same as all churches.
You just wanted to call the Globe a church. I get it. But all I was saying was that as an atheist, being like someone pointing out to me that anyone that had done work in science, like I appreciate science, and anyone who'd done work in science being religious, I'm not bothered by it whatsoever. Like it really is no water off my back. So at least for myself, like pointing out like, and then your Big Bang model came from a Catholic priest. I go, okay, I don't really care.
I think AI wanted to come in, so I don't know if anybody heard him. He was trying to get.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut him off if I did.
I didn't finish. Well, can I just one more sentence?
You didn't finish?
I had one more sentence to go. No, I was gonna say because you're an atheist, you don't know what the actual church is in the Bible, and that's a spiritual church. It's not any of these churches. All churches are controlled by the Catholic Church. That's all I want to finish with.
Well, okay. Well, you as a flat earther don't know the true church of the globe, so we'll leave it at that.
True Church of the Globe. What the hell does that
Gravity?
mean, dude?
You mean gravity? The church of gravity?
Yeah, so you don't have
Church
a
of radius?
Yeah, you as an atheist, you made it very clear you don't have a beef with information that substantiates the Earth has a globe based on some religious person saying it was so.
Yeah, well, like as an atheist, I don't have a lot of qualms with religious people a lot of the time. There are certain times where the actions of religious people are harmful to humanity, and I speak out against those instances. However, someone having a spiritual belief in a creator or whatever kind of belief like that is really something for them to have and not for me to take away from them for any real reason. I'm not like the God ain't real room guys.
But look,
I think what we're looking for right now is the information being either substantiated as something that you can say you know for sure, or is just another idea. So it doesn't matter who speaks it. Truth is the truth, right? Would you agree with that statement?
That's a tautology.
Yeah, but it's still the statement doesn't negate the fact that what I just said is the case, right?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, obviously a tautology is true.
That's true, and I'm opposed to what your religious beliefs are. Doesn't matter.
Right.
If you say something is true and you're opposed to what my beliefs are, that's true. Sorry, you lost me there.
Yeah, something's still going to be true tomorrow. Like, entropy takes hold, and things that are hot get cold. If you leave them there, you don't impart heat into it. So it's just like
hot and cold are relative, but yeah, sure.
Cup of coffee. You're not going to wake up tomorrow and be like, you know what? I think that the cup of coffee will get hotter tomorrow if you leave it out on the counter. It's not going to happen.
Atheism, like all these Baptist churches, our church is a church as well. So you being an atheist, you also fall under that category. And especially because we're attacking the globe. We're saying there is no globe. You are the especially being attacked. So I don't think you should be worried about what Christians or what I'm trying to talk to Christians about. I'm trying to warn them, right, that the book they believe in, they've been lied to about. You shouldn't be concerned about. You should be concerned about whether or not there's curvature, because that's
Mods, feel free to cut me off at any time here. Feel free to cut me off at any time. Atheism is not a religion, just like off is not a TV channel, and not playing baseball is not a sport.
So you're saying you don't have to have any faith being an atheist?
No, faith as a colloquial term. Sure, I have faith in certain things, but having faith in something doesn't mean that having faith doesn't necessitate a religion.
Yeah, but listen, having faith in the fact that you don't believe that there is a deity, that's your faith. You don't know if there's not one or not. You just saying.
No, I have a certain confidence level, right?
So it's faith. I mean, you could dress
if you want to say a confidence level is faith, I would disagree.
Confidence,
especially.
Dude, confidence would lead you to the fact that something may or may not have the ability to, like, you have to discard all of that and say, I know this is not possible in any way, shape, or form. There cannot be a creator.
Well, I do know there are certain gods that don't exist.
Okay, I'm confident that I am a man.
Yeah, but
does that mean I know I'm a man? Does that make you like? Do you know that I know I'm a man? It sounds silly, right? I should know I'm a man, right? I shouldn't be confident that I'm a man, right?
all I'm saying is,
you know what I mean?
all I'm saying, no, listen, no, Rich, listen. All I'm saying is that your perspective and what you're saying that how you are saying you're an atheist and stuff is that you're casting everybody aside, saying I am not a believer. These guys are believers because they believe in something. Well, you believe in something,
particularly
too.
a religion. No, believing in a religion makes you a religious person, right?
Okay, so
atheism is not asserting a religion.
How would you describe a religion? How would you describe it?
I don't have one.
How would you describe a religion?
Oh, so I thought you said your religion.
No, a religion.
A religion would be a set of customary beliefs held by an institution, usually revolving around a figurehead who is usually deceased.
Okay, so you're saying you don't have any of those? There's
Correct.
no dead guys. There's no dead guys that champion the atheist cause.
Yeah, name one dead guy championing anything.
Yeah, I'm asking the question. Any
Exactly.
dead guy that
Dead guys can't champion anything.
Listen, an atheist person who championed the cause for atheism that supposedly he's not around anymore, right? But his words live on. There's nobody.
Right, like someone could idolize Christopher Hitchens.
Well, I'm just saying, dude. I'm just saying words that people have spoken that you were saying is according to you religious, appealing to some person who passed away, who's not around anymore. Had they left their teachings behind? That's what you're doing.
No, okay, like you put me on the spot for the definition of religion.
Because
so, like, if you can let me amend
Charles
at
Darwin,
least one portion.
I'm trying to.
Well, no, because not everything Charles Darwin said I have to.
All right,
agree
that's
with,
fine,
right?
dude. But I'm saying
I don't have to accept it dogmatically.
Listen,
it's just one of many.
You just have to own up to you being religious and the fact that you're saying it's a different kind of religion, but it's still a religion nonetheless.
Well, how do you define religion?
Exactly the way you were describing it. What's wrong with that?
We stand on the shoulders of giants.
Hold on, Bob.
Right?
Well, I left out one particular thing in my definition was belief in or reverence for the supernatural.
Okay, and you're saying it's the opposite because you don't have that, right?
I don't assert any form of the supernatural whatsoever.
Okay, so it's the opposite of saying that you trust something that's happening in the supernatural realm. You say everything is, intrinsically materialistic.
It's just natural. Yeah, it's just natural.
Yeah, material. There's no other
plane above the natural. Correct.
Yeah.
But when you say
whatever you carry, hold on, Bon. Whatever you carry, Rich, is going to be the same type of idea that somebody would if they're saying that they're speaking to you about their specific religious beliefs. Except for you don't want that connotation to be ascribed to you. But sir, you have the same type of symptoms.
No, you're conflating position and religion.
Dude. You are just upset because I pointed out the fact that you have exactly the same symptoms as somebody who would say they're religious. And what's weird to you is that you could be even associated with somebody who could be religious because you're not. But that's the idea. You think in your head it's just linear, and it's not. It's a dynamic idea. It's like you saying, if somebody's in a group, in any kind of group, that's a religion. But you've defined what religion is, and according to your definition, it is exactly what you're doing. Exactly.
No. Based on my definition, it would require a belief in and reverence for the supernatural, which I do not assert.
No, it's the opposite. You have the opposite. So it's the counter.
I have the non-belief and no reverence for the supernatural.
Yeah. Yes,
so it can't be. So it can't be. Like literally, like saying you assert P, and I'm like, no, I assert not P, and you're like, yo, you assert P.
Yeah, but not P.
It's completely backwards.
Not P is still a thought that you have about with a thing.
Yeah, as I said, you're conflating religion and position.
So religion would just be a group of people, according to you, who revere certain dead people when their teachings, and also congregate and do other things. That's what you do. You like
and have reverence for the supernatural.
Yeah, and the opposite is you don't have to trust in the idea that there's anything supernatural. So that's what all
the belief in the supernatural, AV, is a necessary portion of religion.
Yeah,
So
the
I
belief in
can't
that-
possibly be
So you're
religious.
saying, yeah, you are, dude. But the thing is, it's just a different religion, Rich. You're in a different.
I think it's just a different definition of religion.
Well,
but I
it's
think
still
we've
religion.
really hit a wall on this.
No, it's not. It's just you being obtuse because you don't want to be ascribed to anybody who's religious, and that's fine.
Like
you can, that makes you feel some kind of moral superiority because you don't
Not
have
at
to
all.
be tied in. You don't have to be tied into some deity that's telling you what to do because you can say, "I want to live life the way I want to," aside from a holy book or anybody telling me what to do because I'm an atheist.
That's really
That's you.
funny. How that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. How would
That's
saying
what you
I want to live my life by the way that I deem right? How is that me coming across as a morally superior being
and
when
then
the
here's where-
opposite
yeah, here's where
when
we-
the opposite is to say I have the rules from the creator of the entire universe, which is how everyone should live their life. That's obviously the morally superior position.
Rich, I could show you a lot of things, but I can't because we're detracted now. I only went a little far with you just to tell you that I could probably show you the reason why you're incorrect, but I'll let you have that last word because I don't know for some reason it might make you feel better.
Yeah,
So
I
you won't
want to
talk
have the
about-
last word.
Oh,
Atheism
God.
is like feminism. Atheism is like feminism. That's the last word. All right, have fun with that.
Feminism is like communism, right?
All right. So we just go back to maybe calling out people in the chat. We got Karvok that just joined us. Karvok, welcome to the group. You're coming into like in the middle of a conversation that we don't normally have, so we can bring it back to the topic, which is, do you think that the Earth is a globe, Karvok?
I don't know. I've never seen it.
What's your idea